Chapter 1. Transmigration? Rebirth? Xia Xingyan felt as though her head was about to explode, a throbbing pain consuming her. She slightly opened her eyes. A haze enveloped her vision, rendering everything indistinct. Deciding to close her eyes once more, she suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, exquisite sandalwood fragrance. Serene and enchanting, a lingering sense of something amiss prompted her to open her eyes wide. A crimson gauze curtain danced gently around her, revealing a soft, opulent bed adorned with a thick quilt intricately embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Beside the bed stood a wooden vanity, embellished with golden edges, atop which lay a bronze mirror alongside a small black box and a jade comb. Further away, a guzheng rested gracefully, while a deep blue ceremonial robe embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes adorned another shelf. Could it be that she had not yet awakened? Xia Xingyan pinched her cheek in an attempt to rouse herself, the sharp pain confirming her consciousness. Yet where was she? Wasn't she supposed to be in that nearly abandoned mansion on the outskirts? To seek out the long-lost Wei family cookbook, Volume 2, she had accepted an invitation from a third-year culinary school to serve as a distinguished instructor in a small town. The address provided by her assistant directed her to an ancient mansion in the suburbs, seemingly over a century old, still retaining its former glory, though cracks had begun to mar the decorated doors and windows, once vibrant but now dulled and draped in cobwebs. The pomegranate tree in the courtyard flourished, yet the weeds sprouting from the crevices displayed remarkable vitality. A peculiar creature darted swiftly into the underbrush. The interior was dimly lit, a chill creeping in and causing her to shiver involuntarily. It appeared that no one had inhabited this place for quite some time surely. Her assistant would not have provided such an address. Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow in silent reproach. Is anyone here? She called out. Silence enveloped the room. No response forthcoming, that a speck of dust fell from the rafters, prompting her to glance upward, where a pitch-black cat scrutinized her with its amber-green eyes, emanating a mysterious glow that seemed to beckon her into another realm. Meow, meow, the black cat uttered twice before leaping down from the rafters and disappearing into the grass. A sudden chill ran down Xia Xingyan's spine as she prepared to leave. Who's there? An aged voice called from within. Following the sound, she beheld a stooped, wrinkled old woman shuffling toward her, cradling the very black cat that had just vanished into the underbrush. Good day, grandmother. I am Xia Xingyan. My assistant should have been in contact with you. I heard you possessed the second half of the Wei family cookbook. May I take a look? Xia Xingyan approached politely. The old woman raised her head, her cloudy eyes mirroring the gaze of the black cat she held. Xia Xingyan was struck by a wave of cold sweat, her body instinctively retreating a step. Did I frighten you, dear? And blind, the old woman said, her parched lips curling into a smile, revealing a gaping mouth devoid of teeth. Grandmother, do you have the second half of the Wei family cookbook with you? Rest assured, if it is an authentic piece, the price is of no concern. Xia Xingyan was eager to conclude the transaction swiftly and depart from this eerie place. The old woman pondered for a moment before speaking. The wise culinary compendium. Let me search for it. Having said that, her frail hand released the cat, and she groped her way to a cabinet, opening it to retrieve a weathered, yellowed tome, which she handed to Xia Xingyan. My dear, I cannot see. Could you check if this is the one? Xia Xingyan accepted the book, its cover adorned with traditional characters proclaiming Wise Culinary Compendium, Volume 2, appearing to be an authentic relic. As she opened it, the script mirrored her own edition perfectly, and as she leafed further, her smile blossomed even more. Take your time, dear girl. I live here alone, and your presence brings me joy. Let me fetch you a cup of tea, the old woman said as she slowly shuffled away, the black cat leaping back on her shoulder. Xia Xingyan responded absent-mindedly, extracting from her bag a parchment-wrapped item, and unveiling it revealed another cookbook, boldly titled Weiss Culinary Compendium. Volume 1. Her heart soared with joy after such a long search. She had finally located both volumes of the Weiss Culinary Compendium. Lost in her elation, she failed to notice the old woman and the cat turn their heads simultaneously, an eerie grin flickering in the pale eyes of the former. Having confirmed the authenticity, Xia Xingyan wished to discuss the price with the old woman no matter the cost. She was determined to acquire it today. Yet, The room was devoid of the old woman's presence, and even the black cat had vanished without a trace. What a strange occurrence, an elderly woman simply disappears in broad daylight. Could it be a ghost? Xia Xingyan murmured. Though an atheist, she had often been regaled by her elders with tales of the uncanny, and the current event felt particularly unsettling. After searching in vain, she examined the Weiss Culinary compendium in her hands, stacking the volumes together, with the first volume atop the second. Suddenly, the two cookbooks emitted a ghostly blue light, initially faint, resembling will-o'-the-wisps. Before she could comprehend, the blue glow intensified, blinding her with its brilliance. Her delicate fingers felt as if they were scorched by fierce flames, forcing her to relinquish the tome. The azure light enveloped her like a shroud, consuming her entirely. Ah! She cried out in anguish, pain coursing through her as her mind and soul seemed to be drawn into an immense black void, plummeting as if on a free-fall ride. She lost consciousness, her memory of subsequent events fading into oblivion. Xia Xingyan struggled to rise, parting the gauzy drapes to survey the chamber. By chance, she caught sight of a face in the brass Marora visage entirely foreign to her, prompting a scream as she demanded, "Who are you?" Simultaneously, another voice within her posed the same question. "Who are you?" The tone resonated like an ethereal echo in a secluded valley. This voice emanated from her own lips. "I am Xia Xingyan, a beautiful chef," she replied. The voice continued, "I am Nangong Jiala, the Empress of Chujin." The tone was desolate, imbued with profound sorrow, and after a pause, it added, "I'm already dead, yet it seems I am not truly gone." Nangong Jiala recalled being cast into the cold palace. Having consumed poison, she should have perished. Why then did she find herself within this purple palace? Was she merely dreaming? Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow and disdainfully remarked, "My dear, do you intend to bring about my demise in order to inherit my fortune? What do you mean by as if dead, yet not truly so?" "Truly, I was granted death by the emperor, yet I have returned to life. Is this body not mine?" Nangong Jiala, noticing her disbelief, elaborated. Xia Xingyan was naturally skeptical, yet the visage reflected in the mirror was undeniably foreign to her. Could it be that her soul had departed, inhabiting another's body? How could such an extraordinary occurrence possibly befall her? "Keep weaving your tales, I must take my leave." Xia Xingyan was, after all, a staunch atheist, and with that, she carelessly pushed open the door, intending to exit. "Wait, please don't go," Nangong Jiala exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Chapter 2. 2 souls before Xia Xingyan could step outside. The door swung open, revealing a young maiden clad in a pink cotton skirt, her beauty striking yet youthful, appearing no older than 16 or 17. Upon seeing Xia Xingyan, "No, Nangong Jiala." The maiden's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are awake. How wonderful." "Jijin?" Xia Xingyan uttered instinctively, surprised by her own words, for she had never met this girl before. Could it be that her soul had truly escaped her body and traversed into another? Wait, what was that voice saying about this place? Juzin? The Wei clan recipes originated from this dynasty. She pondered, could there be something amiss with that recipe that brought her here? "Your Highness, you have been in a slumber for 3 days. It is so wonderful that you have finally awakened," the girl named Jijin rejoiced. 3 days? What year is it now? Nangong Jiala inquired, astonished. "The 68th year of Chujin, the first year of the Chuan Emperor," Jijin replied. Instantly, memories flooded Xia Xingyan's mind. 3 days prior, while admiring the plum blossoms in the imperial garden, she had encountered the favored concubine, Su Luoqing, who had provoked her with harsh words, leading to a conflict among the palace attendants. Inadvertently, she had knocked Su Luoqing down, causing the latter to sustain a wound on her forehead. Enraged, the emperor and empress dowager ordered her to kneel in the snow for 2 hours, resulting in a chill that left her with a fever and unconsciousness. "Aren't you the empress? How could the first wife be bullied by a concubine?" Xia Xingyan couldn't help but curse, her thoughts drifting to her own spineless boyfriend caught in bed with her best friend, igniting a fury within her. Her childhood friend had been entangled with her feckless boyfriend, and she had caught them red-handed at a hotel. That scoundrel had been using her supplementary card to book a room with her friend, and when confronted, he audaciously claimed that men have needs. blaming her for not fulfilling them. Without further ado, she had hurled their clothes from the 18th floor, notifying the gossip reporters in advance. Her boyfriend was a mere leech, while her friend was a somewhat renowned internet celebrity. The scandal would surely ruin them, and her friend would likely incur a hefty penalty from her agency. Nangong Jiala lamented, "I am an uncherished empress. Concubine Su is the Empress Dowager's niece, and the emperor, Xiao Machuan, dotes on her the most. The harem is under Su Luoqing's control." Xia Xingmian was bewildered. Wasn't there a hierarchy in ancient times? This empress was suffering far too much. Her submissive demeanor revealed her role as easily manipulable. Was it not the case of the favored concubine overshadowing the wife? From the few palace dramas she had seen, she knew that favoritism towards concubines was a grave offense in ancient society. Nangong Jiala fell silent, her sorrow seemingly confirming Xia Xingyan's thoughts. Ji Jin, standing nearby, was taken aback, observing that the empress oscillated between melancholy and reckless behavior, uttering words that seemed nonsensical. "Quick, summon the imperial physician. The empress has lost her mind." Ji Jin shrieked as she rushed out. Xia Xingyan could not stop her in time. Ji Jin had already dashed away. The physician, upon examining her pulse through the gauzy curtain, found no abnormalities, merely prescribing a few nourishing medicines and instructing the attendants to care for the empress properly. "I told you I'm fine. Stop making a fuss. Continue like this and you'll be dismissed." Xia Xingmian protested, sitting up in bed, her displeasure evident. Upon hearing this, Ji Jin immediately knelt on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. "Your Highness, this servant has erred. I beseech you, please do not cast me away." Xia Xingmian could hardly tolerate the sight of a woman weeping. The sound of her sobs was irksome. She threatened, "What are you wailing about? If you continue, I shall toss you into the snow to feed the wolves." Ji Jin promptly fell silent, stifling her cries, biting her lip and nodding in compliance. "I am hungry. Bring me something to eat," commanded Xia Xingmian, satisfied with Ji Jin's demeanor. Her stomach began to protest, having gone 3 days without nourishment. These people lacked the foresight to recognize her needs. "I shall summon someone to prepare the meal at once." Ji Jin hurriedly rose and dashed out. Xia Xingmian sighed as she gazed at the reflection of a face that did not belong to her, filled with irritation. Though this Nangong Jiala was indeed a beauty, with long hair as dark as a spring, naturally arched brows, skin whiter than snow, lips as red as ripe cherries, slender fingers, and a delicate waist. She exuded an ethereal charm, unadorned yet unable to conceal her stunning visage. Simultaneously, she grasped a troubling truth. Her soul may have been forcibly transported into the body of this useless empress Nangong Jiala due to the Wei family recipes. Although Nangong Jiala had perished, she had somehow been reborn. Now they shared a single body. "What a predicament this is," she muttered in frustration. The pressing matter was to locate the Wei family recipes swiftly, lest someone else inherit her belongings. As she contemplated, the imperial kitchen had delivered the meal, presenting several large food containers filled with a variety of dishes. 8 treasure duck, candied ginkgo, almond tofu, diced mountain chicken with peach kernels, tangerine peel rabbit, dragon boat mandarin fish, squid rolls, and a generous serving of white jade milk tea adorned the table. The craftsmanship of the imperial kitchen was evident. This was indeed a royal banquet. Suddenly, Xia Xingmian felt her journey was worthwhile, at least for the opportunity to savor the culinary skills of the esteemed Chu Jin imperial chefs. Perhaps the author of the Wei family recipes was one of these chefs. With silver chopsticks, she picked up a piece of rabbit meat. A medicinal dish made primarily with tangerine peel and rabbit, purported to nourish the heart and spleen, promote digestion, and suitable for patients with coronary heart disease. Of course, the royal chef likely had no knowledge of coronary heart disease. After merely tasting a bite, Xia Xingmian set down her chopsticks. The dish was supposed to be spicy with a rich tangerine aroma, leaving a subtly sweet aftertaste. Unfortunately, the chef had used an excessive amount of tangerine peel, overshadowing the delicate flavor of the rabbit meat. The dragon boat mandarin fish was indeed grand in appearance, but regrettably, it had been overcooked, resulting in less than tender flesh, a failure. After sampling several dishes, none met her discerning standards. Xia Xingmian, known for her picky palate, preferred quality over quantity. Ultimately, she hastily consumed a few sips of white jade milk tea and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge before instructing that the remaining food be cleared away. As she pondered whether to prepare something for herself, a commotion erupted from the outer hall. "What is happening?" she inquired of Jijin. Jijin leaned out to report. "Your Highness, the Internal Affairs Office has sent winter provisions, but they were not distributed to us according to protocol. Zhu Yin is arguing with them." Xia Xingmian scoffed twice, bemused by how incompetent Nangong Jiala was. These individuals dared to bully her? The ruckus was intolerable. With a displeased expression, she allowed Jijin to assist her as they exited the chamber. Beneath the eaves, a young woman clad in garments resembling woven brocade, her face radiating youthful vigor, was engaged in a heated debate with an elderly eunuch. Behind her, 2 younger eunuchs held winter clothing and charcoal. This young woman was undoubtedly Zhuyin. Upon her emergence, the leading eunuch promptly bent in obeisance, declaring, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to the Empress." Xia Xingmian raised an eyebrow, her voice icy. "What is all this noise about?" The eunuch continued, "I have come to present the winter provisions to your Majesty. If it is indeed provisions, then deliver them as befitting an empress, and cease this clamor," she retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. The eunuch hesitated, then smiled awkwardly. "This year, resources are scarce, so the quality sent to your Majesty's palace is somewhat inferior." A smile curled on Xia Xingmian's lips as she gestured for him to come closer, inquiring playfully, "Pray tell me honestly, how many grades lower is it?" The eunuch lowered his gaze, too intimidated to respond. Xia Xingmian beckoned the 2 younger eunuchs to bring forth the items. With their heads bowed, they approached, and she inspected the winter clothing, thin and insubstantial, barely better than wearing nothing at all. She cast a glance at the charcoal, which was of the lowest quality. "Since it has been delivered, we shall make use of it," she stated, her eyes remaining fixed. "Your Majesty," Zhu Yin began, but faltered, realizing her mistress was far too accommodating. The leading eunuch, unable to contain his glee, thought to himself that indeed, the Empress was a soft and easily deceived individual, and he took his leave. "Wait," Xia Xingmian suddenly called out, gesturing for the palace attendants within Zichun Hall to seize the 3 eunuchs, binding them to a tree outside the hall and discarding the winter provisions and charcoal at their feet. The 3 eunuchs were struck with terror, uncertain of her intentions. "Set it ablaze," Xia Xingmian commanded, casting a glance at Zhu Yin. "As you wish, your Majesty," Zhu Yin replied, complying with the order to ignite the cotton garments. Outside the hall, thick smoke billowed as the inferior charcoal emitted a pungent odor, causing the 3 eunuchs to cough uncontrollably, their eyes stinging as they pleaded for mercy. "Speak. Who instructed you to act thus?" Xia Xingmian demanded sternly. The eunuchs, lacking the courage to answer, remained tight-lipped, clearly under someone else's influence. With a swift motion, Xia Xingmian hurled her cup, striking the leading eunuch on the forehead, causing blood to flow, yet he still refused to speak. "Take them and hold them over the fire," she commanded the attendants. As they approached, the 3 eunuchs, paralyzed with fear, found themselves unable to contain their terror. "This is your final opportunity. Once you speak, I shall not wish to hear it," she warned, her expression severe. It is Li Mama from the palace of noble consort Su." The leading eunuch finally confessed as the flames drew perilously close. Li Mama lacks the audacity. She must be acting under the direction of Su Luoqing. "Su, the consort? That little vixen?" Xia Xingmian scoffed, signaling for the release of the 3 eunuchs. As they narrowly escaped their fate, they bowed deeply, eager to depart. Yet Xia Xingmian called them back. "The provisions due to Zichun Hall must be presented to me within the hour. Otherwise," she trailed off ominously. Yes, I shall prepare it immediately," the leading eunuch stammered, utterly terrified. The rumors of the Empress being soft and easily manipulated were clearly unfounded. She was far more fearsome than any demon, and they dared not provoke her wrath. Xia Xingmian squinted as she watched their panicked retreat, deeply reflecting on the nature of the palace, truly a realm where sycophants thrive and the weak are trampled. She had never been one to passively endure. In her elementary school days, When several older students extorted her pocket money and bullied her, she quietly complied at first. However, she meticulously noted their addresses and later, armed with a kitchen knife, she wreaked havoc on their doorways, shouting curses for hours beneath their windows. She wept to the police, pleading her case of bullying and claiming her fear of stepping outside. She insisted that if she were to die, it would be at their hands. No amount of persuasion could sway her, and she remained at the police station until the parents of those children offered apologies, signed guarantees of good behavior, and compensated her losses, thus quelling the uproar. It was said that night, the children's community echoed with their anguished cries. From that day forth, those children avoided her like the plague. That confrontation catapulted Xia Xingmian to notoriety, her name echoing far and wide. "My lady, you are truly formidable today," Zhuyin remarked with a smile, admiration gleaming in her dark eyes. Xia Xingmian responded with a faint smile, appreciating the young woman's delightful demeanor. Chapter 3. Emperor Xiao Mo Chuan. Outside the palace, the snow continued to fall, drifting down like goose feathers. A thick layer of snow rested upon the vibrant blossoms of the winter sweet, exuding a delicate fragrance, creating an exquisite scene. Golden roofs adorned with white snow, intricate railings, pavilions, and red walls with dark tiles all appeared fresh under the silvery blanket. It seemed as though celestial beings were intoxicated, whimsically scattering fragments of white clouds. Draped in a white fox fur cloak, Xia Xingyan felt little chill. She extended her alabaster hand beneath the eaves, catching a few flurries as they melted in her palm. "My lady, please come inside," Ji Jin urged. "Your health is still delicate. We must guard against the cold." The Internal Affairs Bureau had delivered new winter provisions, and premium red charcoal blazed warmly in the palace's copper stove. Zhu Yin removed the cloak from her shoulders and replaced it with a warming stove. Assisting her to sit down, Xia Xingmian had come to know a bit about Zhu Yin and Ji Jin. Both had been with Nangong Jiala since childhood. Zhu Yin, fond of martial arts, trained under the guards of the estate, and the Nangong family believed it beneficial for Jiala to have a maid skilled in combat. They even hired a master to teach her, and Zhu Yin's skills were commendable. Ji Jin, sold into the Nangong household by her biological father at the tender age of 7 or 8, was initially destined to be a lowly servant. However, she caught Nangong Jiala's eye, who pleaded with her grandmother to take her on as a personal maid. This young woman was adept with her hands, skilled in needlework, and knowledgeable about attire, accessories, and makeup. On such a cold day, it would be a pity not to have hot pot, she mused, watching the swirling snowflakes. "Hot pot," Zhu Yin replied, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "You must mean the antique soup, right? I shall have the Imperial Kitchen prepare at once." Yet, Xia Xingmian found the Imperial Kitchen's culinary skills rather mediocre. She preferred to take matters into her own hands. Request a small stove and a larger ceramic or copper vessel, along with lamb, beef, a variety of mushrooms, fresh vegetables, fruits, and some ginger, scallions, and garlic for seasoning. Also, prepare a few pots of wine, she lazily commanded. "Hot pot, hot pot." At that moment, those two words were all that occupied Xia Xingmian's mind. Ji Jin smiled and said, "My lord, have you forgotten? These items were already stocked in the small kitchen of the Zichin Palace. Today, the Imperial Kitchen has also delivered a plethora of fresh ingredients, including a piece of exquisite venison." The small kitchen? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xia Xingmian's eyes as she rose from the concubine couch, exclaiming, "Take me there at once." "My lord, the kitchen is quite dirty and disheveled." Ji Jin hesitated, feeling troubled. She sensed that her master had transformed ever since awakening. Xia Xingmian's expression darkened. "Do not waste time. Lead me there immediately." In the vast imperial city, nearly every noble residence boasted a small kitchen, primarily for convenience. When a lord suddenly felt peckish and desired a late-night snack, the imperial kitchen was often too far to prepare in time. Furthermore, the palace maids and eunuchs frequently cooked for themselves in these small kitchens. The small kitchen of the Zichin Palace was tucked away in a secluded corner, modest in size, featuring 2 old brick stoves, a few small burners, a wooden long table, and several stools. Kitchen utensils hung from the walls. and 2 large cabinets likely contained various dining wares. Fresh meats dangled from the rafters, while bamboo baskets brimmed with fresh fruits and vegetables. Although the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, one could hardly expect modernity in ancient times. Upon entering the kitchen, Xiaxing Mian felt a surge of vitality coursing through her veins, reclaiming the sense of belonging. Should she be unable to return, opening a high-end tavern and amassing wealth might also be a worthwhile endeavor. She seized a cleaver, its blade as tender as a spring onion, and when she grazed its edge, the palace maids and eunuchs behind her broke into a cold sweat. "Your Highness, we must intervene," they urged. Xiaxing Mian discarded the knife and pointed at a bowed eunuch, commanding, "The blade lacks sharpness. You, come here and sharpen all the knives." "Yes, Your Highness." The eunuch, head bowed and back bent, took all the knives away. Xiaxing Mian assessed the ingredients. A large piece of beef short rib, a hefty chunk of beef, half a sheep, 2 chickens, half a pig, a duck, a substantial piece of venison, a basket of eggs, 2 black fish, and half a bucket of live shrimp. The vegetables included cabbage, cucumber, eggplant, tofu, potatoes, radishes, vermicelli, and various mushrooms, along with ample dried goods such as goji berries, walnut kernels, dried dates, and pine nuts. All necessary condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, were present, along with honey, lard, sesame oil, sweet bean paste, and chili oil. The small kitchen of Nangong Jialu was rather commendable, and Xiaxing Mian felt satisfied. She casually picked up a pair of chopsticks and gathered her long hair into a bun. She then instructed for a simple, modest outfit to be brought to her. The eunuch, having sharpened the knives, carefully presented one to her. Xiaxing Mian nodded in approval and ordered water to be boiled. Placing the beef short rib onto the cutting board, she deftly sliced it into pieces with practiced ease, causing the hearts of her attendants to leap into their throats. The frail and delicate Empress was chopping beef bones with such skill. Could it be that she had been possessed? Xiaxing Mian paid no mind to their astonished gazes as she soaked the beef short ribs to remove the blood, rinsed them clean, and blanched them. She then poured warm water into the pot, added the sliced ginger and scallions along with the beef bones, splashed in some cooking wine, and covered the pot with a lid. The fluidity of her motions left everyone utterly astounded, their jaws agape. In the intervals of simmering the beef bone broth, she meticulously sliced the beef and venison into delicate pieces. The palace maids and eunuchs swallowed hard, astonished by the queen's exceptional knife skills. The meat was as thin as a cicada's wing, allowing the intricate patterns of the plate beneath to be seen clearly. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have surely doubted the authenticity of the queen standing before them. "Take the tofu outside to chill," she instructed indifferently after placing the tofu flat in a small bamboo basket. "Yes, Your Highness," they stammered in response, still in disbelief. Carrying the tofu outdoors, they found a clean spot to set it down, filled with uncertainty. She had grown up alongside the queen. Indeed, the queen had never even entered the kitchen, let alone butchered bones. If the queen were an imposter, it would be impossible. Could it be that she was possessed by some malevolent spirit? After simmering the beef bones for an hour and a half, a fragrant aroma began to waft through the air, enticing the others who greedily inhaled the scent. Their appetites awakened, yet hesitant to act. Summer Starry Night had prepared the ingredients for a hot pot, a platter of beef slices, venison slices, lamb slices, potatoes, frozen tofu, sashimi, vermicelli, cabbage, a medley of mushrooms, and a fruit platter, along with a dish of crispy pork and sautéed prawns. She also asked Bamboo Hidden to heat 2 pots of rice wine, savoring a sip in the meantime. It was sweet and fragrant with a hint of glutinous rice, possessing a low alcohol content that allowed one to indulge without fear of inebriation. This was the most satisfying drink she had enjoyed since arriving. After 2 days of only a few sips of milk tea and a couple of snacks, she was famished and ready to feast. She sprinkled a bit of coarse salt into the broth, apprehensive about potential dizziness or nausea. There was no time to refine the salt further, and her stomach was already protesting. Tossing in a handful of goji berries, red dates, and some chopped scallions, she ladled out some beef bones and broth into a small copper pot, the red dates, goji berries, and scallions bobbing atop, creating a visually appealing array of colors, red, white, and green, while the enticing aroma wafted around, making everyone's mouth water. The crowd could not help but swallow again. Who wouldn't crave something warm on such a frigid day? In high spirits, Summer Starry Night waved her hand generously. The pot is for you. The others beamed with joy, kneeling in gratitude, bowing their heads in thanks for the queen's bounty. This custom of kneeling grated on her nerves, as she thought to herself, what a bothersome place this is. Rise, rise, and take these provisions to the palace, she said weakly. The maids and eunuchs scrambled to their feet and swiftly transported the items to the Zeton wood round table in the hall. Outside, snow fell thickly, and the small copper pot on the table bubbled away, its aroma mingling with the warm steam that filled the air, while weaving brocade assisted in warming the wine. Life was truly exquisite. She raised her chopsticks, poised to pick up a slice of venison when a flustered eunuch burst into the hall. "What is the matter? Speak quickly," she said, annoyed at the interruption of her meal. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived," the eunuch panted. Summer Starry Night felt a surge of irritation, thinking to herself, what timing? Why did he have to come now of all times? Before she could utter a word of reproach, Nangong Jala, who had remained silent until now, was suddenly consumed by a frenzied rage upon hearing the title of Your Majesty. Her delicate fingers clenched into fists, her teeth gritted in bitterness. As memories of her past life flooded back, Xiao Mochuan had deceived her throughout her existence, exploiting her love to gain the support of the Nangong family, only to elevate Su Luoqing of the martial arts clan to the status of imperial concubine on the very day she was crowned empress. For 3 years, she had been a mere puppet empress, never once graced by his presence in her chambers, and she died a virgin, merely fearing that she might bear a child of the Nangong bloodline. Nangong Jala vividly recalled the desolation of the cold palace, her face ashen and clad in white. An elderly maidservant approached, carrying a black tray that held a strip of white silk, a dagger, and a vial of powdered hemlock. An aged eunuch, trembling slightly, unfurled a decree and proclaimed loudly, deposing the empress of the Nangong clan for her unworthiness, disloyalty, and lack of filial piety, in consideration of their former union. Her body shall be granted intact. So decreed. Nangong Jala's once shimmering eyes now resembled a 1,000-year-old frozen pond, devoid of warmth, leaving only resentment in their wake. She could not help but erupt into a chilling laughter, suddenly bowing towards the decree, resolutely declaring, Nangong Jala expresses her gratitude for Your Majesty's great grace. A torrent of rage surged within her, her blood boiling. Xiao Mochuan, should there be a next life, I shall surely exact my vengeance upon you. This was the final vow of Nangong Jala from her previous life. The entire male lineage of the Nangong family had been exterminated, the women reduced to prostitution. And even her 2 nephews, not yet 10 years of age, had been castrated and sent to the palace as eunuchs. Xia Xingmian sensed something amiss and urged Nangong Jala, calm down, don't act impulsively. Struggling to reclaim control over her body, she found that the current Nangong Jala was akin to a madwoman. A young man draped in a black cloak entered the hall, causing the palace attendants to kneel in reverence. As Nangong Jala and Xia Xingmian continued their struggle for dominance over the body, they failed to pay their respects. The young man, however, appeared indifferent to their behavior. An attendant assisted him in removing his cloak, revealing a deep blue robe embroidered with dragon patterns, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. His long hair was tied back, secured by a crown of gold and turquoise, and he stood tall and straight, his handsome visage radiating an air of coldness, exuding a regal presence that was both formidable and unattainable. Chapter 4. The Imperial Concubine is a white lotus. Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Xia Xingmian finally regained control over the body and mimicked the respectful bow she had seen in palace dramas. Is the Empress feeling better? Xiao Mochuan inquired, his gaze lifting slightly to assess her, his tone mild yet tinged with frost. Much improved, Xia Xingmian replied as she rose. Xiao Mochuan's icy gaze swept past her, gesturing for her to sit on the other side of the couch. Obediently, she complied. This was the Emperor of Chujin, Xiao Mochuan. Stealing glances, she concluded shallowly. He is incredibly handsome, far surpassing any star or model from my era. Truly a striking young gentleman. At a mere 20 years of age, he bore the maturity of one much older, his every gesture exuding an air of nobility. What a charming young man he was, capturing Xia Xingyan's heart completely. Xiao Machuan surveyed the hall, his gaze ultimately settling upon the steaming hot pot set before him, the small copper furnace bubbling invitingly, as if beckoning to this man. Before he could fully admire the handsome figure, Nangong Jala seized control of her body once more, a fierce glint surfacing on her fair visage. With swift dexterity, she withdrew the golden hairpin from her head and lunged it towards Xiao Machuan. What is the Empress attempting to do? Xiao Machuan's eyes widened in confusion as he regarded her. In the final moment, Xia Xingyan regained control of her body, only to find herself losing her footing and tumbling into Xiao Machuan's embrace. That pair of crystalline eyes and that strikingly handsome face. Oh dear! An unsettling flutter of emotion stirred within her. Your Majesty, do you find this hairpin appealing? Xia Xingyan's mind raced as she held up the golden pin, a radiant smile adorning her face. She certainly could not confess. Handsome sir, your wife intends to assassinate you. Her lips parted, soft and charming, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. Xiao Machuan's broad palm cradled her delicate waist, preventing her from falling, their eyes locking in a mesmerizing exchange. As glimmers danced within her enchanting gaze, an unspoken allure enveloping the air. Xiao Machuan gazed deeply into those beautiful eyes, a sense of unfamiliarity washing over him. Release me, Nangong Jiala suddenly shouted, her voice shattering the intimate ambience. Xiao Machuan's brows furrowed in surprise as he looked at her, bewilderment etched on his face. Upon closer inspection, the beauty in his arms now wore an expression of fury, her brows arched defiantly, and the spark of resentment concealed behind her bright eyes, starkly contrasting with her earlier charming demeanor, prompting him to loosen his grip. Xia Xingyan inwardly lamented the turn of events. How had Nangong Jiala resurfaced again? Without support, she stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since you visited me. Why not stay and share a meal with me? Xia Xingyan swiftly regained composure, her previously cold demeanor transforming back into a playful smile. Xiao Machuan regarded the woman before him, her expressions shifting like the winds, suspicion creeping into his heart. Could it be that Nangong Jiala, after her illness, was possessed by some malevolent spirit? His sharp gaze scrutinized the woman with a glimmering gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, then I shall dine with the Empress today. Xia Xingyan struggled to maintain control over her body as the fervent spirit of Nangong Jiala clamored for dominance, nearly overwhelming her. Your Majesty, please take a seat. I shall go freshen up in my chamber. She had hastily removed the golden pin, her hair slightly disheveled. However, that was not the crux of the matter. She urgently needed to converse with Nangong Jiala about the absurdity of attempting to assassinate the emperor within the confines of Ziqing Palace. How could she think of such a reckless act? Not only would it endanger her own life, but it would also implicate countless others. With Nangong Jiala's limited intellect, even 3 years in the Empress's position would be a testament to the Emperor's and other consorts' mercy. Very well, then, Xiao Machuan remarked nonchalantly. Xia Xingyan inclined her body slightly, eager to retreat into her chamber. Have you lost your mind? Attempting to assassinate the Emperor in broad daylight within your own palace? As soon as she entered the chamber, Xia Xingyan could no longer contain her admonishment. A murderous intent surfaced on Nangong Jiala's usually gentle face. I shall kill him to avenge my entire Nangong clan. Xia Xingyan inhaled deeply, suppressing her anger as she reasoned with her. Currently, it is the first year of Emperor Chuan's reign, and your Nangong family is thriving. If you act impulsively and take his life, not only will you perish, but your entire clan will undoubtedly face annihilation. Moreover, I, Xia Xingyan, might also be doomed by you, becoming a restless spirit. Nangong Jiala fell silent, the murderous intent gradually dissipating as he slumped onto the bed. You should remain quiet for now. I will handle that emperor. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later, There's no need to rush, Xia Xingmian advised, her voice firm. Did you hear me? Nangong Jiala, swayed by her words, nodded slightly in agreement. Xia Xingmian sighed in relief. This game was indeed exhilarating. In the outer hall, Xiao Machuan circled the hot pot set on the table, intrigued by its novelty. His personal attendant promptly assisted him in taking a seat, arranging the bowls and plates, and serving a bowl of soup before him. The rich aroma wafted through the air, instantly whetting his appetite. Holding the exquisite jade bowl, he gazed at the creamy, white broth before him. He took a delicate sip with his spoon, savoring an indescribable flavor that lingered on his palate, subtly infused with a hint of medicinal fragrance while retaining the fresh essence of the beef bones, divinely fragrant and endlessly delightful. As a new imperial chef arrived in the royal kitchen, Xiao Machuan inquired nonchalantly. Ji Jin was about to respond that it was prepared by his own master when suddenly Xia Xingyan appeared, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks rosy with a smile. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness. It is of no consequence, Xiao Machuan replied lightly, noting that his bowl of soup was nearly empty. Zhu Yin assisted Xia Xingyan in taking her seat, arranging the bowls and plates. Xia Xingyan picked up a slice of fish and placed it into the copper pot, the broth bubbling vigorously. Within moments, she retrieved the tender white fish, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. With her delicate fingers, she poured the prepared sauce into her dish, the white fish absorbing the sauce as if infused with life, making it even more delectable. Your Majesty, she gently placed the fish slice into Xiao Machuan's bowl. Thank you, Empress, he replied with a faint smile, picking up the piece of fish. As he savored it, he found the texture tender and firm, sweet and smooth, devoid of any fishy taste, awakening his taste buds. Ji Jin then brought forth warm rice wine. Xia Xingmian took a sip and then cooked a piece of venison for herself. The long-lost taste of food brought her immense joy, almost causing her to laugh aloud. Enjoying the snowy scenery, feasting on hot pot, sipping fine wine, and accompanied by a handsome man. What a fulfilling life. What joyous occasion does the Empress celebrate? Xiao Machuan asked with a gentle smile, mimicking her actions as he cooked a slice of lamb and dipped it into the sauce. Xia Xingmian, of course, would not reveal her true thoughts. Instead, she playfully retorted, "This humble servant is simply elated to see your Majesty." The insincerity of her words made her want to retch. It was utterly cheesy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Machuan fell silent, feeling a twinge of guilt for not having visited her during her illness over the past few days. He had come today, braving the snow, to discuss a matter that would inevitably cause her distress. It was better to remain silent. After all, he was not truly Nangong Jiala, and excessive words could lead to misunderstandings. Xia Xingyan chose to bury herself in her wine and devour the meat, unable to deny that the ancient ingredients were untainted, remarkably fresh and pure, genuinely organic and free from pollutants. While the Emperor and Empress enjoyed their harmonious meal, an attendant outside announced, "Your Majesty, the noble Su Guifei requests an audience." Su Guifei? Xia Xingmian frowned slightly. Was she not the malicious mistress who bullied others? What could she possibly want? And to come at mealtime? Couldn't she allow them a peaceful meal? Upon hearing the name Su Guifei, Nangong Jiala felt a stirring within her. Memories from her past life surged forth like a tidal wave. In the cold palace, Su Luoqing had forced her to kneel, cruelly informing her that all adult males of the Nangong family had been executed, the women relegated to the brothels, and her two nephews, barely 10 years old, castrated. It was also Su Luoqing who commanded the palace servants to send her on her way. Xia Xingyan felt overwhelmed, while others thrived in their new lives. She found herself in a position where the queen was not favored and she had to inhabit another's body. Was she merely a hermit crab? Let me in, she thought. Xiao Mo Chuan remained as indifferent as ever, his expression unchanging, embodying an air of cold detachment. Before long, a striking woman draped in a pink cloak entered the hall, possessing beauty that could rival the finest flowers. Her delicate features were adorned with a captivating smile, her nose petite and exquisite, and her lips, as light as cherry blossoms, graced a flawless visage. Her skin was so tender it seemed capable of yielding droplets of water. Such a beautiful woman. No wonder she was favored. In contrast, Nangong Jiala, who preferred simplicity and was prone to melancholy, appeared somewhat lackluster. Upon learning that Nangong Jiala had awakened, Su Luoqing had intended to mock her and convey certain news, hoping to provoke her, as Jiala was the greatest obstacle to her ascent to the throne. However, Su Luoqing was taken aback to find Xiao Mo Chuan present, dining with her, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious, which stirred her suspicions. What was happening? Hadn't His Majesty always found Nangong Jiala to be an eyesore? Sugi Fei, have you forgotten your manners in the presence of His Majesty and the Empress? Zhu Yin, who had never favored Su Luoqing, regarded her as a seductress leading the emperor astray, believing that Su Luoqing's influence had caused the emperor to neglect her own mistress. Su Luojin, regaining had composure, hastily curtsied. I pay my respects to His Majesty and the Empress. The latter title was uttered with evident reluctance. Nangong Jiala hailed from the esteemed Nangong family. Yet Su Luoqing too came from a lineage of martial prowess, her aunt being the current Empress Dowager. Had it not been for Nangong Jiala marrying the emperor when he was still a prince, the throne would never have been within her grasp. Su Luoqing felt a swell of resentment, though she concealed it well. Rise, Xiao Mo Chuan finally smiled, his brows unfurling. He extended his hand, and Su Luoqing shyly approached, placing her delicate fingers in his palm and settling herself upon his lap. Is it cold? He asked, enveloping her in his embrace with tender affection. With you here, I feel no chill, Su Luoqing playfully retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Xingmian, laced with provocation. Xia Xingmian scoffed inwardly, realizing that throughout history, mistresses had been this brazen. Her admiration for Xiao Mo Chuan dissipated instantly. He was nothing short of a notorious cad, openly displaying affection for his mistress before his wife. Could he not retreat to his own domain? Yet, he chose to flaunt it before her. You are injured. It's best not to wander about. Xiao Mo Chuan spoke softly, his fingers gently tracing a nearly imperceptible scar on Su Luoqing's forehead. Xia Xingmian glanced over, shocked. That scar must be promptly examined by the imperial physician. What if the wound healed improperly? Nangong Jiala, how pitiable you are. Punished to kneel in the snow for several hours due to such a trivial scar, and left unconscious for 3 days. Cough, cough. Xia Xingmian lightly cleared her throat, subtly reminding the two to be mindful, as a living person resided nearby. Your Majesty, it is my fault for inciting the Empress's anger. My injury has just healed, and upon hearing of my sister's awakening, I thought to come and pay her a visit. Her demeanor appeared submissive, yet bore a hint of playful reproach and feigned delicacy. Xia Xingmian scoffed inwardly. Was she truly angry? Su Luoqing embodied the very essence of a pristine white lotus intertwined with green tea. Indeed, a formidable character. Alas, she had crossed paths with Xia Xingmian. Those familiar with her knew of her passion for culinary arts, her admiration for handsome men, and her penchant for tearing apart white lotuses and overpowering green tea. Given the current ambiguous dynamics, and in a society devoid of legal constraints, previous methods were no longer viable. Compared to the handsome Xiao Mo Chuan, Xia Xingmian found herself far more intrigued by Su Luoqing. Yet, she could not allow herself to be unjustly slandered. With a charming smile, she remarked, Your Highness jested. I have been frail since my youth. Unlike Your Highness, who hails from a family of martial prowess and possesses robust health, I wholeheartedly wish for Your Majesty to favor the concubine, so that she may soon bear offspring for you. A punch against cotton, Su Luoqing assumed. Nangong Jiala remained as reticent and meek as before. How could someone so recently ill be so articulate? Naturally, Prince of the South has returned victorious from pacifying the desert and was informed of my sister's ill health. The Emperor and Empress Dowager commanded me to attend the celebration in her stead, Su Luoqing replied, covering her mouth with a laugh. The Prince of the South? Who is that? I am unfamiliar with him. Xia Xingmian mused, her curiosity piqued. In such significant events, it was customary for the legitimate wife or empress to attend. Despite the concubine's esteemed status, she remained a mere consort, lacking rightful standing. How deeply must Xiao Mochuan cherish Su Luoqing to act so improperly? With the phoenix seal and authority over the 6 palaces in Su Luoqing's hands, Nangong Jiala was but a puppet, possessing nothing but the title of Empress. In recent days, no other concubines had come to pay their respects. It was no wonder the lowly eunuchs of the inner court dared to bully her. Noticing her silence, Xiao Mochuan spoke. You have just recovered. Let the concubine represent you this time. What do you think, Empress? Represent? Wouldn't that require expressing gratitude? To think the emperor braved the heavy snow for such a matter, a night owl seeking entrance without reason, Xia Xingyan thought. Though Xiao Mochuan's tone feigned consultation, it was, in truth, an order. The decision had clearly been made. Truly, I am grateful to the concubine. May I inquire which day I should pray for our Chu Jin within the palace, hoping for divine blessings upon him? Xia Xingyan replied, her smile lacking warmth, concealing her disdain for Nangong Jiala, who would stoop for such a man. Seeing no trace of displeasure on her face, Xiao Mochuan nodded in approval. The only commendable trait of Nangong Jiala was her lack of ambition and her understanding of the greater picture. Su Luoqing had anticipated a reaction of anger, yet was met with indifference. Not even a hint of sorrow crossed Xia Xingyan's features, leaving her feeling rather bored. She had hoped for a tempestuous outburst from Nangong Jiala, one that would provoke the emperor and empress dowager, leading to her downfall, thus allowing Su Luoqing to ascend in rank. At present, although she possesses the phoenix seal and wields authority over the 6 palaces, her position remains tenuous and unjustifiable. The emperor's reluctance to depose the empress stems from his lingering apprehension regarding the influence of the Nangong family. Her father and brothers have already commenced their efforts, gathering evidence against the Nangong clan. Once the Nangong family falls, the demise of Nangong Jiala will not be far behind. Nangong Jiala, there shall come a day when I, Su Luoqing, will compel you to kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Su Luoqing sa identibaoth. Chapter 5. The ancestry of Nangong Jiala. That night, the imperial city lay blanketed in a shroud of white snow, while the wind howled outside, causing the patrolling eunuchs to huddle their hands, their cotton shoes crunching against the snowy ground. Snowflakes cascaded from the branches, creating a soft, rustling sound. Within the confines of Zicheng Palace, an aura of tranquility prevailed. Even the night watch maids and eunuchs curled up to steal a moment of slumber. Voices of contention erupted from the sleeping quarters. The sounds, though originating from a single individual, fluctuated between impassioned declarations and sorrowful lamentations. In modern terms, this condition would be termed as dissociative identity disorder, meriting treatment in a psychiatric facility. However, in ancient times, such afflictions were deemed nearly incurable. I must attend the South King's victory banquet, Nangong Jiala asserted with rare stubbornness. In her past life, she recalled that it was on this very occasion that South King Xiao Nanqing was bestowed the title of imperial uncle and regent, sharing governance with the emperor. Xiao Nanqing, the youngest brother of the late emperor and the 9th uncle of Xiao Mochuan, wielded considerable military power and stood as the most influential prince capable of contending with imperial authority. His mother hailed from the prestigious Chui family of Qinghe and was the late emperor's empress. Alas, she had a brief life, leaving behind only Xiao Nanqing. Concerned for the stability of their position and fearing that Xiao Nanqing would lack support within the palace, the Chui family sent their second daughter, Chui Ruofu, into the palace, where she ultimately became the Empress Dowager. Chui Ruofu, who now holds the title of Grand Empress Dowager, had no children after entering the palace, yet regarded Xiao Nanqing as her own, nurturing and educating him with great care. The bond between mother and son was profoundly deep. Following the death of the late emperor, the Chui family ardently supported Xiao Nanqing's ascension to the throne, but alas, he was still too young. After several power struggles, the Chui family found themselves in a weakened position, allowing the late emperor's ascension to the throne. With the current emperor's demise, Xiao Mochuan relies on the Nangong and Su families for his rule, a precarious situation. Armed with military might and backed by the Chui family of Qinghe, Xiao Nanqing had achieved victories. Should he join forces with Xiao Mochuan and the Su family, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Xia Xingyan nodded, her slender fingers caressing her chin, concluding that Xiao Nanqing was indeed of considerable importance. "Are you well acquainted with Xiao Nanqing?" Xia Xingyan inquired, believing that familiarity could facilitate their endeavors. Nangong Jiala shook her head, her expression clouded. "I have only met Xiao Nanqing twice, once at a grand wedding and another time." Xia Xingyan's demeanor deflated. It seemed she was unfamiliar with Xiao Nanqing. Although Nangong Jiala had been reborn, Xiao Nanqing had not, and it would be inappropriate to approach him without caution. "Thus, we must attend the victory banquet," Nangong Jiala declared with unwavering resolve. "Dear sister, your nominal husband has stated that he wishes for that Su little vixen to attend in your stead," Xia Xingyan remarked, aiming to deflate her enthusiasm. Nangong Jiala, undeterred, replied, "So, will you assist me?" "Assist you? Why would I?" Xia Xingyan sighed, feeling weary. These past few days had proven more exhausting than her life in the modern world. Despite her substantial annual income, she ultimately felt like merely a cook, disinterested in becoming embroiled in their romantic entanglements and struggles for power. Quietly preparing meals, sipping on some wine, and enjoying a peaceful slumber. What could be better? Yet, she finds herself trapped within the confines of the palace, rendered powerless like a mere salted fish. Our fates are intertwined. My discontent inevitably casts a shadow upon yours. Nangong Jiala attempted to persuade her, acutely aware of her own timid nature, which lacks the resolute spirit of Xia Xingyan. This reasoning, however, holds no water. My happiness is sufficient unto itself. Xia Xingyan stifled a yawn, lazily toying with a hairpin. Nangong Jiala, feeling despondent, lowered her gaze and sorrowfully confided, "In truth, I am not the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family. My father's surname is Zhao, merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. My birth name is Zhao Jiala." "Zhao Jiala?" Xia Xingyan felt a bit confused. Nangong Jiala continued, "My mother was the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family, who fell head over heels for my father during a garden party, captivated by his talent, and vowed she would marry no one else. Upon learning that my mother was the eldest daughter of the Nangong clan, my father endeavored tirelessly to win her favor, hoping to alter his fate through this union." Xia Xingyan listened patiently. Naturally, her maternal grandmother and uncle, Nangong Honyuan, opposed the match, deeming her father unworthy. However, her mother remained resolute, and her grandmother, cherishing her only daughter, ultimately acquiesced, providing a generous dowry. Her uncle, harboring resentment, merely arranged for her father to receive a 7th-rank county magistrate's position. Perhaps due to unmet expectations, her father gradually grew distant from her mother, and after her birth, he did not set foot in her mother's courtyard even once. Nangong Jiala paused, her expression sorrowful. "And then?" Xia Xingyan inquired, adopting the role of an eager listener. Nangong Jiala forced a bitter smile. "Afterward, my father began to take concubines, amassing 9 in just 2 short years. How could he not fear exhausting himself?" Xia Xingyan remarked, "A 7th-rank county magistrate's annual salary is but 80 taels of silver. The expenses of the concubines were substantial, prompting my father to covet my mother's dowry. Initially, he exchanged the genuine for the counterfeit." Nangong Jiala's eyes brimmed with tears as she sighed and continued, "One day, my mother inadvertently noticed that a golden bracelet on one of the concubines resembled the one she had brought as her dowry. The scheme of substitution was exposed, and my father shamelessly laid claim to it. Good heavens, are all the men in Chu Jin so despicable?" Nangong Jiala mused. She had previously researched the Wei family's culinary recipes and discovered that in ancient times, a woman's dowry was solely her own. The husband's family had no right to it. Even in death, it was customary for the woman's family to reclaim it. Her biological father was truly unworthy. Her mother confronted her father in a fierce argument, which only deepened his disdain for her. Since her mother had initially insisted on the marriage, she felt too embarrassed to return home and lament to her uncle. Seeing that her mother was no longer favored, the concubines grew arrogant, disregarding the lady of the house, and openly plotted against her. Her mother, burdened by depression, succumbed to her affliction and soon departed from this world. Nangong Jiala began to choke on her tears. Xia Xingyin delicately wiped the tears from her eyes with a silk handkerchief, encouraging her to continue. After my mother's passing, I was utterly bereft of support. Those concubines devised ways to torment me, while my father turned a blind eye. The concubines grew bolder, and gradually even my younger siblings and the servants joined in their cruelty. The uncle, visiting my father's post for official duties, took pity on me and brought me back to the Nangong family, adopting me as his own daughter and renaming me Nangong Jiala, raising me under my grandmother's care. Thus, I became the legitimate eldest daughter of the Nangong clan. As Nangong Jiala finished her tale, tears streamed down her face. Xia Xingyin felt a loss for words of consolation. She realized that whenever Nangong Jiala was distressed, she too inexplicably felt sorrowful. Were they truly bound together in this manner? According to your account, your uncle and grandmother must treat you well. Do they not care about your circumstances in the palace? Xia Xingyin inquired with curiosity. This question stirred a sense of guilt in Nangong Jiala. Since childhood, she had been bullied by those concubines, her nature too meek to vie for affection. Xiao Mochuan's birth mother was merely a lowly laundry maid in the palace, who, by a stroke of fate, gained the favor of the late emperor and bore him, Xiao Mochuan. Due to his mother's lowly status, Xiao Mochuan was ostracized among the other princes, subjected to disdain. The palace was indeed a place where status dictated perception. Even the eunuchs and serving maids looked down upon the mother and son. That unfortunate laundry maid, who bore a prince for the late emperor, died without any recognition. After her death, Xiao Mochuan was sent by the late emperor to be raised under Empress Su, sharing a fate similar to that of Nangong Jiala, and they developed a mutual understanding. Empress Su, having had a son of her own, did not afford Xiao Mochuan much attention. When Xiao Mochuan became engaged to Nangong Jiala, he was still an unremarkable prince, and marrying the eldest daughter of the Nangong family was considered an elevation for him. A turning point occurred that year when Empress Su's son perished from an assassin's arrow while accompanying the late emperor on an expedition. In her grief, Empress Su began to focus her efforts on Xiao Mochuan, and with the support of both the Nangong and Su families, he overcame the other princes and ascended the throne. It was no strange occurrence for noble families to engage in both overt and covert struggles for power to consolidate their influence. The emperor feigned ignorance, even utilizing these power dynamics to maintain a balance among the noble houses, ensuring the supremacy of imperial authority. As empress, Nangong Jiala brought neither glory nor benefit to the Nangong family. She was disinterested in conflict and adept in the art of political maneuvering. However, the Nangong family had long been suppressed by the Su family. Perhaps they had already resolved to abandon her. Xia Xingyan nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was a common sentiment. When one's offspring fails to thrive, the world she inhabited often echoed a jest: the larger the waste, the more one ought to cultivate the lesser. Surely, the Nangong family had more than one daughter. Compassion began to well up within her for this unfortunate girl. Nangong Jiala, do not worry. I will assist you, she finally declared. Thank you, Nangong Jiala responded, a smile breaking through her sorrow. When feeling down, a bit of sweet indulgence often lifts the spirits, Xia Xingyan reassured her. During a leisurely moment in the day, she discovered some dried osmanthus flowers in the small kitchen and decided to make osmanthus cake. While it could not compare to one made with fresh flowers, it still bore a delightful taste. There was also a basket left uneaten, which could be warmed up for immediate enjoyment. Upon hearing that her mistress was hungry, the night watchmaid promptly went to the kitchen to heat the osmanthus cake and bring it to her. The rich fragrance of osmanthus pervades the air, releasing wisps of white steam upon being heated. Delicate, fair hands reach for a piece, savoring each bite, soft, glutinous, and sweet without being cloying, fragrant, and delectable. The white, glutinous rice is adorned with a few golden osmanthus flowers, complemented by a pot of Longjing tea, creating a unique and exquisite taste. What do you plan to do? Time is of the essence. According to memories from a previous life, Xiao Nanxing would arrive in half a month, and Nangong Jiala felt a pang of worry. How could they persuade the Empress Dowager to change her mind in such a short time? Xia Xingyan closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She inquired, Do you recall any significant events that have transpired in recent days? Earthquakes, floods, locust plagues, perhaps? Nangong Jala pondered seriously, but shook her head. Xia Xingmian felt a twinge of disappointment. No, there's indeed one matter, Nangong Jala suddenly recalled. What has occurred? Xia Xingmian pressed. In 7 days, a lightning bolt will strike and sever the main beam of the ancestral temple, Nangong Jala stated. But questioned the usefulness of this information. Xia Xingmian's heart leapt with joy, and an idea formed. You must immediately pen a letter to your father, Nangong Hongyuan. I require his assistance, she declared. How should I write it? Nangong Jala asked, puzzled, for a family may have long since wished to abandon her. They will certainly help. Xia Xingmian reassured her, recognizing her concerns. Even if the Nangong family were to send other daughters into the palace, none could replace Nangong Jala's position as empress. For her foremost rival was Su Luoqing. A child of their own, no matter how inept, remains their own. This was something Xia Xingmian understood, and it was evident that Nangong Hongyuan would too. The night was still deep, and a steed galloped swiftly down the streets outside the imperial city, heading straight for the Nangong Marquisate. A woman clad in black and wearing a hood dismounted and knocked on the marquisite's door, presenting the empress's token. The sleepy servant rubbed his eyes and opened the door to let her in. Inside the study, the charcoal fire blazed brightly as Nangong Hongyuan, draped in a dark blue robe, read the letter by candlelight. His cold, aloof eyes seemed unfocused, yet the depths of his gaze held a serene stillness, betraying neither joy nor anger. To my esteemed father, I, Nangong Jala, acknowledge my shortcomings and unworthiness. Having failed to alleviate the burdens of the Nangong family since entering the palace, for which I feel profound remorse. Recently, I fell ill and have gained a sudden clarity, understanding that as a child of the Nangong family, I must not remain idle or allow myself to be at the mercy of others. I vow to devise long-term strategies for our family's future. I hope my father and brothers will set aside past grievances. What has happened to the Empress in recent days? Nangong Hongyuan turned his gaze towards the attendant, Zhu Yin, who stood by. Zhu Yin lowered her head and replied, Since the Empress fell into a coma, she seems transformed, spending all her time in the kitchen. Of course, she dared not voice this last part. Nangong Hongyuan's face lit up with delight. Finally, this child had come to her senses. At present, even if other daughters of the Nangong family entered the palace, they would at most attain the status of concubines. None could match the dignity of the Empress. Thus, as a father, how could he not lend his support? Return to the Empress and inform her that I have received her letter, he instructed calmly, igniting the letter in the candle's flame. At once, my lord, Zhu Yin responded, donning her hood and rising to return to the palace. Nangong Hongyuan recalled the contents of the letter. Unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, he sighed, Jala. Oh, Jala, you have finally matured. A parting of 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. How could I have overlooked the depth of that child's thoughts before? Chapter 6. The queen endures strikes after several days of snowfall. The flurries ceased, and the warm sun shone brightly. The accumulated snow on the rooftops gradually melted, cascading down the eaves, leaving the small blue bricks below dampened. The weather was even colder than during the snowfall, and the palace attendants in the Zichuan hall huddled together, their breaths forming misty puffs as they conversed. On the charcoal stove within the hall rested a ceramic pot, containing a porridge made from high-quality japonica rice. Steam wafted from the pot's rim, and the aroma of the congee filled the air. A delicate hand, as tender as white jade, lifted the lid and tossed in several vibrant plum blossoms. The milky porridge, adorned with the bright red blooms, instantly heightened one's appetite. Reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming in the snow, a sight to behold. Can these plum blossoms be consumed? Inquired Ji Jin, the attendant nearby, her curiosity piqued. Xia Xingmian smiled and replied, This is plum blossom porridge, a medicinal dish made primarily with plum blossoms and japonica rice. The blossoms are neutral in nature, capable of soothing the liver, regulating qi, and invigorating the spleen and appetite. It works wonders for those with diminished appetites, while healthy individuals find their energy greatly enhanced. As she spoke, she filled a bowl and offered it to her. Ji Jin graciously accepted, taking a tentative sip before shyly consuming the entire bowl. Is it delicious? Xia Xingyin inquired with a gentle smile. The flavor is exquisite, pleasantly sticky, with the fragrance of plum blossoms, Ji Jin candidly responded. Your culinary skills surpass even those of the imperial chefs. But when did you acquire such expertise? Xia Xingmian glanced at the palace attendants on duty, each one curling their limbs against the chill. Alas, how does one endure life without air conditioning? Feeling a sense of compassion, she instructed them to share the remaining plum blossom porridge. The attendants rejoiced, having enjoyed numerous delicacies during these recent days alongside their master. Since the queen's severe illness, she seemed transformed, no longer wallowing in self-pity or sentimentality. Instead, she devoted herself to the small kitchen, improving not only her own meals but also those of her attendants, whose complexions had brightened considerably. Eat slowly, and remember to leave a bowl for Zhuyin, Xia Xingyan reminded, as Zhuyin had been dispatched early that morning and had yet to return after 2 hours. Do not worry, we will save some for Sister Zhuyin, a young maid assured her. As if summoned by fate, Zhuyin hurriedly entered the hall, whispering a few words into Xia Xingyan's ear. Xia Xingyan smiled knowingly. Su Luoqing, you have conveniently presented yourself to me. She mused to herself, rising to clap her hands, gazing at the brilliant sunlight outside. What a rare and splendid day. Let's take a stroll in the Imperial Garden. The Winter Garden was as desolate as any other place, with only the snow lingering on the dark gray branches as decoration. However, not far off, the plum blossoms bloomed vibrantly in a riot of colors, red, white, and yellow, creating a surprisingly lovely spectacle. On a pebble-paved path, beneath a rockery, a young palace maid sobbed softly. Zhu Yin quietly remarked, "That is Cui Air from the Yangfei Palace." Understanding dawned upon Xia Xingyan as she approached slowly, her gaze softening as she looked down at the girl and gently asked, "Which palace do you serve, and why do you weep here?" Upon hearing the commotion, the young palace maid, Cui Er, hastily raised her head and beheld a woman of exquisite beauty adorned with a phoenix crown, clad in a deep blue robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, accompanied by a retinue. Realizing it was Her Majesty the Empress, she hurriedly paid her respects, stating, "Your Majesty, I am Cui Er, a maidservant from Lady Yang's palace." Xia Xingyan glanced at her, noticing her reddened eyes and the frostbitten pallor of her delicate hands. With a gentle demeanor, she advised, "It is quite cold. You should return soon." Afterward, she discreetly signaled to a maid to provide Cui Er with a warming stove and continued on her way. However, after only a few steps, the young maid suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud, bowing her head repeatedly and crying out, "Your Majesty, please save us. I implore you to save our mistress." Xia Xingyan commanded someone to assist her up and inquired, "Pray, tell me what troubles you." "Our mistress inadvertently offended Consort Su today. Though it was a trivial matter, Consort Su took it as an opportunity to retaliate, intending to punish our mistress with a beating. My mistress is frail. Such punishment could very well take her life. I beg for your Majesty's mercy." Cui Er wept uncontrollably. "Then why not seek the Empress Dowager or the Emperor?" Xia Xingmian mused, idly toying with a sprig of plum blossoms. Cui Er lamented further, "The Empress Dowager is engaged in religious observance and refuses to see me, while His Majesty is in court. Please, Your Majesty, save us." She was about to kneel again. With a sigh, Xia Xingyan said, "Very well, let us see what is unfolding." The Yulan Palace had always been the residence of favored consorts, second only to the Empress's Zickenhall. It was formerly the dwelling of the late Emperor's favored consort, Tao Jiyu, and now belonged to Su Luoqing. Su Luoqing lounged on a chair, a smug smile gracing her lips, flanked by 7 or 8 other consorts who dared not voice their indignation. Lady Yang was being restrained on a long bench by 2 matrons, struggling helplessly, her face as pale as a flower. The punishment involved disrobing to receive blows on the posterior with a 2-foot-wide plank. Pain was not the worst part. The humiliation of being stripped in front of the assembly of consorts and palace maids was an unbearable disgrace. "Consort Su, I merely arrived a little late, having not missed the time for greetings." "You are abusing your power," Lady Yang declared defiantly, aware that Su Luoqing's ire stemmed from her father's recent censure of Su Ho, which had earned her enmity. Su Luoqing savored her tea, a glint of malice flickering across her striking features. She slammed her cup down, her voice icy as she declared, "In this harem, it is I who hold the authority. Today, I could beat you or even take your life, and what could you possibly do about it?" Lady Young, realizing her dire predicament, retorted with a cold laugh, "What of the Empress? When did it become your place to dictate?" The mention of the Empress struck Su Luoqing like a dagger, igniting her fury. She commanded, "What are you still doing here? Punish her severely." Just then, as the palace attendant prepared to carry out the order, a sharp feminine voice resonated through the chamber, halting the impending punishment. All eyes turned to see Xia Xingyan, resplendent in her phoenix robe, entering amidst a throng of attendants. As the crowd bowed in reverence, Su Luoqing merely inclined her head slightly. Xia Xingyan, unfazed, swiftly surveyed the room and remarked with a smile, "This place is quite lively, unlike my own, which is rather desolate." Once again, I glanced at the graceful Yang Fei, reclining on the stool, and remarked with a smile, "I wonder what transgression Yang Fei has committed to deserve such punishment. She has shown disrespect towards me." Su Luoqing replied, her gaze lifting slightly from behind the curtain, her tone indifferent. Xia Xingmian furrowed her delicate brows, turning her attention to Yang Fei, reproaching, "Isn't this your fault, Yang Fei? Shouldn't you apologize to the noble concubine?" Yang Fei was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing that Xia Xingmian was brought by Cui heir to assist her, she quickly lowered her demeanor, saying, "I, a humble servant, have erred. I apologize to your highness, and I implore your mercy this time, promising it shall not happen again." "Noble concubine," she has offered her apology. "Shall we consider this matter resolved?" Xia Xingmian interjected, playing the role of peacemaker. However, Su Luoqing was obstinate that day, unwilling to relent. If she lost her authority in front of the other concubines today, it would be challenging to command their respect in the future. "What are you waiting for? Strike!" Su Luoqing dismissed Xia Xingmian with contempt. The eunuchs and matrons prepared to act once more. "I dare anyone to move." Xia Xingmian rose abruptly, her voice sharp. The eunuch hesitated, caught in a dilemma. "Are you deaf to my command?" Su Luoqing, seeing the eunuchs in action, stood up to snatch the rod, intending to strike herself. Xia Xingmian, realizing this, also stood to intervene, and in the ensuing struggle, Su Luoqing inadvertently slapped Xia Xingmian across her fair cheek, causing it to redden slightly. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd, as if time had paused. "Noble concubine Su, how dare you strike the Empress publicly?" Zhu Yin exclaimed fiercely, stepping forward to protect her mistress. Cui echoed the alarm, "Quickly, someone help. The noble concubine has struck the Empress." Chaos erupted within the Yulan Palace as Su Luoqing felt disoriented, unable to comprehend why she had struck Nan Gong Jiaolu. "All right, it was because she whispered in her ear, 'As long as I live, you will forever remain a mere concubine.'" The attendants of the Zicheng hall hurriedly shielded their mistress, while the other concubines, eager to avoid trouble, quickly made their exit. Yang Fei, spared from punishment due to the Empress's intervention, followed them to the Zicheng hall. Inside the Zicheng hall's chamber, Xia Xingmian, who had appeared nearly faint moments earlier, suddenly regained her vitality, smiling at Yang Fei's sister. "How do you find the state of my injury?" Yang Fei, perplexed, hung her head in guilt. "It is I who has brought trouble upon your highness. Yet I feel this injury is not severe enough." Xia Xingmian mused aloud before turning her gaze back to Yang Fei, her intense stare sending chills down Yang Fei's spine. "Strike me," Xia Xingmian suddenly commanded. "Your highness?" Yang Fei's expression was one of shock. "Quickly, lest you find yourself under Su Luoqing's control in the future," she urged, her tone unwavering. Meanwhile, in a corner of the street outside the imperial city, a young man clad in white held a bundle of grass adorned with vibrant red candied hawthorns. A group of snot-nosed children surrounded him, their eyes glistening with desire. "Do you wish to have some candied hawthorns?" The young man inquired with a smile, bending down. "Yes." The children chorused eagerly. A man lured the children, saying, "If you wish to indulge, chant along with your uncle. The emperor of the river, devoid of achievements, dishonors his rightful wife, favors a bewitching concubine, propriety collapses, and joy is shattered. The children eagerly joined in the refrain. The emperor of the river, devoid of achievements, dishonors his rightful wife, favors a bewitching concubine, propriety collapses, and joy is shattered. Pleased, the man distributed candied hawthorns to them, encouraging them to practice diligently, promising more treats as a reward. In a single evening, this nursery rhyme spread beyond the imperial city and infiltrated its very heart. This was merely the beginning. As numerous wives approached the authorities to accuse their husbands of neglecting their rightful spouses in favor of concubines, thus disregarding moral and ethical standards. Chapter 7. The request for deposition of the Empress this morning court session was the most vexing for Xiao Mo Chuan since his ascension to the throne, especially after Su Luo Qing slapped the Empress in full view of the court. The Empress Dowager, biased towards her niece, merely offered a verbal reprimand, confining her to solitary reflection for 7 days with minimal punishment. "I beseech your majesty, I have a petition to present," proclaimed Yang Qi, clad in a red official robe, his voice resonating through the hall. Xiao Mo Chuan glanced at him, inquiring, "What petition does Yang Qi hold?" Standing tall and dignified, Yang Qi declared, "I wish to impeach Lord Su for his inappropriate guidance of his daughter, undermining authority, disrupting the inner palace, and tarnishing the integrity of the court." The inevitable had arrived. Nangong Jiala bore the brunt of the backlash on behalf of Yang Fei, while Yang Qi, as a censor, was tasked with overseeing the officials. Can Lord Su be implicated in this matter? Xiao Mo Chuan shot a cold glance at Lord Su. The latter, initially believing this to be a trivial issue, was taken aback that it had escalated to the court, facing impeachment. He feigned ignorance, expressing false humility. "I am unaware." This matter had already spread beyond the imperial city, and Lord Su managed to evade responsibility. The news has circulated widely outside the palace. Yang Qi stated coldly, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, within just yesterday, the capital's court received no fewer than 20 petitions regarding the neglect of wives in favor of concubines. Those lowly courtesans have begun to brazenly encroach upon the rightful wives, disregarding the distinctions of rank and propriety. If this continues, I fear that decorum will disintegrate and chaos will ensue." Xiao Mo Chuan, upon hearing this, expressed his displeasure. "Yang Qi, you overstep. As a censor, it is my duty to report the facts," Yang Qi retorted with righteous indignation. Nangong Hongyuan exchanged glances with another minister, who then stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, Yang Darren speaks wisely. I too have heard in the streets today." The minister abruptly fell silent. "Heard what?" Xiao Mo Chuan inquired, frowning. "I dare not say," the minister stammered, visibly anxious. "I grant you immunity," Xiao Mo Chuan replied coldly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I have heard that the children in the streets are singing, 'The emperor of the river, devoid of achievements, dishonors his rightful wife, favors a bewitching concubine. Propriety collapses, and joy is shattered.'" The minister summoned the courage to say, "Impudence." Xiao Mo Chuan struck the table in a fit of rage. All the officials in the hall knelt in unison, pleading for the emperor to quell his anger. The quarrel between the empress and the noble concubine is merely a matter of the harem. How dare it be brought before the court? Xiao Mo Chuan admonished. "Dismiss the court." With that, he intended to leave in a huff. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, visibly flustered, and stammered, "Your Majesty, the empress, clad in white garments, holding court attire and a phoenix crown, has removed her hairpin and pendants and is kneeling outside the hall." The court officials murmured among themselves, while Lord Su wiped the sweat from his brow, too terrified to breathe. Nangong Honyuan and Nangong Yi suddenly removed their official hats and bowed deeply before Xiao Mo Chuan. "Your Majesty, I, Nangong Honyuan, confess my ineptitude in educating my daughter and feel deeply remorseful. I humbly beseech your Majesty to decree the removal of my son's consort from her position as Empress and to release her from the palace." With heartfelt sincerity, tears streaming down my face, I made my plea. Nangong Yi bowed and added, "Your Majesty, my younger sister has always been virtuous. The humiliation she has endured at the hands of the favored consort is unbearable. I implore your majesty to ensure justice is served for her. The favored consort has already been confined by the Empress Dowager, which serves as a form of punishment. Xiao Mochuan appeared resolute in his defense of Su Luoqing. With audacity, I inquired of Lord Sun, the inspector, according to our Chu-Jin laws, what punishment should be meted out for a palace consort who has assaulted the Empress. Nangong questioned. Lord Sun, trembling in fear, stepped forward, knelt, and replied, by law, the penalty is death. At this pronouncement, Su Luoqing was visibly shaken, hastily kneeling in supplication for mercy from your majesty. Xiao Mochuan's expression was inscrutable. The Nangong and Su families have long been at odds. And now that the Nangong family holds leverage, they are unlikely to relent easily. Just as he pondered how to navigate this situation, a report arrived. What news? This afforded Xiao Mochuan a moment to regroup. The guard, in a state of panic, reported, Your Majesty, the ladies of the harem are clad in white robes. Having removed their hairpins, kneeling outside the hall, beseeching your majesty to impose severe punishment on the favored consort Su. This revelation astonished Xiao Mochuan. The women of the harem, all of noble lineage, typically preoccupied with their own ambitions, had united in such a manner. It seemed that Su Luoqing had exerted too much pressure on them in her daily dealings. Outside the hall, Xia Xingyan was unperturbed by the assembly of the consorts. Each was astute, having endured countless grievances at the hands of Su Luoqing, who frequently enforced draconian palace regulations. Consorts were compelled to consume contraceptive potions in her presence. The atmosphere within the harem had become charged with indignation, yet they had refrained from voicing their anger against the Su family and the Empress Dowager. It is said that a once clever young woman, having cleverly discarded her contraceptive potion, was discovered by Su Luoqing, who ordered a basin of venomous snakes and scorpions to be placed upon her bed, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the young woman from sheer terror. Should any consort dare to don the same attire as Su Luoqing, she would ensure they were stripped of it and made to shred the garments with their own hands before being cast out. Such instances were numerous. It was evident these consorts were frightened and, perceiving the tides turning against Su Luoqing, had come forth to add fuel to the fire. Within the hall, Xiao Mochuan gazed upon the kneeling ministers, a cold scoff escaping his lips as a group of consorts remained kneeling outside. He spoke. Let the favored consort surrender the Phoenix seal, relinquish her authority over the 6 palaces, and be demoted to consort. This punishment should suffice to satisfy the Empress Dowager. Such a resolution was evidently unsatisfactory to Nangong Honyuan, who cast a furtive glance at Yang Qi. Yang Qi approached and remarked, Your Majesty, this resolution, if I may be so bold, is unlikely to satisfy the populace. The Su family holds the status of concubine, while the Empress is the primary wife. The transgression against her is a matter of hierarchy, disregarding the principles of propriety and ethics. I must respectfully assert that Your Majesty's decree lacks fairness. Yang Qi, your words today are rather excessive, Xiao Mochuan retorted, his anger palpable. Minister Yang Qi attempted to speak further when suddenly a deafening clap of thunder resonated, followed by an ominous darkening of the sky as winds howled and dust swirled. A bolt of lightning struck the ancestral temple above. What is happening? Go and investigate at once, commanded Xiao Mochuan, urging swift action to uncover the cause. The sudden manifestation of this phenomenon silenced the bustling hall. The onlookers held their breath, refraining from uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, the guard who had gone to investigate returned with alarming news. The heavens had transformed dramatically. Lightning had struck the main beam of the grand ancestral hall, causing its collapse. What? Xiao Mochuan's face turned ashen. The ancestors of the Chu-Jin lineage were enshrined within the grand ancestral hall. How could it be that lightning severed its beam out of the blue? This was indeed exceedingly bizarre. An elder statesman, aged by years, suddenly exclaimed, The treacherous consort has deceived the nation, disrupted the moral order, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. If the treacherous consort is not removed, our Chu-Jin shall face calamity. Impudence. Xiao Mochuan's royal visage darkened with fury. The ministers, upon hearing this, found reason in his words, and knelt in unison. Your Majesty, quell your anger. The treacherous consort has misled the nation. We beseech your Majesty to administer just punishment. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decreed, the esteemed consort Su has committed acts of defiance, showing contempt for the imperial court, disrupting the moral fabric, inciting both heavenly wrath and public discontent. Henceforth, her position as consort is abolished, and she shall be relegated to the cold palace. So be it. The eunuch, having finished reading the imperial edict, coldly announced, Su, receive your decree. Su Luo Qing, in disbelief, took the edict, shaking her head repeatedly, exclaiming, this cannot be true. I demand an audience with the emperor. I wish to see the Empress Dowager, and I must speak with the Marquis. The eunuch scoffed. The Empress Dowager has distanced herself for self-preservation. The emperor is preoccupied with the incident at the Grand Ancestral Hall. Marquis Su has been deprived of a year's salary. Who would still grant her an audience? Take her away, he commanded coldly to the guards behind him. No, I refuse to go to the cold palace. Su Luo Qing cried out. But her pleas were in vain. Inside the Zichen Hall, Nan Gongjia laughed heartily before the mirror. The palace maids brought forth seals and conveyed the emperor's edict, restoring her authority over the 6 palaces. Are you pleased? Xiaxing Mian inquired. Of course. I want Su Luo Qing to experience the bitterness of the cold palace. Nan Gongjia Lu thought back to the humiliation she endured at the hands of Su Luo Qing during her time in the cold palace, clenching her teeth in anger. In a previous life, the Grand Ancestral Hall had collapsed due to a lightning strike, and Su Luo Qing had spread rumors that it was caused by the clash of Nan Gongjia Li's birthday, compelling the Empress Dowager to make her transcribe Buddhist scriptures for an entire 6 months. Xiaxing Mian smiled faintly, settling into the bedding, stretching her body. As long as you're happy. Meanwhile, within Xiao Mo Chuan's chamber, a wooden plaque inscribed with the character Su was cast into the flames, while another tray held several plaques marked with the names Nangong, Chui, and Nan, foreshadowing the arrival of our regent, who is soon to be upon us. Chapter 8. Regent Xiao Nanqing in the winter of the first year of the Chuan dynasty. The southern king Xiao Nanqing returned victorious. Xiao Mo Chuan led civil and military officials out of the city to greet him and to demonstrate the unity of the emperor and empress. The celebratory banquet was attended hand in hand with Empress Nangong Lu. This marked the second occasion since her elevation that Nangong Lu appeared alongside Xiao Mo Chuan at an official banquet. It was also Xiaxing Mian's first encounter with Xiao Nanqing, who had shed his black armor, adorned in a dark robe embroidered with silver threads depicting a swirling dragon. He wore a wide belt featuring a Qilin pattern and bore an exquisite piece of inked jade at his waist. He bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Mo Chuan, possessing raven black hair, sharp brows above piercing black eyes, and thin, tightly pressed lips that sculpted his defined features. Standing at an impressive height, he resembled an eagle soaring through the night, exuding an air of aloof dominance, radiating a powerful presence that commanded respect. This formidable figure was none other than Southern King Xiao Nanqing, and once again, Nangong Li's mind was flooded with memories of her past life. Let the Nangong clan set forth. The sharp, piercing voice of the eunuch resonated with an air of arrogance. In this world, there was no longer any sentiment to cling to. Nangong surveyed the items within the tray, her delicate fingers akin to tender green onions, tightly grasping a bottle of powdered red. Grandmother, elder brother, Jala is here to accompany you, she murmured as she uncorked the bottle. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the cold palace. Flames soared into the sky as the decayed doors collapsed. A man, clad in golden armor and drenched in blood, wielding a sharp sword, burst in. The palace's eunuchs and matrons screamed and scattered, only to be struck down by the man, blood splattering in all directions. Nangong recognized him as the 9th prince, Xiao Nanqing, the regent of Chujin and the 9th uncle of the late emperor. Yet, she pondered not why he was here, nor the decorum of his appearance. Her thoughts had grown weary. With a bitter smile, she remarked, "Why must you slay them, uncle? Their souls shall linger on the road to the Yellow Springs, indeed a nuisance." Recognizing her, Xiao Nanqing discarded his sword, crouched down, and seized the small vial from her grasp. He raised it to his lips, drinking half, laughing heartily. What is there to fear? I shall accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Then I am grateful. Uncle, she replied with a smile, accepting the vial he offered and downing the remaining contents of the powdered red. Dark crimson blood trickled from the corners of their lips, having resolved to embrace death. Neither displayed signs of agony, merely exchanging a knowing smile. Uncle, until we meet again in the next life, she said, her smile, radiant even as a torrent of blood, surged from her throat. Until we meet again, he echoed, a touch of tenderness gracing his otherwise ruthless visage. How wonderful it was, he thought, to have a beauty accompany him on the road to the afterlife. It was not a solitary journey after all. Xiao Mok, if there is a next life, I shall certainly take your life, she shouted, collapsing into Xiao Nanqing's broad embrace. The sounds of battle echoed from outside, and with his last ounce of strength, Xiao Nanqing used a dagger to topple the candelabrum, igniting the flames. I have seen His Majesty, Your Highness, Xiao Nanqing stated, his posture straight and unwavering, merely nodding slightly. Xiao Mok chuckled. Uncle returns victorious. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xiao Nanqing replied, his expression neither joyful nor angry, proceeding to his designated seat while casting a fleeting glance at Nangong. Doubts began to stir within him. What was amiss? Why had the seat beside Xiao Mok, once occupied by Su Luoqing, now shifted to Nangong? No one knew that Xiao Nanqing had also been reborn. In his previous life, he had been betrayed by those close to him, hastily rising in arms to seize the imperial city. His men were all annihilated, and he himself had fled in panic to the cold palace, where he encountered the doomed Nangong. Recognizing their mutual despair, the two desperate souls consumed the powdered red, choosing to depart this world together. To his astonishment, fate had granted him another chance at life. Xiao Nanqing's fate was not to be extinguished. In this lifetime, he was determined to seize back his rightful kingdom. At the banquet, the dancers twirled in flowing sleeves. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and the clinking of cups echoed as words of merriment flowed among the rulers and ministers. Xia Xingyan plucked a grape and popped it into her mouth, marveling at the rarity of such fresh fruit in the icy winter. Her gaze drifted to Xiao Nanqing, his visage as cold and unyielding as ever. As the ministers toasted him, he merely nodded slightly, raising his cup to drink it all in one go. Ah, so he is indeed a man of high aloofness, Xia Xingyan mused, finding him quite amusing. At the very least, he was far more appealing than the frosty demeanor of Xiao Mok. Nangong reminded her not to forget the important matters at hand, to which Xia Xingyan lowered her voice and replied, I understand. I am merely seeking an opportunity. Xiao Mochuan proposed to reward Xiao Nanqing and inquired about his wishes. I seek nothing more, came the reply from the minister. Before the emperor, Xiao Nanqing remained as icy as ever, keeping others at a distance, especially since he desired someone to speak on his behalf. Two ministers exchanged glances, rose, and knelt, proposing to elevate Xiao Nanqing to the position of imperial uncle and regent. Nangong Hongyuan, Su Ho, and several other ministers vehemently opposed this, aiming to protect the imperial authority while primarily safeguarding their own interests. Should Xiao Nanqing rise to power, the beneficiaries would be the Cui family, along with the noble families and ministers who supported him. Each individual schemed for their own and their family's benefit, engaging in a verbal battle that filled the banquet with lively commotion. Xia Xingyan watched this smoke-free war with great interest, while the powerful figures remained silent and composed. Indeed, the influential ones lurked in the shadows, while the pawns charged to the forefront, Xia Xingyan mused. Xiao Mochuan appeared already aware, showing no surprise at the proposal to elevate Xiao Nanqing to imperial uncle and regent. Let be known, Prince Nan, Xiao Nanqing, has rendered great service in pacifying the northern desert. Henceforth, he shall be elevated to imperial uncle and regent, sharing in the governance of the state with me, Xiao Mochuan declared, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The ministers fell silent, and Xiao Nanqing rose slightly to bow, thanking his majesty. "Uncle, you shall have much to handle henceforth," Xiao Machuan remarked, though his smile did not reach his eyes. "Understood," Xiao Nanqing replied, maintaining his cordial demeanor. A crescent moon hung in the sky, its radiant light illuminating the delicate corner towers, casting a soft, hazy glow upon the palace walls. The white jade floor shimmered with a gentle luminescence, the snow long melted, yet the chill outside persisted. Leaning against the railing, Xiao Nanqing held a jade-colored wine pot in his large palm, pouring the exquisite liquor into his mouth with an effortless grace. Having spent much time in the military amidst rough men, he possessed a certain nonchalance that contrasted with the more conventional Xiao Machuan. "Your uncle seems to be in high spirits," a sweet, alluring voice floated into his ears. Xiao Nanqing instinctively turned to see Xia Xingyan. Her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded her in a deep blue phoenix robe, her enchanting eyes sparkling, red lips slightly parted, and a wine pot held delicately in her fair hand. This appearance was a stark contrast to the pallid figure of the former Empress in the cold palace. "Empress." He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Xia Xingyan stepped forward, curtsying slightly, and smiled. "Congratulations on your elevation to regent, Your Highness." Xiao Nanqing regarded her from a height, his dark eyes inscrutable. He held a profound distrust for this woman. Though everything in this rebirth mirrored his previous life, it seemed that a divergence began with her. "Your uncle truly enjoys the cold night for moon-gazing?" Xia Xingyan thought to keep herself aloof from their royal family struggles. Agreeing to assist Nangong Jiala in her revenge was merely a tactical decision. At present, she needed to find the Wei family recipes and extricate herself swiftly. Xiao Nanqing gazed into the distance, speaking lightly. "It was too stifling indoors. I merely stepped out for fresh air." "Yet, Empress, why are you not accompanying the Emperor? Choosing instead to converse with your uncle?" "Your uncle jests. I believe the Emperor prefers my absence," she replied with a wry smile. Xiao Nanqing lifted the wine jug, only to find it empty upon shaking it. Disappointed, she cast it aside. The whispers from the outside world suggested that the Empress had fallen from grace. And it appeared to be true. "If the prince does not mind, feel free to drink from mine," Xia Xingyan offered, extending her own jug towards him. Xiao Nanqing hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Her cool fingertips brushed against his warm hand, causing him to frown slightly as he cast a glance at Xia Xingyan, who maintained a serene expression. Perhaps it was unintentional, he mused, as he swiftly took the jug. Just then, a palace maid arrived to summon Xia Xingyan, prompting her to bow slightly and depart. Xiao Nanqing raised the jug to his lips, ready to drink, when he noticed a faint red mark on the rim. Lipstick, unmistakably from a woman. With a cold chuckle, he set the jug on the railing and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly returned to claim the jug. In the shadows, a woman smiled faintly. "Little theater ant. Your Highness, are you attempting to share an indirect kiss with the Empress?" "Xiao Nanqing. She was the one who flirted with me first." "Officer, who initiated the contact between the two of you?" "Xia Xingyan. Is it my fault then?" Chapter 9. Uncle, save me at the entrance of the imperial city. Two women dressed as palace maids held tokens from the Empress's chamber, using the pretext of shopping for the lady, successfully deceiving the guards. Having exited the palace, Xia Xingyan felt elated, while her companion, Zhuyin, wore a troubled expression. Her master's reckless behavior could lead to severe reprimands if discovered by the palace officials. Xia Xingyan dismissed such concerns, for her excursions usually led her to quaint ancient towns, overly commercialized and artificial. Nothing compared to the authentic vibrancy of the bustling streets before her now, reminiscent of the famed Qingming Shangha Tuesday. In the heart of the capital, beneath the emperor's watchful eye, prosperity thrived. The cobblestone streets were lined with tea houses, taverns, pawn shops, workshops, and numerous vendors peddling their wares. Freshly picked, succulent cabbage, an eager goose peering from a bamboo cage, glistening candied hawthorns, steam rising from wonton stalls, elderly men hawking black sesame seeds, alongside merchants selling masks, cosmetics, and jewelry. Xia Xingyan, wide-eyed with childlike curiosity, immersed herself in the lively atmosphere, inhaling the rich scents of the ancient market. Make way, a gruff voice boomed, accompanied by the sound of cart wheels rolling. The crowd instinctively pinched their noses and stepped aside. Xia Xingyan remained captivated by a vendor's offerings of rouge, unaware that Zhu Yin had been sent off to procure some snacks. A hulking man in a short coat pushed a one-wheeled cart, laden with 2 large barrels filled with foul-smelling refuse. Despite the winter chill, the stench was overwhelming. The cart drew nearer, yet Xia Xingyan remained oblivious. "Watch out!" A young man, brandishing a straw sign, suddenly dashed forward and pulled her aside. "What are you doing?" Xia Xingyan exclaimed, startled by his abrupt action. The refuse collector stumbled, causing the cart to tilt dangerously, but the young man quickly rushed forward, managing to steady it. Both the collector and the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude to the young man. No need for thanks. Just be more careful next time," he stammered. Xia Xingyan squinted as she scrutinized the young man before her. He had attempted to rescue her, and she regretted missing the opportunity to express her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me," she said as she approached him. The young man, appearing somewhat awkward, shrank back and stammered, "And no, it's nothing." At merely 17 or 18 years of age, he possessed a certain rugged charm. His disheveled hair bore a blade of grass, and, in the biting cold, he wore only a tattered single garment, patched in numerous places, with his bare toes peeking out from a pair of straw sandals. He was undoubtedly a child of impoverished circumstances. The young man bowed his head and knelt beside a piece of decrepit wood, upon which the words "selling oneself" were scrawled. "Why would a young lad like you resort to such a thing?" Xia Xingyan queried, crouching down with a smile. The young man flushed crimson, struggling to articulate, My sister. She is ill." "What is your name?" she asked. Lei, he replied, just as Xia Xingyan was about to speak again. A cacophony of voices shattered the moment. "Make way. Move aside." A man clad in a satin jacket, resembling a steward, pushed through the crowd with an air of arrogance. Striding up to Lei, the biting cold necessitated heavier clothing, yet the steward waddled like a corpulent penguin. With a disdainful glance, he tossed a piece of broken silver and commanded one of his servants to attach a dog leash around Lei's neck, intending to drag him away. "What do you intend to do?" Xia Xingyan demanded, her brows knitted in anger. The steward turned, sizing her up with a contemptuous smirk. "Little girl, meddling in the affairs of the Chui household is perilous. He is selling himself, and I am purchasing him with my silver. What of it? I could even kill him if I wished." As he spoke, he placed his hefty foot atop Lei's head. With his head bowed and his frostbitten hands clenched in a fist, Lei trembled slightly. Xia Xingyan scoffed. "I thought you were of some esteemed lineage. This man cannot be taken. I have purchased him." She then produced a gold ingot and handed it to Lei. Surprised, Lei looked up, his dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lei, listen well. From this moment forth, I am your master. Teach these blind curs a lesson," Xia Xingyan commanded coldly. She had never been one to cower in the face of adversity. She believed in immediate retaliation against any injustice. If one lacked the strength, it was wise to bide one's time until the moment for retribution arose. Upon hearing her words, Lei tore off the leash that had been affixed to his neck, brandishing it as a weapon. With fierce determination, he charged at the steward, swiftly subduing him. When a servant attempted to intervene, Lei entangled them both with the leash. Thus, the steward and his servant were bound together by the leash, fleeing in embarrassment amidst the laughter of onlookers, not forgetting to issue threats as they departed. Xia Xingyan laughed heartily, then turned to Lei, praising, "Well done." Lei lowered his head, silent, but his heart brimmed with gratitude for his new master. "Enough standing about like a fool. Quickly take your sister to see a doctor," Xia Xingyan urged. Her intentions were purely altruistic. She did not genuinely wish to purchase him, for the lessons she had learned throughout her life forbade her from engaging in such illegal transactions. In this ancient setting, during the era of Chu and Jin, individuals could sometimes be treated as commodities, bought and sold when necessary. As Lei thought of his sister, a look of urgency flashed in his eyes. He bowed to Xia Xingyan, clutching a gold ingot tightly in his substantial hand, and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Xia Xingyan called out to him. Lei turned back, fearing she had changed her mind. Panic flickered across his handsome face as he thought of his sister waiting in a dilapidated temple, desperately needing the money for survival. If not for this dire situation, he would never consider selling himself. Xia Xingmian smiled warmly, tossing him another gold ingot, and said, "It's cold. Buy yourself a cotton coat to keep warm." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away. Leahy caught the gold ingot, gripping it tightly, his eyes reddening as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Master, my life from this day forth belongs to you." Xia Xingmian felt elated and playful. She stopped at a small stall to order a bowl of tofu pudding, garnished with dried shrimp, red chili, and vibrant green scallions. The freshly cooked tofu emitted an enticing aroma, and she inhaled deeply, greedily savoring the scent of the food. Zhu Yin returned with pastries, and upon hearing about a particular shop on West Street, known for its delectable preserved fruits, she sent Zhu Yin to procure some. Observing the bustling street, she contemplated opening a restaurant in the most prosperous area, adding bathing services, a gambling house, and accommodations, certain it would yield great profits. She made a mental note to look for suitable premises later. While lost in dreams of wealth, she suddenly noticed a throng approaching, led by a young man clad in a black mink coat. He appeared to be around 20, possessing striking features, yet his demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. Following him was none other than the steward who had been beaten earlier. Oh no! It seemed that vile steward had returned home to inform his master, and now he was back seeking revenge. With Leahy absent and Zhu Yin dispatched to buy supplies, Xia Xingmian could only lament her misfortune. "Today, I shall see which bold fool dares to challenge the Chui family," the leading dandy exclaimed, his voice laced with arrogance. A group of sycophants followed behind him, echoing their agreement. As they passed the tofu stall, a sense of caution washed over Xia Xingmian. Not wanting to provoke trouble, she tossed a silver ingot aside, keeping her head down as she hurriedly left with her snacks. However, she did not anticipate that the group would split. One faction pursued her, while the steward and his entourage took another route. Caught off guard, she collided with the steward and, trying to escape, felt their relentless pursuit. In a desperate bid for survival, she relinquished the snack box they had grabbed and fled blindly, thinking that this time her fate was sealed. Although she sprinted with remarkable speed, she could not match the ferocity of the ruthless pursuers behind her. Suddenly, she crashed into a solid figure, as unyielding as a wall. A wave of dread washed over her. Was this a dead end? She looked up to meet a pair of deep, black eyes. Xia Xingmian felt as though she had encountered Savior. Clinging tightly to his muscular waist, her delicate hand grasped him as she implored, "Uncle, save me. There are bad people trying to catch me." Xiao Nanqing's gaze was icy as he assessed the group pursuing them, and with a smirk, he remarked coldly, "The Empress seems to be enjoying herself, racing with others in broad daylight." The servants approached, brazenly speaking out against Xiao Nanqing. "You little brat, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Hand over that wretched girl to me, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." "Royal uncle, did you hear that? They insult you and threaten you," Xia Xingmian provocatively chimed in. Xiao Nanqing shielded her behind him, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the group of servants. These servants, accustomed to flaunting their power, were unaware of his true identity, and thus did not regard him as a threat. They lunged at him with menacing gestures. However, they were no match for Xiao Nanqing, the formidable regent who had traversed the battlefield. With a swift kick, he sent a nearby long bench flying, toppling several of the servants. The others, baring their teeth, charged at him, but with a single leg extended, he dispatched one, and with a graceful leap, he brought down two more. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, and soon a multitude lay sprawled on the ground, curled up and wailing in agony. "Royal uncle, you are truly impressive," Xia Xingmian exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Nanqing cast a stoic glance her way. Her praise brought him no joy. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he pondered a troubling thought. Shouldn't Nangong Jiala be at the Zicheng Hall? How could she possibly be in this Yuzhou city? Everything seemed to unfold as it had in his previous life, save for her unexpected presence. You wait," the group of servants gasped, clutching their chests as they struggled to rise, issuing further threats. Xia Xingyan rolled her eyes. What else could the servants of the Chui family do aside from making empty threats? Who dared to stir trouble in such a precarious position? The haughty voices echoed around them. Chapter 10. Punishment from the Empress Dowager. Xia Xingyan swallowed hard, anxiously watching Xiao Nanqing. The ruffians he faced were numerous. If a fight broke out, could he withstand it? Royal uncle, regent, the first war god of Chu Jin, please muster your strength. I do not wish to be beaten into a pig's head, she muttered under her breath. Xiao Nanqing eyed her suspiciously, puzzled by her strange demeanor. She was indeed an odd woman. The young scion, flanked by his entourage, strutted over, ready to unleash his grievances. However, he suddenly froze, his expression faltering, his body stiffening, and he swallowed hard, his throat instinctively convulsing. The servants around him, oblivious, continued to shout, "Young master, it was him. He struck us." Xiao Nanqing's demeanor turned cold, and he emotionlessly called out, "Jin Cheng, cousin." Chui Jin Cheng lamented, realizing the disaster that had befallen him, as if a deluge had swept through the Dragon King Temple, entangling him with his cousin. Since childhood, he had feared Xiao Nanqing. The latter never smiled, resembling a living incarnation of Yama, the king of hell, perpetually wearing a stern expression, as if everyone owed him 200 taels of silver. Jin Cheng, cousin? So they are acquainted, and their relationship appears rather close. Return at once. I will report today's events to Lord Chui, Xiao Nanqing said coldly. Hearing this, Chui Jin Cheng panicked, pleading, "No, cousin, I was wrong. Spare me this time. My father will surely beat me to death. I shall return to my studies right away." With that, he retracted his head, ready to flee. They broke my snack. Xia Xingyan tugged at Xiao Nanqing's sleeve, whispering softly. Xiao Nanqing shot a glance at Chui Jincheng, who immediately understood and sent someone to buy some pastries as a gesture of goodwill towards Xia Xingyan. With the sweet treats in hand, Xia Xingyan's spirits lifted considerably, and she chose not to hold a grudge against them. Chui Jincheng swiftly took his servants and retreated, and once they were out of Xiao Nanqing's sight, he felt a profound sense of relief, as if reborn. Yet, a nagging sense of unease lingered. His cousin Xiao Nanqing had always been indifferent to women. It was unheard of for him to be so close to a woman, practically on the verge of embracing her. Despite his foul demeanor, Chui Jincheng sensed something unusual in his cousin's attitude towards this woman. The Empress Dowager had long been troubled by the absence of a significant other in his life. Now that he had developed an interest in someone, it was imperative to convey this good news immediately. Being a man of action, Chui Jincheng wasted no time. He found a talented painter among the servants and, relying on his memory, sketched a portrait of Nangwajala before promptly heading to the palace. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyan, relieved of her troubles, was about to leave with her pastries when Xiao Nanqing called her back. She turned with a smile, saying, "I almost forgot to thank the regent. I truly appreciate your assistance today, uncle." Xiao Nanqing regarded her intently and inquired, "What brings the Empress to Yuzhou City at this hour?" Caught off guard, Xia Xingyan hesitated. Her lips parted slightly as she struggled to formulate a response. It was impossible to feign ignorance after having just referred to him as uncle. The palace felt stifling. "So, I thought I would take a stroll," she mumbled, lowering her head like a child who had misbehaved. "Such nonsense," Xiao Nanqing frowned, adopting a tone of authority. "Uncle, please, I beg you, do not tell anyone about this, all right? I promise it won't happen again," she pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him, her delicate fingers playfully tugging at his sleeve. Xiao Nanqing withdrew his sleeve, focusing straight ahead, refusing to meet her gaze. Uncle, please, I implore you just this once." Her voice was soft and beguiling, capable of melting even the hardest of hearts. After a moment of contemplation, he finally relented, emitting a muffled grunt. "Thank you, uncle. I knew you would understand," Xia Xingyan exclaimed, her demeanor brightening once more. They decided to return to the palace early, as Zhu had brought back some candied fruits. As Xia Xingyan turned to bid farewell to Xiao Nanqing, she realized he had vanished without a trace. "How rude," she muttered, but upon reflection, she dismissed it, remembering that he had assisted her earlier. Upon entering the Zicheng Hall, Xia Xingyan was filled with joy, clutching her pastries, with Zhu Yin closely trailing behind. However, the atmosphere in the hall was unusually tense and silent, raising her suspicions. Before she could ponder further, she was greeted by the sight of numerous palace attendants kneeling on the cold floor, trembling in fear. Ji Jin looked up at her, his face a mask of grievance. What happened? Why is everyone kneeling? Get up. Xia Xingyan reached out to help Ji Jin rise. Suddenly, a harsh, aged voice rang out. Your Majesty, the Empress. Xia Xingyan turned towards the source of the voice to find an elderly matron standing rigidly behind her, resembling a specter. Who are you? Do you wish to frighten me to death? Xia Xingyan furrowed her brows, her expression one of displeasure. The elderly matron offered a slight bow, her demeanor unchanging as she stated, This servant hails from the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager requests your presence for a conversation, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager? Was she not the grandmother of Xiao Machuan and the mother of Xiao Nanqing? What business could she have with her? Though reluctant, Xia Xingyan had no choice but to comply, following the matron to the Zicheng Hall, where the palace attendants knelt, each sweating profusely with unease. The Empress Dowager resided in the tranquil Chongmen Palace, a place seldom frequented by others. Yet, the decor within was exquisitely arranged. Even the stone benches in the courtyard were carved from white jade. The matron led Xia Xingyan into the courtyard, her countenance growing colder, her gaze sharp as she regarded her, standing even straighter as she delivered the Empress Dowager's decree. The Empress was to kneel here for 2 hours as punishment for her breach of palace rules. What transgression have I committed? On what grounds must I kneel? I demand to see the Empress Dowager, Xia Xingyan asserted, attempting to stride forward. Several burly matrons intercepted her, forcing her to the ground. Your Highness, the regent is currently dining with the Empress Dowager. What have you done that you are nowhere to be found today? Should I continue? The matron asked with a disdainful tone. In that moment, Xia Xingyan comprehended that her secretive escape from the palace had been discovered by the Empress Dowager. That detestable Xiao Nanqing, a towering man who had proven to be a liar and a traitor. With her misdeed unveiled, Xia Xingyan could only accept her punishment, her head held high, filled with resentment and indignation towards Xiao Nanqing as she knelt. Meanwhile, within the Chang'an Palace, the charcoal fire blazed brightly. A splendid spread adorned the gilded Zietenwood table, featuring dishes such as braised deer tendons, cherry meat, stir-fried phoenix tongues, osmanthus fish fins, and golden dragon and phoenix crabs. A stunning woman in her 40s, crowned with a turquoise phoenix tiara and clad in a brown phoenix robe, sat gracefully at the table, her beauty undiminished by age. Opposite her, Xiao Nanqing, in his dark 8-clawed dragon robe, sat upright, ever respectful towards this aunt. The matron entered and reported, Empress Dowager, the Empress is outside receiving punishment. Cui Ruofu raised her hand, signaling the matron to withdraw. Upon hearing of the Empress's punishment, Xiao Nanqing's brows slightly furrowed, a detail not missed by Cui Ruofu. I hear the Empress encountered a situation outside the palace today? Cui Ruofu inquired with a probing smile. Earlier, Cui Jinsheng had burst into the palace with a portrait, fervently declaring that a woman had been seen with Xiao Nanqing, which had briefly filled her with hope that her son had finally come to his senses. However, upon viewing the portrait, she nearly fainted with rage, for the woman depicted was none other than the Empress, Nangong Jiala. After sending someone to inquire discreetly at the Zicheng Hall, it was confirmed that Nangong Jiala was indeed absent from the palace. Cui Ruofu, hesitant to act rashly, worried that Xiao Nanqing might genuinely have an inappropriate relationship with the Empress, thus choosing to reprimand her in silence, careful not to alarm others. Xiao Nanqing was the sole hope for her and the entire Cui family. There could be no misstep. Xiao Nanqing paused momentarily before replying nonchalantly. It was merely a chance encounter. Is that so? I thought as much, Cui Ruofu said, relieved, then summoned another matron to discreetly inform the Empress Dowager of the Empress's unauthorized departure from the palace. Not long ago, Nangong Jiala had just outmaneuvered the Su family, leading to Su Luoqing's banishment to the Cold Palace. At present, the Su family was troubled by their inability to obtain any incriminating evidence against Nangong Jiala. Seizing the opportunity to sell a favor, they sought to incite a conflict between the two prominent clans, hoping to reap the benefits from their strife. Chui Ruofu could conceive of the strategy, and naturally, Xiao Nanqing would also be aware of it. However, should that transpire, Nangong Jiala would inevitably face severe punishment. A sudden pang of compassion stirred within him. He was reluctant to see her suffer. In truth, the Empress has exited the palace today to discuss a matter with me, Xiao Nanqing stated. Chui Ruofu was taken aback, her stunning visage exhibiting a fleeting expression of astonishment. Qinger, she spoke, apprehensive that Xiao Nanqing might utter something that would instill fear in her heart. Should he attempt to sway the Nangong family through Nangong Jiala? He hesitated to speak further. Yet Chui Ruofu understood his unvoiced thoughts. Nodding in agreement, she recognized that Xiao Mochuan's successful ascension to the throne relied upon the support of both the Nangong and Su families. Should he harness their power for his own ends, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. She tacitly permitted his intentions, but cautioned him to maintain a distance from Nangong Jiala. After all, the relationship between an imperial uncle and his niece-in-law, if exposed to the prying eyes of gossip mongers, would tarnish their reputations. Qinger, you must know your limits. If you truly harbor feelings for the daughter of the Nangong family, your mother will certainly advocate for you, Chui Ruofu advised earnestly. Mother, you worry too much, Xiao Nanqing replied. How could he possibly have affections for Nangong Jiala? Perhaps it was their shared fate in a past life, or the casual conversations under the moonlight, or their chance encounter on the street today. The frequency of their meetings had merely become rather excessive, nothing more. Little interlude, Aunt. Your Highness, have you felt moved? Xiao Nanqing, not at all. Aunt, I wonder how long you can hold out. Xiao Nanqing, my heart is as steadfast as a rock. Aunt, I see you as a cooked duck. Chapter 11. The Traitor? Xia Xingmian had never been punished to kneel since she could remember. 2 hours equated to 4 long hours, and they had only passed halfway. The ground was frigid, and her legs had long since gone numb. Behind her, the brocade and bamboo attendants fidgeted anxiously like ants on a hot pan, yet powerless to assist. This was a matter that could not be disclosed. If anyone were to find out, her master would surely endure even greater suffering, which might extend beyond mere punishment of kneeling. As Xiao Nanqing emerged from the hall, he spotted Xia Xingmian languidly kneeling, with a maid attempting to place knee pads beneath her. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he approached and looked down at her from his elevated position. Xia Xingmian raised her gaze, and there stood Xiao Nanqing, draped in a black fox fur cloak, surveying her with a lofty disdain. Anger surged within her. She straightened her back, rolled her eyes, and defiantly held his gaze. The maid behind her immediately bowed upon seeing Xiao Nanqing. Her reaction caught him off guard. Not long ago, she had been sweetly addressing him as uncle, yet now displayed such a contradictory attitude, rendering her inscrutable. It was futile, considering he had previously pleaded for her before the Empress Dowager, securing her release from his punishment. You may return to the palace now, Empress, Xiao Nanqing stated with an indifferent tone, reminiscent of the chill of winter, devoid of warmth. The Empress Dowager has commanded that I kneel for 2 hours, and only half the time has elapsed, she retorted with a cold smile. An elderly matron behind her interjected. The prince has interceded on behalf of the Empress. The Empress Dowager has already lifted the remaining punishment. Pleading for mercy? Would he truly be so benevolent? Were it not for his lack of integrity, I would not have to endure such a prolonged penance. However, a true hero does not succumb to immediate adversity. As she struggled to rise, her legs could no longer bear her weight, and she faltered, leaning forward. By instinct, Xiao Nanqing deftly sidestepped, gracefully avoiding the arc of her imminent fall. Just as she was about to topple, it was fortuitous that Zhu Yin and Ji Jin were quick to support her. This insufferable man displayed not an ounce of gentlemanly demeanor. Xia Xingmian, in a fit of anger, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Nanqing, and with the assistance of the palace maids, limped away. Left behind, Xiao Nanqing contemplated offering an explanation, yet deemed it unnecessary. I am utterly exasperated, Xia Xingmian thought, never anticipating that Xiao Nanqing would prove so untrustworthy. Shortly after her arrival at the Zikan Hall, the Empress Dowager sent word, issuing a minor punishment that cost her a year's worth of silver benefits. A whole year, 5,000 taels per annum. Xia Xingmian lamented her misfortune. She needed to swiftly acquire the Wei clan recipes and escape this place, but in the vast realm of Chu Jin, locating a single recipe was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The Empress, lacking favor, would certainly not assist her. To hastily enlist the help of the Nangong family would raise suspicions. As for Xiao Nanqing, he was even less reliable. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xia Xingmian realized she could only rely on herself. Yet if she were to leave the palace, someone must remain behind to take her place. Do you know anyone skilled in disguise? She inquired. Nangong Jiala pondered for a moment before responding. My brother Nangong, he has a maid named Luo Qingyi, who is adept in both medicine and disguise. Why do you ask? Could she be brought into the palace? Xia Xingmian began to formulate a plan. Nangong Jiala hesitated. The regent prince seldom resides in the palace. If I wish to win his favor, I must leave the palace. Xia Xingmian found a fitting justification. Nangong Jiala was persuaded. I will compose a letter for my brother to facilitate Luo Qingyi's entrance into the palace. That would be splendid. Xia Xingmian mused as she savored a piece of date pastry. Indulging in sweet treats often brightened her mood, and while cakes were scarce in ancient times, traditional pastries held their own delightful flavors. Nangong proved to be remarkably efficient. Soon enough, Luo Qingyi was presented at the Zikan Hall, becoming the Empress's personal maid. At merely 18 years of age, she possessed a delicate beauty and an air of refinement. It was said that her family had once served as imperial physicians, yet for reasons unknown, they met with misfortune, leading to their demise, while she was sold to the pleasure quarters and ultimately rescued by the Nangong family. The weather had been pleasant lately, and Xia Xingmian, disliking early mornings, opted to forego the greetings of the other concubines, preferring to remain within her own quarters. Each harbored their own schemes, vying for advantage and secrecy, and without genuine interaction, their endeavors were rendered futile, allowing her to avoid unnecessary concerns. After lounging in bed until well past the sun's zenith, she stretched lazily. Ji Jin attended to her grooming, while the palace attendants delivered both breakfast and lunch. Xia Xingmian hastily consumed a few bites, lacking much appetite, yet a bowl of chicken soup wontons captured her fancy. Their vibrant hue and tender texture were exquisite. The flavor fresh and not overly rich, particularly enhanced by the cilantro garnishing the top, a delightful finishing touch. Most notably, the taste felt eerily familiar, and before long, she had finished an entire bowl. Who prepared this chicken soup wonton? Xia Xingyan inquired. The attendant replied, Your Highness, it was made by a newly arrived kitchen helper. The flavor was familiar. Could it be that the Wei family cookbook was in the hands of this newly arrived kitchen assistant? What is his name? Xia Xingmian eagerly inquired. The palace attendant replied, Honestly, everyone calls him Xiao Shunzi. Is he skilled in culinary arts? Xia Xingmian asked. He can only make chicken soup wontons, the attendant answered. Xia Xingmian felt somewhat disheartened. How could someone possessing the Wei family cookbook only know how to prepare one dish of chicken soup wontons? She instructed Juyin to take out a few taels of silver to reward the assistant who made the wontons. The ice and snow in the imperial garden had long since melted, and the plum blossoms, blooming defiantly against the cold, became the only splash of color. Exuding a captivating fragrance, unable to resist, she plucked a branch to play with in her hands. The attendant and palace maids followed closely behind her, as if under scrutiny. She found excuse to send everyone back first and wandered off alone. A familiar figure caught her eye, clad in a dark robe. There was no one else it could be but Xiao Nanqing. Out of sight, out of mind, Xia Xingmian quickened her pace, eager to escape this place of gossip. Suddenly, Nangong Jiala appeared, changing direction from the path to the Zicheng Hall and heading straight for Xiao Nanqing. Xia Xingmian, wishing to turn back, found it too late. Xiao Nanqing had already spotted her. Greetings, regent, she acknowledged perfunctorily. I have met the Empress, Xiao Nanqing replied, surprisingly offering a rare bow. Xia Xingmian tugged at the corner of her mouth, saying in a sarcastic tone, Regent, such a refined interest amidst your busy affairs. You still find time to stroll in the imperial garden? The Empress worries too much. I merely paid my respects to the Empress Dowager and happened to pass through the garden, Xiao Nanqing replied, his posture straight, not even glancing in her direction. In that case, I shall not disturb you, Your Highness, Xia Xingmian said, shaking her sleeves as she turned to leave, thinking, if you do not look at me, then I have no interest in looking at you. Unexpectedly, her foot slipped on a patch of icy water, and she felt herself teetering backward. Alas! She would surely fall in a most undignified manner. Xia Xingmian silently lamented, closing her eyes tightly. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped her slender waist, preventing her fall. Not falling? She cautiously opened her eyes, only to be met with the handsome yet brooding visage of Xiao Nanqing. Be careful, Your Highness, he said with an indifferent expression. Xia Xingmian scoffed. Who asked you to meddle? Let go. The last time he had not caught her, nearly causing her to fall. Now, he came pretending to be the Good Samaritan. Xiao Nanqing frowned slightly at her words, clearly taken aback by such a callous woman. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Is Your Highness certain you want me to let go? Of course, Xia Xingmian replied audaciously, completely oblivious to her precarious situation. Xiao Nanqing snorted coldly and decisively withdrew his hand from her waist. Without the support, Xia Xingmian lost her balance. Her feet slipped, and she fell into the river. The water was frigid, chilling her to the bone, and she sank rapidly. Help, help! She cried out, her clothes soaked and growing heavier, rendering her unable to struggle. Xiao Nanqing observed her from the riverbank, a slight smirk playing at his lips as he waited, anticipating the moment she would plead for his assistance. Seeing Xiao Nanqing standing motionless on the shore, despair welled up within Xia Xingmian. What a heartless man! Could he not see that she was on the brink of drowning? Where had the spirit of Lei Feng gone? She began to regret allowing the palace eunuchs and maidens to leave earlier, in the biting cold of the imperial garden. Not a soul was in sight. Was it to be the end of Xia Xingmian today, to perish in this small river? As water surged into her nostrils, the instinct for survival compelled her to cry out, Uncle Emperor, save me, I beg you. On the riverbank, Xiao Nanqing finally stirred, a smile curling on his lips. With a graceful leap, he grasped her wrist and pulled her from the water. Gasping for breath, Xia Xingmian coughed violently, once her breathing steadied. She raised her hand and struck Xiao Nanqing across the face. Caught off guard, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to lay a hand upon him. The last individual who attempted to harm him likely lay buried beneath grass, taller than a man. How dare this woman? His brows knitted together, resembling an enraged lion. His chest heaving with fury as he tightened his grip on her delicate wrist, glaring at her with ire. You dare strike this prince? Do you think one must choose an auspicious day to hit you? Xia Xingmian raised her other hand and, without a hint of mercy, delivered another slap. You are outrageous. Xiao Nanqing seethed. This woman had audaciously struck him twice. Did she wish for her own demise? As a martial artist, he had little regard for restraint, and Xia Xingmian felt as though her wrist might fracture. Unable to suppress her tears, she exclaimed, Xiao Nanqing, you scoundrel! You promised to keep my departure from the palace a secret, yet turned around and informed the Empress Dowager. You are a traitor, a hypocrite, a despicable informant. He informed on her? When had he ever done such a thing? Then it struck him, it was Cui Jinsheng. This woman mistakenly believed he had broken his promise. Explaining her sudden shift in demeanor. As she writhed in pain, he gradually loosened his grip, noticing the mark his hold had left, a deep bruise. Did it hurt? He felt a pang of regret for having been too forceful. These noble women were accustomed to pampering and could hardly withstand his strength. Xia Xingmian held her head high, indignantly cursing, You vile scoundrel, striking a woman. Just as Xiao Nanqing's heart softened, he hardened again, turning to leave, only to abruptly return and drape his fox fur cloak over her shoulders before storming away, filled with rage. What a predicament! He had merely strolled through the imperial garden, rescued someone, and ended up receiving 2 slaps. He secretly vowed to have her little hands severed. The palace servants from the Zicheng Hall, noticing their master had not returned for some time, ventured out and found Xia Xingmian drenched, resembling a soaked chicken, her lips turning purple and her complexion pale, shivering uncontrollably. They hastily helped her up. Wrapped in blankets and sipping 2 bowls of ginger soup, Xia Xingmian finally regained her composure. Clenching her fists tightly, she silently vowed, Xiao Nanqing, I Xia Xingmian shall be your sworn enemy. As she seethed, she could not help but sneeze. Meanwhile, far away in the regent's residence, Xiao Nanqing unexpectedly sneezed as well. Had giving his cloak to that ungrateful woman caused him to catch a chill? Little seen ant, why did you let go? You truly lack compassion for delicate beauty. Xiao Nanqing, she instructed me to release her. Xia Xingyan. Chapter 12. A misunderstanding? Falling into the water in the dead of winter rendered Xia Xingyan obedient for a few days. There was no other option, for she was beset by a high fever. Her throat feeling as if stuffed with cotton, her mind clouded with confusion. In ancient times, the administration of injections or intravenous therapies was not possible. Fortunately, Luo Qingyi possessed remarkable medical skills, and after a few doses of herbal medicine, recovery was swift, though her voice remained somewhat hoarse. After consuming a stewed pear with Sichuan fritillary, her condition improved. Just as her health was restored, a message arrived from the Nangong family, conveying that the recently disfavored concubine, Su, should take this opportunity to win back the emperor's favor and conceive a prince post-haste. Such sentiments were mere illusions. It was the presence of a child that truly mattered. It was a simplistic notion, as though merely frequenting the company of Xiao Mo Chuan would guarantee conception. This predicament left Xia Xingmian in a quandary, for Nangong Jiala was resolutely opposed to meeting Xiao Mo Chuan, while the Nangong family pressed for compliance. After considerable deliberation, she decided to feign compliance. After all, he was her nominal husband, albeit lacking in affection and the essence of a marital bond. Yet the title was sufficient for the occasion. Once one enters the imperial palace, the depths are unfathomable. The plight of women in ancient times was indeed formidable. When one as husband does not cherish them, they're still expected to vie for favor. Were this the modern era, such a man would have received a few resounding slaps for his behavior. Since she could not visit empty-handed, she prepared a tomato, mushroom, and tofu soup in the small kitchen. The delicate white tofu paired beautifully with the vibrant red tomatoes, enhanced by the umami of mushrooms, creating a delightful and appetizing broth. After tasting it, Xia Xingmian found it exquisitely delicious, packing it in an insulated food container. At that moment, the palace attendant sent to gather information returned with news that the emperor was currently engaged in a game of chess with Prince Chui in the study. Chui? Which one? Never mind. He would be dismissed as inconsequential. Xia Xingmian, fully prepared, made her way to the study, accompanied by several palace attendants, with Zhu Yin carrying the food container behind her. Xiao Mo Chuan's personal attendant entered to announce her presence. Your Majesty, the Empress requests an audience, the attendant reported. Bowing deeply, the Empress? Nangong Jiala? Xiao Mo Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. It was indeed a rarity for her to seek him out. Surely, she must have something of importance to discuss. Across from him, Chui Jinsheng placed a piece into the chess pot. Xiao Mo Chuan nodded thoughtfully, then instructed, "Let the Empress enter." Understood. The attendant, having received the command, exited and respectfully addressed Xia Xingyan. Your Majesty, the Emperor has summoned you inside. Thank you, esteemed attendant. Xia Xingyan replied courteously as she entered with Zhu Yin. Inside, the charcoal fire blazed warmly, and the doors and windows were tightly shut, allowing not a whisper of wind to intrude. Xiao Mo Chuan sat sideways in a deep blue robe, intently focused on the chessboard before him. Across from him sat a young man clad in a red official robe, his profile revealing a certain handsomeness, reminiscent of a charming young lord. Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty, Xia Xingmian said softly as she entered, bowing slightly. The Empress has arrived, Xiao Mo Chuan remarked, lifting his gaze slightly, setting down his chess piece and turning to face her. Chui Jinsheng, who had been sipping tea, hastily set his cup down to bow upon hearing the Empress had arrived. In his haste, he nearly spilled the tea he had just consumed. At that moment, Xia Xingmian caught sight of Chui Jinsheng's face, her expression subtly shifting, and her lips curling slightly. Both recognized each other, yet they tacitly agreed to act as though the events of that day had never occurred. Minister Chui Jinsheng pays his respects to the Empress. Chui Jinsheng placed his hands before him and bowed in greeting. The crown prince, Chui Shitzi, dismissed the formality. The last time she had seen him, he had been the epitome of a dandy. Now, He appeared so earnest that it left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. Xiao Machuan inquired, "What brings the Empress to see me?" Given his understanding of Nangong Jiala, she would never approach him without reason. On the night of her coronation, he had advised her that unless there was something of utmost importance, she should refrain from seeking him out, no matter how the political landscape might shift in the future. He vowed to safeguard both her and the Nangong family, as well as her position as Empress. Her character, inherently gentle and indecisive, found its greatest merit in her obedience. Yet, it seemed that even this singular virtue had faded. She appeared as though she had transformed into a different person altogether. In the past, she would never have considered the notion of standing outside the main hall awaiting punishment. How formal this couple had become, as if they were strangers, thought Xia Xingyan to herself. Today, I have taken the liberty of preparing a tomato, mushroom, and tofu soup for your majesty, which is beneficial for invigorating the body and alleviating heat and dryness. Would your majesty care to sample it? She gestured for Zhu Yin to step forward. Xiao Machuan smiled faintly and instructed someone to clear the chessboard. I happen to be quite hungry. Your efforts are appreciated, Empress. Meanwhile, Cui Jincheng was calculating how to make a swift exit from this troublesome place, but found no opportunity. As he observed the emperor dining, he felt it was the perfect moment to leave. Just as he was about to speak, the empress interjected, I have prepared quite a bit. Cui Shixi might as well partake as well. It seemed that escaping would not be so simple. Is that truly appropriate? With your majesty and her highness present, my presence may be an imposition, Cui Jincheng replied, his appetite waning. He had already endured a reprimand from the regent and an inexplicable scolding from the Empress Dowager, followed by 5 days of confinement imposed by his father. It was only today that he had been granted release by the emperor's decree. Now, he was nearly able to forget the incident, but lo and behold, the principal had appeared, and she was the empress. No wonder the regent had been protective of her, and the Empress Dowager had scolded him. He had indeed misjudged the situation gravely. Xiao Machuan also gestured for him to take a seat. It is of no consequence. Please enjoy some of the Empress's special preparation, so as not to let her efforts go to waste. Zhu Yin served the soup to the two of them. Its vibrant red and white colors were exceptionally appealing, stirring their appetites. After a tentative sip, they found it sweet, with a hint of sourness that was refreshingly delightful, leading them to consume an entire bowl in no time. The Empress's culinary skills have greatly improved, Xiao Machuan remarked as he set down his spoon in approval. I'm glad to hear you enjoy it. Xia Xingyan replied with a gentle smile, contemplating how to depart. Having fulfilled her duty to the Nangong family by attending this meeting and tasting the soup, she felt it was time to leave. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have matters to attend to at home and must take my leave. Cui Jincheng seized the opportunity. This time, Xiao Machuan did not insist he stay, merely signaling for him to depart. Cui Jincheng hastily knelt to take his leave, not daring to linger for even a moment longer. With his departure, Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow. Should he disclose her unauthorized exit from the palace, it could spell trouble. Would the Empress care to engage in conversation with me? Xiao Machuan rose and gently took her delicate hand, guiding her to sit beside him. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Xia Xingyan felt overwhelmed. She and Xiao Machuan shared no common ground. Undeniably, Xiao Machuan was handsome, a rare and exquisite gentleman. Alas, she yearned for a love that was harmonious in body and soul, a lifelong partnership of two. Her heart was small, barely sufficient to accommodate the two of them. With an abundance of consorts vying for the affections of Xiao Machuan, she instinctively felt repulsed. Possessing a severe emotional purity complex, she could remain chaste for the man she cherished, yet she demanded exclusivity in return. This psychological barrier rendered her indifferent toward Xiao Machuan, further exacerbated by the incessant stream of negative information fed to her daily by Nangong Jiala, which obliterated any lingering fondness she might have harbored for him. What could she possibly say to such a man? Time was of the essence. Having recently fallen into the water, her body had yet to fully recover, and she decided it was best to retreat and rest. She withdrew her hand, inclined her body slightly, and without waiting for Xiao Machuan to speak, she took her leave. Xiao Machuan was left perplexed. Nangong Jiala seemed to have transformed entirely. Previously, She had greeted him with joy, but now she appeared eager to depart. Xia Xingyan hastily exited the imperial study, and midway through her journey, she heard someone call her name, prompting her to pause and look around. Cui Jinqing stealthily emerged from behind a large tree, approaching her with a respectful bow. "Isn't the young master busy with matters at home? Why have you not yet taken your leave?" She raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Cui Jinqing chuckled awkwardly, donning a sycophantic smile. "On that day in the city, I inadvertently offended the esteemed princess. I sincerely hope you will not take it to heart." "Oh dear, is this still the arrogant dandy?" Xia Xingmian mused, realizing that he would not disclose her unauthorized departure from the palace, lest they both face dire consequences. "And what of it?" She teased him. Cui Jinqing bowed slightly, replying, "I shall certainly deal with that overbearing steward upon my return. Our family, the Cui clan, is renowned for its loyalty and valor. Yet our reputation has been tarnished by these vile servants." Xia Xingmian nodded, satisfied with his resolution, and inquired further, "And what of the fright your people caused me? Is there no compensation for such a clear transgression? Do you not comprehend the most basic of social niceties?" Cui Jinqing appeared perplexed, only to suddenly realize. "I should not have taken your portrait to the Empress Dowager, but I—" Xia Xingmian's expression darkened as she interrupted him. "Wait. Are you saying that you informed the Empress Dowager of my departure from the palace?" "It was I who mentioned it, unaware of your status as Empress," Cui Jinqing clarified. "So it was not he who had revealed it?" She ceased to absorb the remainder of his explanation, leaving in a daze, accompanied by her attendants. Cui Jinqing pondered her retreating figure, questioning whether she had truly forgiven him. Xia Xingmian sat in a rare stupor before her vanity, appearing lost in thought. The attendants filled the bath with warm water, and Ji Jin added fragrant oil and scattered flower petals. "My lady, the bath is ready." Ji Jin called to her several times. Still unresponsive, Ji Jin reluctantly approached her, saying, "My lady, allow me to assist you in undressing for your bath, or else the water may cool." Finally roused, Xia Xingmian requested her help in removing her garments and gestured for them to step outside, wishing to remain alone in the water for a while. Cui Jinqing had spoken of her palace exit, thus she had unjustly blamed Xiao Nanqing. What a predicament! Having struck him twice, Xia Xingmian felt a wave of regret wash over her. How could she have acted so impulsively? If this truly offends Xiao Nanqing, there will be no good outcome for her. She longed to return home, wishing to escape from this oppressive Chu Jin. "No, I must devise a way to mend my relationship with Xiao Nanqing." Suddenly, she moved, splashing a considerable amount of water. Chapter 13. One Fish. 9 Dishes. The regent's residence is situated in the southeastern corner of Yuzhou City, merely a dozen miles from the imperial palace. It boasts grandiose architecture and opulent decor. Though it cannot quite rival the palace, it is not far behind in elegance. The vermilion gates are adorned with a black golden silk Namu plaque, upon which the characters for regent's residence are inscribed in a flourish. After a bumpy journey in the carriage, Xia Xingyan felt a sigh of relief as they came to a halt. The coachman called out, "Young master, we have arrived." Xia Xingyan patted her chest and took a sip of water offered by Zhu Yin, managing to suppress her nausea. "Master, are you all right?" Zhu Yin inquired with concern. Noticing her pale complexion, Xia Xingyan waved her hand, signaling her to disembark and announce their arrival. It seemed that the saying about slow travel and a lifetime of love was indeed true. The mode of transport was quite inconvenient, jostling her body as if it might fall apart. In modern times, a dozen miles would be a mere push of the accelerator. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanqing was in the front hall, engaged in serious discussions with Lord Cui, when a guard entered to report the arrival of the South Palace heir. The South Palace heir? Nangongyi? Xiao Nanqing exchanged glances with Lord Cui, puzzled by the unexpected visit from the Nangong family, with whom they had little prior interaction. "Your Highness, since we have a guest, I shall take my leave," Lord Cui said, feeling somewhat out of place and rising to take his leave. Xiao Nanqing nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Uncle, please travel safely," before instructing the steward to see him out. Xia Xingyan entered the royal residence, traversed the courtyard, and arrived at the reception hall. "I pay my respects to the regent," she said, clasping her hands in greeting. Xiao Nanqing's expression darkened. his brows knit tightly. The young man before her, clad in a white fox fur cloak with bright eyes and a charming smile, was unmistakably not Nangong Yi, but rather Nangong Jiala. "It is you?" he said, his tone displeased. It seemed that encounters with this woman never brought good fortune. She was like a dog biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's kindness. The last time he rescued her, he had inexplicably received 2 slaps. He could only be grateful she was a woman, or else he would have shattered her to pieces. Recognizing his acknowledgement, Xia Xingmian dropped any pretense and smiled sweetly, calling out, "Uncle, why does the Empress seek me today?" He inquired, lifting a cup of tea that he held but did not drink. Instead, he toyed with it delicately. "Since she was here to apologize." Xia Xingmian prepared herself for a frosty reception and approached with a smile, saying, "I misunderstood you the other day, Uncle, and I am here to express my apologies." "Apologize?" Xiao Nanxing glanced at her empty hands, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The Empress arrives empty-handed to express her contrition, which seems rather insincere. Xia Xingmian let out a dry laugh, her face contorted in feigned sorrow as she said, "Uncle, you are unaware that after leaving the palace without permission, the Grand Empress Dowager punished me by withholding my salary for a year. Currently, I am barely managing to get by in the Zikin Palace. It appears the Empress is not here to apologize, but rather to lament her misfortunes to me." After several encounters, Xiao Nanxing felt that this woman was somewhat ungrateful, engaging in conversation with an air of pretense. Naturally, she had come to apologize. Indeed, here she was. Xia Xingmian wore a smile. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. As long as my attitude is sufficiently amiable, you cannot chase me away. However, Xiao Nanxing was evidently not swayed by her approach. Setting down his teacup, he remarked, "I have already sensed the Empress's apology. It is getting late. You should take your leave." "Is that so? Then does it mean that my uncle has forgiven me?" She smiled radiantly, stepping forward to tug at his broad sleeve, eagerly asking. Once again, with a composed demeanor, Xiao Nanxing withdrew his sleeve and replied indifferently, "The Empress has the right to apologize, but acceptance is at my discretion." What is this? After all this, he still hasn't forgiven me? Such a small-minded man. Yet, recognizing her own fault in the matter, she decided to lower her stance. As she was indeed here to seek reconciliation and had not yet achieved her goal, her mind raced as she re-established her smile. "Uncle, I truly came here with sincerity today, knowing how tirelessly you work for the nation. Therefore, I specifically want to prepare a meal for you." "Cooking?" Xiao Nanxing raised an eyebrow, sensing the abrupt shift in conversation. Xia Xingmian confidently nodded and inquired, "May I ask what you enjoy eating, Uncle?" Xiao Nanxing did not believe that a pampered noblewoman could cook. He replied coolly, "I enjoy fish." "Can the Empress prepare it?" "Of course. Have you heard of the saying, 'One fish, 9 dishes'? I can prepare 9 different dishes from a single fish," Xia Xingmian asserted with utmost confidence. "Is that so?" Xiao Nanxing raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Xia Xingmian, sensing his doubt, provocatively stated, "If I can accomplish this, you must agree to one request of mine." Xiao Nanxing scoffed, replying, "Very well, on the condition that you do not poison me. But what if you fail? Then I shall submit to your judgment." Her boldness stemmed from a profound confidence. "That would be splendid," Xiao Nanxing agreed readily. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Let us seal it with a pinky promise." She extended her delicate, fair finger. So childish. Xiao Nanxing thought disdainfully, yet he extended his pinky, lightly hooking her slender digit. In the kitchen, a bucket of freshly caught fish was available, lively and wriggling. One particularly large specimen weighing about 10 pounds, jumping energetically. "This one will do," Xia Xingmian smiled, swiftly scooping up the large fish. With deft movements, she gutted and scaled it, the knife work precise and efficient, the head severed with the mouth still opening and closing. The kitchen staff watched in astonishment at her fluidity. Xiao Nanxing looked at the beautifully plated dishes on the table, surprised at the exquisite presentation and aroma. Had she made all of these by herself, without any assistance? Xia Xingmian seemed to read his thoughts and laughed. "Uncle, this is your residence. Even if I wished to cheat, I would have no opportunity. And even if you made it, what of it? If it is merely pleasing to the eye but not to the palate, it would only be a waste of ingredients. Xiao Nanqing remarked, still unconvinced of her culinary skills. In that case, why not give it a try, uncle? She diligently arranged the dishes for him, listing each delicacy: fish sashimi, spicy fish skin, yellow pepper fish slices, fish intestines with fried egg, chopped pepper fish head, pepper and salt fish bones, grape fish, fish head tofu soup, and peony fish slices. Finally, she presented a delicate white porcelain bowl, lifting the lid to reveal a sweet soup made from fat sea cucumbers and stewed pears. This delicacy was intended for the royal uncle, as she had heard his voice was slightly hoarse, likely a result of catching a chill. Her tone was gentle and considerate, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. Xiao Nanqing remained silent, taking a piece of fish, savoring its fresh and sweet flavor, devoid of any fishy taste. He tried another dish, which was equally delightful, rich in sauce and flavor. With 9 different preparations from a single fish, she had managed to expertly handle every part, showcasing culinary skills that rivaled even the imperial kitchen's chefs. No, she surpassed them. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xia Xingmian grew anxious. How does it taste? She inquired cautiously. Xiao Nanqing glanced at her and replied succinctly, acceptable. She realized that few could earn such praise from him. Is it not simply delicious? She thought, feeling a surge of pride. Is the Empress not joining us for the meal? Xiao Nanqing observed her standing there, perhaps due to her innate habit as a chef, accustomed to guests sitting while she stood nearby. Suddenly, Xia Xingmian recognized the shift in their circumstances, and she took a seat beside him. She picked up a piece of fish sashimi, dipped it in a bit of sauce, and kindly placed it in his bowl. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Nanqing found himself unexpectedly polite. The woman beside him was exquisite and ethereal, exuding a lightness of spirit. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes sparkling with life, and her cheeks adorned with a hint of blush, radiating an aura of gentle elegance. Her gaze resembled a clear spring, imbued with a refined and graceful quality that captivated him, her every smile and frown seemingly enchanting. This was the first time Xiao Nanqing scrutinized a woman so closely, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. This lady was not merely the Empress, but his consort. The absurdity of the notion made him chuckle inwardly. Xia Xingyan, unaware of his musings, cheerfully asked, "What does the royal uncle think of my culinary skills?" "Acceptable," he replied, reverting to his usual indifferent tone, as if the previous thought had never crossed his mind. Undeterred, Xia Xingmian pressed on, "Then, in this vast city of Yuzhou, is there any tea house or tavern with chefs possessing skills like mine?" After a moment of contemplation, he concluded there were none. A glimmer of joy ignited within her. If so, should I not open a tavern and earn a fortune? Xiao Nanqing realized her intentions were veiled, as she had been circling around the subject. With a playful grin, she adopted a flattering expression. "I truly wish to open a tavern. This is the purpose of my visit today. I have even brought a business plan." Absurd, Xiao Nanqing firmly rejected her idea, the fondness he had felt dissipating entirely. How could she entertain such bold aspirations? As the foremost lady of the palace, she ought to exemplify virtue, manage the inner court, guide her companions, and fulfill her duties, rather than indulge in fanciful whims, which would undoubtedly lead to losing the emperor's favor. If this were to leak out, how would it reflect upon the queen opening a tavern? It would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule, and he resolutely would not permit such an occurrence. Furthermore, did she not promise him that as long as she kept the secret, she would never sneak out of the palace again? Yet today, she has come to her own residence, even using a banquet invitation in the name of Nangong Yi. It is truly perplexing how Nangong Hongyuan has educated his daughter. I shall certainly have a word with him in the future. Chapter 14. Is the royal uncle investing? At his sharp rebuke, Xia Xingmian felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "You are scolding me?" she retorted, her eyes reddening as the mist of tears began to crystallize into droplets, ready to fall. I did not." Xiao Nanqing, having grown up in a military camp surrounded by robust soldiers, found himself at a loss. The minds of men were often rather coarse, incapable of comprehending the delicate emotions of a young lady. He had made every effort to restrain himself, refraining from military discipline. Had he treated her as a soldier, she would have faced severe consequences long ago. You certainly do. The tears, resembling pearls, cascaded down her cheeks as she exclaimed in her distress. The sight of this delicate woman, her elegant brows slightly furrowed, with tear-streaked cheeks resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoked a profound sense of pity in him. He wished to offer solace, but was at a loss for words. Finally, he blurted out, "If you continue to cry, I shall immediately send you back to the palace to be dealt with by the Empress Dowager and the Empress." This statement proved effective, as her tears abruptly ceased. She had only sought to elicit sympathy from Xiao Nanqing, but to her surprise, he displayed no tenderness or understanding. Seeing her calm down, Xiao Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief and handed her a handkerchief embroidered with dragon patterns. Xia Xingmian accepted it, gently wiping her eyes as she lowered her lashes. Softly sobbing, "I merely wish to open a tavern and visit occasionally. I do not intend to stay there every day. If the royal uncle is unwilling to assist me, so be it." "Assist you? You expect me to help you?" Xiao Nanqing almost chuckled in disbelief. He had refrained from exposing her actions, and now she desired his assistance? How could she entertain such an audacious notion? Xia Xingyan was certainly no fool. She needed to navigate various interests, win over Xiao Nanqing, seek the Wei family recipes, and guard against the schemes of other concubines in the palace. Moreover, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress regarded her with disfavor, and the Nangong family had repeatedly pressured her to conceive a royal heir. This mounting pressure increasingly convinced her that she could not remain here for long. She must prevent the emperor from issuing an edict demanding the recipes from all under heaven, and to avoid raising suspicions from the Nangong family, she could only turn to Xiao Nanqing for assistance. As the regent, his power nearly matched that of the emperor. With him as her support, even if her plans were uncovered, he would not abandon her. Besides, in Yuzhou City, where the emperor resided, numerous nobles would hesitate to cause trouble under Xiao Nanqing's name. "Royal uncle, the empress could be deposed at any moment. I simply wish to pursue a few endeavors I enjoy. Would you help me, please?" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, glistening like spring water, her breath soft and delicate. Xiao Nanqing pursed his lips. Indeed, the lives of women in the palace were filled with torment. Though she was the empress, her treatment was merely somewhat better than the rest. Xiao Imo Chuan does not dote on her. Had it not been for the influence of the Nangong family, she would have likely been cast into the cold palace by now under some pretext. Now that you have entered the palace, you must adhere strictly to the principles of a woman, behaving decorously and refraining from frivolous fantasies and constant escapades outside the palace. It appears your heart has turned wild. Xiao Nanqing steeled her resolve, acknowledging that one's fate is inescapable, especially for a lady of a noble family. The traditional virtues of a woman, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, have eluded her entirely. Her demeanor is frivolous and reckless, lacking any semblance of a refined young lady. Yet if this continues, I will surely go mad. She suddenly became agitated. Indeed, without the Wei family recipes to return to, she would truly lose her sanity. Xiao Nanqing, a formidable woman, could not rival his ruthlessness. She believed in overcoming strength with gentleness, and softly wept, "Your Highness, you understand, I am not the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family. My family has long abandoned me, and I can no longer rely on His Majesty. I can only depend on you." "Depend on me?" Xiao Nanqing was perplexed by her words. What did she mean by depending on him? What connection do they share? Xia Xingmian nodded, her voice sweet. "Your Highness, you are my only hope. You are the only one who will assist me. How do you wish for me to assist you?" The inherent fragility of a woman often evokes a protective instinct in men, and Xiao Nanqing felt herself wavering. After all, it was merely the opening of an inn, not a matter of treachery or chaos in the court. It was hardly a significant issue. Did this imply his consent? Xia Xingmian's heart soared with joy. She chuckled softly and added, "It's nothing much, just a lack of initial capital." Of course, money was not the issue. She merely sought to involve him. "How much do you need?" Xiao Nanqing shot her a cold glance and asked indifferently. "Not much, just 8,000 taels," she blurted out. Xiao Nanqing shook his head. a hint of mockery crossing his otherwise impassive face. Nangongjala, are you jesting with me? The esteemed Empress of Chujin would be in one of the mere few thousand taels? Even if your salary has ceased, the Nangong family should not be lacking in such trifles. Of course, we're not lacking, she retorted, but I am in need of support, a strong backing. Your Highness may not be aware, but my expenses are substantial. For the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the Emperor, and the ladies of the court as birthdays or other occasions, I must always present gifts or rewards. Where is there any surplus silver left? Moreover, without silver to offer the palace attendants and maidservants, I would not be regarded as the Empress. She lamented her financial woes. Seeing that Xiao Nanqing remained unmoved, she pulled out a piece of paper from her waist, unfolding it to reveal her business plan. How to manage the inn, its layout, a membership system, private rooms, and even a hall for guests to enjoy some entertainment. Alongside accommodations, a comprehensive service for dining, drinking, and leisure. Xiao Nanqing let out a cold snort. Was she merely playing around? She seemed intent on pursuing a grand venture. Xia Xingmian spoke passionately, her words flowing as she outlined her vision, yet Xiao Nanqing remained expressionless, utterly unmoved. With determination, she bit her lip and boldly proposed. Let us each invest 8,000 taels. Your 8,000 will count as a stake, and we shall split the profits evenly. Still, Xiao Nanqing offered no response. Leisurely lifting his teacup, you are miserly to a fault. At worst, I shall return to my family, she declared, rolling up her plan and feigning to leave. Xiao Nanqing did not obstruct her. She could only turn back, mustering her courage to say, Your Highness, I have at least married into the Xiao family. To ask for a mere 8,000 taels from my father and brothers would surely be a slap in your family's face, would it not? As the esteemed regent, would it not be a blow to your dignity? I am indifferent, Xiao Nanqing replied, unyielding. The mention of slap stirred memories of the 2 resounding slaps she had received. The expressions on her delicate face shifted faster than the weather in June. When she needed something, she was as gentle as flowing water, but when displeased, her words turned icy and her demeanor fierce, making her difficult to comprehend. Why did not adhere to the expected norms? Her words hung in the air, ungraspable. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile, reassuring herself that all would be well, that good things often come after trials. Your Highness, it is merely 8,000 taels. For someone of your stature, it is but a drop in the ocean, insignificant. She persisted with her persuasion. Xiao Nanqing scoffed. The Empress speaks boldly. 8,000 taels is no small amount. A first-rank official's annual salary is merely 1,800 taels. Damn it, who just said a trivial few thousand taels? Now, suddenly finding it excessive, Xia Xingmian cursed inwardly. However, such thoughts could not be uttered aloud. She pondered how to convince Xiao Nanqing. Suddenly, Xiao Nanqing summoned the steward. My lord, what are your orders? The steward inquired respectfully. Xiao Nanqing cast a glance at Xia Xingmian and instructed, fetch 100,000 taels in banknotes from the treasury. The steward complied swiftly. Xiao Nanqing waved him away after receiving the banknotes, presenting them to Xia Xingmian with an impassive expression. Her eyes lit up with joy as she accepted them, counting carefully before returning 2,000 taels. What? Is there an issue with the banknotes? Xiao Nanqing inquired. I only require 8,000 taels, she asserted, adhering to her principles. Xiao Nanqing chuckled coldly, refusing to take back the banknotes. Keep it. Do not claim that the Xiao family treats you harshly. 8,000 taels is sufficient. She placed the 2,000 taels on the table. Xiao Nanqing remained silent. Xia Xingmian then suggested they draft a cooperation agreement, but Xiao Nanqing declined, stating he did not wish to retrieve the money once given. He simply hoped she would take the banknotes and refrain from troubling him in the future. Ever since this woman appeared, changes had begun to unfold in his past life. Here, Xia Xingmian said, removing a tricolored jade bracelet from her wrist. The bracelet was smooth and radiant, its colors natural and translucent. Most notably, it combined hues of red, green, white, and yellow, making it exceedingly rare. The jade was rich and warm, its colors elegant and ethereal, captivating the heart. Xiao Nanqing regarded her with suspicion, unsure of her intentions. Xia Xingyan explained, "This is a token of our cooperation." "There is no need," Xiao Nanqing replied, attempting to return the bracelet. Xia Xingyan refused to take it back, asking, "Since we are cooperating, should your highness not provide me with a token in return?" Furrowing his brow, Xiao Nanqing realized he had accepted her bracelet and ought to reciprocate. Reluctantly, he unfastened a white jade pendant shaped like a nine-coiled dragon and handed it over. Xia Xingyan eagerly accepted it. The pendant was a delicate pink-white, resembling mutton fat, and could be considered a truly exceptional piece. From a holistic perspective, the 9 dragons intertwine, with a coiled dragon at the center, its tail held firmly in its mouth. The dragon's sinuous body twists gracefully, its 4 limbs poised in a majestic stance, exuding a commanding presence that is undeniably regal. "Is there something else, Your Majesty?" Xiao Nanqing observed that her objective had been achieved, yet she showed no intention of departing. No, Your Highness, you should rest early. I shall take my leave now." With a courteous bow, she departed, satisfaction evident in her demeanor. Xiao Nanqing sighed, pondering the term elder. Was he truly so old? After all, he was merely 27, yet she addressed him as though he were an ancient sage. Xia Xingyan sat within the carriage, caressing the intricately carved jade pendant of the 9 coiled dragons, a smile gracing her lips, radiating contentment and joy. Contrary to the cold and ruthless images painted by the outside world, Xiao Nanqing proved to be a rather pleasant individual. With the Regent Wang as her support, her endeavors became significantly easier. Heaven help me, may I find the way family cookbook soon and escape this wretched place. In a light-hearted exchange, Xiao Nanqing mused, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Your Highness worries unnecessarily. Everything is perfectly normal." Her aunt interjected, "I suspect you are exchanging tokens of affection. And I have evidence." Chapter 15. The priceless shop Luo Qingyi possessed a physique akin to Nangong Jiala and was adept at disguise. In the absence of the Empress, she could effectively substitute for her without raising suspicion. As Xia Xingyan ventured outside the palace more frequently, she explored the bustling streets and alleys of Yuzhou City and finally discovered a suitable shop, a 3-story building by the water, formerly a tavern. The owner, burdened by gambling debts, was eager to sell at a modest price of 1,300 taels. After verifying the property documents and completing the necessary paperwork at the local authorities, the tavern became Xia Xingyan's. Feeling the space was insufficient, she invested an additional 1,000 taels to purchase 3 nearby houses, instructing workers to connect the properties, thus creating a more expansive venue. However, the question of management remained a vexing issue. She could not constantly venture beyond the palace. After all, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. A capable steward was essential. Indeed, Yuzhou City thrived with activity, boasting over 100 taverns and restaurants, each with a prominent sign. Xia Xingyan selectively examined a couple of renowned establishments, her confidence surging as she envisioned abundant wealth flowing into her coffers. As she strolled, she suddenly heard someone call her name from behind. Initially thinking she had misheard, she paid it no mind. When she turned, a young man, clad in a somewhat new cotton robe, with a handsome face and robust physique, stood before her. Are you Leahy?" she exclaimed, her spirits lifting. Leahy knelt before her, stammering, I've met the mistress." "No need for kneeling," she replied, somewhat taken aback. The act of kneeling was foreign to her. In her homeland, it was reserved for mourning. Being young, she had no desire to succumb to such customs prematurely. "Thank you, mistress." Leha, filled with exuberance, stood up from the ground and excitedly exclaimed, "No, I do not know where the master resides, but I have been waiting here every day, and finally today. I have waited in vain no longer." Xia Xingyan gazed at him in astonishment. He had been waiting here daily? What a foolish fellow. He could have taken the money and left promptly instead of eagerly taking on servitude. "How is your sister faring?" Xia Xingyan inquired. Leha nodded. "She is well, thanks to the master." "Come, let's visit your sister," Xia Xingyan said with a smile. Leha, brimming with enthusiasm, led the way. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, he would still be in his first year of high school in modern times. The siblings resided in a humble inn that charged merely 10 copper coins per day, with an additional 5 for meals. Yet, the food consisted of nothing more than a coarse bun accompanied by a few green vegetables, hardly appetizing to behold. Yun, come quickly. The master has come to see you. Upon entering the courtyard, Leha called out excitedly. With a creak, a rickety door swung open, revealing a girl of about 15 or 16, clad in a rough cotton robe with a delicate countenance. She sweetly addressed Leha as brother. Xia Xingmian had assumed his sister was a child of 7 or 8, and had even instructed Zhu Yin to procure some candied fruits, only to discover that the siblings were actually fraternal twins. Is this the master? Lei Yu, perceptive and quick-witted, recognized Xia Xingmian immediately and knelt down to perform a deep bow, saying, I have met the master. Rise, please, Xia Xingmian urged hastily, assisting her to her feet. The 4 of them entered the small room, which was sparsely furnished with 2 rickety beds that seemed on the verge of collapse, and apart from a dilapidated cabinet and 2 3-legged stools, there was no other furniture. Leha stood awkwardly to the side, feeling quite embarrassed that the master had arrived and there was nowhere for her to sit. The surroundings are humble. Please do not take offense, Lei Yu said, swiftly tidying her bed and placing a clean cloth atop it for Xia Xingmian to sit upon. Is your health better? Xia Xingmian asked, observing her. Lei Yu bowed slightly, responding respectfully, thanks to the master's blessing, I have fully recovered. While Leha appeared somewhat simple-minded, Lei Yu exhibited a cleverness and a knack for propriety. Have you had any formal education? Xia Xingmian inquired. In response to the master, I managed the family's accounts for 2 years and can recognize a few characters, Lei Yu replied. The siblings seemed to have once belonged to a prosperous family, but had fallen on hard times. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that they had operated a security agency, and during a journey last year, they were ambushed by bandits, resulting in their father's death. Their mother, overcome with grief, soon passed away as well, leaving them to lose their family fortune to compensate the employer of the escort. These 2 children displayed a sense of loyalty and decorum, yet despite their misfortunes, they had still compensated the employer. With Leha's capabilities, had he harbored any ill intentions, they would not have found themselves destitute and subjected to humiliation. Would you siblings be willing to work for me? Xia Xingmian spoke slowly. The 2 siblings exchanged a glance, and after a moment, knelt down, naturally expressing their willingness. Xia Xingmian glanced at Zhu Yin, her lips curving into a smile as she rose. If that is the case, please follow me. The group made their way to a tavern on the eastern side of South Street, where upon opening the door, they found a dozen craftsmen busily at work within. The first-floor hall accommodates casual diners and features a stage for regular performances. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, there are independent private rooms, totaling around 20 of various sizes. Further inside lies a small courtyard with a modest pond on one side, adorned with a rockery that once harbored water lilies, though regrettably out of season now. The opposite side contains several spacious rooms designated for kitchen use. At the back stands a 2-story building. The first floor hosts about 10 gambling tables, while the upper level is reserved for the entertainment of affluent guests, comprising roughly 7 or 8 rooms. Deeper within, there are approximately 70 to 80 rooms available for lodging. The rear courtyard is enclosed by a high wall, featuring a small door at the base. Beyond this door flows a grand river, where numerous boats are moored, ready for fishermen to deliver their catch directly. You 2 siblings may choose 2 of the aforementioned rooms. Henceforth, this will be your home, Summer Xingyan declared. Thank you, esteemed host. The siblings expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Please refrain from calling me your host. My surname is Xia. You may address me as Miss Xia, or Sister Xia if you prefer, Summer Xingyan insisted, unable to endure the title of host any longer. Understood, Sister Xia, the siblings replied, finding the term sister to be more comforting. Summer Xingyan instructed Zhu Yin to grant Lei Yu 1,000 taels in silver notes. I intend to name this establishment Nanxing Lu, as I am often occupied and lack the time to oversee it. From this moment onward, Lei Yu, you shall serve as the manager of Nanxing Lu. Summer Xingyan commanded with her hands clasped behind her back, her tone serious. Me? Lei Yu hesitated, feeling daunted. Previously, she had only managed household finances, dealing with a few hundred taels. Now, the responsibility of running such a large establishment weighed heavily on her. Summer Xingyan smiled gently. Why the fear? I, the one providing the funds, am unafraid. What do you have to fear? The Lei Tavern will undoubtedly attract troublemakers. You must ensure its safety. Lei was only worried that her limited abilities might render her inadequate, disappointing her benefactor's trust. Yes, the siblings suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Their benefactor's faith in them, coupled with the gift of a place to call home, inspired them to vow to manage Nanxing Lu with great diligence and flair. Then, Sister Xia, what are your instructions now? Lei Yu inquired. With a mysterious smile, Summer Xingyan replied, hang a sign at the entrance indicating that it is for sale, and hire people to promote it throughout the streets. What do you mean? Both siblings were baffled, and even Zhu Yin was perplexed. How could a tavern that was just being renovated and prepared for opening already be for sale? Of course, it is to be sold, but at what price? Let's set it at 50,000 taels, Summer Xingyan proclaimed, her demeanor enigmatic. Lei He and Zhu Yin remained confused. Who will buy something so expensive? Surely it was absurd. However, Lei Yu soon understood and explained to the others, our benefactor does not truly wish to sell the tavern. Rather, she intends to attract attention with a high price, piquing curiosity and igniting conversation among the townsfolk, ensuring that Nanxing Lu becomes the talk of the town even before its grand opening. Upon hearing this explanation, the two were enlightened, and even Zhu Yin began to admire his master anew, wondering how he had never noticed her commercial acumen before. In one night, the rumor of an ordinary residence being priced at 50,000 taels spread throughout Yuzhou City, leaving the citizens astounded and eager to witness this marvel. What kind of residence could possibly be worth such a sum? It may be labeled as mere gossip, yet the entrance prominently displays bold red characters on black paper. Furthermore, rumors abound that this residence conceals treasures, though no evidence has substantiated such claims, leaving no one daring to purchase it. Even if one wished to acquire it, where would they procure the 50,000 taels of silver? The average citizen's annual household expenses barely reach 20 or 30 taels. Some envious souls speculate that the owner of the estate has become obsessed with wealth. In summary, opinions are varied, and the city of Yuzhou is rife with discussions centered around this residence. Who would be foolish enough to part with 50,000 taels for such a house? A guard clad in a dark blue robe inquired curiously, trailing behind Xiao Nanxing. Another guard, identical in appearance but dressed in white, chimed in, Indeed, Your Highness, shall we go take a look? Curiosity can lead to one's downfall. Xiao Nanxing scoffed, realizing that the source of this news was none other than that girl. It was quite a spectacle for a mere tavern, yet she demonstrated a modicum of intelligence. Nangong Jiala, I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Ning Qing, Ning Bai, if you wish to go, do so without seeking my permission, he declared indifferently. Thank you, Your Highness, the naive Ning Bai replied earnestly. Ning Qing shot him a series of knowing glances. Ning Bai, perplexed, mistook it for a flaw in his vision. Since Ning Bai expressed a desire to go, Xiao Nanxing had already anticipated their little scheme. Just as Ning Bai prepared to depart, Xiao Nanxing added, Since you have so much leisure, you shall be responsible for training the soldiers upon your return. Ning Bai paused, turning back with an awkward smile, scratching his head as he said, Your Highness, I was merely jesting. Xiao Nanxing's gaze sharpened, and he emitted a low grunt, lapsing into silence. Behind him, Ning Bai exchanged glances with Ning Qing, reproaching him for not having reminded him. Ning Qing, exasperated, thought to himself, had he not already offered a warning? Chapter 16. The Night Watch? As the year drew to a close, some time had passed since Su Luoqing's incident, and the Su family was now contemplating sending another daughter to the palace. He wished to secure a title for his biological mother, but faced opposition from several court officials and the Empress Dowager. Recently, the Li family of Hedong and the Wang family of Langya also planned to send a legitimate daughter to the palace. The regent's power had grown to rival his own, which was indeed ironic. He was already married and not a child monarch. He was neither unwell nor mentally impaired, nor lacking the capacity to manage state affairs. Those ministers urged him to elevate Xiao Nanxing to the rank of regent. Perhaps soon he would find himself abdicating the throne. As night deepened and the dew thickened, his personal attendant urged him several times to retire early, Yet Xiao Mochuan found himself wide awake. He yearned for a solitary stroll, opting not to take anyone with him, and inexplicably found himself outside the Zicheng Hall. The hall was brightly lit, suggesting that Nangong Jiala had yet to retire. It had been many days since he last laid eyes on her, and he had greatly appreciated the soup she had prepared on their last encounter. The guards at Zicheng Hall quickly bowed upon his arrival, but Xiao Mochuan waved them off, signaling for silence. However, he could not find Nangong Jiala within. The palace attendants knelt, reporting that the lady was in the small kitchen. As they began to announce this, Xiao Mochuan intervened, stating he would go himself. A basket of oranges arrived from the imperial kitchen, and Xiang Xingmian contemplated preparing some orange preserves to indulge her cravings later. The washed oranges were cut into uniformly sized pieces and placed into a jar, sprinkled with a bit of white sugar. Lacking brandy, she substituted it with a measure of white wine, embarking on this endeavor for the first time, uncertain of the outcome. After sealing the jar, she noted that it would be ready to enjoy in 2 weeks. Having completed her task, she wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, feeling a sense of accomplishment, only to turn and find Xiao Mochuan draped in a fox fur cloak, quietly observing her. Your Majesty, have you been here long?" she stammered, a hint of panic rising within her. Was it not said that Xiao Mochuan never visited the Zichuan palace at night? She inclined her body slightly, a gesture of respect. A faint smile graced Xiao Mochuan's austere face as he inquired with curiosity, "What was the Empress just doing?" "Orange preserves. In about 10 days. They will be ready for you to sample, Your Majesty," she replied politely. Xiao Mochuan offered a subtle smile and simply said good. Yet, a trace of melancholy flickered in his dark eyes, hinting at an unspoken sorrow. "Is Your Majesty not happy?" she asked, continuing her tasks. Could she discern his thoughts? Had she failed to conceal her own? A tightening sensation gripped Xiao Mochuan. As an emperor, one should never reveal their emotions. "There are some troubling matters in the court," he remarked casually. Xiang Ximian glanced at him but refrained from probing further. Even if she did, he might not divulge anything, as she was merely an overlooked empress in this body. A breeze swept through the window, causing the candlelight in the kitchen to flicker erratically. She rose to securely close the window. Under the candlelight, Xiao Mochuan's complexion appeared exceptionally fair, akin to that of a scholar, his features sculpted and remarkably handsome. However, despite his beauty, there was an absence of femininity, an air of elegance mingled with a subtle aloofness. He was a man of complexity and restraint, Xiang Xingmian concluded. In the kitchen, fresh milk awaited. She retrieved some black tea and white sugar, caramelizing the sugar until it turned a light brown, thickened consistency. In another pot, she brewed the black tea, added the milk, and finally mixed in the caramelized sugar. Thus, a cup of ancient-style milk tea was born. The fragrant orange cake, made in her makeshift oven, was nearly ready, its rich citrus aroma wafting through the small kitchen, golden and enticing, soft and delectable, leaving a lingering taste with each bite. She sliced 2 pieces of the orange cake and poured a cup of milk tea, placing them before Xiao Mochuan. "When feeling down, a touch of sweetness can bring joy," she remarked gently, adding, "There are always more solutions than difficulties." It was a comforting sentiment directed at him. Xiao Mochuan furrowed his brow slightly, curiously scrutinizing the warm, fragrant pastries and the brown liquid before him. "What is this?" he inquired. "Orange cake and milk tea," she explained, taking a piece and demonstrating by taking a bite, assuring him, "Rest assured, it's not poisoned. I'm merely jesting. I'm not Nangong Jiala. This is Xiao Mochuan's domain. If I were to harm him, I would meet my own demise." Her grievances lay with Nangong Jiala. She bore no animosity towards Xiao Mochuan and had no reason to poison him. Xiao Mochuan took the piece of cake that she had bitten into. It was indeed soft, the sweet aroma enveloping his palate, delightfully sweet without being cloying, and irresistibly tender. He took another sip of milk tea, the sweet flavor enveloping him completely, causing a warmth to spread through his body. A faint smile graced his lips, indeed. She was right. Sweets could bring joy, and all shadows seemed to vanish. Yes, solutions often outnumber difficulties, and there would always be a way to resolve these matters. When did the queen acquire such culinary skills, surpassing even those of the imperial chefs? It was the first time Xiao Mochuan had tasted something so exquisite, and he was pleasantly surprised. Of course, it was delicious. Without an egg beater, nearly one of the eunuch's arms had been rendered useless. Expending considerable effort to create such a cake, an arduous task indeed. Xia Xingyan feigned a somber expression, explaining that in her idle hours, she had merely been experimenting and learning. If His Majesty enjoys it, I shall make it often and have someone deliver it to you. A sense of inexplicable guilt surged within Xiao Mochuan as he grasped her delicate hand, saying, I've been indifferent to you. I shall visit you more often. Huh? Frequent visits? Xia Xingyan's heart sank, inwardly lamenting. Perhaps it is best if he does not come. Allow me to thrive or wither on my own, devoid of indifference. Truly, not a trace of it. Your Majesty, you flatter me. To see you even occasionally is a great honor, she replied, her eyes shimmering like stars, internally berating herself for uttering such disingenuous and nauseating words. The more she endured and retreated, the more guilt Xiao Mochuan felt. Suddenly, his expression darkened. The Liu family of Hedong and the Wang family of Langia will soon send a daughter each to the palace. Do not take offense, my queen. Another woman entering the palace? Xia Xingyan attempted to retract her hand from his grasp, but found it firmly held. Smiling, she remarked, with newcomers in the palace, it will certainly become livelier. And what position shall the queen bestow upon them? It is the queen's prerogative to decide such matters. There are 9 ranks in the harem. 1 empress, 2 noble consorts for consorts, 6 concubines, 9 honorable concubines, 12 jowies, 16 jiu, as well as various beauties and talents. Both the Liu and Wang families are prestigious clans. Their ranks cannot be too low, yet they must not be excessively high either. Perhaps bestow upon them the title of noble consort? Xia Xingyan suggested cautiously, uncertain of the intricacies involved, merely hoping for an appropriate arrangement. Xiao Mochuan smiled lightly. Then it shall be as the queen wishes. Xia Xingyan sighed in relief, but a sense of unease brewed within her. The night was drawing in, and Xiao Mochuan showed no intention of leaving. Heavens, he can't possibly want to stay for me to attend to him, can he? No. He must have shared his bed with many women, and who knows what ailments he might carry. She could not accept it, neither physically nor psychologically. It is quite cold tonight. Shall we drink some wine to warm ourselves? She ventured tentatively. Very well. Xiao Mochuan's mood brightened considerably. A drink would aid in securing a restful sleep. Xia Xingyan surveyed the small kitchenette selection of wines, ultimately choosing yellow rice wine. Although its alcohol content was low, it possessed a strong after-effect, and she prepared 2 dishes to accompany the drink. She prided herself on her drinking capacity, yet she soon found herself outmatched. After a few cups, Xiao Mochuan showed no signs of inebriation. She had no choice but to keep drinking, and, after consuming 2 jars of yellow rice wine, he too began to feel the effects, while Xia Xingyan's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue. I recall the queen used to dislike drinking. Xiao Mochuan chuckled. His smile was enchanting, with 2 shallow dimples gracing his cheeks. Once indifferent, she now found herself infatuated. She giggled foolishly, her delicate fingers, as tender as green onions, lightly traced the contours of his dimples, revealing her infatuation. You are so handsome. It's a pity you have so many women. Otherwise, I would certainly make you my little pet. Xiao Mochuan shook his head, dismissing her words as the ramblings of inebriation. Your Highness, you are drunk, he gently remarked. Drunk? Perhaps I have had a bit too much. Time to settle the bill and head home. She rose, fumbling for her phone and wallet, only to find nothing. With a silly grin directed at Xiao Mochuan, she suddenly crouched beneath the table, crying out, Where's my wallet? Where's my phone? Which scoundrel stole my wallet? Your Highness, please get up, Xiao Mochuan urged, bending down to pull her from under the table. She remained motionless, having fallen asleep in that position. With a sigh of resignation, he lifted her into his arms. In the study of the regent's residence, the candlelight flickered dimly, illuminating only the desk where a solitary candle burned. The man seated before it possessed eyes as bright as obsidian, emanating an aura of resolute power. Beneath his seemingly calm gaze lay a keen intensity, complementing his strong, sculpted features, which exuded an imposing presence. He idly stroked a tricolor jade bracelet in his hand. a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. That girl had been hovering around him daily, calling him uncle incessantly, but in recent days she had fallen silent. What could she be preoccupied with? A shadow flitted past the door, prompting Xiao Nanqing to quickly conceal the bracelet in his palm, the wide sleeves of his robe partially obscuring it. The shadow entered the study and knelt on the ground. "Is there any significant news from the palace today?" Xiao Nanqing inquired coldly, lowering his gaze. The Hedong Lu family and the Lang Yuang family will each send a legitimate daughter to the palace. The Su family's secret guards have been faithfully reporting all matters from within the palace, came the reply. Xiao Nanqing inquired indifferently. Any developments from the Empress Dowager or the Empress? Both the Empress Dowager and the Empress remain in their respective palaces. However, the secret guards reported that there has been a situation in the Empress's palace. The Empress? Has that girl caused trouble again? Noticing a barely perceptible softness in his expression, Xiao Nanqing's tone remained unyielding. "What has happened?" "Your Majesty is staying overnight at the Zikin Palace," the guard reported. Xiao Nanqing tightened his grip on the jade bracelet, a chill running through him. Wasn't she supposed to be neglected? How could Xiao Mo Chuan allow her to share his bed? Could it be that she was using her charms to draw him to the Zikin Palace? After the guard departed, Xiao Nanqing's expression darkened as he regarded the jade bracelet, placing it inside a rosewood box and casually storing it in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 17. The Regent's Selection of a Consort. In just a few days, the Hedong Lu family and the Lang Yuang family sent their daughters to the palace. Lu Ruxin and Wang Qian were both honored as noble consorts. The families felt displeased. They had anticipated a higher title, at least a consort or, at the very least, a favored concubine. Yet they were granted only the title of noble consort. Nonetheless, the situation was beyond their control, and any protest would be futile. They merely cautioned their women to exercise caution in the harem, serve the emperor well, and strive for an early promotion. Today, the Empress Dowager and the Empress were in particularly good spirits, inviting a troupe of performers to entertain them in the palace. Xia Xingmian accompanied by the concubines. Two new noble ladies stood out remarkably, one lively and the other serene, one delicate and the other charming, both merely in their youth, exquisite and extraordinary, akin to two buds poised to bloom on a branch, resplendent and alluring. Even women could not resist casting lingering glances. The scene, filled solely with women, was even more boisterous than a stage performance, rife with flattery, sycophancy, comparison, and calculation. Xia Xingyan merely observed the play on stage, though she could not comprehend the lyrics. She simply wished for the performers' voices to rise, drowning out the clamor of the women around her. In a small temple, the winds of mischief blow fiercely, and where there are people, conflict is inevitable. 3 women could create a drama, let alone a multitude, gradually igniting a sense of tension. It was unclear who first remarked that the regent prince was now 28. Not only was there no princess, but he lacked even a close confidant who understood his nuances. Upon this statement, several dowager consorts, along with the Empress Dowager, began to chime in, all appearing affectionate while clamoring to find a suitable match for Xiao Nanqing, each secretly calculating, eager to present their own candidates to him. A marriage alliance with the regent prince would undoubtedly fortify their respective standings. Xia Xingmian listened, maintaining her composure, secretly amused. As the year drew to a close, even older bachelors could not escape the pressures of marriage. Yet, the men of Chu Jin often wed in their teenage years, and several had concubines even if they had yet to marry. It was peculiar that Xiao Nanqing, born in such an era, had not a single close female companion. Could it be that he harbored some hidden affliction? Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager and several dowager consorts continued to deliberate over which noble lady would be most suitable for Xiao Nanqing. The selection of a suitable heir was of utmost importance. The Empress Dowager, though seemingly composed, was more anxious than anyone else. She had previously advised him in private on several occasions, but Xiao Nanqing merely stammered evasively, avoiding the topic altogether. As Xia Xingmian discreetly indulged in the gossip, she never anticipated that the troublesome matter would soon fall upon her own shoulders. "Empress," called out the Empress Dowager, Cui Ruofu. Xia Xingmian, lost in thought, did not heed her. Chui Ruofu's voice rose slightly, tinged with annoyance. Here, your servant is present, Xia Xingyan replied, snapping back to attention. The Empress, Su Yu, smiled lightly and inquired. In your opinion, Empress, which noble lady would be a fitting match for the regent prince? As soon as Su Yu's words fell, several dowager consorts turned their eager gazes toward her, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Xia Xingyan inwardly lamented. A slight misstep could offend a multitude. Since it is the regent prince's selection of a bride, my opinion bears little weight. It primarily depends on whether it aligns with his desires. How clever I am to deflect the responsibility onto Xiao Nanqing, thus offending no one. The dowager consorts, witnessing her deft maneuvering, withdrew their eager stares. The Empress Dowager, Su Yu, chuckled. I believe it may be wise to entrust the regent prince's matters to the Empress. What do you think, my dear mother? Entrust her with it? Xia Xingyan swallowed hard. No, she merely wished to observe the spectacle, not to embroil herself in complications. This task was undoubtedly thankless and fraught with the potential to offend. She awkwardly replied, as a mere niece-in-law, it does not seem appropriate for me to find a wife for the imperial uncle, does it? The Empress Dowager cast a fleeting glance at her, calmly stating that as the sovereign of the harem, the Empress holds the responsibility to instruct the palace maidens and noble women. And the regent's wife also falls under the category of noble women, making her the most suitable candidate. Xia Xingyan forced a couple of dry laughs, realizing the predicament she had unwittingly invited upon herself. Attempting to evade the task at hand was now impossible. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept this undertaking, lamenting inwardly. The several noble ladies, who previously had no dealings with Xia Xingyan, suddenly became warm and welcoming, grasping her hand and exchanging intimate words as if they were mother and daughter. Their veiled intentions were clear. They sought to recommend their niece or granddaughter to Xiao Nanqing. Unbeknownst to Xiao Nanqing, who had just exited the court, the matter of his lifelong commitment had already been fervently debated among the concubines several times over. Xia Xingyan lowered her head, her spirit dulled, resembling a withered eggplant. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure clad in a deep black court robe embroidered with a five-clawed dragon pattern. Was that not Xiao Nanqing? Uncle, she called out. He paused slightly, but continued to stride forward, seemingly oblivious. Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow in confusion. What was happening? Did he suffer from poor hearing? She quickened her pace to catch up. Upon reaching Xiao Nanqing, she hurriedly bowed in greeting, breathless and flushed, her cheeks imbued with a rosy hue that accentuated her charm. Why do you ignore me, uncle? She playfully complained. What does the Empress require of this prince? Xiao Nanqing averted his gaze, his tone laced with a palpable distance. Xia Xingyan was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? After a few days apart, why such coldness? They had exchanged tokens of cooperation, after all. Nevertheless, she brushed it off, her confidence unwavering, and smiled. Might you spare a moment to visit my palace for a brief respite? That is not permissible, Xiao Nanqing decisively refused, his voice frigid and devoid of warmth. He was known for his resolute nature, never lingering in indecision. The previous instances had already breached his principles. This did not grant her the liberty to repeatedly overstep his boundaries. Without waiting for Xia Xingyan to respond, he hastily departed. Uncle, she called after him, wishing to say more, but he had vanished from her sight. With a sigh, she lamented the thankless nature of her endeavors. As the saying goes, no matchmaker, no fortune. No mediator, no peace, and here she was, a single woman tasked with matchmaking, utterly inexperienced in such matters. Returning to the Zicken Hall, she was met with an array of exquisite boxes adorning the central table, attended by Ji Jin and Zhu Yin, who were cataloging the items. White jade ruby, gold inlaid, jeweled flowers, gold bracelets of playful dragons, white jade square plaques with lotus patterns, black pearls from the EC, natural agate bead strings. Where did these come from? She inquired in astonishment. Luo Qingyi produced a small booklet detailing the gifts bestowed by various noble families and court ministers, alongside portraits of unmarried ladies and their birth details. Each item bore significant value, yet alas, she could not accept them. As she toyed with a black pearl in her hand, she marveled at the astuteness of these ministers. Gather these gifts, and then redistribute them as return gifts to their respective families, Xia Xingyan instructed. Understood. Ji Jin and the others promptly acknowledged, setting to work on her command. Xia Xingyan cast a glance at Zhu Yin and instructed, "Tomorrow morning, you are to seek out the regent and convey that I am unwell, with pressing matters to discuss. Ensure he comes after court." Understood. Zhu Yin acknowledged. "Qingyi, follow this guest list and inform them that I shall host a banquet in the Zikan Hall tomorrow, inviting them to attend." Xia Xingyan meticulously arranged her plans. Understood. Luo Qingyi replied as she set off to fulfill her task, feeling a quiet thrill at the prospect of a gathering of delicate beauties surrounding Xiao Nanqing. Surely, one or two would catch his eye, regardless of whom he favored. Her mission would be deemed a success. The following day, after court, Xiao Nanqing was summoned by Zhu Yin from the Zikan Hall. Initially reluctant to go, he was swayed by the news delivered by a young palace made that the princess had caught a chill and was not feeling well, insisting on seeing the regent. Given the gravity of her words, Xiao Nanqing softened, recalling how fragile the girl was, having fallen into the river previously and fallen ill for several days. Without time to change out of his formal attire, he reluctantly followed her. To his dismay, upon arrival, he was met with a sight that nearly turned his face blue with anger. The woman lay languidly upon the favored couch, a young maid feeding her cut fruit, her complexion radiant and far from that of an ailing person. "Isn't the Empress unwell?" Xiao Nanqing's voice dripped with sarcasm. Xia Xingyan straightened up, forcing a sheepish smile as she gestured for the palace maids to exit. "Oh, I merely miss my dear uncle. Why must you ignore me?" "Miss you?" Xiao Nanqing scoffed, disbelief evident in his tone. Her words implied deceit, turning the blame upon him. What a silver-tongued woman, skillfully twisting the narrative. How had he fallen into her snare? "Since you are well, I shall take my leave," he stated coldly, unwilling to linger. "Uncle, please don't go," she implored, knowing that if Xiao Nanqing departed now, it would thwart her carefully laid plans. She rose and grasped the sleeve of his court robe, gently shaking it. "Another one of your tricks?" Xiao Nanqing glared at her, a sardonic smile creeping into his heart. Surely she employed the same tactics with Xiao Machuan. "Release me," he commanded firmly, refusing to be swayed by her charms. "No, I shall not let go," she insisted resolutely. Fortunately, the hall was empty. Otherwise, their tug-of-war might have been misconstrued as flirtation. As Xiao Nanqing attempted to extricate himself, his sleeve caught in her grip. He hesitated, concerned about hurting her. Just then, laughter and chatter echoed from outside the Zikan Hall. Xia Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived, and she released her hold. Xiao Nanqing shook his sleeve free, ready to step out when he was met by over 20 noble women, all beaming as they bowed in unison. The scent of cosmetics overwhelmed him, and he felt a wave of discomfort suddenly grasping the situation. He turned to Xia Xingyan, fury gleaming in his eyes, as if a ferocious beast lurked within, ready to devour her. With the demeanor of a seasoned matchmaker, Xia Xingyan smiled and said, "By the decree of the Empress Dowager, I am here to assist my uncle in selecting a bride. Do you have anyone in mind?" Xiao Nanqing's complexion was ashen, and after a lengthy pause, he uttered a few words. "Good, very good. Nangong Jiala, splendid indeed." Having said that, he cast not a single glance at the group of aristocratic women and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. What on earth? Did he truly have no affections? Xia Xingyan was utterly bewildered. He had put forth such airs in selecting a consort, yet where could she seek justification? Chapter 18. Is the imperial uncle capable? The assembly of noble women employed every ounce of their charm, showcasing their skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet the regent prince did not spare them a glance, leaving the ladies feeling somewhat dejected. After considerable effort to persuade these aristocratic women to depart, the Empress Dowager sent someone to inquire about the progress. Xia Xingyan merely stated that the prince was occupied with official duties, managing to evade further inquiry. However, such avoidance could not last indefinitely. What on earth was wrong with Xiao Nanqing? With a courtyard full of exquisite young maidens, fresh as dew, how could he not even spare them a glance? Was he perhaps disinterested in women? Or did he fancy men? Or was he merely a fa-ade of strength, all appearance and no substance? This dilemma left Xia Xingyan distressed. If he were indeed ill, He must be treated. Meanwhile, upon returning to the royal residence, Xiao Nanqing was infuriated. He felt he had been excessively lenient lately, allowing that woman to lead him by the nose time and again. That detestable woman. Under her influence, he felt compelled to bear her surname. Xiao Nanqing furrowed his brow, fists clenched, silently vowing to himself. Outside the hall, the voice of a servant announcing his presence broke through his thoughts. What is it? Xiao Nanqing's temper flared, reflected in his tone. The servant trembled in fear. Kneeling at the entrance, stammering, "Your Highness, the Empress has arrived." Xiao Nanqing, already in a foul mood, contemplated dismissing everyone, but upon realizing it was the Empress, his frown deepened. How dare she approach him so brazenly in broad daylight? "I shall not see anyone," he declared, his anger still simmering. The servant appeared distressed, uncertain of how to proceed, when Xia Xingyan entered uninvited. "I have come to see the imperial uncle," she said, bowing slightly, an unusual display of seriousness. She gestured for the servant to withdraw, and he gratefully bowed twice before hastily exiting. With no one else present in the hall, Xia Xingyan donned a flattering smile and lowered her demeanor. "Is the imperial uncle still upset? I am left with no choice. The Empress Dowager desires a grandchild. Does she not?" It must be said, Xia Xingyan was adept at shifting blame, in just a few words placing the onus squarely on the Empress Dowager. As if to say, "It is her will, I am merely the executor, innocent and blameless." Xiao Nanqing snorted dismissively, clearly unconvinced by her reasoning. "Then, I would appreciate it if the Empress could convey to the Empress Dowager that I currently do not have any intentions of marrying," he replied coldly. Oh heavens! One insisted on his marriage while the other stubbornly refused to wed. Xia Xingyan felt her head spinning. The Empress Dowager seemed to be in a particularly irritable phase. Her temper unusually volatile, and any misstep could lead to severe consequences. Last time, she had knelt for an hour, leaving her knees bruised for days. "Please, imperial uncle, you have long reached the age for marriage. It is time to consider adding an imperial aunt to the family," Xia Xingyan urged, adopting the tone of concerned elder. Perhaps due to her profession, her patience was remarkable, remaining calm and unflustered in the face of adversity. "I have no such need," Xiao Nanqing retorted, unyielding. "Empress, please take your leave." Raised in a military camp from a young age, surrounded solely by men, he found himself devoid of any romantic interests. Furthermore, he was reluctant to expose any vulnerabilities. With a demeanor as sharp as a steel blade, he had always held himself to rigorous standards. However, this time, Xia Xingyan was not inclined to heed his wishes. From her sleeve, she produced a piece of brown silk brocade and declared, "By the decree of the Empress Dowager, the Empress will temporarily reside at the regent's residence for the selection of a consort." After reading, she cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Nanqing, who she had anticipated would allow her to proceed, having previously sought the imperial edict. "Do as you wish," Xiao Nanqing replied, rising and sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. Unperturbed, Xia Xingyan instructed her attendants to move her belongings next to Xiao Nanqing's bedroom. At present, her priority was not the selection of a consort, but rather to ascertain whether Xiao Nanqing harbored any hidden ailments. In front of Xiao Nanqing's courtyard lay an open space that served as a training ground. When he had no pressing matters, he would practice swordplay or spar with the guards. As Xia Xingyan rested within her room, the sounds of commotion outside roused her, prompting her to open the window. Despite the frigid weather, Xiao Nanqing wore only a black robe, the cuffs bound with straps, and the corner of his garment tied at the waist. The long sword in his hand moved with the grace of a white serpent flicking its tongue and the agility of a dragon weaving through the air, sometimes light as a swallow, other times swift as lightning, causing the surrounding leaves to scatter. "Your Highness possesses remarkable skill," she remarked, turning towards the source of the voice. Xiao Nanqing spotted Xia Xingyan leaning against the railing, cradling a jar of candied fruits and gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Had she arrived? Had his perceptiveness diminished? Or was it that he had never regarded her with suspicion? Sheathing his sword, Xiao Nanqing contemplated how to find a suitable excuse to send the girl away. However, Xia Xingyan had already dashed to his side, noticing the beads of sweat on his brow, and delicately offered him a handkerchief to wipe his perspiration. Unlike a man's handkerchief, Hers bore a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of jasmine, soothing and pleasant to the senses. "I can manage on my own," Xiao Nanqing said, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the handkerchief and stepped back. Xia Xingyan smiled gently and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to eat? I shall personally prepare it." Indeed, how humble her offer was. She labored diligently to ensure he would marry soon. This time, Xiao Nanqing did not decline. After all, her previous full fish banquet had left him quite impressed, and he had since found the palace cooks lacking, having already replaced them twice. "Leave the arrangements to the Empress," he replied, not particularly finicky about food. "Very well," Xia Xingyan responded, her smile unwavering. The menu included shrimp and seahorse soup, lamb milk broth, and deer antler gelatin porridge, accompanied by a small flask of deer blood wine. Dinner should not be overly indulgent, yet these dishes were highly nourishing. Xiao Nanqing had a robust constitution and should be able to withstand it. While Xiao Nanqing attended to official matters in his study, 2 ministers were present. Xia Xingyan waited until they departed before entering. "Your Highness, it is time for your meal," she said, placing the dishes upon the round table in the study. Her tone eager. Xiao Nanqing set down the book he had been reading and strolled to the table, inspecting the offerings without suspicion. For her culinary skills were unlike those of ordinary cooks. He consumed his meal swiftly, yet with grace, and though the deer antlers scent was notoriously unpleasant, Xia Xingyan had gone to great lengths to eliminate the odor. "It's cold. A bit of wine will help ward off the chill," she suggested. A delicate hand poured a cup of deer blood wine and offered it forward. Xiao Nanqing accepted it, took a sip, and suddenly furrowed her brow, astonished as she inquired, "Is this wine truly exquisite? Your Highness, may I have another cup?" She interrupted his doubts and proceeded to pour another glass. Xiao Nanqing, unsuspecting of any deceit, was coaxed into drinking several cups until the vessel of deer blood wine was nearly empty. A warm sensation coursed through her body. "Your Highness, if you feel fatigued, perhaps you should rest early. I shall remove these items." The effects of the wine and dishes were surely taking hold. Xia Xingyan hastily excused herself, for she had orchestrated a grand performance for the night. Xiao Nanqing suddenly recalled that it was deer blood wine, but reflecting upon it now was of little consequence. She instructed her attendants to prepare cold water in the bathing pool and immersed herself completely. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice wafted from beyond the gauzy curtain, gentle and enchanting like tinkling wind chimes, soothing to the soul. "Your Highness, may this servant assist you with your bath?" The woman, clad in sheer silk, revealed a delicate figure partially concealed, her pearly teeth grazing her lip, exuding undeniable allure. "Nangong Jiala?" Xiao Nanqing dreamily beheld the figure of Nangong Jiala draped in silk, her crimson lips slightly parted, advancing towards him with captivating grace. "Jiala," he softly called, a smile breaking through his previously austere demeanor. "Your Highness," the woman approached, her tender hands reaching out, only to be seized by Xiao Nanqing in a firm grip. She was not Nangong Jiala. She would never address him as Your Highness, but would sweetly call him Royal Uncle. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that she was an unfamiliar woman, strikingly beautiful, with every movement radiating seduction. The woman, feeling the sting of his grasp, turned pale and pleaded, "Your Highness, spare me. Who are you? Who sent you to assassinate me?" Xiao Nanqing demanded sharply, showing no mercy. Terrified, the woman protested, "I am the courtesan of Zhe Xianglu, sent by the Empress to serve you." "The Empress?" Xiao Nanqing's brow furrowed deeply, veins throbbing at his temple, unleashing a primal roar of fury. "Begone! Get out!" The courtesan, having narrowly escaped with her life, fled in panic. Xia Xingyan, who had been waiting outside for the spectacle, mused to herself, "So soon? Could it be that Xiao Nanqing truly lacks prowess?" The courtesan, weeping, dashed towards Xia Xingyan, and upon seeing her despondent expression, Xia Xingyan realized their plan had faltered. She reproached, "Useless! How could you not manage a mere man? How did you even become a courtesan?" Uncertain of Xiao Nanqing's condition, Xia Xingyan, the architect of the scheme, entered the room with trepidation, softly calling, "Royal Uncle." The moment she spoke, a chilling presence enveloped her as a long sword halted at her throat, emanating a menacing glint. A mere tilt forward would result in the blade piercing her throat. The wielder of the sword was none other than Xiao Nanqing, his hair cascading freely, clad in a black silk bathrobe, loosely tied, revealing a sturdy chest and sculpted abs that could make any woman's heart race. Xia Xingyin could not help but swallow hard, captivated by the sight of the handsome man emerging from the bath. Have you seen enough? Xiao Nanqing's voice was icy as he fixed a piercing gaze upon her. Yes, that is sufficient, Xia Xingyin stammered, realizing her lapse in composure. Now tell me, why did you conspire against me? He pressed, his tone as frigid as the steel at her throat. She gently pushed aside the long sword and spoke softly, Your Highness, please don't be like this, I'm frightened. Xiao Nanqing snorted coldly. Frightened? Would she truly be afraid? Her courage was considerable. You have yet to respond to my words. The sword lowered to her shoulder. Xia Xingyin chuckled awkwardly. There's nothing I can do. The Empress Dowager is pressing me. I am merely concerned for your health and wish to test it. Test it? Health concerns? How could the formidable Xiao Nanqing be unwell? Wait, did she imply that he was lacking in certain aspects? He suddenly sheathed his sword, striding forward, grasping her slender waist tightly, and sneered, If you wish to test. Why not do it yourself, Empress? I test. Isn't that rather inappropriate? It seemed rather unseemly for them, given their current statuses. Chapter 19. Turning hostile. Wait, what was this? Did she feel a hint of anticipation? Xia Xingyin felt ashamed of her impure thoughts. While her mind wandered, Xiao Nanqing's lips curled into a cold smile, laced with disdain. The illustrious Empress of Chu Jin was indeed a one. His elongated fingers unfastened the clasp at her neck, revealing her fair and smooth skin. Your Highness, this doesn't seem right. What if something happens between us? We would be in serious trouble. She felt a bit faint. Though she had no ties to Xiao Nanqing, she currently occupied the body of Nangong Jiala. Although there was no blood relation, it felt quite strange. Xiao Nanqing smirked devilishly, his finely sculpted fingers gently gripping her smooth chin. I am unafraid. And it appears the Empress does not mind either. She shook her head frantically, repeatedly insisting, No, I care. Of course I care. How could I not? It is immoral. If it were my own body, it would be one thing, but this is Nangong Jiala's. He continued to coax her, Follow me, and I shall ensure your safety. His words seemed somewhat reasonable. Though Xiao Mochuan was the emperor, the regent Xiao Nanqing appeared more imposing. Of course, Your Highness. You may tell me what kind of beauty you desire, and I shall find her for you. Xia Xingyin finally regained her composure. What had she been thinking moments ago? The Empress was doing all this to entice him? His voice was husky as he whispered in her ear. His voice possessed a magnetic allure, gentle yet compelling, drawing one closer involuntarily, his wickedly handsome face adorned with a hint of reckless charm. She clenched her delicate fists, reminding herself not to fall into his trap. This was not the modern era, but Chu Jin, where misstep could cost one their head. Neither Xiao Mochuan nor Xiao Nanqing were the sort one could easily seduce. Once she returned, wouldn't it be more delightful to spend a few million and have some young man dance for her? Your Highness truly possesses keen insight. You have seen through me. She resolved to change her strategy, refusing to remain passive. Her soft, delicate hand gently caressed his cheek, her eyes shimmering with affection, exuding charm. Xiao Nanqing's expression shifted slightly, his smile gradually fading, as he pushed her hand away and stepped back, admonishing, Empress, you are being too presumptuous. Xia Xingyin smiled seductively. Your Highness is truly inconsistent. You do not allow me to be presumptuous, yet you indulge me repeatedly. Xiao Nanqing let out a cold snort. Casting a disdainful glance at her, she playfully tugged at the belt of his bathrobe, teasingly inquiring, Uncle, could it be that you truly have no interest in women? With a beauty as radiant as I standing before you, how could you remain unmoved? Nangong Jiala, I had thought you to be dignified and virtuous, yet you reveal yourself to be so shameless? He seized her hand roughly, flinging it away. Xia Xingyin's expression stiffened as she regained her composure. So many noble ladies fail to capture the attention of the regent. Even the most celebrated courtesan in Yuzhou City fails to entice you. Uncle, pray tell, How should I report back to the Empress Dowager? That is your own concern and has nothing to do with me, he replied coldly. How shall I report? Shall I say that you suffer from a hidden ailment or perhaps a peculiar preference? She pressed on relentlessly, showing no signs of retreat. Nangong Jiala, you are audacious. The long sword, previously sheathed, was once again drawn against her. Xia Xingyan smiled, enchanting and unperturbed, casting a glance at the glinting blade. If uncle wishes to strike, then by all means do so. I fear you may be too reluctant to harm me. Xiao Nanxing, struck at his core, scoffed dismissively. How could I be reluctant? If you are indeed willing, then act. She was engaged in a high-stakes gamble, betting that Xiao Nanxing would not truly resort to violence against her. After all, as a queen, dying in her uncle's bath would certainly invite scandal. This woman was not as innocent as she appeared. She was cunning, adept at reading his thoughts. Indeed, he would not kill her. Firstly, because her death within his domain would be troublesome. Secondly, she was correct. He could not bear to do so. Though she brought him nothing but trouble each time she appeared before him, he found himself softening in her presence. Rest early, tomorrow morning. I shall have someone escort you back to the palace, he stated indifferently, sheathing his sword. The task remains unfinished, Xia Xingyan retorted, her tone defiant. You must choose a consort, or I shall have no explanation for the Empress Dowager. Her audacity incited his ire. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you. His gaze was frigid, his expression like frost. Xia Xingyan, equally incensed, shot back. Xiao Nanxing, rest assured, should I concern myself with your trivial matters, I would be akin to a fool, taking your surname. Her anger flushed her fair cheeks a bright crimson. With a fierce bite of her lip, she stormed away. Xiao Nanxing stood in stunned silence, the scent of her rouge lingering in the air. My lord, Niaqing bowed at the doorway, awaiting his command. What is it? He asked, his tone darkened by the memory of her presence that never failed to ignite his fury. Seeing the situation, Niaqing sensed his lord's displeasure and, steeling himself, reported, the queen has departed. Departed? Was she not to leave tomorrow morning? Though the distance is short, the recent security in Yuzhou City has been poor. Ensure her safety until she enters the imperial city. He relented, his heart softening. Understood, Niaqing acknowledged, promptly departing. Xiao Nanxing, in a fit of frustration, swept his sword across the table, splitting it in two, extinguishing the flames of the candles within the room. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow as memories flooded back from his childhood, his aunt and father indulging in secret trysts within the purple palace of his mother. Since that time, he has been reluctant to draw close to women, with Nangong Jiala as an exception. She possesses an enchanting allure, a blend of delicacy and charm, calling him Uncle Emperor in a melodious voice akin to that of a golden oriole, intoxicating him gradually with each utterance. Had she been a maiden awaiting marriage, he might have chosen her as his consort. Alas, she is the queen of Xiaomachuan. Has she departed? Perhaps it is for the best. Some sentiments ought not to be stirred. Recently, he has strayed too far from the path of his past life, and he cannot allow a woman to hinder his grand ambitions. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyan, filled with ire, hurried back to the palace in a carriage throughout the night. Zijin frequently lifted the curtain to glance back, yet no one pursued them. Damn Xiao Nanxing, that scoundrel, may he perish. She cursed vehemently. In this late hour, why did he not come after her? Did he not worry for her safety at all? Within the Ziqing Hall, Xiaomachuan, who had been waiting for Xia Xingyan for quite some time, was just about to depart when a palace attendant announced, the queen has returned. Indeed, she had returned, though her countenance was downcast, as if someone owed her a fortune and had yet to repay it. Upon seeing Xiaomachuan, she merely offered a perfunctory greeting. An old adage states that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Previously, Xiaomachuan seldom graced the Ziqing Hall, yet now he almost regarded it as his own chamber. Is the queen displeased? Xiaomachuan inquired lightly. Xia Xingyan did not deny it. She was seething with frustration. Let me guess, he continued. It concerns the matter of the uncle emperor selecting a consort. He had already been informed that the Empress Dowager had entrusted the task of selecting a consort to the queen. It was better left unsaid. Mentioning it ignited Xia Xingyan's ire. How can he be so difficult? He dismisses the noble women. and even the courtesans from the Qin Lu and Chu Guan. What about me? No, what about Nankong Jiala? Each one is a beauty chosen from thousands. Of course, she refrained from voicing this last thought. Perhaps the Uncle Emperor has yet to encounter a woman to his liking. Xiao Mochuan maintained a warm smile, a stark contrast to his previously austere demeanor. Xia Xingyan sighed. The Empress Dowager was pressing, leaving no time for the Uncle Emperor to find his ideal partner. If this matter came to naught, he would surely face punishment. He is 28 this year, a proper unmarried man. Why does he not consider matrimony? Xia Xingmian fretted, her heart heavy with concern. Previously, she had been urged to marry while at home, finding it tiresome then. Now she had become the very person she once detested. Perhaps I could assist you with this matter, Xiao Mochuan remarked, noticing her furrowed brow. Xia Xingmian's spirits lifted. With a mere decree from the emperor, her troubles could be alleviated. Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to her that Xiao Mochuan's position as emperor was rather constraining, subject to the whims of others. I shall indeed assist you, and you need not worry. Xiao Mochuan seemed to see through her thoughts, providing her with reassurance. He added, however, I am currently quite famished. Xia Xingyan was skeptical. Would he truly aid her, or was he merely seeking a meal, with no inclination to cook? She recalled that there was a piece of venison in the small kitchen. She sliced off a few pieces, skewered them with iron sticks, set an iron mesh over the charcoal stove, and placed the venison atop it, sprinkling salt and a secret sauce. The fat sizzled out, crackling as it fell into the embers, sending up a flurry of sparks. Before long, the aroma wafted through the air. Would you like to try? Xia Xingyan offered a skewer to Xiao Mochuan. He took a bite, and the rich fragrance of the meat filled his mouth. How about some wine? The experience of savoring skewers and drinking wine has always been a supreme delight throughout the ages. However, Xia Xingyan hesitated to indulge again. The last time she had lost her composure after drinking, Xiao Mochuan had carried her back to her chambers, a memory that left her feeling utterly embarrassed. She was well aware of her own propensity for intoxication. Yet, Xiao Mochuan was indeed a paragon of virtue. That night, despite spending the entire night beside her on the soft couch, he had not laid a finger on her, perhaps due to her lack of favor in his eyes. Subsequently, whenever he stayed in the Zicken Hall, he continued to sleep on the soft couch, and the palace maid suspected nothing, believing the Empress had regained her favor. I shall not drink any more. If your Majesty wishes to partake, I can have someone warm a pot of wine just for you. She addressed Xiao Mochuan with great courtesy, her demeanor a blend of warmth and distance, influenced by both Nangong Jiala and her own sentiments. It seemed that only in the presence of Xiao Nanqing could she truly let her guard down, displaying a playful and endearing side. Observing his frosty demeanor, perpetually serious and aloof, she felt an irresistible urge to tease him and playfully torment him. In truth, Xia Xingyan harbored a fear of Xiao Mochuan staying over at the Zicken Hall. There was a night when she awoke to find herself standing before him, clutching a dagger. That was Nangong Jiala, whose deep love had turned into profound hatred. She must have once cherished Xiao Mochuan dearly. The betrayal of a beloved, that kind of hatred, the soul-crushing and heart-wrenching pain, is something that others cannot fathom. Heaven had granted her a chance at rebirth, and it was meant for her to seek vengeance. After much persuasion, Xia Xingyan managed to convince her to temporarily abandon her plans for revenge. Chapter 20. High-paying recruitment. Though the means by which Xiao Mochuan achieved this are unknown, the Empress Dowager truly retracted her decree, no longer pressing for the selection of a consort for Xiao Nanqing, merely stating that it was in accordance with divine will. Later, Xia Xingyan learned that the Empress Dowager believed in fate. Xiao Mochuan had secretly instructed the national advisor to consult the oracle in her presence, which proclaimed that the regent should not take a consort before the age of 30, lest calamity befall him. Naturally, the Empress Dowager took the advisor's words to heart, and she dared not press the matter further, deciding to deliberate on the selection of a consort over time. With the crisis averted, Xia Xingyan felt a great sense of relief, allowing her thoughts to turn towards the tavern. For over a month, the townsfolk had been abuzz with talk about the exorbitantly priced establishment finally welcoming its owner. One day, the citizens were astonished to see a sign hanging outside, declaring Nanqing Tower. Upon inquiry, they discovered it was a tavern. The populace gasped in disbelief. To purchase such an expensive property for a tavern seemed destined for ruin. What astonished them even more was the hiring announcement posted by Nanxing Tower. A throng of people gathered around the vibrant red notice, which read, "We earnestly seek a master chef, offering an annual salary of 100 taels of gold. For those with a recipe, upon acceptance, the annual salary will double." Doubling the salary meant 200 taels of gold, equivalent to 2,000 taels in silver, surpassing even the salary of a first-rank official. The crowd marveled in astonishment, exclaiming that nowadays, nothing could compare to being a cook. Other tavern chefs, eager for opportunity, grew restless. The market rate for a top chef was merely 4 taels a month, including various benefits totaling around 50 taels, making this offer a staggering 40-fold increase. Even apprentices earning a meager monthly wage of 1 tael were now demanding an exorbitant 5 taels. In a fleeting moment, the bustling streets of Yuzhou City were filled with individuals eager to align themselves with culinary talents, all flocking towards the South Star Tower. A long queue formed before the establishment, which had yet to open its doors, as hopefuls wished for fortune to smile upon them. Xia Xingyan, perched at the window on the second floor, surveyed the throng of aspiring chefs below, contemplating whether any among them bore the esteemed Wei family cookbook. As the evening approached, she discovered that many chefs possessed recipes, yet none stood out, leaving her somewhat disheartened. She paid them a token sum and dismissed them. In the following days, although a few second and third-rate cooks were recruited, the position of head chef remained unfilled. Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow and paced restlessly in her study. "Do not worry, Sister Xia. I have dispatched individuals to various local government offices to post proclamations. I am confident that suitable candidates will soon present themselves," Lei Yu reassured her. Xia Xingyan nodded, instructing, "Tomorrow, let the newcomers prepare dishes for evaluation. They shall make chestnut and cabbage. It is a recipe from the Wei family cookbook, though a vegetarian dish. It is not overly complicated, yet it demands skill. The sweet and sticky chestnuts paired with tender cabbage hearts, drizzled with a tart and sweet sauce, create a delightful dish." "Chestnuts and cabbage can be cooked together?" Lei Yu inquired, intrigued. "Naturally, there are many ingredients that can be transformed into exquisite dishes. You will soon have your eyes open to the possibilities," Xia Xingyan replied with a sense of pride. As the few of them deliberated, a commotion arose from downstairs. What was happening? Xia Xingyan's delicate brows knitted in concern. Lei Yu and Lei He descended to investigate and soon returned with news of a group of officials claiming to be on patrol, yet they merely sought to extort some silver. They flaunt their authority simply because they wear uniforms. Give them a few coins and send them on their way. Xia Xingyan wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, I fear that setting such a precedent could lead to endless entanglements. Many establishments have closed due to this sort of harassment. Lei Yu cautioned, but they are merely low-ranking lackeys. It is not worth revealing our identities for such triviality. Glancing down, she caught sight of an arrogant figure. Cui Jinsheng. A smile graced Xia Xingyan's lips as a plan began to form in her mind. If memory served, Cui Jinsheng was not only the heir of the Cui family, but also the chief of the left guard of Yuzhou, responsible for maintaining order. It would be fitting for him to deal with the ruffians. "Go, show this to the one in the purple robe, but do not reveal our identities," Xia Xingyan instructed as she unclasped a chain from around her neck, adorned with a white jade dragon pendant, a piece originally belonging to Shao Nanqing. Zhu Yin took the pendant and sought out Cui Jinsheng. From her vantage point on the second floor, Xia Xingyan observed as anticipated, upon seeing the pendant. Cui Jinsheng's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief exchange, he followed Zhu Yin upstairs. Within moments, the officials fled in disarray, leaving in a state of humiliation. Shortly after, Cui Jinsheng exited the South Star Tower and inadvertently collided with a young girl selling plum blossoms, scattering the vibrant flowers across the ground. The girl wailed, and Cui Jinsheng furrowed his brow, scolding her briefly before impatiently tossing a silver ingot on the ground. The girl's cries intensified, likely from fright. Cui Jinsheng bent down, attempting to soothe the little girl with a few kind words, yet her tears continued to flow. Frustrated, he scratched his head in despair. Glancing over at a vendor selling candied hawthorns, he tossed down a silver ingot and purchased all the treats, presenting them to her. "Please stop crying," he gently urged. The sight of the bright red fruits softened the girl's sobs, transforming her tears into laughter. Cui Jincheng sighed in relief, affectionately ruffling her hair before departing. It seemed he was not entirely unkind, as Summer Xingmian mused with a smile. Zhu Yin ascended the staircase, returning the 9 dragons jade pendant to Summer Xingmian. Did he inquire about anything? She asked. Zhu Yin shook his head, responding, he merely asked if the prince was nearby. How did you reply? Summer Xingmian pressed. The maidservant said nothing, only smiled, Zhu Yin reported. Summer Xingmian nodded, satisfied as she contemplated how to obtain Cui Jincheng's token. As dusk approached, she reminded Lei Yu to expedite the recruitment process, handing her several blueprints and instructing her to seek the finest copper craftsmen for their creation. And please have a master craftsman forge a few small daggers for me. Sharp and compact, she added before leaving. Understood, Lei Yu replied respectfully. Though doubts about her mistress's status lingered in her mind, it was evident she was no ordinary person of wealth. The attendants of the Zicheng Palace rejoiced upon Summer Xingmian's return, their anxious hearts finally at ease, especially since their mistress often brought them little trinkets. She delighted in tales and novelties, rewarding those who entertained her with stories, and when in good spirits, she would even prepare them delightful treats. Her culinary skills were unrivaled, leading countless palace servants to vie for a position in Zicheng Palace. As the Empress entered the small kitchen, a throng of palace servants and maids trailed eagerly behind her. So, what news do you have today? Summer Xingmian inquired with a smile. A young attendant eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, I'll go first. The regent and several ministers entered the palace late last night. Oh, is that so? Summer Xingmian replied without looking up, placing beef tripe and bones into the pot. Her tone casual. What is so unusual about that? Do you know why they rushed here? Another attendant, brimming with pride, chimed in. Summer Xingmian added herbs like Angelica Codenopsis and goji berries to the pot before asking, then do enlighten us on their hasty arrival. In a hushed voice, the attendant disclosed. I heard that the Tartar envoy was murdered less than 50 kilometers from Yuzhou City. Summer Xingmian paused, realizing the gravity of such an event. The murder of an envoy could severely disrupt diplomatic relations. No wonder they had come in such haste. However, matters of state were not her concern, as the inner court was prohibited from meddling in politics. The attendants and maids debated who could be so audacious as to commit murder beneath the emperor's very nose. Listening to their chatter, Summer Xingmian remained silent, focused on simmering the broth. Suddenly, an elder attendant announced from outside the hall, His Majesty summons the Empress to the study. Prepare some food to satisfy the ministers. It was clear that Xiao Machuan did not merely desire her company. He intended for her to cook, an opportunity for a free chef not to be missed. Very well, I shall bring this pot of soup along, she decided, though uncertain how many would partake and whether there would be enough to satiate them all. In the imperial study, all present sat upright, brows furrowed in solemnity. Xiao Machuan reclined on a couch, flanked by Regent Xiao Nanxing, while 3 ministers occupied chairs of exquisite rosewood. As Xia Xingyan entered, she bowed slightly to Xiao Machuan and then turned to offer a modest greeting to Xiao Nanxing. He lifted his gaze slightly, nodding ever so slightly, his demeanor grave. The 3 ministers voiced their opinions, recognizing the gravity of the situation regarding the slain envoy. The resolution depended on their approach. What do you propose we do? Xiao Machuan inquired. The elder minister suggested, in my humble opinion, we should first dispatch a considerable amount of gold and silver to appease the wrath of the Tartar king, and then deliberate on further measures. Xiao Nanxing cast a sharp glance at the minister, retorting coldly, do we, the illustrious Chu Jin, need to pay tribute to a mere border state? The minister bowed his head in silence, and the other 2 ministers, too, refrained from speaking, leaving them without a strategy. The atmosphere grew tense, as frigid as the weather outside. On this chilly day, perhaps we could warm ourselves with some soup and discuss this matter further afterward, Xia Xingmian suggested, breaking the stalemate and alleviating the awkwardness. A servant brought in the soup, placing on a small stove to warm it. Xia Xingmian ladled a bowl and offered it to Xiao Machuan. Thank you, Your Majesty, he said, his brow relaxing slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xia Xingmian returned the smile and placed another bowl before Xiao Nanxing. Uncle, please enjoy. Xiao Nanqing's gaze remained downcast, avoiding her eyes. Since their separation that day, he had not seen her for many days. She appeared somewhat plumper, leading him to believe he had overthought her distress. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he replied, his tone indifferent. Xia Xingmian felt a sense of estrangement, biting her lip as she stepped aside. "What do you believe should be done regarding this matter?" Xiao Machuan suddenly asked. Xia Xingmian was taken aback. "Me? How should I view it? Just sit and observe? Is it not forbidden for the harem to engage in political affairs? Why inquire of me? The Empress may speak freely," Xiao Nanqing added. "I believe we should first capture the culprit," she stated amidst the expectant gazes of those present. However, she had not anticipated that this would lead to her own peril. "Within 7 days, apprehend the murderer," declared Nangong Yi, the Vice Minister of Justice, now at the forefront of scrutiny. Should the perpetrator remain at large by the deadline, his head would be demanded, with Regent Xiao Nanqing overseeing the investigation. Chapter 21. Uncle. Ahug troubles continued to arise. Within a few days, Nangong Yi's wife entered the palace with their 2 sons. Upon reaching the Zikan Hall, she launched into a lament before the Empress, compelling her young sons to kneel and bow repeatedly. Nangong Jiala felt a headache coming on. She was well aware that her sister-in-law was a formidable character, having experienced her manipulations at home. Though she spoke sweetly, her actions often belied her words. This visit to the palace was undoubtedly concerning the slain Tartar envoy. With 7 days as the deadline, 5 had already elapsed with no progress in sight. "Sister, this matter rests upon your shoulders. As the deadline approaches, my brother's life hangs in the balance. What shall become of us, left as orphans?" the woman wailed. Nangong Jiala, overwhelmed by the noise, recalled that in her past life, the Tartar envoy had arrived without incident, only to display arrogance and provocation during his audience, asserting his severance of ties with Chu Jin and refusal to pay tribute. Subsequently, the Tartar forces clashed with those of Chu and Jin, with Xiao Nanqing personally leading a grand army to assault the Tartars, advancing with an unstoppable momentum until they reached the Tartar capital, compelling the Tartar king to bow in submission. Yet, the present circumstances are starkly different. The corpse of the Tartar envoy was discovered by a group of cooks en route to Yuzhou City, who promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Observing that Nangong Jiala had yet to make a statement, a woman urged her 2 children to step forward and plead, weeping in desperation. As she looked down at her 2 nephews clinging to her leg in tears, Nangong Jiala was haunted by memories from her previous life, where they had endured the grievous fate of castration, leaving her profoundly sorrowful. She rose to assist the woman, reassuring her, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I shall not stand idly by in this matter." After repeated assurances from Nangong Jiala, the woman finally departed with her sons, though not without offering a few more anxious reminders. Once they left, Nangong Jiala slumped onto the couch, uncertain of how to manage this predicament. Should she implore Xiao Mo Chuan to retract the imperial decree and assign another, or seek out Xiao Nanqing to request an extension? No matter whom she approached, none seemed a favorable option. May the Empress save the young master. Suddenly, the usually taciturn Luo Qing knelt before her. She owed a debt of gratitude to Nangong Yi for saving her life. How could she bear to see him perish? It was now Summer Xingmian's turn to feel overwhelmed. Nangong Jiala hastily agreed to take charge, although it was her who would ultimately handle the affairs. In this ancient setting devoid of surveillance cameras, how could one hope to solve a case? Although she had indulged in numerous crime dramas, such as Criminal Investigation Archives, Forensic Qinming, Major Crime Unit 6, and Detective D. Rengia, they were merely pastimes, not practical guides for solving crimes. Cooking, however, was within her realm of expertise. Perhaps I should first visit the site of the corpse's discovery. I hope to unearth some clues. The crime scene lay in a forest outside Yuzhou City, where the towering trees loomed densely, and with winter's chill enveloping the land, few dared to traverse the area. Recently, due to the high wages offered by Nanxing Lu for cooks, many from distant lands flocked to Yuzhou City, leading to the discovery of the body and subsequent reporting to the authorities. Curiously, the path taken was not the main thoroughfare to Yuzhou. Why would the Tartar envoy abandon the main road for a forest trail? In winter, the trees stood bare, their branches intertwining to obscure sunlight, casting a dim and foreboding atmosphere. The recent occurrence of a homicide heightened the sense of dread, creating an environment fraught with peril. Summer Xingyan, however, was audacious. Unburdened by guilt, she feared no specters. Confident in her integrity, she believed that no malevolent forces would intrude upon her. Zhu Yin, you investigate over there. Lei He, you check that direction, she calmly instructed. But my lady, both men were reluctant to leave her alone in such a treacherous place. Should any misfortune befall her, the heavens would surely collapse. Summer Xingyan smiled faintly, brandishing a small dagger in her hand to assure them of her safety. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Obliging. The two men departed. Summer Xingyan circled the vicinity, yet found no suspicious signs. The case file indicated that the envoy and his retinue had been robbed of their possessions and stripped of their garments. Drawing upon Nangong, Jala's memories from her previous life. Could it be that someone intended to impersonate the Tartar envoy, engaging in a scheme of deceit? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. In the distance, a rustling sound was heard, accompanied by the howls of wild beasts. Xia Xingmian's heart tightened suddenly. She had forgotten there were no ghosts, but there were wild beasts. This was dire, for in such a vast forest, the presence of wild animals was not surprising. Tigers, lions, wolves, or wild boars. Each was equally perilous. She silently lamented, wishing she had not allowed Lei He and the others to depart. A chilling roar echoed behind her, and as Xia Xingyan turned, her face blanched in terror. A fierce white tiger, its eyes gleaming, approached her, its mouth agape, crimson tongue flicking in anticipation. She retreated slowly, her body trembling, gripping a small dagger tightly, whispering to herself, "Don't come closer, don't come closer." In a sudden lunge, the tiger pounced, and Xia Xingmian hurled the dagger, piercing its eye. The scent of blood provoked the beast, causing it to writhe in agony before it lunged back towards her. Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes. Thinking this was the end, those who awaited her demise to inherit her fortune would surely be laughing with glee. After a long pause, feeling no attack, she cautiously opened her eyes to find the fearsome tiger lying lifeless on the ground, its head severed from its body. A few steps away stood a man clad in dark attire, wielding a sharp sword, crimson droplets cascading from the blade onto the earth. Xiao Nanqing? Xia Xingmian furrowed her brow, wondering how he had come to be here. Every appearance of the queen surprises this prince, Xiao Nanqing remarked with a smirk. He had come to inspect the scene for any overlooked details and had not anticipated encountering her. Xia Xingmian, refusing to back down, retorted, I find each meeting with my royal uncle to be quite unfortunate. It truly brings bad luck. Such a sharp tongue. I should have let that tiger snap your neck and devour you, he scoffed. Every time I save you, not a word of thanks escapes your lips. You truly lack appreciation. Had I arrived a moment later, you would have met your demise at the jaws of this beast. Xia Xingmian rolled her eyes, thinking, I never asked for your help. You can blame no one but yourself. Xiao Nanqing let out a cold laugh. This woman was always without decorum. Being a man of stature, he would not stoop to her level, having grown accustomed to her lack of gratitude. What brings you here? He inquired. Tired of the Purple Chin Palace, avoided the taverns, and now you venture into the mountains, risking being taken by wolves? To assist my brother in solving a case. There are only 2 days left. If we do not find a murderer, my brother will meet a tragic fate, Xia Xingmian replied with irritation. Xiao Nanqing sheathed his sword, hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. That is merely a reflection of Nangong's incompetence. Do you possess no compassion? My brother's shortcomings do not warrant a death sentence, she protested, struggling to rise, but collapsing heavily as pain shot through her ankle. The agony caused her to bite her lip, her features contorting in distress. What is wrong? Xiao Nanqing inquired, noting her pallor. My ankle is sprained, she said pitifully. Xiao Nanqing knelt beside her, gently lifting her injured foot while his accompanying guards discreetly turned away, stepping back a respectful distance. He removed her shoes and socks, revealing her plump, delicate toes and the swollen, reddened ankle. Be gentle. Do you even know how to treat an injury? She chided, taking a deep breath. Xiao Nanqing, exercising patience, softened his touch, gently massaging the swollen area. Does it still hurt? He asked, his tone imbued with tenderness. Ah, it hurt so much, she pouted, her eyes clouded with mist, feeling a sense of grievance. Xiao Nanqing, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you crying? Did you not tell me to leave and declare that you never wish to see me again? Why do you concern yourself with me now? Such feigned kindness." She displayed her intellect to everyone, but indulged in her little temper only with him. Xiao Nanqing was taken aback. "When did I ever tell you to leave? You asked me to go, which is tantamount to telling me to roll away," she insisted stubbornly. "Is that the same thing?" At that moment, in a fit of anger, he merely wished for her to depart, not to roll away. "It is indeed the same," she asserted, shaking her legs defiantly. Xiao Nanqing sighed in resignation, conceding, "If you say so, then it must be so." The saying that women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture rang true. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Upon his admission, Xia Xingyin quieted down, casting him a triumphant glance, as if to say, "See, I have won." Xiao Nanqing, however, wore an expression of helplessness. At times, this woman resembled a child. "Can you still walk?" he asked, observing her delicate, fair ankle. Xia Xingyin shook her head. In truth, she could walk if someone supported her. "Then I shall assist you," he offered, extending his hand. "Uncle, will you not carry me? Shouldn't you be giving me a princess carry at this moment? Supporting me is hardly sufficient. There is a distinction between genders." Xiao Nanqing paused, momentarily stunned, yet ultimately declined. Xia Xingyin pouted, "If you want to carry me, that must be because you think I am too heavy to lift, worried of being ridiculed." "Too heavy? You weigh but a few taels. How could I not carry you?" Xiao Nanqing felt his masculine dignity insulted. He bent down, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Xia Xingyin's arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, her lips curving into a proud smile. "Master," Lei He and Zhu Yin returned, having found nothing of note. Zhu Yin, upon seeing the regent holding their lady, felt a peculiar discomfort. "My lord, perhaps it would be better if I assisted instead." She sensed something amiss, but could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. "No need." Xiao Nanqing coldly refused, placing Xia Xingyan upon the horse's back, then mounting himself, grasping the reins to protect her within his embrace. The sturdy chest, the potent scent of masculinity stirred Xia Xingyan's innate desires, causing her to fidget restlessly, subtly seeking to take advantage. "Do not move. Be careful not to fall," Xiao Nanqing cautioned. It was his first time embracing a woman in this manner, and as he rode, his heart raced like the horse beneath him. "Uncle, will you truly kill my brother?" Xia Xingyan asked tentatively. Xiao Nanqing snorted disdainfully. "A ruler does not jest." Xia Xingyan felt a chill in her heart. Nan Gongyi did not appear to be a man destined for an early demise, yet his time seemed limited, and the identity of the murderer remained elusive. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanqing pondered. In his past life, the incident involving the assassination of the Tartar envoy had not occurred. Why had everything changed? The root of this shift seemed to lie in his encounter with this woman. Chapter 22. A visitor? Xia Xingyan was adamant about not returning to the palace, and Xiao Nanqing, in resignation, took her to Nanqing Tower. As it had yet to officially open, it appeared somewhat desolate. He gently set Xia Xingyan down, and upon hearing the commotion, Lei Yu approached, immediately filled with concern upon learning of Xia Xingyan's injury. Sound from the kitchen echoed, accompanied by the delightful aroma of dishes wafting through the air. Several attendants struggled to carry baskets filled with beef and lamb into the kitchen. Why procure such an abundance of meat? Are they preparing to marinate it? Xia Xingyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. The restaurant had yet to open, rendering such quantities seemingly excessive. Lei Yu chuckled softly, elucidating that it was at the behest of a guest. A guest? But the establishment hasn't even commenced operations. Where could a guest have come from? Xia Xingyan pondered inwardly. There are roughly 20 guests, all tall and robust, claiming to be bodyguard from a security agency. They are in possession of valuable goods and require a secluded place to await their employer. Seeing as we aren't open yet, they opted to settle here, offering a generous payment, which I deem sufficient to allow their stay, Lei Yu clarified. Xiao Nanqing placed Xia Xingyan gently on a soft couch and turned to inquire, "How much did they pay?" Lei Yu hesitated, biting her lip and casting a glance at Xia Xingyan. "It's of no concern. Xiao Langjun is the secret proprietor of this establishment," Xia Xingyan interjected. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu lowered her guard and candidly responded, excluding the meal expenses. They provided 100 taels. In Yuzhou City, the finest in charge no more than 6 or 7 taels for a month in a premier room. To suddenly offer 100 taels, especially from bodyguards, certainly raised suspicions. Coupled with the abundance of meat, Xiao Nanqing's brow furrowed, deep in contemplation. "You may leave," he gestured, signaling Lei Yu to exit. She bowed her head and retreated, ensuring the door was closed behind her. Did the royal uncle recall something? Xia Xingyan asked, sitting up with excitement, lacing her tone. Xiao Nanqing smiled slightly, gazing at her as he posed a question. "Why is this establishment named Nanqing Lu?" "You're the owner. It simply bears your name," Xia Xingyan replied casually. "Then what are the Mian?" Xiao Nanqing pressed on. Xia Xingyan beckoned him closer, whispering in his ear, "I shan't reveal that to you." Xiao Nanqing's expression stiffened, followed by a sardonic remark. "Given our partnership, why does the Empress remain so elusive?" Just as Xia Xingyan was about to respond, a male voice resonated from outside. "Your Highness, it was likely Nie Qing." Xiao Nanqing permitted him entry. His tone as consistently cool as ever. Nie Qing cast a glance at Xia Xingyan before murmuring a few words. With his back turned to her, Xia Xingyan could not discern his expression or their conversation. It appeared that Xiao Nanqing had assigned Nie Qing a task, for he exited with a solemn demeanor, bowing slightly. "What transpired?" Xia Xingyan queried. Xiao Nanqing's countenance turned grave as he instructed that she be escorted back to the palace. "Back to the palace? Why?" Xia Xingyan protested. Having ventured out infrequently, and with the assassination case of the envoy unresolved, she was unwilling to return. "I refuse to go back." "Do not be obstinate," Xiao Nanqing admonished softly. "There may be danger here shortly." Xia Xingyan remained unfazed. "But aren't you a warrior? With your protection, I have no cause for concern." Xiao Nanqing, exasperated, could only implore her, regardless of the commotion outside, "Remain in this room and do not venture out." "Oh, fret not. Where can my legs possibly run?" Xia Xingyan flippantly replied, though her feet had begun to feel less painful. Besides, in broad daylight, what calamity could befall her? Xiao Nanqing was acutely aware of her temperament. She would not comply so readily. After instructing several guards to stand watch outside, she departed first. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps and the rhythmic clattering of hooves echoed from outside. "Surround this place and allow no one to escape." Cacophony ensued. A voice that seemed familiar. Was it Ngongi? Why was he here as well? Xia Xingyan furrowed her brows in concern, pondering the unfolding events. Xiao Nanqing had been gone for quite some time without any explanation. Moments later, the sounds of furniture crashing to the ground were followed by the clamor of combat. The clash of blades and anguished cries, rising and falling in a dreadful symphony. Good heavens, they couldn't possibly be intent on demolishing my tavern, could they? Unable to contain her anxiety, Xia Xingyan rose unsteadily and limped toward the door, only to be intercepted by a guard. "The prince has issued orders, miss. You are not permitted to leave," he stated impassively. Xia Xingyan was taken aback. Did Xiao Nanqing consider her a prisoner? "Do you even know who I am? How dare you stop me?" she exclaimed, attempting to push past him. Though the guard obstructed her, he dared not lay a hand on her, opting instead to trail behind. The scene in the courtyard was harrowing. The once pristine courtyard was now a grotesque tableau of carnage, with bodies strewn about and blood flowing like a river, as if a city had been razed. Xia Xingyan, overwhelmed with terror, covered her mouth in shock. Having been born in peaceful times, she had never witnessed such slaughter, and instinctively took a step back. Xiao Nanqing, with swift precision, severed a man's head from his body, blood splattering onto his cold, stoic visage without so much as a twitch of his brow. "Ah!" Xia Xingyan screamed, her face paling, her body turning cold as tremors overtook her. A living person had been slain before her very eyes. A man clad in gray caught sight of Xia Xingyan and launched a gleaming sword toward her. With her injured leg, she could not evade in time and could only watch helplessly as the sword hurtled toward her. In that critical moment, she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Xiao Nanqing deftly deflected the incoming blade, sending it back to pierce the gray-clad man's abdomen, causing him to fall, blood spilling from his mouth. "Are you unharmed?" Xiao Nanqing inquired with concern, observing the dazed Xia Xingyan. For a moment, She was speechless, her eyes vacant, and she shook her head expressionlessly. Stammering, she managed to utter, "Why you killed someone?" This was her first encounter with Xiao Nanqing committing murder, and her first glimpse of genuine violence. Among the 20 or so individuals who had taken shelter, all besides the leader had been executed. Reporting to the prince, "The culprit has been apprehended. Please issue your decree," Ningongyi announced, bringing forth the captured leader. Xiao Nanqing released Xia Xingmian, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at the bandit leader. It was only then that Ningongyi recognized that the woman in the regent's arms was his own sister, Ningong Jiala, stirring a flicker of doubt within him, though now was not the time for such concerns. "Lord Ningong, you are the primary responsible party in the case of the murdered envoy. You shall decide the course of action," Xiao Nanqing stated indifferently. "Understood," Ningongyi replied, bowing before departing, casting a meaningful glance at Ningong Jiala as he left. He's killed someone, Xia Xingmian murmured, dazed and trembling. Uncle, I am afraid." At this moment, Xia Xingmian bore no resemblance to her former audacious and willful self. She resembled a frightened kitten, evoking a sense of pity. Fear not. They are the wicked ones, and they deserve their fate." Xiao Nanqing initially intended to reprimand her, but upon witnessing her in such a terrified state, her heart softened. Gently, she embraced her, soothing her with tender words. After all, she was a young lady, unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes. The assassination of the envoy had been solved in just 5 days. The culprits were remnants from the northern desert, who had intended to eliminate the Tatar envoy, usurp his position, and incite discord between the two nations. However, their plan was thwarted when the body was discovered, leading to a citywide lockdown. They were forced to abandon their scheme and sought refuge in an unoccupied tavern, only to be detected sooner than expected, resulting in their failure. The Tatars dispatched a new envoy, thereby strengthening the ties between the two states. Ningongyi received a promotion and a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Basking in the glory of his newfound status, in the study of the Ningong, the father and son duo emerged from the court, rubbing their hands together as they entered the room. Ningong Hanyuan's face radiated with joy, and behind him, Ningongyi also wore a bright smile, having just received numerous compliments and flattery from the officials. Both were acutely aware of how this merit had been secured. It was none other than the regent Xiao Nanqing as personal guard, Nieqing, who had directly approached Ningongyi to inform him to apprehend the fugitives at the Nanjing Tower. The peculiarity of the situation lay in the fact that the Ningong family had no previous ties to the regent and, due to the struggle for imperial power, had aligned themselves with the new emperor Xiao Machuan, inciting resentment from Xiao Nanqing's faction. Why, then, would she extend her assistance this time? Could it possibly be related to the Empress? Ningongyi tentatively intuited. He had pondered this matter for several days, noting that Jiala appeared to be quite familiar with the regent, their interactions intimate and ambiguous. Jiala? What does this have to do with her? Ningong Hanyuan questioned, perplexed. Ningongyi proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the Nanjing Tower. Is this truly the case? Ningong Hanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. His son had witnessed it firsthand. The regent had indeed embraced Jiala. Ningongyi affirmed with certainty. Ningong Hanyuan paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back. The implications of his son's words were unmistakable. Jiala and the regent were entangled in a clandestine affair. This was a matter of great gravity, and any slip could spell disaster. How could Jiala possibly be linked to the regent when they had no prior interactions? It could merely be a chance encounter. Such matters must remain confidential. He cautioned his son. Ningongyi understood fully. He was acutely aware that should this information leak, it would be detrimental to all involved, potentially leading to severe repercussions. Ningong Hanyuan, still uneasy, reiterated, disperse all guards who were present that day and reassign them to distant locations. Understood, Ningongyi replied. Xia Xingmian, having been traumatized, remained in a stupor within the palace for several days, muttering nonsensically. Every time she closed her eyes, vivid images of blood-soaked ground haunted her. Severed heads rolled like watermelons, tumbling to the earth with a single stroke. This was no mere performance. It was a stark reality unfolding before her eyes. She had witnessed the treachery of humanity and experienced the hardships of life, yet the brutality of the slaughter exceeded her capacity to endure. Luo Qingyi prescribed her a calming elixir to soothe her spirit, and after consuming several doses, she felt somewhat better, though her body remained unwell. Various palaces sent her nourishing tonics, and Xiao Nanxing also procured a millennium-old ginseng to present to her. Luo Qingyi prepared a nourishing dish for her, and after consuming it, she felt significantly revitalized. Xiao Machuan frequently visited, and it became common knowledge throughout the palace that the Empress currently enjoyed the highest favor. With her brother having achieved great merit in the previous dynasty, and her sister basking in the limelight of the harem, the Nangong family was indeed flourishing. Zhu Yin visited Nanxing Tower and returned to report that the regent had assured that Nanxing Tower would not be implicated. The government had compensated for the losses, and it would be able to officially resume operations after the new year. As the year drew to a close, the palace became increasingly bustling with activity. As the Empress, Xia Xingyin could not avoid becoming embroiled in the preparations, including the decoration of the palace, the organization of the officials' banquet, and the royal reunion dinner. She found herself rather busy, but thankfully, the Lei siblings were managing Nanxing Tower, allowing her some respite. After a couple of hectic days, she assigned Yang Fei and 2 other astute consorts to assist her, while she merely directed from behind the scenes, which brought her a sense of ease. Yang Fei, whom she had encountered before, left a favorable impression. Though her speech was rather blunt, she harbored no ill intentions and was dutiful, which allowed Xia Xingyin to place her trust in her. Ji Jin presented the reunion dinner gifts for the royal family, and upon reviewing them, Xia Xingyin found no issues and permitted her to make the arrangements as she saw fit. The palace on New Year's Eve was exceptionally lively, with each court adorned with bright red lanterns and festive window decorations, while the servants donned new garments, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy. As the lanterns were lit, the royal family gathered. Emperor Xiao Machuan sat upon the elevated dragon throne, flanked by the 2 Empress dowagers, while the regent, Xiao Nanxing, occupied the left side. With the Empress, Nangong Jiala, seated opposite him. Below them were the esteemed concubines and royal relatives. Xiao Machuan offered auspicious words and praised the exquisite dishes prepared by the Empress for the reunion dinner. As the guests surveyed the array of delicacies before them, they noted a distinct difference from previous years. Lotus seed and 8 treasure duck, assorted shredded chicken, roasted goose with ginkgo nuts, lychee meat, stewed deer tendons, and yellow river carp, complemented by candied pastries, all artistically presented, appealing to the senses. Particularly captivating were the colorful, delicate dumplings nestled in a jade bowl. "Are these tangyuan?" Xiao Machuan inquired, gazing curiously at the pearl-sized dumplings before him. Xia Xingyin stood to explain, "These are rainbow tangyuan, crafted from a blend of purple sweet potato, carrot, spinach, and glutinous rice. The preparation is simple, yet it boasts vibrant hues and a delightful sweetness." "Such small tangyuan contain filling?" Yang Fei exclaimed in surprise after tasting one. Xia Xingyin nodded. "If they were solid, the flavor would be too monotonous, so I filled them with a variety of fillings: black sesame, red bean paste, peanut, hawthorn, and taro, ensuring each color offers a distinct taste." Intrigued, everyone began to sample the treats, all singing their praises. Xiao Nanxing took a bite and found the flavor indeed exceptional. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, soft and sweet without being cloying. Having previously enjoyed a dish of 1 fish 9 ways at the regent's residence, she was now impressed by the Empress's culinary skills showcased in these rainbow tangyuan. Even the notoriously discerning Empress Dowager lauded her efforts. However, Empress Dowager Su Yu, after finishing her meal, set down her bowl and chopsticks, a smile gracing her lips, albeit somewhat insincere, as she remarked, "I have heard that the Empress spends her days in the Zicheng Hall honing her culinary skills. It seems her skills have indeed improved considerably." Empress Dowager Xie expressed her admiration, suggesting that if she enjoyed it, she would prepare something else for her on another day. With the weight of authority, Summer Xingyin could only feign compliance. The Empress Dowager abruptly shifted the conversation to the topic of offspring, lamenting, "Your Majesty has been visiting the Empress's palace daily. Yet it seems there has been no sign of pregnancy. I am eagerly awaiting a grandchild." As the central figure, it was her duty to remind the Emperor of equitable distribution of favor. The Empress Dowager, Su Yu, harbored a disdain for the Empress, and cloaked in the guise of concern for heirs, she seized the opportunity to reprimand. Outwardly respectful, Summer Xingmian inwardly cursed, thinking, isn't it obvious that this menopausal woman is lamenting her own inability to conceive? She pretended to advocate for the royal lineage, all the while secretly wishing I would not bear children. The emperor's frequent visits to the Zicheng Hall were hardly conducive to procreation. One lay on a bed, the other on a soft couch, and merely gazing across the room would not lead to conception. Furthermore, Xiao Mochuan merely frequented the Zicheng Hall for sustenance and an outlet for his pent-up emotions. She found herself not only playing the role of a cook, but also that of psychologist, all without any compensation. Xiao Mochuan interjected, "Mother, your words ring true." The Empress's lack of pregnancy reflects the efforts of her husband. The royal relatives chuckled in amusement, secretly pondering when the Empress had garnered such favor. Summer Xingmian smiled gratefully at Xiao Mochuan, while across from her, Xiao Nanqing wore a barely perceptible smirk, downing her cup of wine in one gulp. Public displays of affection, seemingly intent on causing her distress. Observing the way she smiled at Xiao Mochuan, one might think she had forgotten the previous life and how he had dealt with her and the Nangong family. Alas, she had reincarnated, while Nangong Jiala had not, remaining blissfully unaware of her own grim fate. Xiao Nanqing silently scoffed, "Laugh now, indulge in your mirth. There will come a time for your tears." With the New Year festivities underway and the royal relatives present, what need was there for such discussions? The Empress Dowager, naturally displeased with her daughter-in-law, set down her cup and reprimanded her. The Empress, receiving the reprimand, dared not retaliate and could only lower her head slightly, awkwardly acknowledging, "Your words are wise, mother." A few perceptive royal relatives proposed a drinking game, suggesting that on such a joyous reunion day, it would be fitting to engage in merriment. This proposal alleviated the tension and added to the festivities, and Xiao Mochuan agreed. What exactly was a drinking game? Having never participated, she wondered if it was akin to the boastful games they usually played. What if she failed to respond appropriately and became a laughingstock? Perhaps it was best to withdraw gracefully. At that moment, Ji Jin announced that the final dish was nearly complete. Using this as an excuse, Summer Xingmian excused herself to the imperial kitchen. As the others engaged in the drinking game, fireworks erupted in the imperial city, and they all stepped outside to marvel at the vibrant display lighting up the night sky. Just as they were captivated by the magnificent spectacle, a piercing scream echoed. "There's a flood! There's a flood!" Following the sound, they turned to see a palace in the northern part engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing upwards, the air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and char materials. What is happening? Where is the flood? Why has it suddenly occurred? Xiao Mochuan demanded sharply. A palace servant rushed in from a distance, kneeling on the ground and bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, there's been a flood in the imperial kitchen." "The imperial kitchen?" "Alas, Your Majesty." Both Xiao Nanqing and Xiao Mochuan simultaneously realized the urgency and dashed towards the imperial kitchen. At that moment, the kitchen was in utter chaos. The palace attendants scurried back and forth, carrying buckets of water in a desperate attempt to extinguish the ferocious flames that seemed insatiable. "Where is the queen?" Xiao Nanqing demanded, seizing a nearby attendant with a fierce tone. The attendant, flustered, shook his head and stammered, "No, I don't know." "Useless," Xiao Nanqing retorted angrily, pushing him aside. Ji Jin, tear-streaked and frantic, rushed over, her delicate face smudged with soot, hair disheveled, kneeling on the ground. "Your Majesty, the Empress is still inside. We must save her." The countenance of Xiao Mochuan darkened as he commanded the guards behind him. The flames roared, and the guards, though trepidatious, steeled themselves to enter. Yet they did not return for a considerable time. Xiao Nanqing snatched a bucket of water from an attendant, dousing herself before ignoring their protests and plunging into the inferno. Xia Xingmian had not anticipated the sudden outbreak of fire. By the time she sensed the peril, it was too late. She covered her mouth and nose with a damp cloth to stave off the suffocating smoke, hastily shedding her flammable outer garments, and soaked herself in water as she crawled along the ground. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Chapter 24. Uncle, Happy New Year. She heard someone calling her and quickly replied, "Yes, I'm here." Following the voice, Xiao Nanqing discovered Xia Xingmian curled up in a corner. "Are you all right?" His normally cold expression was now filled with concern. Xia Xingmian shook her head, allowing Xiao Nanqing to lift her. The flames intensified, and the beams overhead crackled ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Xiao Nanqing carried Xia Xingmian, deftly avoiding the falling embers as they rushed outside. The glow of the flames illuminated Xiao Nanqing's resolute face, stirring an unfamiliar feeling within Xia Xingmian. He was the first to endure her temper and risk his own safety to save her. As a wooden beam fell, Xiao Nanqing sidestepped, shielding Xia Xingmian, though it struck his arm instead. He grimaced slightly, but hastened onward, just as the already precarious beams crashed down behind them. "Your Majesty," Ji Jin cried out in relief upon seeing her mistress emerge. "You're safe." "Thank goodness." "Your Majesty." Xiao Machuan stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. Concern etched across his handsome features. Only when he confirmed her safety did his anxiety begin to dissipate. "I am unharmed. Thank you, uncle." Xia Xingmian felt awkward at his unexpected display of affection and gently pushed him away, glancing around for Xiao Nanqing. Yet, he had vanished again, leaving her to ponder his sudden disappearances. Having been startled, Xiao Machuan urged her to return and rest. When Xiao Nanqing rejoined the banquet, a white bandage was wrapped around his left wrist. The envoy sent to investigate the cause of the fire reported that it was ignited by fireworks within the imperial city, exacerbated by the evening winds. The matter was swiftly resolved, with only a few attendants from the kitchen facing reprimand. Following the incident, the guests' spirits waned, and the festivities lost their luster, even the music and dance seeming devoid of joy. "I am weary. I shall return to the palace and take my leave," declared the Empress Dowager as she rose first. As the crowd rose to pay their respects, Xiao Nanqing also stood and said, "Your humble servant will escort you back to the palace." The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement, extending her arm to be supported by Xiao Nanqing. Shortly thereafter, the Empress Dowager departed, and the nobles dispersed. After escorting the Empress Dowager back to the palace and engaging in a few casual conversations, Xiao Nanqing took his leave. Having seen the regent, he soon encountered a young palace maid. Recognizing her as Zhu Yin from the Zichun Hall, he halted his steps. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "The Empress requests the regent to meet her at the Zichun Hall," Zhu Yin replied. "The Empress seeks an audience with me?" Xiao Nanqing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering if she wished to express gratitude for his timely intervention. Nevertheless, it seemed fitting to check on her, as she was known to be emotional and had recently been startled. He anticipated she would await him in the main hall. Yet Zhu Yin led him instead to the small kitchen. The kitchen was adorned festively, with window decorations, a depiction of the god of food on the door, and 2 red lanterns hanging from the eaves. On the windowsill, a transparent vessel held several sprigs of red plum blossoms. The kitchen was cozy and warm. The table laden with an array of home-style dishes, steamed base, shrimp with vermicelli, sweet and sour ribs, for happiness meatballs, stir-fried garlic chives with cured meat, asparagus with shrimp balls, soy sauce beef, spring rolls with shepherd's purse, and a mixed sweet soup. Upon his entrance, Xia Xingmian softly inquired, "Does your wound still ache?" "Your Highness?" She was aware of his injury. The falling wooden plank had missed her, but struck him instead. Xiao Nanqing glanced at his injured arm and replied nonchalantly, "The imperial physician has bandaged it. I am fine. Tonight is New Year's Eve. Might you join me for the reunion dinner?" Xia Xingmian gazed at him, her eyes clear and filled with longing. Xiao Nanqing hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. Xia Xingmian set the table for him, casually remarking, "Do you believe it? For over a decade, this is the first time someone will share New Year's Eve with me." Xiao Nanqing was perplexed. In the vast Nangongho residence, had no one ever celebrated the festival with her? Xia Xingmian poured a cup of wine for him, filling one for herself as well, and they both drank deeply. As a few cups were consumed, she gradually began to feel tipsy. With a bitter smile, she recounted, "Since I can remember, my mother has always criticized my father for his cowardice, disparaging him as a mere cook. Every New Year's Eve, they would quarrel, and eventually they divorced. My father drank daily. One year during the New Year, he returned after helping in the kitchen, having received no payment, only a few dishes, fish and large shrimp. That was how my father and I spent that New Year's Eve, and it was the happiest I ever experienced. No arguments, just delicious food." As she spoke, laughter bubbled from her, but soon her eyes clouded with unshed tears. Xiao Nanqing listened quietly. She was clearly Nangong Jiala, a distinguished daughter of the Nangong family. Yet her experiences seemed to echo the tragic past of another. She was willful and capricious, often unreasonable and quick to anger. Yet in this moment, she appeared especially deserving of pity. Perhaps realizing her slip of the tongue, she remembered her identity as Nangong Jiala, the Empress of Chu Jin, and quickly laughed again. Claiming her previous words were merely a jest inspired by a tale she had heard from a young palace maid at Zichuan Hall, who she found pitiable. However, her explanation felt weak and lacking, showcasing a man's instinct to protect. She turned away to wipe away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafting towards her. "Your Highness, are you drunk?" she asked softly, her body tensing. Xiao Nanqing, was he truly inebriated? "From now on, I shall protect you," he assured her in a deep, husky voice, rich with magnetism, captivating her with his words. He was unaware of why he uttered such a promise, just as he could not comprehend why he had recklessly plunged into the flames to save her moments earlier. At that instant, only one thought consumed him. He did not want her to die. He wished for her to live. Xia Xingyan was taken aback. He claimed he would protect her, a declaration she had never before heard from a man. Yet, alas, he was speaking to Nangong Jiala. Perhaps it was the bond forged from their shared fate in a past life. A sense of disappointment washed over her. A kind-hearted man had finally appeared in her life. Yet he mistook her for another. "Your Highness, you are intoxicated," she said, regaining her composure and offering a gentle smile. "Indeed, I am quite inebriated," he replied, releasing her and gazing out the window with a melancholic expression. "It is getting late. I must return to the palace." "Take care, Your Highness," she curtsied. Xiao Nanqing exited, his face adorned with a solemnity that echoed his solitude. "Your Highness," Xia Xingyan called out, catching up to him and offering a vial of ointment. Noticing he did not take it, she clarified, "Apply it 3 times a day, and this burn will not scar." "Thank you, Your Highness," he said, accepting the vial and hastening away without further delay. "Your Highness," she called again. He turned, and under the moonlight, Xia Xingyan bestowed upon him a sweet smile, her bright eyes shimmering like the moonlight itself. "Your Highness, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year," he replied, his tone somewhat stiff, before swiftly retreating into the night. A twinge of envy and even jealousy for Nangong Jiala stirred within Xia Xingyan. Had she married Xiao Nanqing back then, she would surely be blissfully happy now. Chapter 25. The grand opening of the tavern in Xinglu was nearly ready for its grand opening, although a head chef had yet to be hired. The 8 sous chefs were honing their skills under guidance, producing dishes that surpassed their previous creations. Shortly after the Spring Festival, Xia Xingyan selected an auspicious date to launch the establishment. She had invested considerable effort into Nanxing Lu, ensuring a uniform brown attire for the staff, each adorned with a prominent embroidered character for Nan, while the young and robust servers possessed striking appearances. The stage performances featured beautiful young women of impeccable character. Even the accountant was a dashing and refined scholar. Conversely, the assistants in the gambling den were chosen for their imposing physiques, exuding an aura of intimidation. For the guest rooms, stout and capable housekeepers were selected, all procured from the slave market, bound by ironclad contracts, personally chosen by Lei Yu, who had a keen eye for talent and ensured they performed their duties impeccably. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers, Nanxing Lu officially opened its doors. A crowd gathered outside, peering in with curiosity, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Lei Yu pulled aside a red cloth, revealing a large wooden spinning wheel at its center, adorned with pointers and numerous enticing offers. Free meals, discounts on beef, complimentary wine, 10 taels for a deposit, 3 days of free lodging, half-price services, and more. Soon after, the kitchen presented a grand platter of golden-hued honey cakes, their alluring aroma captivating the onlookers who had never encountered such a delicacy. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the proprietor of the Nanxing building. Today marks our grand opening, and every guest who enters may spin this wheel, wherever the pointer lands. They shall enjoy the corresponding discount. Furthermore, those who dine with us today will receive a complimentary pack of freshly baked honey cakes, a delicacy that typically costs a substantial sum. The rules of the game were elucidated by Lei Yu. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone in the crowd exclaimed, "I landed on that. Does it truly grant 10 taels?" "Indeed," Lei Yu affirmed. Eager patrons surged forward, anticipating prizes of wine, beef, or half-price meals. Should someone indeed land on 10 taels, Lei Yu would honor the promise instantly, and the fortunate individual lifted the 10 taels of silver in jubilance. Word of this generous offer spread swiftly through the streets, drawing numerous visitors, resulting in a bustling crowd at the Nanxing building. Lei Yu prepared pre-allocated number tag for the throng and kindly reminded them that takeout was also an option, allowing them to enjoy the same splendid discounts. Seated at a nearby tea stall, Xia Xingmian could not suppress a smile as she observed the scene. It had been ages since she had witnessed such fervor. It was indeed a wise decision to open a restaurant. She noticed an elderly vendor selling candied hawthorns and called him over, selecting a large, vibrant piece from his cart. Tossing him a silver ingot, she instructed him to distribute the remaining treats to those waiting in line. Lei Yu seized the opportunity to tout this as the establishment's thoughtful service. After a lengthy wait, many patrons were growing increasingly ravenous, and naturally, having something to eat was delightful. Yet, they found the hawthorn quite tempting, leading them to opt for takeout instead. Opposite the Nanxing building, at a window seat in the tea house, Xiao Nanxing sipped his tea, initially expecting a sparse turnout for the opening day. To his surprise, the establishment was abuzz with activity, even prompting him to wish to dine inside, though Nieching returned to report that there were no available seats. Nangong Jala certainly had a variety of offerings. Xiao Nanxing smiled knowingly. Suddenly, the door to a private room was knocked upon, and a waiter clad in the Nanxing building uniform appeared, bowing respectfully at the threshold, holding a tray adorned with 2 dishes, a fish hot pot and a stuffed yellow croaker, accompanied by a bowl of rice. Nieching welcomed the waiter inside, who then set the dishes down, saying, "My master worried that Lord Xiao might be hungry, so he sent these dishes over for your enjoyment." With that, he bowed his head and exited. Xiao Nanxing gazed at the 2 dishes, a smile gracing his lips as he recalled his fondness for fish. A glance outside revealed Xia Xingmian waving her candied hawthorn in his direction. She had seen him all along. Since the eve of the new year, the two had not crossed paths. Xiao Nanxing seemed to deliberately avoid her, believing himself to be a cold-hearted individual, yet he had repeatedly bent his own rules for her sake. Today, despite having no obligation to attend the Nanxing building's opening, he found himself drawn there, unable to resist. A group of burly men forcefully pushed through the crowd, swaggering into the Nanxing building with an ominous air. "Go find Shui Jincheng and have him send someone to handle this," Xiao Nanxing instructed Nieching calmly. Xia Xingmian had evidently noticed these individuals as they followed closely into the establishment. As the burly men entered, they quickly claimed a conspicuous spot, unceremoniously lifting the diners at the table and discarding them aside before seating themselves with a swagger. Lei Yu and Lei He approached, but before they could utter a word, the ruffians bellowed for fine wines and delectable dishes to be served. "What would you gentlemen like to eat?" Lei Yu inquired, presenting the menu. To his surprise, the men swatted the menu to the ground, vociferously declaring their illiteracy, proclaiming they could not comprehend such trivialities. With a chuckle, Lei Yu replied, "Then allow me to have the kitchen take care of it." Soon, the food and drink arrived, but after sampling the offerings, the men spat them onto the floor, cursing the fare as unworthy of consumption. "Brothers, smash it all," they commanded, toppling the dishes onto the ground. Witnessing the ruckus, other patrons hastily prepared to depart. Lei Yu and the waitstaff urged them to stay, while Lei He seized the collar of the ringleader in a bid to restore order. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves and hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as Cui Jincheng marched in with a contingent of soldiers. Upon seeing Cui Jincheng, Xia Xingmian instinctively recoiled, pondering his unexpected presence. "What ruckus is this? Who dares to disturb the peace on my territory?" Cui Jincheng intoned with authority. The once boisterous men, now cowed, stood with their heads bowed, intimidated into silence. Cui Jincheng then inquired as to who was in charge. Lei Yu stepped forward, offering a respectful bow as he recounted the events. Cui Jincheng ordered his subordinates to take the ruffians away for questioning. "Nanxing Lu falls under my jurisdiction. Any who dare to cause a disturbance here shall not escape my wrath," he warned sternly. With the watchful patrolman present, the remaining diners settled down. finishing their meals and lining up to pay. As the afternoon wore on, the patrons gradually dispersed. Xiaxing Mian descended the stairs to leave, and just as she reached the door, a melodious voice called out behind her, "Xiao Langjun." For the first time, she refrained from addressing him as Uncle Emperor, perhaps due to the public setting. Xiaxing Mian turned to face him, resembling a delicate butterfly flitting closer. "What is it?" he replied, his tone distant, lacking the tenderness he had shown on New Year's Eve. Undeterred by his cold demeanor, Xiaxing Mian extended a skewer of candied hawthorn berries towards him. "Please have some." "I have no taste for sour things," he firmly declined. Xiaxing Mian took a bite, offering it again. "I assure you it's not sour, but rather sweet." Glancing at the half-eaten treat, Xia Nanqing frowned and stepped back, a look of distaste crossing his face. "What do you want?" he reiterated. Once more, she sensed his aloofness, and with a sudden boldness, she leaned closer, tugging at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. "I miss you. Do you miss me?" His heart jolted at her words. Did she truly miss him? Of course, he had thought of her often over the past fortnight, but such feelings were not to be expressed. He replied, maintaining his indifference. Suddenly, Xiaxing Mian stepped back, clutching her stomach as laughter bubbled forth, her joy uncontainable. "Shaolin and Qing, how can a dignified prince like you be so lovesick? Are you perhaps infatuated?" Her teasing struck a nerve, and in an instant, Xia Nanqing's previously flushed cheeks turned pale, mortified by her jest. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave, unable to bear the light-heartedness of the moment. Xiaxing Mian stepped forward once more, grasping his sleeve, offering a forced laugh as she playfully implored, "Is the esteemed Xiao Lang truly angry?" "Release me," Xiao Nanqing replied, shaking off her grasp with an icy tone. "Must you be so harsh? I genuinely have matters to discuss with you," she said, her voice sultry, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Xiao Nanqing inhaled deeply, avoiding her gaze, and spoke earnestly. "What is it?" Xiaxing Mian furrowed her brow, her tone laden with distress. "As you are aware, my position as Empress has not garnered me much favor. Thus, I seek your uncle's assistance in winning the Emperor's heart." Xiao Nanqing's expression darkened, and mounting his horse with a sudden movement, he seized the reins as he coldly stated, "I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist. I have my own affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he departed in a flurry of dust. Xiaxing Mian felt her smile fade gradually, her heart whispering a silent plea. "Xiao Nanqing, do not fall for Nangong Jiala, for it would lead you to utter ruin." Nangong Jiala, the Empress, and Xiao Nanqing, the ninth prince, shared a relationship deemed far too taboo, an offense punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. Xiaxing Mian wished to prevent him from sinking into such a quagmire, urging him to retreat before it was too late. Xiao Nanqing, the dignified regent of Chujin, had never before endured such humiliation. He typically remained indifferent to matters of the heart, yet her repeated provocations and requests for assistance had left him feeling like a fool. Upon returning to the royal residence, his fury erupted, and the guards training with him found themselves sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Why? He pondered. It was she who had approached him first. He had merely responded, yet she toyed with him as if he were a simpleton. Even after venting his frustrations, Xiao Nanqing found it incomprehensible. Scene interlude. Xiao Nanqing, my emotions have been trifled with. Aunt, fear not, I shall arrange something better for you. Xiao Nanqing, no, I do not desire it. Aunt. Chapter 26. The proud and arrogant old beggar Xiaxing Mian also felt quite unsettled, her thoughts wandering throughout the afternoon as she questioned whether her actions had been too excessive, potentially hurting Xiao Nanqing. It was one thing to tease him. It was another to deliberately ask for his assistance or affection. As the establishment closed for the night, Lei approached with a ledger to report the day's accounts. Expenditures amounted to 170 taels. The tavern's income stood at 753 taels and 6 coins, while the gambling house had generated 3,650 taels, and lodging fees totaled 240 taels and 7 coins. Xiajia, Lei called out, noticing Xiaxing Mian lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, she replied, "Yes, quite well. By the way, who were those troublemakers? Their sudden appearance cannot be mere coincidence. They're a group of ruffians who were paid off by the owner of Diyue Tower to cause a disturbance here." Lei explained. Xiaxing Mian nodded, Recognizing that the opening of Nanxing Tower, which had offered high salaries and attracted nearly all the chefs in the area, must have threatened their interests, prompting such underhanded tactics. Let us give him a pass for now. Surely, after what Shui Jinsheng said today, they will think twice before acting recklessly again. Well then, everyone has worked hard today. Each chef will receive a piece of silver, and the waitstaff and servants shall each be granted a few coins. You may all retire early. Xia Xingyan waved her hand, speaking wearily. As the night deepened, she too needed to return to the palace. The streets lay shrouded in darkness, with the two red lanterns outside Nanxing Tower casting a dim, ethereal glow. Though it is early spring, the chill of the season lingers, with the mornings and evenings remaining brisk, the wind slicing against the face like a knife, its biting cold penetrating to the bone. As Zhuyin stepped outside, she stumbled over something and, upon closer inspection, noticed a frail, disheveled old man huddled by the door. His hair a wispy gray and his lips tinged with purple, resembling an old beggar. "What is it?" Xia Xingyan inquired curiously, noticing her sudden halt. "Master, look." Zhu Yin pointed towards the old beggar. Xia Xingyan glanced at the shivering figure, instructing Lei He to assist him into the establishment and find him a place to sit. She then ordered someone to move the brazier a bit closer. The old man, leaning against the warmth, sneezed several times, his body trembling uncontrollably, indicating he was truly freezing. "Check if the chef is resting. Prepare him a bowl of noodles," Xia Xingyan commanded. Lei Yu complied and soon returned with a bowl of chicken noodle soup placed before the old man. After tasting a spoonful, the old beggar spat it out, expressing disdain. "Is this what you serve to people? Your establishment has quite a reputation, yet the chef's skills are lacking." Zhuyin retorted coldly, "You, old beggar, are exceedingly rude. You are nearly at death's door, and yet you complain about a morsel of food offered to you." Xia Xingyan examined the bowl and shot a glance at Lei Yu, asking what happened. With her head bowed, Lei Yu whispered, "The chefs have taken a break, so I prepared a bowl myself." Quite impressive for an old man. Xia Xingyan mused, a smile curling her lips. She asked him to wait a moment and proceeded to the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with a tray bearing a bowl of fish soup wonton noodles and a dish of mixed dried tofu. "Old man, do sample my culinary skills," Xia Xingyan said as she set the tray before him. The old beggar, with deep-set eyes, cast a fleeting glance at the bowl of fish soup wonton noodles. The noodles were tender and smooth, the wontons filled with minced pork, their skins as thin as rice paper, yielding a delightful texture. The fresh filling enveloped in a fragrant broth, garnished with vibrant green garlic leaves. He inhaled the aroma, his weathered face betraying no emotion, slowly sipping the soup before sampling a wonton, then the noodles. Though clearly famished, he ate at a leisurely pace, as if savoring each bite rather than merely filling his stomach. "Is this bowl of fish soup wonton noodles to your liking?" Xia Xingyan asked, her confidence in her culinary prowess evident, especially since the old man had cleaned his bowl. Setting down his chopsticks, the old beggar smiled faintly, yet did not respond directly. Instead, he remarked leisurely, "At your age, to achieve such a level of skill is commendable. You have crafted a broth with the challenging little carp, complemented by pork bones and shrimp, resulting in a stock that is rich and clear, a true delight." His observations were astoundingly precise. He was evidently an expert. Given his age, he must have been a seasoned chef. Earlier that morning, when the fisherman delivered a bucket of small carp, she had purchased them for a mere 10 coins, combining them with pork bones and shrimp to create the broth. "You speak wisely. May I ask your esteemed surname?" Xia Xingyan inquired with a smile. The old beggar rose, stroking his grizzled beard, and proudly declared, "I am surnamed Wei." Xia Xingyan was taken aback. "Wei? Could it be that way?" She pressed on, "Are you perhaps a chef?" The old beggar, unyielding yet composed, had been a chef since the age of 6, and now, after 40 years, he still held his ground. "What signature dishes does the esteemed master possess?" asked Xia Xingyan, her demeanor inscrutable. The old beggar smirked with a hint of pride. "I have no specialties. I merely cook casually, in the chill of the night, with frost heavy in the air." Both he and the kitchen staff were famished. "Why not showcase your skills, master? We long to be enlightened," urged Xia Xingyan, eager to discern whether this self-proclaimed beggar named Wei was indeed the author of the Wei family cookbook, or if the tome resided in his possession. "Very well. For the bowl of fish soup wonton noodles you have provided, I shall return the favor with a bowl of partridge porridge, he stated nonchalantly. Xia Xingyan's heart inexplicably tightened. The partridge porridge was the seventh dish from the upper section of the Wei family cookbook. Although termed porridge, it contained no grains, but rather was crafted from the meat of partridge bones, simmered with yam paste and bird's nest, gently stirred over low heat until it reached a thick consistency. This dish demanded considerable effort, yet the old beggar executed it with remarkable ease, the enticing aroma wafting through the kitchen, arousing everyone's appetites. Would you care to taste? He offered, serving a bowl to Xia Xingyan. She accepted, just as she was about to sip. Master, interjected Juyin, her face etched with concern. The old beggar appears rather unkempt. One wonders if his cooking is hygienic. The old beggar's expression turned icy, followed by a look of derision. No matter, Xia Xingyan declared. Taking a spoonful, the flavor was exquisite, surpassing her own culinary attempts. Was it the ancient stove that lent such richness, or the primal ingredients of your? And how does it fare? The old beggar asked disdainfully. Superb, exceptional, Xia Xingyan replied, a compliment she had seldom bestowed. The old beggar snorted, dusting off his garments. Ready to depart. Master, please wait, Xia Xingyan called out. Our tavern is seeking a head chef. Might you be interested? The remuneration is negotiable. How does an annual salary of 100 taels of gold sound? The old beggar paused, turning his head, revealing little enthusiasm, his pride unbroken as before. If the master possesses a recipe, I would consider an additional 100 taels. Xia Xingyan assumed he found the offer lacking. The old beggar remained unmoved, scrutinizing her closely. Was this girl mad, offering a chef a salary fit for a high-ranking official? Yet her culinary prowess was formidable. In a contest, he might not emerge victorious. Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow, smiling. If you have other concerns, there is no rush to respond. You may take a few days to ponder. Lei Yu, please arrange a comfortable room for the master and ensure he is well taken care of. The others exchanged glances, puzzled by their master's unusual interest in an old beggar, providing accommodations and a generous salary, especially when the beggar seemed reluctant to accept. No need, he replied. I must seek my son. Xia Xingyan, undeterred, responded. Where's your son now? I can send someone to fetch him. It would be an easy task. The old beggar sighed, his demeanor darkening, the earlier pride dissipating. My son is lost. Lost. Where has he gone? Xia Xingyan inquired. Oh, he must be missing, perhaps taken by human traffickers. Xia Xingyan felt a twinge of sympathy for him, yet his quest was fraught with uncertainty. The whereabouts of his son remained a mystery. And amidst the vast sea of humanity, finding him would be no easy feat. There is always a way where there is a vulnerability. Xia Xingyan advised. You must keep the old master close. Yuzhou City is the imperial capital, bustling with merchants daily, making it easier to gather information. And, considering your current state, even if you find your son, what then? Will you beg together, an old beggar with a young one? The old beggar's expression showed signs of wavering. Seizing the moment, Xia Xingyan painted a vivid picture of a brighter future, working here to accumulate some savings, and once he finds his son, he could provide for him, perhaps even arrange a marriage and, within a year, hold a grandchild in his arms. A son? A grandchild? The image of a life filled with familial joy blossomed in the old beggar's mind, a life he had never dared to dream of. Lei Yu, please arrange accommodations for our chef Wei, Xia Xingyan noted, observing the old man's demeanor, realizing he had been swayed. Since he was adept at preparing dishes from the Wei family recipe, it was evident he held some connection to it. Retaining him would allow for a gradual inquiry into the whereabouts of the recipe, a plan forming in Xia Xingyan's mind. Chapter 27. The assassination of the regent. The night enveloped the scene like a thick layer of ink, impenetrable and profound. The leaves rustled in the breeze. And atop the regent's residence, a group clad in dark attire lay in wait, anticipating the opportune moment to strike. Within the study, Xiao Nanqing, dressed in a black, narrow-sleeved, long robe, perused official documents, his expression devoid of emotion. The subtle sounds from a rooftop had not escaped his attention. His dark eyes glinted with sharpness, a smirk playing on his lips as he sensed the presence of some audacious interlopers. Suddenly, several shadowy figures burst through the door, brandishing blades. With swift precision, Xiao Nanqing drew a gleaming sword from the side, his voice icy. Reveal your master, and I may spare your lives. Enough talk, you scoundrel. Prepare to die. The assailants shouted as they charged forward. Seeking death, are we? Xiao Nanqing dismissed them with disdain. In a flash, his sword glimmered menacingly. And before the attackers could comprehend his speed, they fell, marked by crimson streaks, while his blade remained unblemished by blood. Other cloaked figures hiding on the roof leaped down, while the palace guards, led by Nie Qing and Nie Bai, surged forth like a tide, swiftly subduing the remaining assailants. In the courtyard, 7 or 8 subdued attackers knelt, their masks torn away, revealing unfamiliar faces. Your Highness, there were 24 assassins in total. Apart from these 8, all have been slain, the Nie brothers reported. The kneeling figures, heads bowed, taunted, scoundrel, do as you wish with us. Xiao Nanqing's countenance darkened with a chilling intensity as he declared, execute them all. Leave not a single one alive. Understood, the Nie brothers replied, signaling the guards, proclaiming loudly, His Highness commands, eliminate them all, leave none behind. As the command echoed, the remaining assassins met their end. Their heads severed, blood staining the ground. Xiao Nanqing, casting aside his sword, departed with a cold demeanor. Nie Qing and Nie Bai exchanged glances. For the prince had been in a foul mood since returning to the palace after the opening of the South Star Tower. Just moments ago, he had not interrogated the assassin, but had instead ordered his execution. What could possibly be troubling our prince? Nie Bai scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Nie Qing cleared his throat, feigning indifference. How would I know? Perhaps he was vexed by the queen. She truly possesses a remarkable ability to influence the prince's emotions. In front of the South Star Tower stood 2 attendants, one distributing number tags to guests, while the other sold delicacies. Each day, the tavern unveiled a special treat, limited to 100 portions, priced at a tael each. Though not inexpensive, the exquisite flavors made it worthwhile, especially since such delights could not be found elsewhere. Yesterday featured a chiffon cake, and today, a cream roll. Sweet and delectable, light and fluffy. It was no wonder that the city of Yuzhou, being the imperial capital with its affluent families, would see the pastries sell out within an hour of their release, leaving none for the asking. Even before mealtime, the South Star Tower bustled with patrons, a testament to the culinary prowess of Master Wei. Though his demeanor was somewhat haughty, his culinary skills had reached an extraordinary level, earning him endless praise from those who had dined at his establishment. Xia Xingmian watched with satisfaction as the business thrived. How delightful it was! Yet, she lamented that if she were to leave, she could not take any of this with her. Still, it was an experience like no other. Who in life is afforded such opportunities? At that moment, a young man clad in a dark blue robe entered, glancing around. The attendant quickly approached him. Xia Xingmian recognized him as Nie Qing, an aide to Xiao Nanqing. Had he come to dine? She stepped forward, dismissing the attendant, and regarded Nie Qing with a mischievous smile. Ah, little Nie Qing, here for a meal? What would you like? Sister will treat you. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Nie Qing hurriedly bowed, asserting that he was there to procure some food for the prince. Why isn't he here himself? Xia Xingmian inquired casually, realizing it had been some time since she had seen Xiao Nanqing. Surely, the last encounter had left him somewhat affected. Nie Qing glanced around and suddenly lowered his voice. The prince encountered an assassin the night before last and was injured. Injured? Xia Xingmian's heart tightened. Is it serious? Observing her anxious demeanor, Nie Qing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. These two were indeed peculiar, maintaining an facade of sorrow while fabricating tales. Naturally, it is severe. He lost a great deal of blood. He tentatively suggested, wouldn't it be wise for you to visit him? Visit him? Xia Xingmian certainly wished to, but then she caught the flaw in his reasoning. If he were gravely injured, how could he possibly consume the heavy dishes Nie Qing had ordered, such as fish slices and sauce, spicy fish heads, and boiled fish? Moreover, if he were truly badly hurt, Nie Qing's demeanor would not be so relaxed. Today the tavern is busy. I shall not go. If he is wounded, he should not eat fish. I have prepared a nourishing soup with cordyceps and goji for him, which will aid in healing. Please take it back, Xia Xingmian replied with an unperturbed tone, ultimately declining. It was perhaps best not to meet, after all, seeing it might rekindle his feelings for Nangong Jiala, which would be unfortunate. Feeling somewhat dejected, Nie Qing left with the prepared soup in hand. He was at a loss. pondering how to handle the soup, knowing full well he had sneaked off to the Nanjing Tower without the prince's knowledge. He had hoped to lift the prince's spirits by bringing that person, but unexpectedly, they did not arrive. "Nie Qing, why are you dawdling here?" Niebai suddenly appeared from behind. Sigh. Nie Qing exhaled heavily. "I want to see someone who could cheer up our prince." Informing her that he was attacked by an assassin and severely injured, urging her to come and see him. "But where is she?" Niebai looked around, searching for any sign of her. She didn't come. Nie Qing sighed again, feeling frustrated that the person had seemingly believed him yet failed to appear. "She hasn't arrived. What more can you say?" Niebai retorted. In a fit of anger, Nie Qing assumed a brotherly demeanor and instructed him to deliver the food to the prince. "What'll I say when I get there?" Niebai's mind was less complex. Just tell him someone specially prepared it for him. You will understand. Nie Qing waved him off, urging him to hurry. The study emanated a chilling atmosphere as a maid cautiously served tea, her eyes lowered in fear of displeasing the prince. However, a tremor in her hand caused her to accidentally topple the cup, shattering it on the ground, tea splattering everywhere. Xiao Nanqing's expression hardened, and the maid turned pale. Dropping to her knees, her head bobbing like garlic being pounded, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me. I did not mean to." Xiao Nanqing remained unmoved, ordering her to be dragged out and executed. Yes, the guards outside entered, seizing the trembling maid. Niebai entered with the food box and immediately sensed something was amiss. Noticing the prince's complexion was dark and icy, he contemplated whether to retreat for the time being and return later. "What is it?" Xiao Nanqing had already spotted him. "Your Highness, I brought you something to eat," Niebai said, steeling himself to present the food box. Xiao Nanqing shot a cold glance at the box. "Take it away and feed it to the dogs." Niebai was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend, standing frozen in place. "Did he not hear me?" "Throw it out and feed it to the dogs." Xiao Nanqing, furious, hurled the inkstone for his desk, causing black ink to splatter everywhere. Niebai sidestepped in time, the inkstone crashing against the doorframe. Cold sweat broke out on Niebai's forehead as he hastily exited with the food box, muttering a few complaints about Nie Qing's meddling. Xiao Nanqing, still seething, crumpled the papers on his desk with his clearly defined fingers. He had overheard the exchange between Nie Qing and Niebai. How could she be so indifferent to him, remaining unmoved even upon hearing of his grievous injuries? "Nangong Jiala, do you truly hold no place for me in your heart?" Chapter 28. Suji within the royal polo grounds. Colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. On the field, two teams stood on either side. One clad in vibrant red uniforms and the other in azure, each mounted on majestic steeds, wielding mallets. Both teams comprised of royal relatives and noble scions. In Chujin, polo was a widely celebrated sport, beloved by both aristocrats and commoners alike. There were numerous seats along the edge of the polo field for spectators to enjoy the match. In the prime seats, Xiao Mo Chuan sat with several concubines, while Xia Xingmian sat beside him, with Yang Fei and others positioned below. Before them lay a platter of chestnut pastries, a dish of dried fruits, and a plate of fresh fruits, along with 2 cups of tea served by an attendant. Xia Xingmian delicately pinched a piece of chestnut pastry and placed it in her mouth, finding it somewhat dry. Just as she was about to sip her tea, she heard the voices of Yang Fei and her entourage, who had just greeted the regent. Xia Xingmian abruptly raised her head, her gaze coincidentally locking with another's. But before she could express her emotions, the person had already averted their eyes. Xiao Nanqing merely inclined his head slightly towards Emperor Xiao Machuan, acknowledging him with a gesture of respect. The eunuch prepared a seat for him. "Greetings, Your Highness," Xia Xingmian said, nodding in reverence. Xiao Nanqing's expression remained indifferent, his eyes sharp and exuding an icy demeanor as he uttered, "The Empress is courteous," without directing his gaze towards her. It seemed she had spoken too harshly last time, and he bore a grudge against her. The medicine she administered had been potent. Sigh, how petty of the mighty regent. Yet, wasn't he, it said, that he had been ambushed and gravely injured? However, observing his commanding stride and imposing presence, one could hardly perceive any hint of illness. Surely, Nie Qing, that scoundrel, had deceived her. Thankfully, she had not fallen for his trickery, or it would have been a grave misstep. Xiao Machuan cast a glance at the eunuch behind him, who gestured with a flag. The participants in the arena received the signal and immediately sprang into action, galloping and competing fiercely. Xiao Nanking and Xiao Machuan watched with great interest, while Yang Fei and her companions were equally engrossed, filled with anticipation. Xia Xingyan, resting her chin on one hand, felt bored as she observed the competition, utterly disinterested, and could not suppress a yawn. The entertainment options of this ancient era were indeed quite monotonous. Aside from operas, there was only ball games, and the pleasure houses were exclusively for men. Alas, does the Empress seem indifferent to polo? Xiao Nanking inquired, taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing this, Xiao Machuan turned to her with a smile. Does the Empress not enjoy polo? Xia Xingyan pondered. Since Xiao Machuan had kindly brought her to watch the match, she could not simply declare her disinterest, thereby dismissing his goodwill. I naturally enjoy it. However, watching without involvement, it seems the outcome of either team bears little consequence to us. Why not allow me to host a wager? We could each select a team to bet on, she proposed. Xiao Machuan contemplated for a moment and replied, that sounds splendid. I shall wager 1,000 taels of gold on the red team. Accepting the wager, Xia Xingyan then turned to Yang Fei and her companions, inquiring if they wished to join in the game. Naturally, they followed the emperor's lead, each placing a bet of 500 taels. Observing the pile of gold and silver before her, Xia Xingyan could not help but smile. Uncle, do you wish to play? She asked, glancing at Xiao Nanking. Xiao Nanking shot her a sidelong glance. What are the odds? Both teams are at 3-1, Xia Xingyan explained. And what if it ends in a draw? He pressed further. 5-1, she replied. A smirk tugged at the corner of Xiao Nanking's lips. Then I shall wager 3,000 taels on a draw. With that, he instructed someone to present the gold before Xia Xingyan. Are we playing for such stakes? She thought, reluctantly accepting the wager, and began to focus on the unfolding competition. Regardless of which team triumphed, as long as it was not a draw, she would be satisfied. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 6-7, with the red team narrowly claiming victory. Xia Xingyan let out a sigh of relief as Xiao Machuan discreetly advised her to increase the number of participants to mitigate her losses. In the second half, the blue team unexpectedly substituted a player. The figure appeared to be a woman. With agile grace, she mounted the saddle, her waist as supple as a willow branch, her posture elegant and poised. As the woman took to the stage, her graceful demeanor swiftly altered the course of events. However, the team in red relentlessly pursued her. With each goal scored, tension surged, leaving even the palace servants, who had placed their bets, in a state of neglect. 3,000 taels of gold, based on the odds, would yield a payout of 15,000 taels, amounting to a staggering 150,000 taels in silver, which translates to a modern equivalent of 75 million. The stakes were exceedingly high, and she lamented her predicament. In stark contrast to her anxiety, Xiao Nanqing appeared remarkably composed, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she quietly observed the match. As the competition concluded, Xia Xingyan anxiously awaited the score. 17-17, a tie, the referee proclaimed. Xia Xingyan's body weakened, nearly collapsing, but was steadied by Xiao Machuan. The palace attendants brought forth a collection of gold and silver to Xiao Nanqing, which Xia Xingyan grasped tightly, yet her efforts were in vain. Ultimately, the treasure was presented to Xiao Nanqing. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xiao Nanqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xia Xingyan shot her a fierce glare, grinding her teeth as she retorted, What do you mean, Your Highness? This is rightfully yours. While the sting of financial loss still lingered, another source of irritation emerged. The previously mentioned young woman in green was summoned before the emperor. Upon her arrival, she immediately aroused the wariness of Consort Yang and the others. Tall and graceful, her elegant demeanor was accentuated by a simple green sports attire, which only highlighted her striking beauty and noble presence. I, Su Murong, have met Your Majesty, the regent and esteemed ladies, she stated, kneeling in a perfectly respectful manner, neither servile nor arrogant. Su Murong, the daughter of the Su family? What connection does she have with Su Luoqing? Xia Xingyan pondered. At that moment, Lord Su approached, bowing deeply as he declared, My daughter has long admired Her Majesty and hopes to serve in the palace to alleviate your concerns. Xiao Machuan remained unfazed, while Xiao Nanqing continued to eat a piece of fruit with nonchalance. Xia Xingyan's frustration escalated. How brazen of Xiao Nanqing to engage in such underhanded dealings merely to ascertain the outcome of the match. Was the Empress's stance? Xiao Mochuan inquired, recognizing that the matter of concubines fell within the realm of the harem. Still engulfed in her dismay over the lost 15,000 taels, Xia Xingmian failed to notice that their crystal was under siege. Finally coming to her senses, before she could speak, Su Murong knelt before her once more, passionately professing her feelings for the emperor, concluding with, "I implore the Empress to grant her blessing." It was as if her refusal would brand her a villain, an overt moral coercion. This daughter of the Su family was either a pure lotus or a deceptive green tea. "Very well, since you wish for my approval, I shall comply with your desires," she replied with a charming smile, stepping forward to assist Su Murong to her feet, affectionately grasping her hand and addressing Xiao Mochuan. "This sister from the Su family has captured my admiration at first glance, yet alas, she is young. Your Majesty, might you consider bestowing the title of beauty upon her?" "No, that would be too lowly. Let us grant her the title of Jeyu." "What do you think, Your Majesty?" With Su Luoqing relegated to the cold palace, the Su family naturally sought to place their daughter within the palace walls. Xiao Mochuan, fully aware of the underlying motives, smiled serenely, "As you wish, Empress." The Su father and daughter exchanged glances, acknowledging that the proposed rank was indeed modest, yet they could only bow in gratitude. Xiao Nanqing reveled in the unfolding drama. Having won a substantial sum of silver, and in high spirits, ordered a chest of gold to be tossed into the audience, inciting a frenzy among the onlookers. Xia Xingmian seethed with indignation and seized an opportunity to confront him by the secluded riverside. "Return my money," she demanded, extending her palm. Xia Nanjing, with arms crossed and an air of tranquility, replied, "That was won by this king. Why should it be returned? You cheated. You must have foreseen the outcome of the match," Xia Xingmian insisted relentlessly. With a devilish smile, Xia Nanjing leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Indeed, I knew the result in advance. What can you do about it?" "You?" Xia Xingmian's anger left her tongue tied. "Xia Nanjing, are you not a man? Is this king not a man? Did the Empress not see for herself?" He retorted coldly. "Saw? What did I see? He was wearing a bathrobe. I only caught a glimpse, not the whole picture. You deceive women for money. You are a scoundrel." Her face flushed crimson with rage. "You may consider me a rogue. I shall not return a single coin," Xia Nanjing declared, impervious to her ire. "Your Highness," Xia Xingmian attempted her familiar tactic, but it proved ineffective. Xia Nanjing remained unmoved. "I advise you to spend less effort on Xiao and Mochuan. Do not be caught off guard one day," he remarked, departing with a flourish. Xia Xingmian was acutely aware that Nangong Jiala had been relegated to the cold palace and ultimately met her demise. Currently, she was merely feigning cordiality towards Xiao and Mochuan and saw no need to sever ties. Moreover, Xiao and Mochuan had treated her rather well, offering her sound advice that mitigated her losses. Nonetheless, Xia Nanjing's behavior today was utterly detestable, a cowardly victory unbefitting of a true gentleman. "Xia Nanjing, you scoundrel!" she shouted at his retreating figure, brandishing her fists in frustration. He paused momentarily, a cold smile gracing his lips, but otherwise remained indifferent to her outburst. Chapter 29. The race for the courtesan business at Nanqing Tower thrived as usual, with every seat occupied. Under Master Wei's guidance, the kitchen bustled with activity, and the casino was equally filled, with no empty gaming tables in sight. It was quite normal for guests dining or lodging to indulge in a few games, and the number of gamblers was substantial. Although there were still some vacant rooms, the occupancy rate was around 70 to 80%. After a few days' absence, Xia Xingmian noted that under the management of the Lei brothers, Nanqing Tower was running smoothly and prospering. Last month, the restaurant had earned 15,728 taels. The casino garnered a profit of 56,563 taels and 5 coins, and the inn's revenue amounted to 4,563 taels and 8 coins, totaling an impressive income. As reported by Lei Yu while holding the account book, Xia Xingmian interrupted, "Trust is paramount. Those who are trusted should not be doubted. Since I have appointed Lei Yu to manage Nanqing Tower, I have full confidence in her." The establishment was indeed flourishing, featuring exquisite dishes and exceptional flavors, albeit at a price higher than other eateries. Yet, patrons continued to flock there. The venture had recouped its costs within a month and yielded a significant profit, helping offset previous losses incurred from the polo betting. Such wealth, in ancient times, was indeed easily earned. Disburse 40,000 taels. Leave the remainder in the account, she instructed. Understood, Lei Yu acknowledged, proceeding to arrange for the funds. Despite Xian Nanjing having swindled her out of 150,000 taels last time, he held a share of the restaurant. And fairness dictated that she honor her obligations. Xia Xingmian contemplated 40,000 taels, retained 20,000 for myself and the rest for Xian Nanjing. Initially intending to send Lei Yu to account at the regent's palace, she ultimately decided to go herself. Just before leaving, she thought it prudent not to arrive empty-handed and prepared a box of egg yolk pastries along with a strawberry millefeuille to take along. Unskilled in horseback riding, she preferred to travel by carriage, which she had modified with ample cushioning to ensure a smoother ride. As dusk approached, the streets of Yuzhou City remained lively. Xia Xingmian lifted the curtain to observe the shops lining the road when a familiar figure abruptly caught her eye. It was Nie Qing, who was typically seen alongside Xiao Nanqing. Yet, how could he be emerging from the drunken fragrance pavilion? Wasn't that akin to frequenting a red-light district? It appeared that this seemingly refined young man had succumbed to vice, choosing such establishments over seeking a suitable bride at his tender age. Nie Qing, she called out as she alighted from the carriage. The young man turned, scratching his head in confusion as he approached her. I am Yebai. Nie Qing is my elder brother. Did the esteemed one mistakenly take me for him? Niebai had never encountered Nangong Jiala, hence he did not recognize her. Oh, so you and Nie Qing are twins, Xia Xingmin observed, noting his white attire, in stark contrast to Nie Qing's usual dark blue garments. Indeed, we are fraternal twins, he replied, appearing rather straightforward, unlike his more introspective brother. Not Nie Qing, but Niebai will suffice, Xia Xingmin inquired. Where is your lord? It was unfortunate for Xiao Nanqing to have sent Niebai on this errand. Had it been Nie Qing, perhaps he could have evaded this predicament. Niebai pointed towards the drunken fragrance pavilion and candidly stated, the lord is inside. I heard a new courtesan has arrived today. Xiao Nanqing visiting such a place? Was he not averse to women? Indeed, it seemed no man could be trusted, preaching one thing while practicing another. In an instant, Xia Xingmian lost all interest in visiting the regent's palace. If he was not present, what was the point of going? She turned to leave, but, suddenly struck by an idea, glanced back at the gilded sign of the drunken fragrance pavilion. Upon entering, the overpowering scent of cosmetics assaulted her senses, accompanied by the flamboyant displays of the courtesans vying for attention. Xia Xingyan could not help but sneeze from the cloying fragrance. A matronly figure, heavily adorned with makeup, approached her with a beaming smile, scrutinizing her pristine white attire. To her surprise, this vision of grace was not a dashing young man, but a striking young lady. Are you perhaps in search of a husband? The matron inquired, her smile faltering, for many women frequented such establishments in search of companionship. Xia Xingyan glanced back at Zhuyin, who was similarly attired in male clothing. Zhuyin tossed a silver ingot to the matron, eliciting an immediate transformation in her demeanor as she cried out, Ladies, we have a guest. A gentleman awaits upstairs. A throng of women rushed to greet Xia Xingyan, ushering her up the staircase. Evidently, money held great power, as she was swiftly shown to a private room on the upper floor, where the window offered a view of the stage below and the opposite chamber. To her dismay, the window across from her was also open, revealing none other than Xiao Nanqing himself, clad in striking black attire. Accompanying him was an elderly gentleman, his beard nearly white. Indulging in such pleasures, one could only hope he would not overindulge and meet an untimely end. Xiao Nanqing had indeed noticed Xia Xingyan the moment she entered the establishment. However, he wondered what schemes she was concocting, as it was hardly appropriate for a respectable woman to be found in such a place. On the other side, Xiao Nanqing furrowed his sword-like brows, his gaze icy as he downed several cups of wine, with the woman beside him promptly refilling his glass. He seldom frequented such establishments of fleeting pleasures, and today was merely an accompaniment to the Minister of War, Lord Shun. Despite being well past his prime, the old gentleman held a notable fondness for the charms of women. Meanwhile, Xia Xingmian, feeling quite discontented, began to disparage the delicacies laid before her, insisting that Zhu Yin bring forth the egg yolk pastry and strawberry millefeuille she had prepared specifically for Xiao Nanqing. At this moment, she had no desire to share them, opting instead to devour them all herself. She forcefully stuffed a piece of egg yolk pastry into her mouth, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Nanqing across the table. Their eyes met, his furrowed brow and slightly raised chin, paired with lips pressed into a thin line, exuded a chilling intensity. Xia Xingyan let out a cold huff. Averting her gaze, Lord Shun, with a keen eye, remarked with a smile that the woman opposite must be an extraordinary beauty. Xiao Nanqing's facial muscles twitched slightly. Indeed, she was a woman, and undeniably stunning, to the point of rendering him breathless, a lingering jest that he could not forget. On the stage of the hall, a woman clad in a rose-red dance attire twirled gracefully, and judging by the audience's reaction, she was likely the new courtesan. Xia Xingyan considered her beauty to be rather mediocre. The matron, upon the conclusion of the dance, called for bids, allowing the highest bidder the privilege of being the courtesan's guest. As soon as she finished speaking, voices in the crowd began to call out 10 taels, 20 taels, 50 taels, 100 taels, 130 taels. The price escalated, and the matron beamed with delight, calculating in her mind how much higher it could go. Xiao Nanqing, however, remained disinterested, while Lord Shun was thoroughly captivated, his bleary eyes fixated on the courtesan. If Lord Shun desires her, I shall gift her to you, Xiao Nanqing remarked nonchalantly. Lord Shun's expression brightened at this, feigning reluctance before graciously accepting. 500 taels, Xiao Nanqing gestured for Nie Qing to place the bid. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xingyan scoffed internally at Xiao Nanqing's apparent taste for such superficial beauty, deeming him lacking in discernment. 800 taels, she called out, casting a triumphant glance at him, her almond eyes sparkling with provocation. 1,000 taels, Xiao Nanqing countered. 1,200 taels, Xia Xingyan retorted defiantly. 1,800 taels. As a regent prince with immense wealth, Xiao Nanqing was unfazed by such monetary trivialities. Xia Xingyan bit her lip, determined to escalate the stakes. 2,000 taels. 2,500 taels, Xiao Nanqing declared, his resolve unwavering. Xia Xingyan, exasperated, received counsel from Zhu Yin to cease further bidding, as it was futile to compete over a woman who could not be possessed, merely a waste of silver. 3,000 taels, she insisted, unwilling to relent. 5,000 taels. Xiao Nanqing called out, offering an astronomical sum. The matron was overjoyed, her face powder tumbling down in her excitement. My lady, Zhu Yin called out to stop the bidding, which Xia Xingyan was still contemplating. Regaining her composure, she reasoned that spending such a fortune for the sake of pride was unwarranted, especially when her financial standing could not compare to Xiao Nanqing's. In frustration, she sunk back into her seat, glaring fiercely at him. Increasingly vexed, she seized a piece of egg yolk pastry from the table and hurled it across at the figure opposite her. Xiao Nanqing reached out to catch it, taking a bite and smiling slightly as she remarked, "The flavor is delightful." This only fueled Xia Xingyan's anger, prompting her to storm off with Zhu Yin. Meanwhile, Shen Shiling cozied up with the courtesan, leaving Xiao Nanqing feeling disinterested, and she decided to follow Xia Xingyan out. Just as Xia Xingyan was about to board the carriage, she suddenly heard Xiao Nanqing's voice behind her, "Your Majesty, you seem particularly spirited today." Turning around, she caught sight of Xiao Nanqing's enigmatic smile, which ignited her rage further. She alighted from the carriage and confronted him, derisively stating, "Is the emperor who has the spirit finding leisure to visit brothels? Those women are mere public property. Be careful, or you might catch something." Xiao Nanqing was about to offer an explanation when Xia Xingyan furiously tossed a stack of banknotes at him, declaring, "Here, take last month's dividends from Nanqing Tower and give it to your courtesan. It is truly filthy." With a look of disdain, she denied him the opportunity to clarify and stormed back into the carriage, urging the driver to depart swiftly. Xiao Nanqing watched the carriage recede into the night until it vanished from sight, then glanced at the banknotes in his hand, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. After all, it was a rare occasion for him, and yet he had been caught in such a predicament. This was merely socializing. Niebai appeared seemingly from nowhere. Observing the departing carriage and stepping forward to inquire, "My lord, did that noble lady seek you out? Did you inform her that the prince was at Zui Xianglu?" Xiao Nanqing's voice turned icy. "Indeed." Niebai, confused, replied, "Yes." Xiao Nanqing tightened his grip on the banknotes, gritting his teeth and sneering, "You're truly a loyal confidant." "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." Niebai beamed in delight. You truly are something, Xiao Nanqing ground out, rendered speechless by his irritation. Chapter 30. The unruly princess in the inner chamber. A lady dressed in a crimson nightgown lay on an embroidered bed, her delicate bare feet resting atop the silken covers. Despite the sun being high in the sky, she showed no inclination to rise, for spring often lulled one into a languorous state. Burying her head in the quilt, she felt a persistent melancholy that had lingered for several days. You needn't dwell on such gloom, Nangong Jala remarked, observing her with a knowing gaze. It is quite normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. She was well aware that the source of Xia Xingyan's ire stemmed from Xiao Nanqing's visit to Zue Xiang Lu Xia Xingyan, however, belonged to a different era and could not accept such notions. She believed in a lifelong union between one man and one woman, with no room for mistresses or lovers. Furthermore, she harbored a severe psychological aversion to infidelity. Her man could only ever have her as his sole companion. In our society, such behavior is unacceptable. If caught, one faces 15 days of detention and a hefty fine of 5,000, Xia Xingyan declared, her fists clenched in indignation. Nangong Jala smiled knowingly, teasingly asking, "Are you so troubled because you harbor feelings for the regent? How could that be?" Xia Xingyan retorted impulsively. She certainly would not develop an affection for Xiao Nanqing. If anything, her gratitude stemmed from his daring act of risking his life to save her from flames. Yes, it must be that, she mused inwardly. Yet now, even that fleeting gratitude had morphed into disdain. With the label of a brothel visitor attached to him, it would be challenging to erase that impression. Two souls engage in a dialogue across the void, fortunate that the chamber is devoid of others. Otherwise, one might think the Empress had fallen under a sinister influence. Jijin, radiant as the spring breeze, enters with a gilded wooden box, which she opens to reveal a splendid set of gold and emerald floral jewelry. The phoenix hairpin and earrings are vividly lifelike, masterfully crafted. How exquisite! Nangong Jala cannot help but exclaim, inquiring where Jijin procured such a treasure. Jijin replies that it was sent by the regent, a gift for the Empress. However, upon hearing it was from Xiao Nanqing, Xia Xingyan's interest wanes. Perceiving the jewelry as merely ordinary, why not present it to the courtesan of Zue Xiang Lu instead? Why bring it to Ziqing Palace? Return it. I do not want it, Xia Xingyan declares vehemently. Jijin finds herself in a quandary. The jewelry is indeed rare. It would suit her mistress splendidly. To return it would not only be a pity, but also a slight to the regent. Yet, Xia Xingyan remains undeterred, insisting on its return until Nangong Jala intervenes and persuades her to keep it. Jijin is left bewildered by her mistress's capriciousness, sensing an underlying strangeness in the shifting attitudes, but soon dismisses her concerns and sets the matter aside. The eunuch who delivered the jewelry returns to report to Xiao Nanqing, who stands in a pavilion clad in a black dragon robe, the breeze stirring his flowing garments. Hearing footsteps behind him, he inquires indifferently, did the Empress accept it? Yes. Indeed, the Empress is quite fond of it, the eunuch replies, adding the latter part himself, having not even laid eyes on the Empress. After all, who among the noble women would not delight in such beautiful adornments? Xiao Nanqing remains aloof, dismissing the eunuch. He has learned from South Star Tower that the Empress had visited him that day bearing silver dividends, even preparing some pastries for him. Despite her occasional obstinacy and relentless nature, she possesses a certain charm that can be quite endearing. A subtle smile graces Xiao Nanqing's lips. The jewelry is undeniably beautiful. Once Xia Xingyan's anger subsides, she finds herself captivated by it, prompting Jijin to style her hair elegantly. The reflection in the mirror reveals a stunning woman, and with the addition of the jewelry, her appearance radiates even more grace and allure. Your Highness is truly enchanting, a palace made marvels. Xia Xingyan smiles appreciatively and glances around the courtyard, noticing the budding branches and hearing the palace servants mention the blooming flowers in the imperial garden, igniting her desire to take a stroll. However, she hardly anticipates the throngs of people enjoying the spring day. Shortly after departing the Ziqing Palace, she encounters Xiao Nanqing accompanying the Empress Dowager in the garden. There is no opportunity to evade him, so she approaches and performs a respectful greeting. The Empress Dowager pauses, her gaze lingering on the Empress's phoenix hairpin and earrings. casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Nanqing before nonchalantly declaring her fatigue and announcing her intent to return to the palace. Although she is only in her 40s, her demeanor reflects that of someone much older, leaving Xia Xingyan with a sense of melancholy. It is perhaps for the best, she muses, to wander alone is more liberating. Yet, not long after entering the imperial garden, she is startled by the sharp, discordant sounds of a woman's reprimand. What is happening? Who is causing such a commotion? Xia Xingyan frowns. Not far off, a young woman, seemingly 17 or 18, of ordinary looks yet extravagantly dressed, is vocally chastising a boy of 7 or 8. Observing the attire of that young boy, one might deduce he is indeed a prince. The attendants nearby reported that Princess Changle was once again reprimanding Prince Zhuo. Princess Xiao Changle and Prince Xiao Zhuo are siblings, born of the same mother, which should ideally foster a closer bond. Regrettably, Princess Changle not only shows indifference towards her younger brother, but also finds various means to torment him, all to curry favor with the Empress Dowager, their mother. The favored consort Tao of the late emperor was resented by the then Empress Suyu, leading to consort Tao being coerced into accompanying the late emperor in death. Princess Changle, already intent on ingratiating herself with the Empress Dowager, further humiliates her brother in a bid for the latter's favor. Xia Xingyan furrowed her brows upon hearing this. How could there exist such a sister? What transgression had Prince Zhuo committed that warranted such public chastisement from the princess in the imperial garden? Approaching, Xia Xingyan coldly inquired. Upon seeing the empress, Princess Changle merely offered a cursory bow, showing little regard. She typically relished the protection of the Empress Dowager and regarded the various consorts with scant respect. When Xia Xingyan repeated her question, the princess stammered, unable to provide a coherent response. As the elder sister, it was already unacceptable not to defend her younger brother. To publicly humiliate him was utterly unbecoming of a sibling. Xia Xingyan admonished her. Princess Changle, defiant and unrepentant, stood with her head held high in hands on her hips, lacking any semblance of royal dignity, resembling a commoner instead. What right do you have to admonish me? If I have erred, the Empress Dowager will discipline me, she retorted, invoking the Empress Dowager's authority. Just as Xia Xingyan contemplated how to deal with this insufferable girl, a clear male voice pierced the air from behind. The Empress cannot admonish you? May I? As he spoke, Xiao Nanqing had already reached Xia Xingyan's side. Upon seeing Xiao Nanqing, Princess Changle instinctively recoiled, lowering her head and murmuring. Changle pays her respects to the ninth uncle. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming docile and cautious. For her insolence towards her elders, her disregard for authority, and her bullying of her younger brother, she would kneel in this imperial garden for 6 hours and reflect in solitude for 3 months, Xiao Nanqing commanded coldly. Uncle 9. Princess Changle protested, feeling the punishment was excessively harsh, attempting to whine for mercy. However, a single piercing glance from Xiao Nanqing silenced her. Having just concluded an audience with the Empress Dowager, he intended to depart the palace but was taken aback by the audacity of a base-born princess to show such disrespect. Her usual arrogance and capriciousness were directed at him, revealing her true self as nothing more than a paper tiger in front of others. Reluctantly, Princess Changle knelt on the cold stone ground, feeling a surge of grievance, yet remaining mute. The ninth uncle was notorious for his lack of leniency. Should he be provoked, he would overlook any familial ties. Xiao Zhuo approached. Xia Xingyan beckoned a frail, delicate child over. He lowered his eyelids as he approached her, and upon taking his hand, she felt its icy chill. Glancing at him again, she noted he was clad only in a thin garment. How are you caring for the prince? She questioned the attendants following Xiao Zhuo. All the attendants lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. Only a bold matron dared to respond. Prince Zhuo removed his own clothing. And what, pray tell, are you doing? She retorted. If you cannot properly attend to your master, then you are derelict in your duties. Xiao Nanqing's countenance resembled that of frost as she cast a cold glance at the palace servants and, with an expression devoid of emotion, declared, the vile servants dare to deceive their master. Drag them away and execute them all. Xia Xingyan was taken aback. While it was reasonable to punish the servants for their negligence, it seemed excessive to condemn them to death. This punishment was rather harsh. Spare us, Regent Lord. The servants, pale as death, fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. They had witnessed Xiao's youth, the absence of his mother, and his lack of favor from the Empress Dowager. compounded by an indifferent elder sister who disregarded him, leading to their gradual neglect of him. They had taken liberties on ordinary days, never anticipating that they would encounter the wrath of the Empress and the Regent Lord today. The Empress might be somewhat lenient, but the Regent Lord was notorious for his cold-heartedness. Once in his grasp, there was only a path to demise. Chapter 31. The pitiful young prince the servants, possessing a modicum of perception, realized that beseeching Xiao Nanqing would be futile and could only pin their hopes on the Empress and their own master. "Your Highness, Lord Zhua, please save us," they cried, their heads repeatedly striking the ground until blood flowed. Xiao Nanqing remained unmoved, yet Xia Xingyan felt a pang of compassion. "Uncle, perhaps you could spare them this time? I believe they would not dare to offend again," Xia Xingyan implored, for after all, these were lives at stake. Xiao Nanqing smiled faintly, glancing at Xiao Zhua and asking, "Zhua, tell the Empress how they have bullied you." The child lowered his head, although clad in thin garments. His delicate features bore an innate nobility. In a calm voice, he recounted, "They do not feed me, they hit me, they scold me, and they lock me in a small dark room." "Master, master, you must not speak falsely," the servants exclaimed, nearly losing control of their bladders in their fright. "Truly, ninth uncle, look." Fearing disbelief, Xiao Zhua extended his emaciated arm, revealing the bruises that covered the hidden areas of his body. The sight of such injuries was heart-wrenching to Xia Xingyan, who pointed at the marks and demanded, "What do you have to say for these? This is nothing short of outright child abuse. Such individuals deserve nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Children are prone to bumps and bruises," stammered the leading matron. Such deceitful words, surely they did not even believe them themselves. Xia Xingyan and Xiao Nanqing were no fools. "Irrefutable arguments, take them away," commanded Xiao Nanqing. The guard seized the servants and led them away, and soon distant cries of anguish echoed through the halls. "Little friend, would you like to eat something delicious? The Empress will prepare it for you. Shall she?" Xia Xingyan knelt beside Xiao Zhua, gently caressing his wounds, her face filled with pity. It was truly lamentable. At such a tender age, he had lost his parents, and while his elder sister neglected him, he was also cruelly tormented by those around him, including the palace servants. Such misfortune stirred her heart with compassion. Xiao Zhua nodded, bowing respectfully as he said, "Thank you, Your Highness." This child exhibited exemplary manners. Xia Xingyan affectionately squeezed his small face, noting the absence of baby fat and the thinness suggesting he had not been cared for properly, likely having gone hungry. "Uncle, come along," Xia Xingyan said, taking Xiao Zhua's hand, suddenly turning her head to speak. Having accepted such a precious item, one might wonder how his excursions to brothels concern her. After all, she does not share his bed, and should he fall ill, it would not be a contagion to her. With this thought, Xia Xingyan felt considerably relieved. In the face of adversity, she often resorts to self-regulation and healing. Xiao Nanqing was surprised to find himself among those being invited. It seemed Nie Qing's advice was indeed sound. When a woman is angered, one should present her with jewelry. And if one piece fails to appease, then a whole set is in order. With the financial backing of the Regency Prince's residence, he could afford to coax her back even if he offended her daily. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, for when she threw a tantrum, her words could be quite unrestrained, leaving him at a loss. The small kitchen of the Zichen Hall was where Xia Xingyan spent most of her time, and upon this visit, Xiao Nanqing noted a delightful difference from his last experience. The stove was encircled by long tables and chairs. In a transparent vessel adorned with 2 budding peach blossoms sat atop a Wang Wali long table, minimalist and orderly. The food prepared at the stove could be directly served to the table, a design he found quite innovative. "What would the 2 princes like to eat?" "Feel free to order," Xia Xingyan proclaimed with the confidence of a capable innkeeper. This arrangement was inspired by a late-night diner, and Xiao Nanqing along with his nephew Xiao Zhua were her inaugural guests. The queen had indicated that her son was not a picky eater. Xiao Nanqing had initially been indifferent to culinary matters, yet his palate had been spoiled by her cooking, often leading him to order takeout from the Nanjing building, nearly rendering the cooks of the Regency Prince's residence obsolete. Furthermore, anything she prepared was invariably delectable, considering the presence of children. Xia Xingyan opted for dishes favored by younger palates: tempting bread, egg yolk baked chicken wings, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and a tomato shrimp soup. "Try this." She offered Xiao Zhua a cup of strawberry milk, followed by a cup of orange wine for Xiao Nanqing. Xiao Zhuo cautiously took a sip, a smile blossoming on his small face. Is it good? Xia Xingmian inquired with a smile. He nodded. It's sweet and has a creamy flavor, smooth and not cloying. What is this? Xiao Nanqing asked curiously after tasting the orange wine. The subtle aroma of alcohol mingled with the sweetness of the orange was delightful. It's orange wine. I brewed quite a bit. If you like it, you may take some home, Xia Xingmian replied while stirring the vegetables in the pan. Xiao Nanqing remained silent as she placed the dishes before Xiao Zhuo and served a bowl of rice. Xiao Zhuo glanced at both Xia Xingmian and Xiao Nanqing before eagerly devouring his food. Xia Xingmian exchanged glances with Xiao Nanqing. While her cooking was indeed delicious, the child seemed to be starving, which explained his frail appearance. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, she cautioned, pouring him a glass of water to prevent choking. Xiao Nanqing frowned, discontentedly observing his nephew's lack of decorum at the dining table. As a prince, his table manners should be more refined. He was accustomed to being strict in the military, holding high expectations for his numerous nephews and nieces. Xiao Zhuo appeared frightened, trembling slightly as his chopsticks fell to the ground. He hurriedly picked them up, standing stiffly with his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. What are you doing? He is but a child. Xia Xingmian cast an exasperated glance at Xiao Nanqing, promptly assisting Xiao Zhuo into a chair. As an uncle, you rarely concern yourself with your nephews, allowing those servants to bully him, which has rendered him so timid. Xiao Nanqing, realizing he had been overly stern, softened his demeanor and murmured, "Please, sit down and eat slowly." Only then did Xiao Zhuo dare to pick up his chopsticks, eating his rice with a measured pace, no longer devouring it ravenously as he had before. Once the child was satiated, he soon drifted off to sleep. Xia Xingmian instructed someone to escort him to a side chamber for rest. What is the matter with this child? She inquired, puzzled. Nangong Jiala, too, knew little about him, as if he were a mere inconspicuous pebble in the imperial city. She had not seen him during the New Year's reunion dinner. His birth mother was the late emperor's most favored consort, Tao Jiu, who bore 2 children, a daughter, Princess Changel, and Xiao Zhu, the youngest son of the former emperor. The Empress Dowager harbored a personal vendetta against Tao Jiu, naturally disdaining her 2 offspring, to secure herself a patron. Changel bullied Xiao Zhuo to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. Princess Changel is not only unattractive, but also possesses a wicked heart. Given this connection, how could the Empress Dowager genuinely care for her? She is merely indulged and exploited, Xiao Nanqing remarked. In Nangong Jiala's recollection, Princess Changel's fate was relatively favorable, having married the accomplished scholar Su Lingji. The palace attendants, ever opportunistic, grew increasingly dismissive of Xiao Zhuo, perceiving him as lacking support. Xiao Nanqing's expression remained indifferent. He had long grown accustomed to such palace intrigues. Xia Xingmian, astonished, questioned, "You know yet choose not to intervene? Is he not your own nephew?" "He is not the child of this prince," Xiao Nanqing replied. "Such matters are rampant within the palace. One cannot possibly attend to them all. Were it not for your involvement today, I would have remained uninvolved as well." He refrained from voicing this sentiment, fearing she might deem him cold-hearted. "Rest assured, I shall take care of it," he added, somewhat defensively. "I have already instructed that all those attending to Xiao's will be replaced." After a sip of tea, he spoke with a hint of unease. Xia Xingmian nodded, somewhat satisfied with his response. "At least you possess a modicum of conscience." Pausing, she added, "That child is pitiable. I shall make it a point to visit him more often." Xiao Nanqing's lips pursed slightly, a secretive smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. She truly has a compassionate heart. No wonder she was wronged by a favored consort in her past life, leading to her exile in the cold palace. Yet, in this lifetime, the tables have turned. "What are you pondering, your highness?" she asked, noticing his distraction. In truth, he contemplated that night at the Zui Xiang Lu, where the courtesan had been sent as a gift to Minister Shun of the Ministry of War. He was unsure why he felt compelled to clarify. Minister Shun? The lecherous old man sitting across from him? Xia Xingmian's mood, which had been sour for days, brightened instantly. Yet she maintained an expression of indifference, feigning nonchalance. "There is no need for you to explain, your highness. When you marry the princess, you may clarify matters with her instead." Having been so incensed after her visit to the Zui Xianlu, should he truly wed the princess, given her temperament, she would surely raise a ruckus. Xiao Nanxing, seeing through her facade, chose to remain silent. It is getting late. I must return to the manor. Please take extra care of Xiao Zhua, he said, setting down his cup and preparing to leave. Suddenly, he turned back, his expression softening. This set of jewelry looks beautiful on you. A blush crept onto Xia Xingyan's face. Yet she stubbornly replied, it is simply that I am naturally beautiful. Xiao Nanxing chose not to engage in a debate. She was content with whatever she claimed. As long as she was happy, that sufficed. All his patience and tenderness seemed to be bestowed upon her alone. Chapter 32. The origin of the jewelry, if it could be said that Xia Xingyan operated Nanxing Tower in pursuit of the Weisher cookbook. Then her establishment of a late-night eatery in Ziqing Palace was purely a means to pass the time. The long, sleepless nights were monotonous and dreary in this ancient era. Listening to opera? She found it difficult to comprehend. Engaging in needlework? That was beyond her capabilities. Reading? The classical texts were perplexing, and as for songs and dances, those alluring performers were only to be admired from a distance, not to be touched. Running a late-night eatery within the palace naturally meant it was not a profit-driven venture. While preparing meals, conversing with guests, and hearing their stories and amusing anecdotes was a delightful endeavor. It broadened her horizons, uplifted her spirits, and fostered mutual benefit. Tales of the mysterious disappearance of 300,000 taels of silver, eerie cries from the cold palace, and Su Jiu's attempts to curry favor among the various consorts were all captivating to Xia Xingyan. Xiao Mo Chuan was a regular patron of the late-night eatery. He seemed to possess a multitude of thoughts. High positions were fraught with chill. Historically, emperors have often been solitary figures. Without support from his maternal family, and with royal relatives favoring Xiao Nanxing, he relied heavily on the backing of seasoned officials in the court. This emperor navigated his reign with trepidation, yet he was no fool. His ascendancy among the multitude of princes to the throne was testament to his astuteness. For instance, he discreetly promoted capable commoners for his own use, manipulating the rivalries among noble families to maintain equilibrium. In summary, the palace was rife with disquiet. The two empresses, various consorts, and even Su Luoqing from the Cold Palace were all poised for action. The previous fire in the imperial kitchen was hardly an accident. What does the Empress wish to do today? Xiao Mo Chuan inquired with a smile. Since Nangguang Jiala had fallen gravely ill the previous year, she seemed to have transformed into a different person, no longer the melancholic and self-pitying figure she once was. Instead, she had become noticeably more cheerful, her temperament considerably more resolute, and her culinary skills had remarkably improved. Xia Xingyan placed a bowl of noodles before him. The colors of the noodles unlike those of previous meals, purple, green, and orange-white noodles. A marinated egg was halved atop the noodles, accompanied by a few greens and some minced meat. Eating noodles at night is good for the stomach, she remarked, offering him a cup of warm soybean milk, her hands resting on the table as she gazed at him intently. Xiao Mo Chuan smiled faintly. The noodles were springy, the broth rich, with the purple noodles carrying a subtle sweet potato aroma, the green made from spinach, and the orange from carrots. Pray tell, what news do you bring today? Such delicacies are no mere trifles, merely some matters concerning the court. In due time, the Siamese envoys will arrive, and you shall have the pleasure of selecting from their tributes. Each year, they present exotic fruits and treasures. I am certain you will find them to your liking. Xia Xingyan's face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands and pointed at him. You must keep your word and not go back on it. Of course. I am the emperor. My words hold weight, Xiao Mo Chuan assured her, knowing he would not deceive her in such matters. Then I shall thank you in advance, she replied lightly, lowering her head to attend to her tasks. Xiao Mo Chuan quietly observed her profile. In the flickering firelight, her complexion gleamed like jade, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Were it not for their long acquaintance, he would have thought that Nangguang Jiala was an impostor. Why do you gaze at me so? She suddenly lifted her head. As he noticed flour clinging to her hair, Xiao Mo Chuan averted his gaze, rising to brush it away. Xia Xingyan remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Xiao Mo Chuan's demeanor, allowing him to remove the flour from the tips of her hair. The dim candlelight reflected against the window adorned with paper cuttings, casting an atmosphere of intimacy within the room. When Xia Xingyan lifted her gaze, she found herself ensnared by Xiao Mo Chuan's bright, fervent eyes, a sudden dread filling her thoughts. Could it be that, after sharing a few meals and exchanging trivial words of encouragement, he had developed an interest in her? This was troubling indeed. Just as she was engulfed in her worries, a flustered voice from outside interrupted her reverie. "My lord, it's bad news. The Marquis has sent word that the old lady is gravely ill. The matriarch of the Nangong family, grandmother to Nangong Jiala, had raised her from childhood, and the bond between them was profoundly strong. The elderly lady, now advanced in years, often suffered minor ailments. But the urgency of sending a messenger to the palace indicated a serious condition. As a distinguished matriarch of the realm, Xiao Mo Chuan promptly ordered gifts to be prepared and arranged for the queen's swift return. Nangong Jiala, consumed with worry for her grandmother's health, recalled that in her previous life, her grandmother had been in good health at this time, so why now was she stricken by illness? When the carriage arrived at the Nangong Marquisate, dawn was just breaking. Ignoring the usual decorum, Nangong Jiala dashed to her grandmother's chamber. There, she beheld the elderly lady, around 70 years old, sitting at the table, her complexion radiant and vibrant as she relished the pastries brought by her maid, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. "Grandmother," Nangong Jiala called softly. In her past life, the Nangong family was annihilated, and the old lady had perished in despair. The memory of her family's tragic fate flooded her with emotion, and upon seeing her grandmother well, tears streamed down her face as she embraced the elderly woman, weeping uncontrollably. "Child, why do you cry?" "I am perfectly well," the old lady said lovingly, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief. "Then why did the palace maid say you were ill?" Nangong Jiala questioned, perplexed. "It was your father's wish. He has matters to discuss with you," the old lady replied. "Father? What pressing matter could require such a spectacle to summon me back?" Nangong Jiala was bewildered. As they spoke, Nangong Honyuan and Nangong Wai entered the old lady's chamber. The father and son gestured for the maid to leave, leaving only the four of them in the room. "Did my father call me back for something important?" Nangong Jiala sensed the gravity in their expressions. Nangong Honyuan glanced at his mother, their eyes meeting briefly before settling on the jewelry adorning Nangong Jiala's head and ears. "Jiala, is that jewelry a gift from the regent?" he inquired cautiously. Caught off guard, Nangong Jiala responded, "Indeed, it was bestowed by the regent." Nangong Honyuan's demeanor shifted to one of urgency, urging her to remove it at once. "Why?" Nangong Jiala was confused. The old lady sighed, recounting the origins of the jewelry. It was originally worn by the first Empress of Qingzhou during her wedding, the very mother of the regent, Xiao Nanqing. After the Empress's passing, the jewelry had been handed down to Xiao Nanqing, yet he had given it to Xia Xingmian, who had always represented herself by her own identity. Could it be that Xiao Nanqing harbors feelings for Xia Xingmian? If so, it could not be more fortuitous. Observing Xia Xingmian, it appears she has yet to develop feelings for Xiao Nanqing. Between the two, whoever falls first shall be deemed the loser. This situation bodes well. In due time, Xiao Nanqing will be at my disposal, capable of plunging the Su family and Xiao Mochuan into an abyss from which they cannot recover. I initially thought it was merely an ordinary piece of jewelry, only to discover its profound significance. Nangong Jiala hastily removed the ornament. Her father, brothers, and grandmother are unaware of the events from the previous life, and naturally, Nangong Jiala would not divulge such matters to them. Even if she did, they may not believe her. It is best for her to undertake this grand scheme of vengeance alone. As long as Xiao Mochuan is dead, the Nangong family will be safe. Nangong Honyuan is filled with concern. The Nangong clan has always aligned with the imperial faction and has little affinity with the regent, Xiao Nanqing. However, he had previously assisted Nangong and has now presented such valuable jewelry to Nangong Jiala. Could it be that he intends to bring the Nangong family into his fold? As the clan leader, Nangong Honyuan must strategize carefully, proceeding with utmost caution. In the struggle for imperial power and familial supremacy, a moment's carelessness could spell disaster for the entire clan. "Jiala, tell me honestly, is there any impropriety between you and the regent?" The latter part of Nangong Hongyuan's inquiry remained unspoken, as he hesitated to lose face. Nangong Jiala discerned the underlying implications and promptly denied it. "There is nothing of the sort. I have merely met the regent a few times. Perhaps he is simply grateful for my assistance in selecting a consort for him. At present, there is nothing, but who can say what the future holds?" Nangong Honyuan felt a measure of relief. Jiala seemed to possess a refined understanding and vehemently denied any impropriety, which likely indicated the truth of the matter. After offering her several words of advice, he urged her to conceive a dragon heir swiftly. Presently, she is the favored one in the harem, with the emperor frequently spending nights in the Zikin Palace. Yet, why does she show no signs of pregnancy? I have heard that the emperor greatly enjoys your cooking. Nangong Honyuan remarked, harboring doubts upon hearing of his daughter's sudden culinary prowess, as she had previously been a sheltered young lady unaccustomed to domestic affairs. Nangong Jiala replied, I specifically took the time to learn. Is it not said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach? This reasoning seemed sound to Nangong Honyuan, who dismissed his doubts, trusting in his daughter's capabilities. After exchanging some intimate words and sharing a meal, he sent her back to the palace. Chapter 33. A night visit to the prince's chambers in the small kitchen of the Zikin Palace. Shortly after lighting the lamps, 3 guests arrived. Concubine Yang, along with the recently appointed noble consorts Lu Ruxin and Wang Qian. With 3 women in concert, the atmosphere became lively, now heightened by the presence of a 4th. The Empress is well-liked in the harem, possessing no heirs and treating others with kindness. So long as she is not provoked, she does not seek out trouble, allowing the emperor to frequent whichever consort he desires without complaint. Moreover, she is an excellent cook. Over time, everyone has grown fond of visiting the Zikin Palace. As they chatted and relished the delicious food, the ambience was one of relaxation. Xia Xingyan placed a generous platter of fried chicken before them and poured each a cup of her homemade banana beer. Outside, a light rain pattered gently, and she did not expect any visitors today, so it was a pleasant surprise when the 3 arrived. On a rainy day, enjoying banana beer paired with golden, crispy fried chicken is the ultimate indulgence. As per our usual custom, what news do you bring? Xia Xingyan poured herself a glass of banana beer and sat down before them. The 3 of them took a sip of the banana beer, which was sweet and low in alcohol, invigorating their spirits. A piece of fried chicken and a sip of beer opened the floodgates of conversation. Lu Ruxin spoke first, mentioning that Su Jiyu had gone to the cold palace to visit her sister. Isn't it normal for a sister to visit her sibling? Someone remarked, suggesting a bond of sisterly affection, hardly a novelty. Wang Qian chuckled, stating that it was not a visit but rather a chance to gloat and show off. Xia Xingyan's interest was piqued. It seemed these sisters were at odds, which added an intriguing layer to the tale. Young Fei timed in, noting that Su Jiyu was a concubine's daughter, and even if she married, it would only be as a secondary wife to a legitimate heir, never achieving the status of a primary consort. Now that she had entered the palace, it was only natural for her to mock her former legitimate sister. As the conversation flowed, Xia Xingyan discerned the underlying dynamics. Su Jiyu's biological mother was merely a singer who had given birth to her while with Lord Su. A concubine's offspring was seldom regarded with esteem, let alone a concubine daughter. In the Su household, Su Murong and her mother had endured considerable mistreatment from the primary matriarch. Fortunately, Su Murong was gifted, striking in appearance and figure. After the legitimate daughter Su Luoqing was cast into the cold palace, Lord Su intended for Su Murong to take her place within the palace. He had arranged for her to be formally adopted by Lady Su, granting her entry into the palace as the legitimate second daughter. However, she was only bestowed the title of Jiyu. Yet, this was still 100 times better than the plight of Su Luoqing, now languishing in the cold palace. Su Murong's mockery was also a means of avenging the grievances faced by her family. Xia Xingyan sighed, recalling that in her previous life, as Nangong Jiala had informed her, Su Murong had entered the palace as a beauty, but never truly made her presence felt. Outside the small kitchen, Zhuyin hurried in, holding an umbrella, and whispered a few words into Xia Xingyan's ear, causing her expression to shift and her brow to furrow. In the city's prison, a woman cloaked in black strode in briskly, with Zhuyin closely trailing behind. "What are you doing here?" demanded the guard at the gate. Zhuyin produced a white jade token, intricately carved with a phoenix and the character for music in the center. The guard's expression changed drastically, and he quickly knelt to pay his respects. "Where is County Magistrate Zhao?" asked Nangong Jiala, her voice cold. The guard hastily led the way. The prison was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, the air thick with the scent of blood and decay, with torches lit every few paces. This facility was designated for the imprisonment of royal family members or officials. At the door of one cell, the guard abruptly halted, tapping on the black metal bars, and called out, "Zhao Bin, a noble person has come to see you." The prisoner, curled in the corner, stirred at the sound, sitting up, his murky eyes squinting in this direction, struggling to recognize the visitor. This was her father, the man who had deceived her mother and allowed a lowly concubine to mistreat her. Once so full of vigor, after many years apart, he now appeared in such a disheveled state. His hair was gray and unkempt, his beard untrimmed, and his complexion darkened, likely ravaged by indulgence. His wrists and ankles were shackled in iron chains, and his tattered coarse clothing was smeared with dried grass, a portrait of destitution and despair. He is indeed quite capable, having relied on connections to reach the formidable Lady Nangong. Although she accepted the money, she ensured that this matter was brought to the attention of Nangong Jala. The one receiving the bribe was that woman. It was Nangong Jala who took action. "Lord Zhao, do you still remember me?" Nangong Jala gazed at him calmly, her face betraying no emotion. Zhao Bin stared at her in astonishment for a long moment. Suddenly his eyes brightened with joy. "You are Lu, my daughter? How dare you? You presume to call the lady by her maiden name? Kneel!" Zhu Yin commanded sharply. Zhao Bin stiffened, trembling as he knelt. "I, the offender Zhao Bin, pay my respects to the lady." Nangong Jala raised her hand to halt Zhu Yin, looking down at Zhao Bin with a cold voice. "Lord Zhao, rise." Zhao Bin stood up, straightening his posture, and looked at Nangong Jala with obsequiousness. "Lure, you have come to save your father, Haven to you? You are the Empress. You can surely rescue me. Please help me." It was as if he had grasped a lifeline. The daughter he once scorned had now become the Empress. Nangong Jala suddenly donned a gentle facade. "Of course, father, please rest assured, Lure will certainly save you." She then instructed the jailer to take good care of Zhao Bin, ensuring he had the best food and clothing, to which the jailer eagerly agreed. Nangong Jala offered Zhao Bin a few more words of comfort before departing, leaving him with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Is the master truly going to save Zhao Bin?" Zhu Yin asked with concern. Nangong Jala smiled coldly. "What crime has Zhao Bin committed? Embezzlement, bribery, abduction of common women, coercing the innocent into prostitution, inciting violence, and carelessness with human lives," Zhu Yin replied indignantly, embodying the righteous anger of a person from the martial world. Each of Zhao Bin's transgressions was a capital offense. The master's intention to save him and provide for him was indeed perplexing. Nangong Jala's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Zhao Bin has served as a county magistrate for over a decade. Though his position is minor, his crimes are numerous. In his jurisdiction, heavy taxes and harsh levies have left the populace in despair, leading to widespread resentment and displacement. To wish for survival is nothing short of a delusion. Who is in charge of this case? Nangong Jala inquired. The young master is responsible for the investigation, which will ultimately be submitted to the regent. Zhu Yin had already gathered this information. Nangong Jala caressed the 9-dragon jade pendant around her neck, curling her lips into a smile, and instructed the coachman to turn towards the regent's residence. Still lost in slumber, Xiao Nanqing was abruptly awakened by a servant's announcement. The Empress has arrived. He yawned and sat up, just as the door to his chamber was flung open. Xia Xingyan entered, draped in a black cloak, water droplets glistening on her. Xiao Nanqing was momentarily taken aback, hastily grabbing a robe to don. The Empress barges into this prince's chamber at such an hour. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, brow furrowed, questioning her intentions for intruding upon a solitary man in the dead of night. "Of course, I have matters to discuss with the prince," Xia Xingyan replied with a charming smile, shedding her rain-soaked cloak and pouring herself a cup of hot tea. She took a sip, feeling a warmth spread through her body, moving with an ease as if she were in her own home. Xiao Nanqing shot her a cold glance, snatching the cup from her hand and placing it on the table. "What is the matter?" he asked, his brow slightly furrowed, his thin lips pressed tightly together, an air of tension enveloping him. "I couldn't sleep and thought I would come and see my royal uncle," she said. She deliberately leaned into his embrace, her delicate hands tightly clutching the front of his clothing, her voice sultry. Xiao Nanqing had long grown accustomed to her antics. She was not earnest, but merely enjoyed toying with him. Gently pushing aside her porcelain-like hand, he took a step back to maintain his distance. Summer Xingyan, perceiving his lack of romantic inclination, felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. It seemed that Nangong Jala had truly summoned her to Xiao Nanqing's side. Observing Xiao Nanqing's aloof and stoic demeanor, she could not resist the urge to provoke him further. I truly missed the emperor uncle. I sneaked out of the palace for him. A day without seeing him feels like 3 autumns. I longed for him intensely. She could not directly mention Zhao Bin. Could she? The scent of her cosmetics mingled with a faint, decaying odor reminiscent of the dungeons. The dungeons, deprived of sunlight, were perpetually damp, exuding a rancid, decayed stench. The recent case that could be linked to her was likely that of the notorious county magistrate, Zhao Bin. Xiao Nanqing's gaze tightened involuntarily. Since the Empress misses me so dearly, I must retire for the night. I would appreciate it if the Empress could assist me in loosening my garments. He opened his arms, gesturing for her to approach. Summer Xingyan paused momentarily, cautiously stepping forward, offering a couple of awkward chuckles. She was but a paper tiger, all bluster and no bite, easily intimidated when it came to serious matters. Tentatively, she began to slide off his robe, but just as she hung it up, she was suddenly lifted off the ground and found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, before being tossed onto the bed, which jostled her painfully. "Why is your bed so hard?" she exclaimed. As she struggled to rise, her hands were restrained. Despite his impassive expression, Xiao Nanqing's weight pressed down heavily upon her. Summer Xingyan could only glare at him, her threats lacking any real intimidation as she indignantly shouted, "Scoundrel! Pervert! Shameless wretch! Lecherous beast! Let me go!" Feigning surprise, Xiao Nanqing replied with mock seriousness, "In such a short span, the Empress has bestowed upon me so many titles. It would be remiss of me not to honor the Empress's generous intentions." With that, he reached to undo her clothing. Terrified, Summer Xingyan shut her eyes tightly, realizing that Xiao Nanqing seemed intent on taking things seriously. "Oh no, I should not have listened to Nangong Jiala's advice to come here in the dead of night. Why did I provoke him? He is so imposing, and I am but a Navi young woman. Surely I could perish at his hands." She lamented. "Never mind. He is a handsome gentleman, strong, wealthy, and of high status. Being with him wouldn't be a loss. I might as well think of it as being bitten by a dog." However, after a lengthy silence, she cautiously opened her eyes to find Xiao Nanqing fully dressed. Sitting at the table, his fingers deftly grasping a porcelain cup as he sipped tea. "Now speak. What is it that you desire?" "What? I was all set. Here I am on the bed, and he's not even going to sleep? How can one be so inconsiderate?" Summer Xingyan grumbled under her breath. "I shall ask you one final time. What is it that you seek from me?" Noticing her silence, Xiao Nanqing's tone grew colder. "What to say? That I'm already here, on the bed, with my clothes half off, prepared to be taken?" This was certainly not something she could utter. Perhaps she should redirect the conversation towards Zhao Bin instead? Summer Xingyan pondered, her eyes darting around. Did the Empress just come from the dungeons? Seeing her remain silent for an extended period, Xiao Nanqing took the initiative to speak. "Do you know?" Xiao Xingyan was taken aback, rising from the bed to tidy her slightly disheveled attire. She was astonished that Xiao Nanqing was aware of her whereabouts. Could it be that he had someone secretly monitoring her? Xiao Nanqing seemed to see through her thoughts, letting out a cold snort. This king is not so idle as to send someone to follow the Empress. Ah, it seems that Xiao Nanqing possesses quite the insight. He has discerned her actions. Could it be that, apart from his military pursuits, he also delves into the study of psychology during his leisure? Xia Xingyan had always considered herself clever. Yet she was taken aback by how much more astute Xiao Nanqing appeared to be. His intelligence surely surpassed 150. "And how did you know I visited the dungeon?" Xia Xingyan inquired, genuinely puzzled. Xiao Nanqing poured her a cup of tea and replied leisurely. "You carry the scent of decay. As the Empress, you should not possess such a smell. The dungeon is damp and often witnesses the untimely deaths of prisoners. Moreover, your biological father, Zhao Bin, was escorted to the dungeon just the other day, so it is only natural that you would have visited there before coming to see me." With such clarity in his words, Xia Xingyan saw no reason to beat around the bush. She clapped her hands and laughed. "Uncle, with such remarkable foresight, you must have deduced that my late-night visit was indeed for Zhao Bin's sake. What? Do you wish for this king to act unjustly and show leniency toward Zhao Bin? Are you aware that every single crime he committed is a capital offense?" Xiao Nanqing shot her a glance, his tone grave. Xia Xingyan was not there to plead for leniency. Zhao Bin was already on a path to death. However, death could take many forms, some far worse than others, such as a fate worse than death or a death that strikes at the heart. You misunderstand, uncle. I merely seek your assistance in delaying Zhao Bin's execution for a few days. As she spoke, her delicate hand began to wander restlessly on his shoulder. The sensation sent a shiver through him, and Xiao Nanqing shifted to avoid her indiscreet touch, pondering how a woman could learn such tactics. Who had taught her these ways? It was utterly improper. Yet, the fact that she was not there to plead for mercy surprised him. He stood, clasping his hands behind his back, and maintained a serious demeanor. This king can grant your request, but there is one matter I do not comprehend. What matter? Xia Xingyan's slender fingers brushed against him again. Xiao Nanqing stepped back, furrowing his brow. She could speak her mind without incessantly touching him. Didn't she realize he had to rise to evade her? This case is under the jurisdiction of your brother, Nangong Yi. Why come to me? It would be more convenient to seek him out. That is obvious. Though Nangong Yi is responsible for the case, he is merely second in command and must report to you. Why go through such a roundabout way when I could come directly to you? Naturally, I feel a closer rapport with you, uncle. Xia Xingyan was no ordinary individual. She had risen from a struggling student relying on student loans to become a top chef worth billions in a remarkably short time. Her culinary skills, coupled with her emotional and intellectual intelligence, were formidable. Though her words seemed insincere, they were melodious to the ear. Xiao Nanqing appeared composed, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 34. The Zhao family's downfall, although Zhao Bin held a minor position. Over the years, he had amassed wealth by exploiting the common people, generously offering a portion to his superiors. Taking advantage of his connection to the Nangong family and the fact that his daughter is the Empress, he became increasingly arrogant and oppressive towards the common people. In his jurisdiction, any family possessing treasures or beautiful maidens fell victim to the tyranny of the Zhao family. The populace was filled with grievances, daring only to mutter in silence. It was only when long-simmering discontent erupted into a rebellion, with thousands of citizens storming the county office, that the Zhao family, having received advance warning, fled in haste. The imperial court dispatched 20,000 troops to quell the uprising. All members of the Zhao family, numbering over 30, were taken to the capital, Yuzhou. Zhao Bin was initially imprisoned in the dungeon, while the others were confined in a separate location. After the arrival of Nangong Jiala, everyone was gathered together in a clean environment, and the guards displayed a complete turnaround in their demeanor. They not only provided fresh clothing, but also treated them to fine food and drink. On a simple long wooden table lay a feast of succulent chicken, roasted duck, braised carp, soy-sauced beef, fried shrimp, 8 treasure rice, and several jars of exquisite wine. The Zhao family gathered around the table, devouring their meal with abandon, exhibiting none of the traits of prisoners. Who would have thought that the wretched girl could ascend to the throne of Empress? A woman in her 30s, sipping bird's nest porridge, spoke in a sarcastic tone. Another woman of similar age chimed in, remarking that she had always appeared lonely and forsaken, and her becoming Empress must indeed be a stroke of luck. A young woman, bearing a slight resemblance to Nangong Jiala, presumably Zhao Bin's concubine's offspring, expressed her indignation. Why should she suffer here when they share the same father? Surely, she was far superior to that wretched girl. Another lady muttered, if only my Liner were the Empress, would the master still have to endure such hardship? Upon hearing this, others quickly echoed their sentiments, blaming Nangong Jiala for her inefficiency in securing their release. They dismissed the matters of embezzlement and the deaths of a few lowly citizens as trivial. The chorus of grievances against Nangong Jiala and her mother intensified, with accusations of neglect and incompetence aimed at Nangong Yi's wife. Zhao Bin, consumed by his drink, allowed his wives, concubines, and children to berate Nangong Jiala without restraint, feeling increasingly frustrated and irritated, convinced that their words held merit. It had been days since they had indulged in food and drink, and she had not even shown a semblance of concern for her father. With a loud crash, a wine jar shattered on the ground, startling everyone. A guard entered cautiously, smiling and asking, what orders does the esteemed father-in-law have? In the corner of the dungeon, Xia Xingyan wore a cold expression, her eyes reflecting disdain and mockery. Nangong Jiala vowed that these people would find no resting place in death. And though she considered that some might be innocent, it now seemed they were all ungrateful wretches, undeserving of pity. The saying, "One cannot advise others to be benevolent without having experienced suffering themselves," proved to be a profound truth. In the court, Nangong presented Zhao Bin's crimes, each one more egregious than the last, shocking and infuriating all. The ministers, filled with righteous indignation, unanimously petitioned for Zhao Bin's immediate execution and the extermination of his entire clan. Lord Su led his troops to quell the civil unrest, intending to leverage the Zhao Bin case to implicate the Nangong family. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Nanqing intervened, advocating on behalf of the Nangong family and the Empress. She proclaimed the Empress's noble sacrifice of kin and urged for strict legal punishment. Nangong had already received the news and handed over the jewelry presented by Zhao Bin to his wife to Xiao Nanqing, simultaneously adding a charge of bribery against Zhao Bin to curry favor with the court officials. Zhao Bin met a gruesome end. All male members of his family over the age of 12 were executed, while those under 12 were exiled, and all women in the clan were sold into the brothels or conscripted as military prostitutes. The Zhao family in the dungeon remained oblivious to their impending doom, continuing to indulge in revelry each day. Xiao Nanqing ordered the suppression of information, forbidding anyone from revealing even a whisper of the truth to them. Zhao Bin was unperturbed by his situation, confident in his dual assurances. If the Empress and Nangong family failed him, others would safeguard him. Little did he realize that in this lifetime, the daughter he had scorned since childhood had returned, seeking vengeance. The prison door creaked open, and a group of guards entered, escorting all the female members of the Zhao family away. "Are we to be released?" the women exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "You will know soon enough." The guards replied with a veneer of politeness, lacking sincerity. The women, believing they were being freed, quickly gathered their belongings and followed the guards. Zhao Bin grasped the iron bars, a vague sense of foreboding washing over him. Today's guards seemed to wear a different demeanor, devoid of their usual obsequiousness. "Where are you taking them?" Zhao Bin inquired. The guard smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Lord Zhao, the Empress and the Prince have instructed us to treat you well. There are too many residents here. We are relocating them. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to call upon us." Zhao Bin settled his nerves, yet moments later, he sat upright, summoning a guard. "What is your command, Lord Zhao?" The guard approached with a bow. "I wish to see Lord Su. Take this jade pendant to him." Zhao Bin instructed, retrieving a jade piece of deep green hue from his bosom. "Understood, I shall deliver it at once," the guard replied, taking the pendant and departing. Upon reaching a corner, he eagerly handed the pendant to a young man clad in a tightly embroidered dark blue robe, Nie Qing, a confidant of Xiao Nanqing. Receiving the pendant, Nie Qing smirked, recognizing the prince's astuteness. He had accurately predicted Zhao Bin's collusion with the Su family. Xiao Nanqing was well aware that in the previous life, Zhao Bin had implicated the Nangong family as the masterminds, leading to the Empress's confinement and the demotion of Nangong Honyuan and Nangong Yi, which severely weakened the Nangong clan, leaving them in disarray. This jade pendant was indeed exquisite, yet would never reach Lord Su. Xiao Nanqing tossed the pendant to Nie Qing, instructing him to keep it safe for future use. In a dilapidated temple in a remote corner of Yuzhou City, a few emaciated beggars, dressed in tattered clothes with unkempt hair and sallow complexions, lay on a worn straw mat basking in the sun, a chipped porcelain bowl placed before them. A woman with her face veiled in black silk tossed a silver ingot into the bowl. The beggar opened his eyes, springing up in astonishment, and beheld the silver ingot gleaming before him. He picked it up and bit into it, confirming its authenticity. "What is your command, my lady?" The beggar revealed a set of blackened, yellowed teeth, obsequiously inquiring. Such a generous patron was not necessarily driven by charity. They likely sought something in return. "How many inhabitants does Yuzhou City have?" the woman asked nonchalantly. The beggar replied, "Approximately 1,300. "And how many adult males?" She pressed further. "About 500 to 600, the beggar estimated after a moment's contemplation. "Very well. This chest of silver now belongs to you. Tonight, at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, someone shall treat them to an evening of revelry," the woman declared with a wave of her hand, prompting a tall man behind her to unceremoniously drop a chest of silver onto the ground. The glimmering coins scattered across the earth, drawing the attention of the beggars who rushed forth to seize their share. Such fortune, silver to claim and wine to savor, they rejoiced, assuring the woman that the task would be executed flawlessly, with none left behind. Pleased, the woman departed, weaving through several streets to elude the beggars following her. She entered the South Star Pavilion and, upon removing her veil, revealed herself to be Lei Yu, with Lei He following closely behind. Meanwhile, another individual arrived to deliver an invitation to Xiao Nanqing, inviting him to attend a performance at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion that evening. Initially indifferent, Xiao Nanqing took notice when he realized the messenger was Zhu Yin, a confidant of the Empress. Is the Empress truly inviting me to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? Could it be a trap? He pondered, recalling the previous encounter where he had been subtly criticized. Now, the sudden invitation felt suspicious. Zhu Yin smiled enigmatically, confirming that her mistress indeed wished for the prince to join her at the pavilion that night, leaving him to contemplate the situation. Though it seemed implausible, the event was indeed unfolding as described. After much deliberation, Xiao Nanqing resolved to attend, curious to discern the true intentions behind Nangong Jiala's invitation. As the moonlight emerged, red lanterns illuminated both banks of the river, transforming the once bustling streets into a luminous spectacle. Navigating through a lively thoroughfare, he paused at an alley where the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, renowned across Yuzhou City, stood adorned in festive red. Hesitating briefly, he stepped inside, where the matron scrutinized him before ushering him into a private chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by a pungent mixture of blood and fish. He frowned slightly as the door closed behind him, allowing him to advance further into the room. A woman clad in a fitted white gown stood before a long table, atop which lay a massive, peculiar fish measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. Grasping a sharp knife, she deftly maneuvered it before plunging it into the fish's belly, slicing it open to reveal the vivid red flesh within. Switching to another knife, she expertly removed the fish bones and sliced the flesh into delicate, translucent pieces. Suddenly recalling something, she raised her gaze to Xiao Nanqing and playfully inquired, "Have you yet asked, Your Highness, whether you prefer it thin or thick? Either will suffice." He replied, maintaining his composure. Summer Xingmian placed the crimson fish slices onto a plate resting atop a thick bed of ice, artfully arranging them to resemble a blooming red peony atop a glacial landscape. The accompanying dish held a small bowl of soy sauce, within which lay a tiny green morsel. Another dish contained chrysanthemums, shredded white radish, perilla leaves, and a few small wedges of lemon. "Savor the tuna sashimi, Your Highness," she said, presenting the delicacy to Xiao Nanqing with a beaming smile after washing her hands. Xiao Nanqing cast her a fleeting glance, but did not accept the chopstick she offered. Believing he was concerned about her cleanliness, Xia Xingmian took the initiative, picking up a piece dipped in sauce. The taste was exquisite and sweet. The unpolluted waters of antiquity had bestowed a fresh, firm texture upon the fish. Delicately, her slender, pale fingers tore apart a chrysanthemum petal and added it to the soy sauce, enhancing its fragrance. While holding the sashimi, she also picked up some white radish shreds and brought them to Xiao Nanqing's lips. "Here," she urged. Xiao Nanqing frowned, but swallowed nonetheless, expecting an overpowering fishy taste that would be difficult to digest. Instead, he was met with tenderness and a refreshing flavor. "What prompts you to serve this sashimi to me today?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. Taking a seat beside him, Xia Xingmian replied nonchalantly, "Nothing in particular. I merely wished to experience the taste of suffering." Xiao Nanqing nearly regurgitated the sashimi he had just consumed. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin was brought out of the dungeon, his eyes covered, and led to the Zue Xianglu. Upon entering, he was struck by the fragrant air and the exquisitely carved embroidered bed. Recognizing it as a brothel, he immediately questioned why he had been brought to such a place. Was he to be released? Yet, if that were the case, why was he bound to a chair? Outside, a commotion ensued as a small squad of guard escorted several women inside, his wives and daughters, who now stood bewildered, crying out for their husband and father. Zhao Bin was utterly confused, unable to comprehend their intentions. The madam of the establishment sauntered in, her hips swaying, and scolded the women. "What are you crying about? Save some energy for when you need to call him lord or father later." Just as they floundered in uncertainty, a group of beggars entered, surrounding the women with lewd grins on their filthy faces. The women trembled in fear, instinctively retreating. You have audacious gall. They're the queen's stepmother and sister. Zhao Bin shouted, attempting to rise but thwarted by his bindings. Laughter echoed from outside, and Nangong Jala entered with a self-satisfied smile that gradually froze into disdain and derision as she regarded Zhao Bin. His scalp prickled under her gaze as he pleaded, Jala, please save your father and your aunts and brothers. We are your family. Nangong Jala scoffed. They are merely the wretched ones who caused my mother's death. Save you? Dream on. I am here to send you all on your way. She cast a cold, hate-filled glance at the women, who instinctively shrank back, their eyes flickering with dread. Jala, it was your mother who strayed from her duties, and your aunts witnessed it. Zhao Bin attempted to defend himself. Silence. Nangong Jala commanded sharply. A guard stepped forward and delivered several resounding slaps to Zhao Bin, leaving him dazed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, too intimidated to speak. You believe these shameless women are merely vying for attention? She approached him, a delicate smile gracing her lips, and said, Today, I shall reveal to you how they disregard the principles of fidelity. Outside, there's a queue of 500 or 600 beggars. Zhao Bin stared at her in stunned silence, as if he no longer recognized her. Was this truly the same weak and easily bullied girl? Several women pleaded for mercy, weeping profusely, confessing their past mistakes, yet Nangong Jala remained unmoved. In her previous life, her own vulnerability had led to Zhao Bin's betrayal. In this life, she would not repeat that folly. The beggars outside continued to file in, and the room was filled with the sounds of men's and women's cries. Nangong Jala cast Zhao Bin a strange smile and softly declared, Your Zhao family will have no descendants. Across the room, Xiao Nanqing observed with indifference. Was this the performance she had summoned her to witness? Whenever she encountered her, everything seemed to diverge from the previous life. Could it be that she too had been reborn? Chapter 35. My lord, someone is causing a disturbance on the kitchen stove, lay 2 seemingly identical dishes, boneless snake tubes, which appeared indistinguishable from the outside. Yet, Xia Xingyan stared at them, her expression grave, despite the fact that every step in the preparation was identical. Why did her dish lack the finesse of old ways? Others might not discern the subtle difference, but she could taste the slightest variation. Selecting approximately a pound of banyan snake, she extracted the entire skeleton without damaging the skin, marinating it with pepper and salt. This method resulted in a dish that was both firm and chewy, imbued with an extraordinary aroma, featuring succulent snake meat that required no bone spitting. For snake meat aficionados, it was truly a culinary marvel. However, the preparation was intricate and demanding, making it rare to find skilled chefs. This dish was Xia Xingyan's signature creation. Her pride and joy, yet still paled slightly in comparison to old ways. What was the queen up to? Perhaps she was too engrossed, for she failed to notice Xiao Nanqing standing silently behind her. When she turned, she found him with his hands clasped behind his back. A rare visitor to the South Star building. What brings you here? She asked curtly, with no requests to make of him. She felt no need to be overly polite or flattering. The speed of her change in demeanor was as consistent as ever. But Xiao Nanqing had long since grown accustomed to it. I suppose I can be considered a proprietor of this South Star building. Why shouldn't I come? He replied nonchalantly. Indeed, he was a proprietor. What reason did she have to object? Xia Xingyan fell silent, glancing down at the 2 plates of snake tubes. An idea forming in her mind. Sometimes, timing was everything. Uncle, you've arrived just in time. Help me discern the difference between these 2 dishes, she said, eagerly offering him a pair of chopsticks. Xiao Nanqing glanced at the 2 nearly identical dishes, picked up his chopsticks, examined them closely, and took a bite. The meat was exceptionally tender and fragrant, a flavor he had never experienced, prompting him to indulge in a few more pieces. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, What kind of meat is this? Snake meat, banyan snake, Xia Xingyan explained, her heart fluttering with suspicion. Surely he had tasted snake meat before? Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanqing's expression shifted dramatically. He clutched his throat, his features contorted in agony, as if he wished to expel the snake meat he had just consumed. Xiao Nanqing, are you all right? Xia Xingyan was taken aback, her heart racing with concern. Could he have been poisoned? Yet, the banyan snake bore no venom. She steadied him, patting his back, and hastily poured a glass of water for him. Surely, it couldn't be that after merely consuming 2 bites of snake meat, he would meet his demise. He was as robust as an ox. "I do not consume snake meat," he declared, his face flushed, seizing the moment to catch his breath. Being born under the sign of the snake, he had refrained from eating snake meat since childhood. Xia Xingmian, unaware of his aversion, fiddled with her fingertips and awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't eat snake meat." How could she have known when he had never mentioned it? Never mind, never mind. She had acted without malice. Xiao Nanqing waved her hand dismissively, not taking it to heart, merely stating that she would later have Nie Qing inform her of his preferences. Xia Xingmian nodded, though the statement left her with an unsettling feeling. Today, Xiao Nanqing had intended to inform her that Zhao Bin had succumbed to the severe punishment of over 3,600 cuts, discovered lifeless in his cell that morning. The women of the Zhao family had been tormented beyond recognition, while the male members had tragically perished in a fall during their exile, leaving no remains. On that day at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, her demeanor towards the Zhao family had undergone a drastic transformation. Her gaze filled with disdain and a murderous intent that left Xiao Nanqing feeling somewhat estranged. Now, however, she appeared utterly carefree and untroubled. Could there possibly be two Ningong Jiala? Oh no, oh no. Lei Yu rushed in, her expression frantic. What is the matter? What has gone awry? Xia Xingmian rarely witnessed her in such a flustered state. Lei Yu reported that a patron had arrived at the gambling establishment, winning a considerable sum of silver in no time. So what if they won? Xia Xingmian shrugged. Unconcerned, this isn't an illegal establishment. Winning is expected. However, the winnings had already reached over 50 or 60,000 taels, and the funds on hand were dwindling, leading the gambling house to suspect that the opponent might be cheating. Lei Yu voiced her apprehensions. Cheating? Xia Xingmian paused in her work. Is there any evidence? She inquired. Lei Yu shook her head, admitting it was merely speculation. Xia Xingmian glanced at Xiao Nanqing, recalling her last loss of 150,000 taels to him, feeling somewhat disheartened. Going herself would be futile. Her card skills were inferior to those merely observing the game. She would only end up losing more money. Keep a close watch on him. The money is not the issue, Xia Xingmian instructed. If we discover any cheating, seize him immediately and break his legs. Lei Yu was reluctant, lamenting that if this continued, the entire Nanqing Tower would suffer a loss. Xia Xingmian found her concerns valid and turned a glance at Xiao Nanqing, who stood aloof, his expression as frigid as frost, seemingly uninterested. She then donned a flattering smile, her delicate, pale fingers lightly tugging at his robe as she cooed, "My lord, Xiao Langjun." Her voice, sweet as sugar, was enticingly alluring. Xiao Nanqing felt a sudden warmth in his heart, clearing his throat. "My lord? Who is her lord?" He feigned sternness. What is the matter? If she spoke in such a manner, it surely harbored ill intentions. "My lord, someone is causing trouble." She cast her gaze down, feigning helplessness. Lei Yu, discerning the situation, quickly excused herself. "Speak properly," he admonished in a low voice, though his authority seemed diminished, lacking its usual intimidation. Xia Xingmian pressed on, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, "My lord, why must you be so distant? Such behavior will surely wound my heart." The woman's voice was soft and enchanting, her breath fragrant like orchids, causing Xiao Nanqing to become breathless from her allure. A little enchantress she was. If she were truly his princess, he would ensure she spent several days confined to her chamber, teaching her the consequences of frivolously teasing her lord. He contemplated this. But ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse, and Xiao Nanqing reached out to steady her delicate waist. "My lord has worked hard. I shall serve you well tonight," she promised, her bright gaze shimmering like flowing water. A peculiar sweetness blossomed in his heart, yet Xiao Nanqing maintained a composed demeanor, betraying none of his feelings. In the back courtyard of the gambling house, the tables lay empty, as all the patrons crowded around a central table, tightly packed, with no room to spare. Opposite the dealer sat a strikingly beautiful woman, her bare arm exposed despite the cool weather, enticing the surrounding men. "Why is there a woman?" Xia Xingmian furrowed her brow. A large man at the viewing area was sweating profusely as the woman placed her bets, regardless of the odds, causing others to follow suit. In a short span, she had already wagered tens of thousands of taels. "What? Out of silver?" the woman asked with a seductive smile. "Of course, there is silver, as long as you have the ability to take it." Seeing that the opponent was a woman, Xia Xingyan felt it inappropriate to let Xiao Nanqing intervene. Noticing Xiao Nanqing glance at the woman several times, a wave of discomfort surged within her. In a fit of frustration, she shot him a glare and discreetly pinched his arm. Xiao Nanqing regarded her with a stern expression, his gaze questioning. Xia Xingyan gestured for the large man to make way, so she could take his place. "Do you wish to gamble with me?" The woman mocked, her eyes gleaming with disdain. "We are both women. If you can gamble, why can't I?" Xia Xingyan, unwilling to back down, refused to be looked down upon. She noticed the mountain of yellow and white objects before the woman, indicating she had won quite a bit. "Of course I, Hua Junyang, would be delighted to play with you, but do you still have any money?" She inquired with a light laugh. Noticing Hua Junyang's gaze drifting toward Xiao Nanqing, Xia Xingyan felt a twinge of jealousy and pressed closer to him, defiantly stating, "My lord has plenty of silver. Then why not wager a bit higher today? Let us settle it in one round, 100,000 taels. If you win, it's all yours. If you lose," Hua Junyang smirked, gesturing towards Xiao Nanqing, "your charming lord will belong to me." Xia Xingyan nearly choked on her own breath, realizing this was not merely a game of cards, but rather an attempt to seduce her man. Glancing again, she saw Xiao Nanqing was indeed looking at the woman, igniting her anger. She slammed her palm on the table and, in a moment of impulsive determination, agreed to the wager. "That wretched man, if he enjoys gazing, let him be the stake. If I lose, it would likely please him." Xiao Nanqing, meanwhile, felt that Hua Junyang looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, prompting him to observe her more closely, unaware that the small woman beside him was seething with rage. Chapter 36. The disappearance of 3 million taels. The two women engaged in a simple game of comparing sizes, each with 6 dice. The one with the higher number emerging victorious. Xia Xingyan was familiar with this game. As a chef, she had mastered the control of her wrist strength. The dice cups rattled simultaneously as two women locked gazes, their eyes tightening with concealed menace. Almost in unison, Xia Xingyan and Hua Junyang set down the dice cups. "You go first," Hua Junyang said, lightly tapping the gambling table in a gesture of deference. Beside them, Xiao Nanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, hinting at a faint amusement. He suspected he might be the one to lose. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyan brimmed with confidence, convinced that her cup contained 6 sixes. However, as she triumphantly opened it, laughter erupted around her. Upon closer inspection, her smile froze. There were not 6 sixes, but rather 6 ones. Reflecting on Hua Junyang's earlier tap on the table, she realized she had fallen into her trap. Xiao Nanqing remained unperturbed, maintaining his stoic demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. His calmness only served to infuriate Xia Xingyan further, as she believed he wished for her defeat, hoping to flirt with Hua Junyang. "It's your turn," Xiao Nanqing said, tapping the table with a finger, his voice as icy as ever. Hua Junyang's cheerful expression swiftly soured, and under the crowd's insistence, she reluctantly opened her dice cup. Xia Xingyan initially anticipated disaster, only to burst into laughter when Hua Junyang revealed 5 shattered dice, leaving just 1. The outcome was clear, 6-1, and Xia Xingyan emerged victorious. Her spirits soared as she excitedly embraced Xiao Nanqing, planting a light, delicate kiss on his honey-toned cheek, as gentle as a breeze or a dragonfly skimming the water. "Wonderful, we won," she exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Nanqing, momentarily taken aback by her elation, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Hua Junyang's expression shifted from triumphant to a mixture of red and white as she forcefully slapped the table and departed with her entourage. The other gamblers, realizing the excitement had dissipated, scattered to surrounding tables. Xiao Nanqing, watching Hua Junyang's retreating figure, finally recalled her identity. "Still watching? She's long gone," Xia Xingyan remarked, following his gaze with irritation. Xiao Nanqing did not defend himself. He had indeed been observing that woman. Noting his silence, Xia Xingyan sarcastically remarked, "If you like her so much, why help me? Losing would have suited you just fine." Having grown accustomed to her capriciousness and biting remarks, Xiao Nanqing lifted his gaze to meet hers, asking, "Are you so concerned, perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy?" "Jealous? Nonsense," she retorted, unwilling to concede. With a huff, she shoved him aside and stormed off. She would not allow herself to feel jealousy over Xiao Nanqing, a figure as cold and formidable as an ice block, akin to a beast. Like him? Nonsense. If it weren't for Nangong Jiala facilitating my approach, I wouldn't even spare him a glance, she muttered indignantly, though a sense of unease lingered within her. Outside, the crescent moon hung like a hook amidst a scattering of stars, a gentle breeze caressing the night. Inside, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the man at the window, draped in a black, straight-cut robe that flowed gracefully. His elongated fingers clasped a tricolor jade bracelet, and a sweet smile graced his handsome face. The bracelet, once tucked away in a corner, had now been rediscovered by him. Close your eyes. The softness of her lips grazes against her cheek, delicate and imbued with a faint scent of rouge. She is indeed audacious, daring to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Xiao Nanqing's fingers caressed the bracelet, adding a touch of tenderness to her otherwise fierce countenance. Outside the window, a shadow flits by. A dark guard kneels on the ground, respectfully reporting the happenings within the imperial city. Which concubine did Xiao Mo Chuan summon to his chambers tonight? Xiao Nanqing inquires nonchalantly. Your Majesty has gone to the Zicheng Palace tonight. The guard reports honestly, unaware of the underlying implications. Xiao Nanqing lets out a soft grunt, her expression grave, her gaze cold as ice. It feels as though her heart has been pierced, crimson blood gushing forth, as if something that rightfully belonged to her has been seized. Perhaps what she vies for against Xiao Mo Chuan is not merely the throne, but also the Empress. Being his Empress would certainly yield a far more favorable outcome than being Xiao Mo Chuan as consort. In the small kitchen of the Zicheng Palace, the signboard has been replaced with that of a midnight eatery, inscribed in characters penned by Xiao Mo Chuan himself. He sits there, a plate of omuris before him. As Xia Xingmian slices through the golden egg skin, the semi-solid egg mixture spilling out and enveloping the fried rice beneath. The distinctive aroma of eggs wafts through the air. After completing her task, Xia Xingmian wipes her hands, pours herself a cup of tea, and sits across from him, gazing at him in a daze. Xiao Mo Chuan smiles faintly, well aware of her customs. However, finding nothing particularly novel to share, he recounts a mysterious case from 50 years past. At that time, the Emperor of Chujin was Xiao Nanqing's grandfather, and thus Xiao Mo Chuan's great-grandfather. That year, the southern region collected taxed silver amounting to 3 million taels, enough to fill 20 horse-drawn carriages. Due to the substantial sum, a guard team of 100 men was tasked with its transportation. And then, upon hearing the mention of silver, Xia Xingmian's eyes gleam with interest. Noticing her enthusiasm, Xiao Mo Chuan continues, at the appointed time. The guard team failed to deliver the taxed silver. The Ministry of Revenue grew perplexed, waiting 2 additional days without any sign of the silver, prompting them to notify the local county offices. Eventually, the bodies of the guards were discovered in a place called Dingyuan Village. All 100 of them perished? Xia Xingmian furrows her delicate brows. Indeed, and many of the corpses have been devoured by wild beasts, rendering them unrecognizable, with only their clothing and insignias providing identification. Xiao Mo Chuan pauses before continuing. What transpired afterward? Was the 3 million taels ever found? Xia Xingmian presses for details. Xiao Mo Chuan shakes his head, explaining that it is indeed a bizarre case. After the deaths of the 100 guards, the 3 million taels mysteriously vanished as well. Furthermore, Dingyuan village later became plagued by hauntings, with rumors suggesting that the vengeful spirits of the guards emerged to demand retribution. The villagers, terrified, gradually abandoned their homes, leaving only about 20 households remaining. Xia Xingmian, upon hearing this, is filled with a sense of melancholy. She does not subscribe to superstitions, yet she perceives that this case harbors deeper secrets. The guards tasked with escorting the taxed silver were elite, meticulously chosen from among thousands, and yet they were all slaughtered in a single night, with no other bodies found at the scene. There are only 2 possibilities. Either they are embezzling from their own coffers and the 100 corpses are not theirs, or, as the rumors suggest, they have all fallen victim to supernatural forces. The officials responsible for the case of the relics concluded the investigation based on hearsay, leading to a flurry of public discourse. As time passed, the case faded into obscurity, and 50 years later, few recall it. 3 million taels have vanished, which is truly lamentable, mused Xia Xingmian. Perhaps it is indeed the work of ghosts. Xiao Ma Chuan had heard of this case in his youth, and later sought out the records, but alas, his inquiries bore no fruit. Xia Xingmian, however, appeared unperturbed, stating earnestly, "Your Majesty should place faith in science. One should not speak of the supernatural, and even demons cannot attain sentience." Before she could finish, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing her to shiver. The swift return of reality left her feeling somewhat awkward, prompting a strained smile. "Your Majesty, please eat quickly. The omelette rice has grown cold," she urged. Xiao Mochuan took a spoonful of the dish, which indeed was cold and bore an unpleasant eggy taste. "Let it be, if it's cold. We shall prepare chicken skewers anew," she decided, removing the dish. Xiao Mochuan made no objections, silently observing her as she busied herself. He took pleasure in watching her cook, her demeanor serious and meticulous, bringing him joy in her company. "The Siamese envoy has arrived and will enter the palace in a few days. Will the Empress accompany me?" Xiao Mochuan inquired. "We shall discuss it then," Xia Xingmian replied vaguely. She was not particularly keen on attending such grand occasions, where the attire and phoenix crown were heavy and cumbersome. She preferred the comfort of the Zicken Hall, though she wondered when she might escape. In a small narrative aside, it is noted that the stories and novelties within the late-night diner are fraught with pitfalls, yet the narrator will strive to address each one. And who, one might wonder, is the enigmatic Hua Jianyang? Chapter 37. The Siamese Princess. The arrival of the Siamese envoy in Chujin was no secret. It was known throughout the court and the populace alike. Siam enjoyed a cordial relationship with Chujin, offering tributes annually and sending envoys each year. This year, the Siamese king was accompanied by his princess, a gesture of goodwill between the two nations. Xia Xingmian accompanied Xiao Mochuan to welcome the Siamese envoy, as her role as Empress necessitated her presence. Adorned in a deep blue robe embroidered with phoenix patterns and auspicious clouds, and wearing a nine-tailed phoenix crown, she exuded both authority and grace, embodying the virtues of dignity and benevolence. Seated quietly beside Xiao Mochuan, she accepted the court's reverence, their affectionate bond eliciting envy from onlookers. When the Siamese king and princess entered the hall, Xia Xingmian was struck by a sense of familiarity with the princess. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than the young woman who had played dice with her at the South Star Pavilion. "So, she is the Siamese princess?" Xia Xingmian furrowed her brow. The change from her previous attire to a bright yellow gown and headdress rendered her almost unrecognizable. A furtive glance at Xiao Nanking revealed a nonchalant expression, as though he had long been aware of her identity. This revelation stirred a sense of displeasure within her, feeling foolish for not being informed. The Siamese princess, too, appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared to encounter the gambling house's young lady as the Empress of Chujin. Yet, why did she appear at the South Star Tower, so intimately associated with Xiao and Nanxing? Young Wang had specially brought local delicacies, hoping the emperor would not find them unworthy. The Siamese king rose slightly, offering a bow, commanding servants to present several trays. The trays were laden with durians, wax apples, mangosteens, mangoes, cherimoyas, coconuts, and other fruits, as well as gemstones and silks. Xia Xingmian's eyes sparkled. Since her arrival in Chujin, she had not tasted any exquisite fruits, having only encountered seasonal apples, oranges, bananas, and pears. Xiao Mochuan had promised her a selection of tribute, and while the gemstones and silks held little allure, she graciously accepted the fruits. Xiao Mochuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the Siamese king's thoughtfulness. The Siamese princess discreetly tugged at her father's sleeve, and the king, understanding, suddenly bowed to Xiao Nanxing, stating that his daughter had long admired the prince and inquired if a marriage could be arranged. No wonder the father and daughter had come together. They were indeed seeking a son-in-law. Xiao Nanxing's expression was inscrutable as he did not respond, casting a glance at the Siamese princess, who smiled charmingly at him, shyly lowering her gaze. Xia Xingyan couldn't help but smile, silently musing that amidst such public affection, she had unwittingly played the role of the fool. While they were clearly enamored with each other, the emperor's uncle had yet to marry. Xiao Mochuan answered on his behalf. The Siamese king's face brightened, eager to propose a union. "This mangosteen is quite sweet, plump and white," Xia Xingyan remarked, breaking one open. "Naturally, it would be best to present these to the heavenly empire, as long as the empress is pleased." The Siamese king nodded with a smile. The conversation was deftly diverted. and the matter of marriage was momentarily set aside. Xiao Mochuan took the opportunity to announce that a banquet had been arranged to honor the Siamese king. Xiao Nanqing remained a powerful figure, yet the imperial authority was precarious. An alliance with Siam would undeniably bolster his position, which Xiao Mochuan preferred to avoid. He initially believed the Empress was aiding him in extricating himself from a dilemma. With the topic broached, the Siamese king felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter further, deciding to seek another opportunity to address it. The king was quite pleased with his daughter's choice of the regent of Chujin. Years ago, when the Siamese capital was besieged by rebels and sought assistance from Chujin, it was Xiao Nanqing who led the troops to quell the insurrection. Initially expecting only a modest amount of fruit, he was taken aback by the considerable bounty. Over a dozen carts filled to the brim, stacked like small hills in the courtyard of the Zikan Hall. The fragrant aroma of the fruits wafted through the air, their vibrant colors creating an exquisite tableau, perfect for a fruit feast. Xia Xingyan selected a ripe durian, extracting a piece of its pale yellow flesh. With a bite, she was met with an extraordinary sweetness, her taste buds reveling in delight. Meanwhile, other palace attendants recoiled, covering their noses. The scent was more offensive than stinky tofu. Could this truly be edible? Yet, their master savored it with gusto. Would you care for some? Xia Xingyan generously invited them. They all shook their heads, avoiding the smell. Who would dare eat such a foul thing? Lest they fall ill? Suit yourselves. It's evident you've never indulged in fine delicacies. She huffed, not pressing the issue further, as the sweet and creamy delight was simply divine. After consuming half a durian, she patted her round belly, contentedly burping. My lady, you must rinse your mouth. Ji Jin promptly brought over some tea, for the odor was indeed pungent. Xia Xingyan found herself unable to resist and reluctantly rinsed her mouth with tea. She also had some fruits sent to the Empress Dowager. Although there was mutual disdain among the Empress and the various palace concubines, they still had to maintain a semblance of cordiality. She reserved some of the remaining fruits in the small kitchen, while the others were placed in a room near the ice chamber. She then went to the small kitchen to prepare durian milfai, coconut chicken soup, and mango rice, neatly packed in food boxes, intending to send them to Xiao Mochuan as a token of gratitude for the tribute fruits he had bestowed upon her. As she passed through the imperial garden, she noticed Xiao Nanqing and was about to greet him when she suddenly saw a bright yellow figure beside him. Xia Xingyan furrowed her brow. Was that the Siamese princess? Hua Junyang? How could they be together, chatting and laughing so intimately? It appeared that this princess wished to marry Xiao Nanqing, and, judging by the situation, he seemed to be equally interested, suggesting that this union might indeed come to fruition. An inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. She pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze slightly, not even bothering to greet him before hastily departing with her attendants. Hua Junyang, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted the queen leaving in haste and sighed. My lord, your sweetheart has departed. Upon her arrival in Yuzhou City, after settling in at the inn, she had wandered around with her attendants, overhearing much talk about Nanqing Tower. Thinking it to be a remarkable place, she was disappointed to find it was merely an eatery. After playing a few rounds at the gambling den in the backyard and winning a considerable amount, she felt little satisfaction. Just as she was about to leave, she unexpectedly encountered Xiao Nanqing. Had he not intervened, she would surely have lost to that young woman. Initially believing her to be an ordinary lady, she later discovered she was the queen. A connection between the queen and the emperor's uncle piqued her interest. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Nanqing's gaze lingered on Xia Xingyan's retreating figure before being pulled back by Hua Junyang's words. He would never admit to anything. He would not bear the weight of such unfounded accusations. Hua Junyang scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She has gone to His Majesty's palace. What do you think they're doing together? Xiao Nanqing's expression hardened. How would I know? My lord, she no longer desires you. Why do you still care? You might as well accept my father's proposal and let me be your princess. Despite being turned down, Hua Junyang remained undeterred. What if Xiao Nanqing had someone he favored? That person was the queen. He could hardly compete with the emperor for a wife. I have no intention of marrying. Princess, please return, Xiao Nanqing stated with gravity. Hua Junyang persisted, unwilling to relent, clinging to him stubbornly. In Siam, she was a highborn ninth princess. Xiao Nanqing was also ninth in rank, making them a predestined pair. Years ago, when the Siamese capital was besieged by rebels, it it was Xiao Nanqing who saved her. The proud little princess, standing tall, gazed at him as he rode valiantly in his dark armor, fighting fiercely against foes, and from that moment on, she had secretly pledged her heart to him, vowing not to marry anyone else. Yet, alas, the divine maiden dreamed, while the noble prince remained indifferent. "My lord, I will not give up," Hua Junyang called out to his retreating figure, her voice tinged with frustration. Xiao Nanqing's expression darkened, his brow furrowed. He found her incessant chatter truly vexatious. Hua Junyang was not one to easily concede defeat. She promptly sought an imperial decree from the Empress Dowager, permitting her to reside in the regent's residence during her stay in Yuzhou. Cui Ruofu naturally agreed, as it was inevitable for such a lively and beautiful girl to develop feelings for her son through their constant companionship. Furthermore, an alliance with Siam would undoubtedly be advantageous for future endeavors. With the imperial decree in hand, Hua Junyang immediately moved into the regent's residence, unbeknownst to Xiao Nanqing, who only discovered her presence after she had settled in. He could only instruct his aides to keep her away from his quarters. Yet Hua Junyang had an uncanny habit of gravitating towards him, regardless of the circumstances. Were it not for the diplomatic ties between the two nations, he would have expelled her long ago. Chapter 38. The spilled jar of jealousy within a few days. News spread throughout the palace that the Siamese princess had taken up residence in the regent's residence, frequently seen in the company of the regent himself. The Empress Dowager was quite fond of the Siamese princess, bestowing upon her numerous gifts of gold and silver. Summer Xingyan felt increasingly unsettled, her discontent spilling over into her cooking, where even salt and sugar became confused, resulting in a notable decline in quality. The concubines of the harem came to pay their respects, but they too lacked their usual vitality, lounging on the soft couches with weary expressions. To facilitate a match between Xiao Nanqing and the Siamese princess, the Empress Dowager even hosted a banquet within the palace, inviting various concubines and a few close royal relatives. Summer Xingyan gazed at the enchanting Hua Junyang seated beside Xiao Nanqing, her heart heavy with an inexplicable ache. The pair truly seemed well suited for one another. Sun Wudong, seated at the end of the table, did not relinquish the opportunity to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. Summer Xingyan cast a cold glance in her direction, her eyes devoid of warmth. What made them compatible? When had Su Murong become so blind? The Empress Dowager, upon hearing such words, was naturally pleased and praised Su Murong profusely, although the national teacher had stated that Xiao Nanqing could not marry for the time being. The prospect of an engagement could still be broached. A torrent of flattery only served to deepen the chill on Xiao Nanqing's countenance, while Hua Junyang and the Empress Dowager reveled in delight. "My lord, what are they saying?" Hua Junyang feigned ignorance. Xiao Nanqing's expression hardened as he replied coolly, "They're suggesting you are of an age to find a husband." Angered by this, Hua Junyang set down her wine cup, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the Empress looking their way, which sparked an idea. She deftly picked a piece of fish meat, carefully removing the bones, and offered it to Xiao Nanqing. "My lord, have some fish," she said softly. Noting that he did not move, she leaned closer and whispered, "Surely you are not avoiding my offering out of fear of the Empress, are you?" Xiao Nanqing glanced briefly towards Summer Xingyan, only to find her gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met momentarily before she averted her gaze, smiling sweetly at Xiao Mo Chuan. Witnessing the intimate exchange between Xiao Nanqing and Hua Junyang, where they whispered and fed each other, only intensified Summer Xingyan's discomfort, prompting her to excuse herself to the side hall for a breath of fresh air. Noticing her absence, Xiao Nanqing surmised she had retreated and seized the opportunity to leave as well. "Why are you upset?" Nangong Jala inquired with a smile. Summer Xingyan furrowed her brow and stubbornly replied, "I am not angry." Nangong Jala did not respond directly, but instead asked if she had developed feelings for Xiao Nanqing. Xia Xingyan would certainly not admit it. How could she possibly harbor feelings for Xiao Nanqing? That fellow possesses no sense of romance whatsoever and seems to attract suitors effortlessly. It is likely he will end up marrying one noble woman after another, and such a man is of no interest to her. Very well, if you say it isn't so, then it is not. Nangong Jala chose not to dispute this. The hearts of women are known only to themselves. She would not fall for Xiao Nanqing, for her return to the 21st century awaited her. As long as Master Wei could present the Wei family cookbook, She could depart at any moment, back to an era of vibrant lights and intoxicating pleasures, and perhaps seek the company of a few charming youths. Who would then remember Xiao Nanqing? In a secluded chamber, incense wafted softly, the delicate smoke curling in the air, while fragmented sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window screens. The woman reclining on the soft couch wore a deep blue silk gown that trailed elegantly, her wide sleeves flowing gracefully. Leaning against the cushions, she exuded an air of languorous elegance. A phoenix hairpin was slanted in her coiled hair, with several strands of tassel cascading down, and two wisps of hair danced gently against her cheek, adding an alluring charm. While others gathered in the main hall, the queen had come here to indulge in a moment of leisure. Xiao Nanqing entered with a faint smile. Upon seeing him, Xia Xingmian rolled her eyes, her expression indifferent. The regent and the Siamese princess appeared to be deeply affectionate, yet he had time to engage in idle chatter with a woman like her, a melancholy figure in the depths of the palace. The queen seemed rather concerned about his association with Jianyang. A devilish grin crept across his lips as he sat down on her soft couch. Jianyang, he called affectionately. She slightly curled her lips, revealing a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely dismissive, leaning back with a scoff. Your Highness overthinks. I am merely tired from attending to His Majesty last night and have come here to rest for a while. Indeed, she had prepared an extravagant feast of fruits for Xiao Mo Chuan, including fruit salad and even baked durian, coaxing him to eat it. The memory of his initial reluctance, followed by his eventual delight, brought a smile to her face. Xiao Nanqing's hand clenched into a fist on his knee, his complexion darkening with suppressed anger. Noticing his displeasure, she became increasingly spirited, jesting. His Majesty was rather insistent last night. I had stated my reluctance, yet he was unyielding, allowing me to rest only in the early hours. You must advise His Majesty, Your Highness. You have the Siamese princess, and I have Xiao Mo Chuan, Xia Xingyan. Accustomed to competition, would always seek to outdo her opponent. She remained oblivious to the deepening shadows on Xiao Nanqing's face, the atmosphere thick with an ominous tension tinged with jealousy, as though a vinegar jar had been overturned. Why does Your Highness appear so upset? She propped herself up, leaning closer to him, her delicate fingers lightly brushing against his broad, firm chest. Her breath, fragrant as orchids, whispered near his ear, Is Your Highness feeling envious? Do you not wish for me to attend to His Majesty? Xiao Nanqing's lips twitched in irritation as he suddenly grasped her delicate wrist, pressing her down beneath him. He caressed her soft cheek. If I were to take favor with you now, and in the future the queen's belly swells, will the crown prince be mine or His Majesty's? Having experienced similar situations before, Xia Xingmi understood he was merely attempting to intimidate her. She playfully wrapped her arms around his long neck, teasing, Does Your Highness wish for the crown prince to emerge from me? He did not answer directly, raising an eyebrow. That would be only natural, provided the crown prince is indeed my offspring. The emperor's uncle has thus revealed his thoughts to me, unafraid that I might expose him before His Majesty. A faint smile graced her lips as her delicate hand caressed his rugged cheek. Does the Empress truly believe that I would fear Xiao Mo Chuan? He remained utterly indifferent, revealing not the slightest veil of concealment before her, staring at him in astonishment. She fell silent for a moment before donning a smile anew, her tender, ivory finger gently pressing against his thin lips. When shall the Emperor's uncle present me with a prince? If the Empress desires it, why not now? His voice was cool, yet thick with desire. The sandalwood incense still burned within the side chamber, exuding a subtly sweet aroma. Xia Xingmian felt her cheeks flush, as if Xiao Nanqing's mere glance was bewitching her, drawing her into a mire of temptation. His icy lips descended upon her soft petals, leaving her mind a blank slate. Her breath caught before she gently pushed him away and asked in a tender voice, What if it were a princess? I would cherish a princess as well. I adore any child born of her. Outside the chamber, a woman gazed in terror at the couple within, her expression one of shock. She had not anticipated such boldness from them, disrupting the palace in broad daylight. Siamese customs may be liberal, yet Hua Jianyang found it hard to accept the scene before her. Xiao Nanqing's affections were not directed towards her, and his demeanor was far from amiable. Yet she believed she could strive to win his love. However, she had just witnessed genuine affection and tenderness in his eyes. Realizing that he was not incapable of love, he simply did not love her. "Princess, what brings you here?" A gentle voice echoed from outside, sounding like Su Murong. Thus, the princess was indeed Hua Junyang. Startled, Xia Xingmian quickly pushed Xiao Nanqing away. Xiao Nanqing furrowed his brow, surveying the chamber's decor, his gaze landing on the lit incense burner. He had felt something amiss since entering, sensing an issue with the incense. He raised his hand and overturned the burner, ash scattering across the floor. A shadow flitted outside, and he swiftly seized the phoenix hairpin from Xia Xingmian's head, casting it towards the figure. "Ah!" The figure cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Outside, a palace-maid's shrill voice rang out, "Murder! Murder!" Chaos ensued. "You have killed?" Xia Xingmian suddenly snapped to attention, gripping Xiao Nanqing's hand in panic. He shielded her trembling form, murmuring soothingly, "Do not fear. I am here. When anyone inquires, simply claim ignorance." The guard soon arrived, only to discover that the fallen figure was Hua Junyang, the supposed assassin, lying in a pool of blood. A phoenix hairpin embedded in her chest, the very one from the Empress's crown. Someone had lit an aphrodisiac incense in this side chamber, luring Hua Junyang into the trap. And now he was faced with the predicament of explaining it all. Chapter 39. The palace guard the hairpin had not struck a fatal blow. Yet Hua Junyang remained in a deep slumber. The Siamese king, frantic for his beloved daughter, would not rest until he received an explanation. A maid who had been attending in the side chamber stepped forward to identify the perpetrator. It was the regent who had harmed the Siamese princess. There were stammered accusations, claiming that the prince and the empress had been caught in a compromising situation, and in a moment of panic, the prince sought to silence her. At that moment, only Xiao Nanqing and Xia Xingmian were present in the palace, and the two found themselves at a loss for words. Furthermore, matters of intimacy between men and women were too shameful to be discussed openly. This incident constituted a royal scandal, tarnishing the emperor's dignity. Xiao Nanqing had been stripped of the golden tiger talisman and confined within the residence of the regent, while Xia Xingmian was placed under house arrest in the Zikan Hall, with the affairs of the harem temporarily overseen by Consort Yang and Lady Su. A conclusion would be reached only after a thorough investigation. The Nangong and Shui families were in turmoil, with the heads of both clans pacing back and forth in their studies, contemplating strategies. Although the palace had managed to keep the matter under wraps, some information had leaked. They could not fathom how the regent and the queen, two individuals so seemingly unrelated, could contravene human ethics and engage in such treacherous acts. The Zikan Hall, once bustling with activity, now felt somewhat desolate. Xia Xingyin could not comprehend how she had lost control that day in the side hall. Was it due to the aphrodisiac incense? And what had that palace made? When had they seen their clothes in disarray? This was a conspiracy. Someone was intent on framing her and Xiao Nanqing. But who could it be? She fell into deep contemplation. Zhuyin arrived to announce that the Empress Dowager had come, prompting Xia Xingyin to adjust her attire and proceed to the main hall to receive her. Chui Ruofu scrutinized the woman kneeling before her. She had never looked closely before, but indeed, there were traces of beauty. None of the concubines in the palace could compare to her. No wonder the regent had been captivated by her charm, pleading for her and gifting her that exquisite set of jewelry. There had been signs all along, but had she simply overlooked them? Empress, how did you ensnare the regent? Speak the truth, Chui Ruofu suddenly demanded, her expression turning cold and her voice sharp. Xia Xingyan naturally refused to admit any wrongdoing, insisting on her purity and claiming she had been wronged. Chui Ruofu noted her unwavering conviction. She did not seem to be lying. Yet, there were witnesses and evidence, including the phoenix hairpin that had pricked the Siamese princess. What could be said in explanation? And who had placed the aphrodisiac incense in the side hall? This turmoil has engulfed the regent, who has now been stripped of his military insignia and confined to the palace because of you, Chui Ruofu accused, placing all blame squarely on Xia Xingyan. Xia Xingyan bit her lip, seemingly holding back unspoken words. Chui Ruofu continued with emotional rhetoric, implying that Xia Xingyan should bear the entire burden of responsibility. Is this the will of the prince? Xia Xingyan asked, her gaze lifting as she sought a crucial answer. Chui Ruofu smiled knowingly, of course. Xia Xingyan's expression fell, marked by a sense of desolation. Amen. A palace attendant announced that the queen wished to see his majesty, and Xiao Machin arrived with Su Murong. Recently, Su Murong had been the most favored among the harem, having recently received a magnificent brown bear as tribute from an official. The bear, immense and powerful, was capable of various performances. During a moment of excitement, the bear suddenly broke free from its cage and charged at him. In that critical moment, Su Morong stepped in front of him. Although the bear was ultimately slain by the guards, Su Morong was promoted as a result and now held the title of Su Jiaoyi. Your Majesty, could you kindly ask Su Jiaoyi to withdraw? I have matters to discuss with you in private, Xia Xingyan requested, her heart a tumult of emotions, especially as she gazed upon the radiant visage of Su Morong. Such is the nature of the palace, where some revel in joy while others languish in sorrow. The wheel of fortune turns, at present. The Chui and Nangong families find themselves in a precarious position, while the Su family begins to rise again. Your Majesty, the Queen does not wish for me to remain here. I shall take my leave. Su Morong spoke with a soft, sweet voice, yet her body remained unmoved. Xia Xingyan directed her gaze towards Xiao Machuan. Her eyes filled with earnest anticipation, as if asking, "Does your Majesty desire for me to speak here?" "You may withdraw for now," Xiao Machuan replied, casting a fleeting glance at Su Morong. Though she appeared somewhat reluctant, she complied and bowed before departing. Xia Xingyan lifted her sleeve, revealing a delicate, luminous arm, prominently marked by a red dot. The presence of the marriage marking indicated her innocence. Her aim was to prove her purity in relation to Xiao Nanqing, and she had also taken responsibility for injuring the Siamese princess. However, she would never divulge the existence of the marriage marking to anyone else, for the records of their union and her continued innocence would surely invite suspicion if made known. Thus, this matter remained a secret known only to her and Xiao Machuan. She understood the implications, and Xiao Machuan was equally aware. Is the Queen threatening me? Xiao Machuan's demeanor shifted from his usual gentleness to one of cold severity, a glimmer of malice flickering across his face. I merely wish for your Majesty to restore the honor of myself and the prince, Xia Xingyan implored earnestly, kneeling on the ground. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Machuan's lips. Releasing Xiao Nanqing would be akin to unleashing a tiger back in the mountains, endangering his own dominion. His intention had been to disrupt the alliance between Xiao Nanqing and Siam, igniting aphrodisiac incense in the secluded chamber and arranging for a maid to lead the princess there, only to discover the Queen had been present instead. He assisted her to her feet and sighed. I naturally trust the Queen, yet the Siamese king proves relentless. Let's shift the blame to him. I am responsible for injuring the Siamese princess. That hairpin belongs to me. If the goal was to absolve Xiao Nanqing, she might as well shoulder all the blame. How could a mere woman like the Queen have inflicted harm upon the princess? Xiao Machuan thought it implausible, for in his mind, Nangong Jiala was a weak and timid creature. Xia Xingyan withdrew a silver hairpin from her head and tossed it into the flickering candlelight. The flame extinguished, and the pin embedded itself deep within the pillar, half its length buried. Xiao Machuan was taken aback. Such strength was beyond even that of a robust man. When had she acquired such skill? Doubt stirred within him, yet he maintained an impassive facade. Within the regent's residence, all appeared as usual. Xiao Nanqing seemed unaffected by recent events, continuing his daily routine of reading and sword practice with ease. Niaqing rushed in from outside, and upon seeing him, Xiao Nanqing sheathed his sword while a nearby maid presented fragrant tea. He took a sip before setting it down, casting a scrutinizing glance at Niaqing. What transpires within the palace? He inquired indifferently. Niaqing lowered his head, as if concealing something, before finally lifting his gaze. The guard stationed at the manor have been withdrawn. His Majesty has issued a decree lifting your confinement, and the tiger talisman has been returned. Xiao Nanqing was momentarily stunned, then promptly asked, Has Hua Junior awakened? Niaqing shook his head. The Siamese princess had not yet regained consciousness. That is indeed peculiar, Xiao Machuan mused. He had been afforded an opportunity to spare Xiao Nanqing's life instead of condemning him, which was out of character. Something was amiss. What exactly had transpired? Xiao Nanqing sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Xiao Machuan, appearing to be tolerant, conceals a profound cunning within, exhibiting a treacherous shrewdness that enabled him to rise from the most humble position of a prince to ascend the throne. Such scheming and intellect surpass that of ordinary individuals. Niaqing lowered her head, stammering, Yes, the Empress said it was her discord with the Princess of Siam. The Empress? Xiao Nanqing's heart suddenly tightened. What a fool. Why lie? She willingly took upon herself all the blame for his sake. Where's the Empress now? He asked sharply. She has already received the Phoenix Seal and has been confined to the Department of Severe Punishments. Nangong Hanyuan, Nangong Yi, and the matriarch of the Nangong family are already kneeling outside the palace gates. Nieching's expression grew grave as she reported the facts. If Hua Junyuan were to perish, even if the Empress were not required to pay with her life, she would be relegated to the cold palace to appease Siam, meeting a lamentable end. Nangong Jiala, oh, Nangong Jiala, why must you be so foolish? Xiao Nanqing paced back and forth, contemplating a strategy. Chapter 40. Poisoning in a dim and damp room. A solitary white candle flickered, casting a weak light. It illuminated a small space containing an old bed and worn furniture, with a tea set resting on the table, filled with hot tea. The surroundings were austere, yet this was the finest room available. Perhaps a solitary cell from an ancient prison? Xia Xingmian, clad in a simple white garment, bore a tranquil countenance, exuding an air of serenity and a hint of detachment. She had received a fair number of fresh flowers, which she could arrange to pass the time during her leisure. Your Highness, it is time for your meal. An attendant entered, carrying a food box. Upon opening it, 2 steamed buns, a dish of braised fish, a stuffed duck, and a bowl of bird's nest porridge were revealed. This treatment was indeed the best arrangement, surely costing the Nangong family a considerable sum. Xia Xingmian lacked appetite, consuming only a few bites of porridge before instructing that it be taken away. The case was being overseen by the newly appointed top scholar, Su Lingji, who, upon assuming his position, was tasked with such a significant case. Undoubtedly backed by a powerful patron, one of considerable influence. It was also rumored that Princess Changle harbored affections for Su Lingji and had intentions to marry him. Earlier that day, Xia Xingmian had met with Su Lingji, who was indeed exceptionally handsome, with features as refined as jade. However, his thoughts were far from noble. He did not inquire about the case directly, but spoke in veiled terms, implying something else. She discerned a hint of his intention, should she admit to being manipulated, instigating discord between Chu Jin and Siam, with ambitions of usurpation and regime change. Naturally, Xia Xingmian would never concede to such accusations and secretly admired Su Lingji's imaginative thinking. It was remarkable he could conceive such notions. Master Su should truly consider writing novels, she scoffed, sweeping away in disdain. A 5th-rank official gaining prominence through flattery held little significance in her eyes. Su Lingji seethed with indignation, but could not express his fury, secretly contemplating whether to employ torture in the next interrogation. A chill wind whistled through the cracks in the wall, filling the air with a dampness, mingled with the stench of decay and rotting corpses. The guilty palace servants, clad in coarse prison garb, were shackled in iron chains, their movements clinking as they collided. This environment prompted Xiao Nanqing to furrow his brow, concerned that the delicate and pampered Empress would not withstand such harsh conditions. Yet, Xia Xingmian remained indifferent to her surroundings, finding it far superior to some places she had previously resided. A year after their parents' divorce, the father remarried a woman who initially feigned kindness, occasionally gifting her a new dress. However, after a couple of months, the pretense vanished. A year later, the woman gave birth to a son, and the disdain towards her grew even more palpable. In that household, she became akin to an unwelcome servant, her room usurped and transformed into a nursery for her half-brother. Upon entering junior high, she began residing at school, seldom returning home, instead working at a nearby restaurant, observing the chefs as they prepared meals. After saving a bit of money, she paid for her own tuition and eventually rented a small room. With a mere 150 yuan a month, devoid of even a bed, she made do with sleeping on the floor. Just when she thought the hardships had passed, misfortune struck again as she found herself in this dreadful place. Barely settling in, she was summoned to the interrogation chamber in the dead of night. The iron lock on the door was opened, interrupting her sleep. Yawning, she donned a light garment, and upon seeing the approaching figure, her expression turned cold and distant, devoid of the warmth she once felt. "It's you," she remarked frostily. "I came to see you," he replied. Witnessing her plight pierced Xiao Nanqing's heart with sorrow. Xia Xingmian coldly laughed, thinking that now the prince had seen her, he could depart. Her hair fell loosely around her shoulders, her face devoid of makeup, Clad in a simple white gown, her eyes no longer shining with their former brilliance, and she appeared considerably more gaunt than before. Why must you take the blame for me? He demanded an answer, wishing to hear it from her own lips. Suppressing her sorrow, she attempted to infuse her tone with levity. You think too much, Your Highness. I merely wished to experience life in the interrogation chamber. The insincerity of her words was palpable, even to herself, let alone to Xiao Nanqing. Xiao Nanqing harbored a question. How had Nangong Jiala persuaded the emperor to absolve him entirely from this matter of gender relations? As the night deepened and the dew settled heavily, she urged him, Please, Your Highness, it's time for you to leave. I need to rest. She was weary of the charade, and allowing him to take the blame seemed to align with Xiao Nanqing's intentions. He had rescued her on several occasions. Perhaps this was a balance of debt settled. Luo Qingyi had already gone to treat Hua Junyang. Once she woke, Xia Xingmian would be free to leave. Xiao Nanqing had no desire to argue with her, striving to calm his own heart. I only wish to stay here with you. He stepped closer, gently caressing her pale cheek, expressing his concern. Shall I take you away from here? In a world where military power was divided, 1/3 lay in the hands of Emperor Xiao Machuan, another third with Regent Xiao Nanqing, and the remaining 4/10 were held by various feudal lords, primarily concentrated among the Chui, Nangong, Su, and Lu families of Fanyang. Given Xiao Nanqing's strength, rescuing her would not pose a significant challenge, though it would undoubtedly bring about considerable complications. I'm quite well here, Xia Xingmian replied tersely. No sooner had she spoken than a warm sensation surged in her throat, and she spat a mouthful of dark red blood onto the ground. The Empress. Xiao Nanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to support her. Xia Xingmian trembled, followed by another bout of blood, staining her white garment crimson. Summon the imperial physician, quickly. Xiao Nanqing shouted hoarsely. Bird's nest. It's poisoned. She grasped his collar, her voice trembling. In the past 2 days, she had consumed merely 2 spoonfuls of bird's nest porridge, leading to the suspicion that someone intended to silence her by poisoning her food. Seeing her pallid complexion and unbearable agony, Xiao Nanqing felt a pang of anguish. Lamenting the tardiness of the imperial physician, he rolled up her sleeve and took her pulse himself, his brow furrowed tighter as he sensed an erratic rhythm, as if 2 distinct pulses were intertwined. Just as he was about to investigate further, the physician arrived, and he had to step aside. The old physician also wore a deep frown, having never encountered such an unusual pulse before. Could it be that she was with child? Yet, the pulse did not exhibit the smoothness one would expect, resembling beads rolling on a jade plate. What of the Empress? Xiao Nanqing inquired impatiently. The old physician bowed and replied, Your Highness has been poisoned, but fortunately, the poison is not severe. I shall prepare a prescription immediately and have the medicine brewed and delivered. Xiao Nanqing gestured for the physician to expedite his efforts, as the palace maids of Zekendian were likely being detained. Noticing the significant bloodstains on her garments, he summoned 2 maids from the Regency Palace to attend to her. The maids changed the unconscious Xia Xingmian's attire, and as Xiao Nanqing turned his back, he suddenly seemed to notice something. He stepped forward, pushing aside a maid, and grasped her delicate arm, where a vivid red mark was unmistakably visible. Could she still be a maiden? Xiao Nanqing felt a jolt of surprise. This was entirely unexpected. Despite Nangong Jiala being married to Xiao Mo Chuan for several years, she remained untouched. Was it that Xiao Mo Chuan harbored a hidden ailment? Or was the Emperor and Empress's relationship strained? Were their nocturnal visits to Zekendian merely a ruse? Xia Xingmian felt as though she were floating in midair, reminiscent of her initial arrival in this realm. Was she to return? Suddenly overwhelmed with joy, she realized that it was possible to go back without the Wei clan cookbook. Her body descended onto a soft patch of grass, and before her lay a crystal-clear lake. Her reflection in the water revealed her true visage. She pinched herself desperately. Feeling no pain. Was she dreaming? Yet, why had she not awakened? Is this your true form? A melancholic female voice echoed in her ears. She looked up to see a young, ethereal woman, floating just as she had moments before. Was this Nangong Jiala? How could they both exist simultaneously? She was perplexed. Nangong Jiala, she called out. The woman turned with a smile, gracefully descending to stand before her. Their gazes met, one adorned with a red hairpin, clad in an elegant long robe, exuding grace and beauty, the other in a vibrant red dress, silver high heels accentuating her allure, both captivating in their own right. This marked the first encounter between two women separated by a millennium. "You are Xia Xingmian?" Nangguang Jiala inquired with a charming smile. "Have we parted ways?" Xia Xingmian was filled with elation. She had finally reclaimed her identity, no longer residing within another's body. She reached out to grasp Nangguang Jiala's hand, yet found only the petals of pink apricot blossoms beneath her fingers. The figure before her gradually blurred, becoming ephemeral. "Nangguang Jiala," she called out in desperation, her voice echoing in the valley, but no trace of Nangguang Jiala remained. "Nangguang Jiala, please return." Exhausted from her cries, she collapsed onto the grass. Chapter 41. The instruction manual has disappeared as twilight descended. A cool breeze swept in, and the pale pink curtains, adorned with tassels, swayed above a bed draped in luxurious flowing silk that rippled like water. Beside the bed is a window, adorned with exquisite carvings and made of rare wood, while a fragrant waft of herbs lingers in the air. Outside, a picturesque scene unfolds, featuring a rockery, a small pond, vibrant green lotus leaves, and delicate pink water lilies. Occasionally, palace maids glide past, their footsteps and whispers barely audible. The woman on the bed lies still, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion devoid of color. Luo Qingyi checks her pulse, furrowing her brows in concern, before withdrawing with the medicinal pillow. "How is she?" Xiao Nanqing inquires softly. The princess's pulse shows no significant issues. Luo Qingyi replies hesitantly, but she remains unresponsive. I sense there is something she wishes to say. Xiao Nanqing turns to her, encouraging her to speak freely, assuring her he will shoulder the burden. Luo Qingyi offers a subtle nod. Xiao Nanqing scoffs lightly, displaying disdain, and gestures for her to leave. The cold blade presses against the pale cheek of the woman on the bed, and Xiao Nanqing squints. With just a slight effort, he could mar her beauty irreparably. The hairpin does not pierce deeply, he is certain, yet it is enough to cause her to remain unconscious for days. The physician's reticence to draw conclusions stems solely from her noble status. Luo Qingyi's earlier words confirm his suspicions. I will count to 3, should you remain unresponsive. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Xiao Nanqing states, his expression darkening, his gaze narrowing. The woman on the soft bed remains utterly still. Xiao Nanqing's count begins 1, 2. Before he can utter 3, the woman suddenly sits up. Now that you are awake, all is well. Inform the king of Siam that the princess has regained consciousness. He retracts his sword, instructs the palace attendants, and prepares to depart. Hua Junyang, agitated, throws off the ornate quilt and strides toward Xiao Nanqing, her eyes wide with fury. Why have you not come to see me during my days of suffering? She demands. Thanks to you, I've been confined within the royal residence, he replies, his demeanor detached and his tone flat. Hearing his distant tone, Hua Junyang feels a pang of disappointment. She distinctly remembers seeing him embrace the Empress in the side hall that day, the tenderness in his gaze suggesting he wished to cradle her in his hands. Now that she is awake, Xiao Nanqing does not linger. With a revival, the Empress is assured safety. He wonders about Nangguang Jiala, poisoned and unaccounted for. Who could possibly be behind it? Xiao Nanqing, do you truly wish to avoid marrying me? Hua Junyang calls after him. Yes, he replies curtly, not looking back, cold and unfeeling. Left alone, Hua Junyang is engulfed in sorrow, perplexed about her own defeat. As a young maiden and a princess of Siam, how could she be outshone by a mere palace concubine? Her heart is heavy with unwillingness, yet she feels powerless. Xiao Nanqing is resolute. Once he has made a decision, it is unalterable. In the Zicheng Hall, upon awakening once more, Xia Xingmian initially believes she has left Chu Jin behind and returned to the modern world. However, upon observing the rooms, furnishings, and the eager gazes of Ji Jin and the others, disappointment washes over her. She has not returned, and more alarmingly, the soul of Nangguang Jiala has vanished from this body, leaving only her own spirit behind. Could their encounter in the dream have been a farewell? Did the poison bird's nest soup claim Nangguang Jiala's soul? How could this be? Alarming, indeed. This is far from a good situation. To Nangguang Jiala, she was akin to a friend, a manual. It was with the guidance and insights from Nangguang Jialu that she navigated the palace with ease. Now that the manual was gone, her true self would soon be revealed. What to do? What to do? She was in a state of frantic anxiety. But Nan Gong Jialu had perished from poisoning. If she were to be poisoned again, would she not also meet her end, thus allowing her to return to the modern world? This revelation filled her with joy, and disregarding her still healing body, she dashed barefoot into Luo Qingyi's chamber, remembering that there were numerous medicinal concoctions there, including poisons. The attending eunuchs and maidservants hurriedly followed, bewildered by their mistress's sudden behavior. Medicine? Where are the poisons? Arsenic, cinnabar, peacock bile, anything? She eagerly inquired of Luo Qingyi. These were all highly toxic substances. Even if Luo Qingyi possessed them, she would undoubtedly refuse to provide them. Seeing her with disheveled hair, clad in a pink nightgown, and barefoot with her delicate feet, her demeanor was undeniably erratic. As Luo Qingyi remained silent, Xia Xingmian took matters into her own hands, ransacking the room in disarray, yet regrettably finding nothing. The attentive attendants, Ji Jin and Zhu Yin, exchanged worried glances, fearing that their mistress had succumbed to madness once more after their arduous escape from the dreaded Office of Punishments. Two perceptive eunuchs reported the situation to the emperor. Xiao Mo Chuan, who was paying respects to the Empress Dowager, rushed over upon hearing the news, accompanied shortly by Xiao Nanqing and the Empress Dowager, Cui Ruofu. Xia Xingmian had already climbed to the rooftop. Since there was no poison, perhaps a fall from the rooftop would suffice to end her life. As she saw no other recourse, with her manual lost, she must leave this place and hasten her return. A tile from the roof fell and shattered below, causing those beneath to tense, their hearts in their throats, fearing for their mistress's safety. From her elevated vantage point, Xia Xingmian surveyed the imperial city. It was early summer, and the palace was adorned with blooming flowers, petals dancing in the breeze like a fresh snowfall, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. With a sense of camaraderie and a carefree spirit, she stood atop the roof, contemplating her imminent departure. A surge of joy welled within her, and she burst into song. Her voice was utterly discordant, a cacophony of sounds that was nearly unbearable, akin to the wails of the damned. Those who heard her grimaced and covered their ears, further solidifying the notion that the Empress had succumbed to madness. Xiao Nanqing and Xiao Mo Chuan watched below, their hearts racing with fear that she might slip and fall, prompting them to command the guards and maidservants to assist the Empress down. Empress, what are you trying to accomplish? It was unclear who had informed the Empress Dowager, but as Su Yu entered the Zicheng Hall, she was greeted by the sight of Xia Xingmian's wild antics on the rooftop. Startled by Su Yu's shout, Xia Xingmian lost her footing and fell straight down, unprepared for the descent. Empress, be careful. Both Xiao Nanqing and Xiao Mo Chuan leaped forward in unison. Ultimately, it was Xiao Nanqing who reached her first, catching her securely. How is it that she did not perish? Xia Xingmian opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her gaze was the sharply defined, exceptionally handsome face of Xiao Nanqing, which was as cold as ice. Anger surged within her. Having prepared herself for the worst, how could he thwart her plans? Is the Empress all right? Xiao Nanqing inquired, frowning, internally chastising her for not cherishing her own well-being. She had not yet recovered. Yet she had ventured to the rooftop for what purpose? Xia Xingmian's expression turned icy as she forcefully pushed him away, her voice laced with fury. Who asked you to meddle? She could have returned home. Just a moment longer, and she could have been nestled in her spacious bed, watching movies and listening to music, or perhaps indulging in the company of male models at a club, or even vacationing at the beach. All of those plans were now dashed. Once again, her good intentions were met with ingratitude from a woman who knew no better. Xiao Nanqing let out a muffled grunt. Releasing her, unfazed, he remained indifferent, but the Empress Dowager could not bear to witness the scene. She rebuked, the Empress is being unreasonable. The regent has saved you. If you cannot express gratitude, at least refrain from speaking ill. Disheveled and spouting nonsense, you exhibit none of the grace befitting a ruler. What a disgrace. Xia Xingmian grumbled to herself, wishing the title of Empress upon another, for all she desired was to return. Ji Jin and Zhu Yin knelt, imploring, Your Highness, please calm your wrath. Our master is still recovering, hence her peculiar behavior. The Empress Dowager Su Yu snorted in disdain. I see not a mere recovery, but perhaps a sinister influence has taken hold. She did not mean it. Quickly assist the Empress down, Xiao Mo Chuan intervened to diffuse the tension. Ji Jin and the others hurriedly helped Xia Xingmian inside, yet she continued to protest, Let me go, let me go. My instructions are lost. Nangongjala, hurry back. I cannot handle these two old hags. If she angered the two matriarchs, death or assassination would surely follow. At that moment, Xia Xingyan only wished for an end to her existence, feeling utterly despondent. Enough! Enough! The two matriarchs erupted in unison, their wrinkles betraying their fury, intent on punishing the Empress. After much persuasion from Xiao Nanxing and Xiao Mo Chuan, they reluctantly quelled their anger and returned to their respective chambers. Chapter 42. Princess Chong Li's pregnancy. The rituals performed in the Ziqing Hall lasted a full 49 days before finally concluding. Xia Xingyan felt her head buzzing. Ridding herself of morbid thoughts, having knelt before the two matriarchs for 2 hours and offering numerous treasures to appease the situation, she could not seek death. Hence, she would await Old Wei's dietary plan. The palace had remained relatively calm during these days, as the king of Siam had departed from Yuzhou with his princess. Stretching languidly, Xia Xingyan resolved to make the best of her circumstances. At least here, she lacked neither food nor clothing, and apart from the two matriarchs, no one dared to provoke her. The late-night eatery was still open, though Xiao Mo Chuan's visits had diminished. However, Yang Fei and others frequented, as there were few places in the deep palace to alleviate loneliness. Delicious food has arrived, Xia Xingyan exclaimed joyfully, presenting 3 large bowls of crayfish. Spicy, garlic, and 13 spices, these were the finest flavors. Today, while wandering the Imperial Garden, she had stumbled upon crayfish in the river. The Imperial River was regularly maintained, its waters clear, and connected to the city moat. The lively crayfish, raised in such fresh waters, were not only sizable and clean, but also possessed firm, succulent meat. In ancient times, these fools regarded the crayfish as an abomination, shunning it at all costs, which inadvertently benefited her. Along with Shi Jin and Zhuyin, they spent an entire afternoon catching several large basins of them. As Yang Fei gazed at the 3 large basins filled with vibrant red crayfish, she swallowed hard but hesitated to take action, cautiously inquiring, "Can we eat this?" "Of course, these crayfish are delicious," replied Xia Xingyan, as she picked up one, twisted off its head, and deftly pulled out the mud vein, revealing the plump, white flesh beneath. The meat was springy, fragrant, and tender, tantalizing one's palate, especially when paired with a chilled beer over ice. A truly delightful experience. Seeing Xia Xingyan relishing the dish, Yang Fei and the other 2 concubines could not restrain themselves any longer. After tasting it, they found it irresistible and quickly devoured an entire platter. "Have you heard?" One concubine began mysteriously, lowering her voice. "Heard what?" This question piqued the interest of the others. The concubine looked around, discreetly dismissing the palace maids, and whispered, "Princess Chong Lu is pregnant." The other concubines merely smiled, dismissing the claim as absurd. After all, Chong Lu, known for her beauty, was unmarried and remained in her boudoir. How could she be with child? Seeing their disbelief, the concubine grew anxious, insisting that someone had witnessed Chong Lu and the newly appointed top scholar, Su Ling, enter a secluded villa outside the city together, only to emerge the following day, one after the other. Thus, the 2 met clandestinely in the villa every few days, and before long, Chong Lu began showing signs of pregnancy, experiencing a loss of appetite and persistent nausea. Initially skeptical, Xia Xingyan and the others found themselves swayed by the compelling nature of the tale. Given that Chong Lu had been spoiled by the Empress Dowager, her lack of decorum and discipline made such behavior not entirely surprising. As they exchanged tales of familial affairs, the 3 basins of crayfish were soon consumed, leaving everyone craving more, clamoring to return to the river the next day for another catch. Meanwhile, within the princess's residence, Chong Lu stared at her still flat abdomen in turmoil, directing her ire towards 2 maids, ordering them to be dragged out and beaten to death. How could she have conceived so quickly? If her elder brother and the Empress Dowager were to find out, there would be dire consequences. Before long, a maid approached the chamber to announce, "Lord Su Ling has arrived." At this, Xiao Chong Li's mood brightened, and a smile graced her face. As Su Ling entered, she eagerly dashed into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her head in his chest. "What brings you to summon me so urgently?" Su Ling gently patted her shoulder. "It's all your fault," she pouted, playfully swatting at him while softly sobbing, "I am pregnant." Su Ling felt as if struck by lightning. His intentions had never been to engage in intimacy with her. Rather, he had been drawn to her status. Were he to take a wife, he would certainly not choose Xiao Chonglu, for she was unremarkable in both appearance and demeanor, lacking refinement. Yet, as a princess with the backing of the Su family, associating with her afforded him considerable advantages. Having already received the Su family's patronage, he was on a path to success. This was precisely why he had chosen to approach Xiao Chonglu amidst the crowd of noble ladies. Despite her being the most ordinary among them, Xiao Chonglu, too, was enamored by appearances. How could she resist when such a handsome suitor as Su Ling made the first move? Before long, they found themselves entwined in each other's arms, and subsequently, their clandestine meetings became increasingly frequent in secluded gardens. However, with Xiao Changel now pregnant, one wonders whether His Majesty and the Empress Dowager would consent to their union. Born into a humble family, should he marry the princess, he would ascend to the status of a royal consort, a connection to the imperial family that would not be without merit. In the future, he could certainly take a few beautiful concubines as well. Fear not, princess. I shall devise a plan. Su Lingji comforted her. Xiao Changel ceased her sobbing and retorted, What plan could you possibly conceive? Would you have me procure medicine from the pharmacy to rid myself of this burden? Her terror was palpable. If the Empress Dowager and her royal brother were to discover her premarital pregnancy, they would undoubtedly punish her severely. And Su Lingji, too, would face dire consequences for enticing the princess and creating scandal within the palace, a crime that could lead to the annihilation of his clan. Trembling in fear, Xiao Changel had lost all her former arrogance. Though the Empress Dowager doted on her, she was not her biological mother and could not be expected to truly care for her. Su Lingdi, Dietz Lacing Zemak Ben Gompao, guided her to sit and offered some words of solace. With a grave expression, he paced the chamber, hands clasped behind his back, until a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. You must seek out the Empress, he proposed. The Empress? Xiao Changel hesitated, recalling her previous confrontation with the Empress that had led to her confinement. How could she possibly expect assistance from someone she had offended? Su Lingji leaned in and whispered a few strategic words into her ear. A smile of understanding graced Xiao Changel's lips as she praised his brilliance, increasingly convinced that she had not misjudged him. As the matriarch of the harem, the Empress bore the responsibility of instructing the consorts and noblewomen. If word of this scandal reached her, it would reflect poorly on her guidance. Conversely, should she choose to conceal it, she would inevitably face charges of complicity once the truth came to light. Meanwhile, Xia Xingmian, wandering aimlessly through the imperial city, remained blissfully unaware that calamity was about to befall her. Not far away, two palace attendants dragged a barely conscious young man, whose garments bore the large character for food. What has transpired? Xia Xingmian inquired as she approached. The attendants knelt and explained that a young cook from the imperial kitchen had overcooked Su Jiaoi's bird's nest porridge and had been punished severely, to the point of near death, with plans to discard him in a mass grave. Xia Xingmian exchanged a glance with Luo Qingyi, who stepped forward to examine the young man and confirmed that he still had a faint breath. What is his name? She asked the attendants. Xiao Shun, one replied, lowering his gaze. Xiao Shun, the one who makes chicken soup wontons? She recalled vaguely. You may leave. I shall handle this matter, she commanded. The attendants exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately surrendered him to Xia Xingmian's care. Take him to Nanxing Tower, she instructed, surveying the battered Xiao Shun with a sigh. His survival now hinged entirely on fate. It was astonishing that Su Murong would resort to such cruelty over a trivial matter, revealing her to be a narrow-minded and malevolent individual. At that moment, a young palace maid hurriedly approached, bowing as she saw Xia Xingmian. What is it? Xia Xingmian inquired. The maid replied, Princess Changel has arrived and is kneeling in the Hall of Purple Splendor, requesting an audience with the Empress. A feeling of dread washed over Xia Xingmian. Could the rumors be true? Had Xiao Changel indeed conceived with Su Lingji? If that were the case, her troubles were about to multiply exponentially. After much contemplation, it was decided that someone should first report to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor and subsequently inform the Empress. Moreover, they were to inquire whether the regent was present in the palace. If so, he would be summoned as well. Why should she be held accountable for the misdeeds of the Xiao family's children? Let their royal uncle and relatives come forth to witness how their own offspring have behaved inappropriately. The notion that she alone should navigate this murky situation is preposterous. However, it is evident that Xiao Chang'e could not have conceived such a plan on her own. It was undoubtedly Su Lingji who orchestrated this scheme from the shadows. In chapter 43, as the green tea was served, upon seeing Xia Xingmian, Xiao Chang'e immediately began to wail, her eyes swollen and glistening, as if she had suffered an immense grievance. She cried so earnestly that it was difficult for her to catch her breath, her body trembling. Xia Xingmian did not intervene, but quietly sipped her tea, allowing her to weep unabated. The bond between her sister and Su Lang was one of mutual affection, and she sought the Empress's favor to bless their union. Xiao Chang'e, through her tears, performed a deep bow of respect. Favor them? How could she possibly do that? This was merely digging a pit for her. Since you are indisposed to kneel for long, please rise and sit, Xia Xingmian suggested, setting her teacup down and signaling for a maid to assist Xiao Chang'e. Thank you, Your Highness, Xiao Chang'e replied with an unusual degree of politeness and decorum. Outside the hall, Zhuyin cast her a knowing glance, and Xia Xingmian understood. The Empress Dowager and Xiao Machuan had just arrived. As soon as they entered, Xiao Nanqing followed closely behind. Now that they were all present and the stage was set, it was time to commence the performance. The Empress had hastily sent someone to inquire about the matter. The Empress Dowager had never held the Empress in high regard, yet the latter seemed intent on creating trouble for herself. Xia Xingmian suddenly dropped to her knees, performing a deep bow, and then, with tears streaming down her face, began to plead for justice, imploring the Emperor, her grandmother, and her royal uncle to take action against Su Lingji, who had audaciously forced himself upon Princess Chang'e. What? The three were taken aback, their expressions grave. Xiao Chang'e's countenance paled in fear. How did a mutual affection turn into such an accusation? Is this true? Xiao Machuan exclaimed, rising in indignation. Xia Xingmian did not afford Xiao Chang'e the opportunity to defend herself, continuing with tear-filled eyes, indeed, it is true. The imperial physician has diagnosed her condition. The princess has been with child for over a month. It was only when this child came to me in distress that I became aware of this matter. I am culpable for not taking better care of the princess. Su Lingji's audacity was unrestrained. Xiao Nanqing, furious, smashed her teacup to the ground and commanded someone to bring that scoundrel forth immediately. No, that is not the case. Xiao Chang'e, witnessing the anger of her royal brother and uncle, hastily knelt and attempted to clarify that she and Su Lang were indeed in love. Xiao Nanqing and Xiao Machuan furrowed their brows, increasingly incensed. They knew well the nature of Chang'e, but given the stakes involved with the royal family's dignity, they were more inclined to believe Xia Xingmian's words. Xia Xingmian resumed her role as the peacemaker, suggesting, Your Majesty, dear uncle, please do not be enraged. I believe the princess must have suffered a great injustice, which has led her to speak such nonsense. Not at all, you vile woman. How dare you slander Su Lang? It is you who have no regard for your virtue and are entangled with the royal uncle. Xiao Chang'e, in a moment of panic, spoke without thinking. In one fell swoop, she offended 4 individuals, a remarkable feat indeed. The Empress Dowager, Xiao Machuan, and Xiao Nanqing were all visibly incensed. She had touched upon a matter that had long been forgotten, yet now it resurfaced, causing their brows to furrow in displeasure. Grandmother, Your Majesty, my relationship with the imperial uncle is pure, Summer Xingmian lamented, covering her face with tears, her sorrow palpable. In a moment of despair, she attempted to dash herself against a pillar, but was fortuitously restrained by Xiao Nanqing. With so many witnesses present, they could not allow her to perish. Suddenly, Summer Xingmian realized she had a talent for playing the role of a green tea and white lotus. Xiao Nanqing, filled with ire, demanded, Where did you hear such nonsensical slander? How dare you speak so recklessly, defaming the imperial uncle and aunt? I believe you have lost your senses. Seize her and silence her. The Empress Dowager, unable to contain her fury, furrowed her brows and commanded her attendants. The elderly matrons, accustomed to disciplining the servants, disregarded Princess Chang'e's status and her pregnancy, striking her repeatedly across the face, leaving her cheeks swollen and bruised, as if she had been gnawing on walnuts. Summer Xingmian did not intervene, inwardly lamenting that Princess Chang'e had failed to grasp the gravity of her situation. Here, Her grandmother was not blood-related, her elder brother not a full sibling, and her imperial uncle exceedingly stern, while she herself, as the imperial aunt, bore no affection for her. Speaking such words was merely courting disaster. As this unfolded, Empress Dowager Suyu arrived with Sumoro. Observing the commotion, she grasped the situation with clarity. She had heard whispers about Changle, knowing full well that she was not a true daughter of the family, thus choosing to feign ignorance and take a seat to the side, as if unaffected by the turmoil. Xiao and Mo Chuan assisted Summer Xingyan to her feet and seated her beside him. At that moment, Su Lingji was brought in, bound tightly by the guards. Upon seeing him, Princess Changle rushed forward, pushing past the guards to embrace him tightly. Princess, Su Lingji looked nervously at those gathered in the Zicheng Hall. Realizing that any one of them could take his life, bewildered as to how Changle's words had led to such widespread knowledge of his predicament. Xiao Muntak Xuan, upon sighting Su Lingji, was consumed by rage, his voice thunderous as he demanded, "Su Lingji, what audacity you possess to insult Princess." Su Lingji was momentarily taken aback, confused about how the situation had escalated to accusations of insult. "Your Majesty, I implore you to recognize that I have been smitten with the princess from our first meeting, and we are mutually enamored," he declared earnestly, his demeanor resolute. "Still daring to contest? The princess has come forth to weep, claiming you have violated her, resulting in a secret conception. Su Lingji, what are you worth? You deserve execution for such a heinous crime." Xiao Nanqing thundered. "What mutual affection? Any discerning eye can see that Princess Changle possesses only mediocre beauty, with her sole advantage being her status. Su Lingji, with his handsome visage and refined demeanor, could hardly be enamored with Changle. He covets her identity alone." Su Lingji staunchly refused to concede, insisting on the narrative of mutual affection, and Princess Changle echoed his sentiments, asserting her willingness. "Let it be known, Su Lingji harbors nefarious intentions, deceiving the throne and violating the princess. Henceforth, let him be stripped of his titles and executed without delay." Xiao Mo Chuan declared, unwilling to hear further excuses. The guards outside the hall entered, seizing Su Lingji to escort him away. His face turned pale as the reality of his fate dawned upon him. He had not anticipated the emperor's heartlessness, utterly disregarding Princess Changle's honor. Brother, please do not slay Su Lang," Princess Changle pleaded, shielding Su Lingji from the approaching guards. She fell to her knees, her forehead striking the ground repeatedly until blood flowed. Yet the assembly remained unmoved. Mother, you have always favored Changlu the most. I implore you to persuade the emperor to retract his decree." With no success in appealing to Xiao and Mo Chuan, Xiao Changlu could only kneel before the Empress Dowager, begging her to intercede on her behalf. Su Yu averted her gaze, clearly reluctant to involve herself in this murky affair. Internally, she harbored resentment towards Su Lingji, whom she deemed foolish and unworthy of the Su family's nurturing. Meanwhile, Su Lingji feigned sincerity, urging the princess to take care of herself and the child she carried, insisting that a man must face his fate with dignity. His words, though noble and touching, concealed a gamble. If he succeeded, a lifetime of wealth and prestige awaited him. The Empress Dowager truly knew how to guide her daughters. The conflict between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has persisted through the ages. It would be of no concern for me to educate my daughter. Perhaps it would be better to send both Chong Lu and her off together. The Empress Dowager sought to disassociate herself, showing little regard for the life or death of Princess Chong Lu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong Lu felt as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at her usually indulgent mother, as though she were a stranger. Sister-in-law, please save me and Su Lang. I promise I will never speak of my uncle again." Xiao Chong Lu knelt at Xia Xingmian's feet, pleading desperately, tears streaming down her face. Xia Xingmian, with a furrowed brow, supported her head with one hand, questioning the efficacy of such a supplicant attitude. "What are you still doing here? Take her away." The Empress Dowager found her words utterly unacceptable and resolved to clear the matter swiftly. Two maids stepped forward to drag Xiao Chong Lu away, who wept sorrowfully, like a cuckoo lamenting. "Please, brother, spare my sister." A boy of 7 or 8 rushed into the hall. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiaozhua, her younger brother. The child, having learned of the situation, immediately knelt and performed a deep bow, pleading with the emperor and the elders to pardon his sister. Blood is thicker than water, Xiao Chonglu thought, astonished that only her bullied brother would come to her defense at such a critical moment. Xia Xingmian felt a twinge of compassion. The boy appeared to have grown sturdier recently, perhaps due to better care from the new palace attendants. Since the princess and suitor Run were mutually inclined, why not facilitate their union, thus concluding a lovely tale? Xia Xingmian, rarely inclined to speak, decided to do so for the child's sake, hoping that Xiao Chonglu would treat him kindly in the future. After all, she was still his sister, and Xiao Mo Chuan was not intent on her demise. Thus, he acquiesced to the Empress's wishes. After speaking, Xiao Mo Chuan left in silence. Princess Chonglu, being of illegitimate birth and having conceived out of wedlock, brought shame upon the royal family. Xiao Mo Chuan had no intention of granting her an extravagant marriage. The two empresses were equally indifferent, and Xia Xingmian took a hands-off approach, assigning Su Mu Rong to oversee the wedding arrangements, ultimately resulting in a ceremony that fell short of even that of a county princess. The only royal relative present to escort her was her brother, Xiao Zhua. Chapter 44. A business in decline, Nanxing Lu was eerily quiet, with only a handful of tables occupied, a stark contrast to the usual bustling crowds. The servers and attendants huddled together, either chatting idly or dozing off, while the kitchen staff sighed and yawned in despair. What could have happened? Xia Xingmian frowned. She had been away for just a few days, yet business had dwindled to such a state. Lei Yu approached, shaking his head repeatedly. We haven't had guests in days. These few tables are occupied by our lodgers. Has Master Wei's culinary skill diminished? Xia Xingmian inquired. Lei Yu shook her head. Master Wei's culinary skills had always been exceptional and earnest. Just then, a hunter entered, carrying 3 freshly caught rabbits, and inquired if they wished to purchase them. No, just leave quickly. The servant urged the hunter to depart without delay. Business was so poor, with no patrons in sight, that there was no need to procure ingredients. Xia Xingyan called to the hunter, assessing the wild rabbits in his grasp, and instructed Lei Yu to give him a piece of silver, keeping the rabbits. The hunter accepted the silver, leaving with a smile. Give the rabbits to Master Wei. I wish to sample the dishes, Xia Xingyan commanded. The servant took the rabbits to the kitchen. While Xia Xingyan perused the account book, Master Wei had already prepared the dishes, introducing them one by one. Spicy rabbit head, cold rabbit cubes, earthen pot braised rabbit, rabbit sauté in tea oil, rabbit from the clay oven, rabbit meat in rice wine, smoked whole rabbit, hand-torn marinated rabbit, and charcoal grilled rabbit. This was the 9 culinary delights of rabbit. Xia Xingmian smiled lightly, observing the colors and aromas. There seemed to be no issue. Was it the flavor? She tasted the earthen pot braised rabbit, finding the meat firm and tender, and the broth rich and savory. What could be amiss? The patrons have all gone to Diyue Tower, Lei Yu murmured. Diyue Tower? Is that not the establishment that caused a commotion during Naxing Tower's opening? Xia Xingmian stroked her chin, lost in thought, and decided to investigate personally. What became of the little chef I sent over last time? She suddenly recalled. Lei Yu chuckled. He has fully recovered and is assisting in the kitchen. Master Wei is particularly fond of him and has expressed a desire to take him on as an apprentice. Xia Xingmian nodded, instructing Lei Yu to keep the little chef in the kitchen to help. Diyue Tower was not far from Naxing Tower. After traversing 2 streets, Xia Xingmian and Zhu Yin made their way there. The bustling city of Yuzhou was as lively as ever. Xia Xingmian purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, sharing one with Zhu Yin, savoring the treat. Before reaching Diyue Tower, they encountered a throng of people queuing for a meal, stretching a considerable length down the street. What manner of chef could draw such a crowd? How long would this serpentine line take to pass? Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure ahead. Xiao Nanqing? He too was dining at Diyue Tower? A traitor. Nianqing handed a bamboo slip inscribed with numbers to the servant at the entrance, who promptly invited Xiao Nanqing inside. Xia Xingmian, quick of wit, followed closely, affectionately linking her arm with his, smiling as she declared, "This is my husband." The servant immediately welcomed them in. "My lord, madam, please enter." Xiao Nanqing frowned slightly. How had she come to this place? The restaurant was abuzz with activity, patrons indulging heartily at their tables, even using the broth to accompany their buns and rice. Another servant guided them to a private room upstairs. Nie Qing and Zhu Yin stood outside the elegant chamber when the door suddenly shut, trapping Xia Xingyan against the door panel, with Xiao Nanqing bracing himself against it, confining her within. "Why are you avoiding me?" he questioned, his expression stern. In the palace, she had often averted her gaze and hastily departed upon encountering him. She bit her lip, recalling how those in the palace whispered of their supposed affair. The last time he had asked her to take the blame for him. She still held onto her grievances, though she knew better than to voice her thoughts. However, the sensation of being pinned against the wall by a man for the first time was rather delightful. She restrained herself, attempting to suppress her smile. "Do you care?" He raised an eyebrow. "Naturally, I do not," she replied playfully. "Is it not the reputation of the royal uncle that I am concerned about?" Delicately, her slender fingers tapped against his chest, and she resumed her mischievous demeanor. He turned his face away, a low grunt escaping his lips as he grasped her restless hand. Fully aware that her old habits were resurfacing, spotting the candied hawthorn in her grasp, he leaned down and took a bite from the topmost piece. "Did you not say you dislike sour flavors?" She recalled his words. "I find it rather sweet," he replied with a wicked smile, proceeding to the table and taking a seat. Summer Xingyan followed suit. Just as she was about to speak, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a servant grinning widely as he brought in several dishes. Braised chicken with potatoes, mapo tofu, sweet and sour pork, boiled meat slices, silverfish with eggs, and steamed fish. These were all rather commonplace dishes. Yet, judging by their appearance and aroma, they seemed rather ordinary. One could only wonder why there were so many patrons. Xiao Nanqing picked up his chopsticks to sample the fare, but Summer Xingyan halted him, withdrawing the silver hairpin from her head and inserting it into the dish, the pin darkening slightly. "Is there poison in this?" Xiao Nanqing's brows furrowed deeply. Summer Xingyan took a bite of the fish and spat it out. The taste nothing more than that of mundane home cooking, and yet the presence of so many guests was truly perplexing. There must be something else in this food. Even the most inexperienced cook could prepare such dishes, she asserted with conviction. No wonder. Xiao Nanqing pondered thoughtfully. Summer Xingyan glanced at him, inquiring if something was amiss. Recently, several officers in the military had suddenly shown pale complexions during training, sweating profusely, convulsing, and collapsing without any combat capability. These officers had frequented the Yulu for meals. Xiao Nanqing revealed the purpose of his visit, emphasizing that these officers were individuals he had personally promoted, elite fighters now rendered nearly powerless, inferior even to ordinary soldiers. "I once encountered a dumpling shop struggling with business. The owner devised a method to incorporate addictive substances into the dumplings. After tasting them, patrons became entranced, unable to release their grip even when their stomachs could no longer bear it. Consuming to the point of bursting, Summer Xingyan recounted a striking news story. "Such a situation exists?" Xiao Nanqing expressed surprise for the first time. Summer Xingyan nodded, suggesting they take the food to go. Unexpectedly, the servant returned to inform them that the food could only be consumed on the premises, not taken away. Xiao Nanqing, undeterred, instructed Nie Qing to come in and collect the dishes. The servant, unfazed, awkwardly retreated, only to soon be followed by 7 or 8 burly men. A few ants posed no threat. Zhu Yin and Nie Qing could easily handle the situation. Witnessing the inability of his hired hands to fend off the intruders, the owner of Yulu began to incite the diners. With heartfelt expressions and tears in his eyes, he lamented, "Dear patrons, we conduct our business honestly. Yet some wish to disrupt us, preventing us from serving you. Get out!" Someone shouted. "Get out, get out!" The diners, roused into a frenzy, stood up, advancing towards them. Xiao Nanqing shielded Summer Xingyan behind him, drawing his sword to confront the unruly patrons. They are mere commoners, victims swayed by the allure of their employers, who provided them with food boxes. "We must leave. Those who recognize the situation are the wise." Summer Xingyan sensed the impending danger. Leave? Xiao Nanqing, raised in the military camp, knew only how to charge into battle and vanquish foes. Retreating in the face of danger was not in his nature. Summer Xingyan grasped the back of his hand, shaking her head softly as she urged, "We must go, quickly." Xiao Nanqing glanced at her, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, instructing Nie Qing to set down the food box, reluctantly retreating. As they exited the DU building, a long line remained outside, even after mealtime had passed. Why do you always carry a sword? Summer Xingyan inquired, intrigued. Xiao Nanqing sheathed his sword and replied calmly. For a soldier, a weapon is akin to life itself. The sword embodies my very existence, and I shall never part with it. Summer Xingyan nodded in agreement. As a chef, her cleaver and spatula were her lifeblood, a similar principle. Upon returning to Nanqing Building, Zhu Yin and Nieqin expressed their discontent, lamenting that they had nearly secured the food boxes. Xiao Nanqing surveyed the Nanqing Building, noting the sparse clientele, with laborers outnumbering patrons several times over, and he realized why Summer Xingyan had ventured to the U Building. Regret washed over him for not insisting on taking the food boxes. Summer Xingyan cast a meaningful glance at them, producing her money pouch and shaking it, then unfastening it to reveal some dishes from the earlier table. When did you manage this? Xiao Nanqing's face brightened. Just before you allowed takeout. I worried there might be unforeseen circumstances, Summer Xingyan replied proudly, adding, My pouch is now dirty. You owe me a new one. In my treasury, there are treasures aplenty. Choose as you wish, Xiao Nanqing generously offered. He handed the pouch to Nieqin, instructing him to hasten to the palace and present it to the royal physician for examination. When someone offers her gifts, Summer Xingyan graciously accepts. You said anything is permissible? Indeed, Xiao Nanqing affirmed earnestly. What if it were a golden tiger talisman? Would your royal uncle be willing to part with it? She probed. Xiao Nanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, retrieving half of a golden tiger talisman from his bosom and handing it to her. Why only half? Summer Xingyan examined it closely. If it were whole, coupled with your Nangong family's white jade tiger talisman, your family could raise an army and rebel, Xiao Nanqing replied with a smile. Summer Xingyan's interest piqued. Then add the Chui family to the mix, along with our Nangong family. Wouldn't it enable a bid for power? In his presence, she was never shy of words. Do you truly wish to see Xiao Mo Chuan deposed? He was testing her, probing whether she too was a reborn soul. She tossed the talisman back to him, sighing, You ought to abandon such ambitions. I am, after all, still a queen. Should you succeed in usurping the throne, I will be cast into a cold palace. The rise and fall of rulers dictate the fate of their subjects, and she knew well that she would not fare well in such a scenario. Do you genuinely aspire to remain as Xiao Mo Chuan's queen? He continued. She nodded earnestly, of course. What woman would not wish to be a queen? Xiao Nanqing fell silent, an additional layer of frost settling upon his countenance. Chapter 45. A visit to the cold palace, though the plum rain season had yet to arrive. The river shrimp in the Imperial River had already been nearly depleted, and after hours of fishing, she had only caught a few. Summer Xingyan had no choice but to pack up her fishing rod. Zhu Yin then came to report that the DU building had been raided by young Master Chui and his men. Do you know the reason behind this? Xia Xingyan gazed at the crayfish in the wooden tub and asked casually about the addition of wuxia powder to the meal. Zhu Yin reported the matter truthfully. Fortunately, with a large number of attendants brought by young Master Chui, the raid was a dramatic spectacle, with diners wailing and rushing to assault the officials in a frenzy. Xia Xingyan smiled, confirming her suspicions. Glancing at the meager catch of crayfish, which was insufficient for a proper meal, she decided to release them back into the water. However, with summer upon them, if the Nanjing Tower were to sell some beer accompanied by crayfish and barbecue, business would undoubtedly flourish, leading to a windfall. In the palace, her only close companion was Consort Yang, followed by the two noble consorts, Lu Ruxin and Wang Qian. Apart from the recently favored Su Murong, the others lacked presence. With nothing pressing to attend to, Consort Yang and the two noble consorts would often visit her late-night kitchen, which was quite pleasant. Lu Ruxin remarked that Princess Changle and her husband were returning today. Wang Qian, outspoken and forthright, expressed her indignation, stating that it was fortunate for the princess that the Empress had clarified matters, according to ancestral customs. She should have first paid her respects to the Empress upon her return. Now, having visited the Empress Dowager, it was too disrespectful to then go to Su Jiaoi's palace, showing a blatant disregard for the Empress. Consort Yang also voiced her disapproval, stating that the princess and her husband were ignorant of the protocols and had lost their sense of decorum. Xia Xingyan was indifferent. Their absence was preferable, as out of sight meant out of mind. The presence of those she did not favor was indeed irksome. Try some grilled chicken skewers, she suggested, presenting a plate of freshly grilled skewers, still steaming, where the chicken and scallions complemented each other exquisitely. The rich sauce, a blend of soy sauce and sake, coated the chicken and scallions, grilled to perfection. The sauce was aromatic, the chicken juicy, and with each bite, the scallions burst with a sweet essence. Lu Xinyu, caught off guard by the heat, playfully stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, "The Empress is truly a wonderful cook." All of them were youthful, just shy of 20, innocent and carefree, harboring no ill intentions. Yet, not all women possessed such simplicity. Take, for example, the two daughters of the Su family, Su Luoqing and Su Moro. Within the harem, Consort Yang's beauty was unremarkable, while the two noble consorts were genuinely naive. The other consorts lacked significant familial influence, with only Su Murong wielding some power, supported by the Empress Dowager from the past. Her greatest flaw was her status as a concubine-s daughter. Nevertheless, given the current currents of power, it was inevitable that she would be conferred the title of consort in due time. As the four chattered, Ji Jin entered, holding a box of pastries with an expression of disdain. After greeting them, she announced that Su Jiaoyi had sent pastries for Princess Changle's return, personally made by the princess herself. Xia Xingyan opened the box and couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the tiger skin cake rolls. Now a far cry from the delicacies offered by Nanjing Tower, transformed into something crafted by Xiao Changle. It seemed her kindness had gone unappreciated, and such was the gratitude for her benevolence. The cake rolls were stuck together, squished, and deformed. This was the reward for her rescue. Outrageous! Consort Yang exclaimed upon seeing the pastries, her anger flaring. Does Changle not understand propriety? How could a Jiaoyi deliver return gifts for the princess? Recognizing that Xiao Changle likely lacked the intellect to conceive such an idea, she deduced that someone must have instigated it. Was it Su Lingji or Su Moro? Xia Xingyan, maintaining her composure, instructed Ji Jin to distribute the pastries to the palace servants, her mind already formulating a plan. The dilapidated wooden door creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust, while a freshly spun spider's web was torn apart, forcing the arachnid to retreat to the shadows. The sunlight poured in, blinding and harsh, causing a woman clad in coarse fabric to shield her face with her hand. Scattered on the ground were remnants of fruit shells, decayed and rotting. Previously, Xia Xingyan had stored some Siamese tributes in a nearby palace, but the servants claimed that they were missing, revealing that she had pilfered them. Starving and in dire straits, it was evident that this cold palace was indeed a wretched place, devoid of attendants, and the living conditions were utterly deplorable. "It has been a long time, Su Guifei," Xia Xingyan observed, looking down upon her. Su Luoqing, upon recognizing her, slowly rose and suddenly burst into laughter, her body trembling. "Nangong Jiala, you have finally arrived. Seeing me in this state, you must be quite pleased, aren't you?" Her hair was disheveled, her complexion a ghastly shade of blue, her garments tattered, resembling a specter. The Su family's concerns now lay solely with Su Murong. They hardly cared for a discarded daughter. With Su Murong currently basking in royal favor and having had a falling out with Su Luoqing during their time in the inner chambers, her current plight was obviously linked to Su Murong. Xia Xingyan was unfazed by her vitriol, sighing, "In such desperate circumstances, your tongue remains so obstinate. What do you intend to do?" Su Luoqing suspected that Xia Xingyan had come to gloat over her misfortune, her tone sharp and her gaze wary. "TSK, TSK. Xia Xingyan mused, "Your sister is now the favored one, deeply cherished. In your present condition, why hasn't she come to check on you? Do not mention that wretched woman." Su Luoqing's face twisted with rage at the mention of Su Moro. "Su Jiaoyi is truly filial toward your biological mother." Out of concern, she had her kneel on soft cushions for 2 hours. Xia Xingyan needed no covert means to gather such information. The concubines dining in the late-night canteen freely discussed these matters, rendering them no secrets at all. Upon hearing of her mother's humiliation, Su Luoqing's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, her mother had previously made life difficult for the concubines and illegitimate daughters in their household. Had her mother not taken Su Murong under her wing, treating her as a legitimate daughter, there would have been no opportunity for her to enter the palace. How could Su Murong repay such kindness with ingratitude? I have also heard that Su Murong wishes to supplant her biological mother in her position, and it seems that Lord Su harbors similar intentions, Xia Xingyan hinted, her words a blend of truth and deception. That singing harlot has no right to such aspirations. That old hag has brought her spawn into this world. Su Luoqing spat in fury, never expecting her father to be so heartless and foolish as to abandon both her and her mother once she was deemed of no further use. Wait, why would Nangong Jala share these tidings with me? Is she here to revel in my disgrace or to sow discord? Su Luoqing suddenly straightened, her keen perception returning, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. You intend to sow discord? Do you think I would be swayed by your mere words? Xia Xingmian shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to her disbelief. Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. I merely took pity on you and wished to inform you. Would you truly be so benevolent? Su Luoqing was naturally skeptical. Her enmity with Nangong Jala ran deep. Had she not misjudged the situation, she could have been the Empress now. I am your only hope of escape. Whether you choose to believe me or not, once you step beyond this cold palace's gates, consider it as if I had never spoken a word. This opportunity is but a fleeting one. Xia Xingmian toyed with the gemstone ring adorning her index finger and spoke languidly. Will you choose to be a mere pawn or step forth to protect your mother? The choice lies with you. Su Luoqing gazed at her with suspicion, perplexed by her true intentions. Noticing her silence, Xia Xingmian adjusted her garments and turned to leave, feeling the chill of the place. Please, I beg you. Su Luoqing suddenly knelt, clutching her hem and bowing her noble head in supplication. She was right. This was her only opportunity. If missed, she would be condemned to the cold palace for life, forgotten even in death, her corpse left to decay and rot. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Xia Xingmian retorted with a cold smile. Help me. Save me, Su Luoqing pleaded, casting aside all dignity to beseech her former rival. Xia Xingmian observed the kneeling Su Luoqing, tears streaming down her face, her fair arms marked with bruises. In that moment, it felt as though she were witnessing the plight of Nangong Jala from a previous life, now transformed into Su Luoqing's reality. Wait. Su Luoqing's arms bore the mark of a chastity token. Why was that? Had Xiao Mo Chuan not touched her? Could it be that he harbored a proclivity for men or some hidden affliction? Xia Xingmian felt as if she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. On the way back, her mind was heavy with thoughts. Yang Fei and the two noble consorts also bore chastity tokens, which she had assumed indicated their lack of favor. Yet Su Luoqing had once been the sole darling of the court. Is the master truly intent on rescuing Su Luoqing? Ji Jin expressed confusion, recalling how Su Luoqing had often caused trouble for the master in the past, making her desire to save her utterly perplexing. Of course, Xia Xingmian asserted resolutely. Without Su Luoqing's involvement, who would contend with Su Mu Rong? She merely needed to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance, regardless of who emerged victorious. It would bear no detriment to her. Moreover, the animosity between the two was palpable. Though their faces might show civility, their hearts would remain at odds. Yet, caution was still warranted. Chapter 46. The birth of a little prince in the first year of the reign of Emperor Chu Jinchuan, during summer. Two significant events transpired in the former dynasty and the imperial harem. The banished consort Su Luoqing, disregarding her own safety, leapt into a well to rescue the playful Lord Zhua, Xiao Zhua, and thus returned to the harem, being honored with the title of Jiyu. Once the plum blossoms opened, not a single clear day followed. The air was thick with humidity. Torrential rains fell, floods surged, and riverbanks collapsed, leaving the populace in distress, scantily clad and starving. A vast number of refugees flooded into Yuzhou City, resulting in widespread chaos. Emperor Xiao Mo Chuan allocated 500,000 taels and dispatched officials to the south for disaster relief. The candidates for this mission were among Nangong Honyuan, Lord Shui, and Lord Su. Without Nangong Jiala, Xia Xingmian could not ascertain who had undertaken the relief efforts in her previous life or what the outcome had been. The number of disaster victims was indeed substantial, and even the back courtyard of Nanqing Tower was repurposed to shelter the afflicted. Many officials took advantage of the disaster relief to line their own pockets. It was a lucrative undertaking. Of the 500,000 taels, only about 150,000 made it into the hands of the victims after layers of exploitation. Nearby prefectures had begun to open their granaries, and refugees were gradually receiving aid. Ultimately, the three lords settled on Lord Su as the imperial envoy to the disaster-stricken areas. Seeing the emperor's perpetual frown, the consorts proposed organizing a small-scale fundraising event within the harem, with the collected gold and silver to be used to assist the citizens of the capital. Apart from a few consorts from noble backgrounds who contributed 200 taels of silver, the others of lower rank, who relied on their meager allowances, managed to scrape together only 20 taels. Each of the Empress dowagers donated 1,000 taels, while Xia Xingyan also contributed 100 taels of gold. The total, when summed, amounted to merely 4 or 5,000 taels, a paltry sum in the face of such calamity. Xiao Machuan offered a few verbal accolades. With this praise, the consorts began to feel emboldened, contemplating ways to gather more funds for disaster relief. Among them, Su Murong was the most proactive. She never anticipated that Su Luoqing could emerge from the Cold Palace. Although her rank was lower, she could not be sure that Su Luoqing would not surpass her in the future. Thus, she felt compelled to win the emperor's favor by taking action and turning her attention towards the wives of officials. Naturally, Xia Xingyan did not oppose this and feigned illness to avoid participation. The noble women, dressed in their fineries, entered the palace early and awaited in the Muqin Hall. Unexpectedly, it was not the empress who arrived, but Su Jiaoyi, a daughter born of a concubine, even after becoming a consort, would still be looked down upon by those noble women from prominent families. Su Murong Aplanet had intentions, but those adorned in brocade and jewels merely made token donations of a few taels of loose silver, each beginning to lament their financial woes. In the kitchen of Nanjing Tower, the flames in the stove blazed vigorously and water in the pot began to bubble and steam. The buns in the steamer were soft, delicious, and plump like infants. Xia Xingyan took one, pulling her hand back from its heat, and took a bite, the aroma filling the air with vigor. Baskets of white buns were sent to the backyard, prepared for the disaster-stricken populace. However, this approach was unsustainable. There were too many victims, requiring at least 30 bags of flour each day. Lei Yu wore a worried expression. Help as much as we can. Let us purchase more rice and flour. The court has already commenced disaster relief. Money is not an issue. If we run short, let me know. Everyone has their struggles. We can only do what we can. Xia Xingyan instructed. Furthermore, since the victims were housed in makeshift shelters in the backyard, the guest rooms were occupied, but did not hinder the business of Nanjing Tower. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted from the backyard. Following the noise, Xia Xingyan discovered several buns strewn across the ground, white and soiled with rain and mud. A group of ragged men were arguing with the servant distributing the buns, pushing 2 of the young attendants to the ground, scattering the buns everywhere. What is going on here? Xia Xingyan approached with a frosty glare and evident anger. The leader of the men fell silent upon seeing her fine attire, a mark of wealth, and defiantly said, eating buns every day. We want meat. Why should those in front enjoy lavish feasts while we are left with these unappetizing buns? Those who receive rice as a favor will resent it when they are given mere grains. Today, Xia Xingyan witnessed the epitome of human greed. These men were evidently living too comfortably, revealing the darker sides of their nature. Looking down upon them with disdain, she coldly retorted, "Do you have any idea how many people outside cannot even afford a bun? As grown men, do you not feel ashamed to wait here for alms instead of seeking work to support your families? If you despise the buns, then do not eat them, just leave." With that, she ordered Leahy to remove the instigators from the premises, with a commanding gaze sweeping over the disaster-stricken individuals in the courtyard. He declared in a resonant voice, "From this day forth, with the exception of the elderly, the weak, and women and children, able-bodied men must earn their sustenance through labor. The South Star Tower will distribute food as remuneration based on each individual's effort." Is there any dissent? A resounding chorus of no echoed from the remaining victims. With the prospect of work and wages, they seemed to glimpse hope. With money, they could rebuild their homes. As the tumult subsided, Xia Xingyan returned to the hall and instructed Lei Yu to have the kitchen prepare meat buns, red bean paste buns, and vegetable buns for the following day. Pondering that a daily diet of steamed buns might become monotonous, suddenly, applause erupted behind her. Xia Xingyan turned to find Xiao Nanqing had appeared unnoticed at her back. "What do you want?" she inquired with irritation. "Must you only behave when you need something from me?" Xiao Nanqing asked, his brow furrowing as he moved closer, seemingly oblivious to her compliant moments. Even when ensnared in dire straits, she maintained an air of defiance and arrogance. Earlier, facing the group of disaster victims, she remained unfazed, not at all resembling a daughter of the Nangong family, but rather someone from a lineage of military generals, unflinching in the face of adversity. She forced a smile that failed to reach her eyes, and upon finishing, she asked, "Are you satisfied now?" It baffled her why she would find anything amusing in his presence. He averted his gaze, contemplating that her smile was more sorrowful than tears and, in that moment, it became evident that aside from her culinary skills, she possessed virtually no redeeming qualities. Her singing was dreadful, her temper was poor, she was willful and devoid of sensitivity. Today, all the noble women had entered the palace, yet as the matriarch of the harem, she had slipped away, a most peculiar woman indeed. "Speak, what brings you here?" Xia Xingyan knew he would not come to her without reason. Xiao Nanqing found himself in a rather pitiful predicament, despite her apparent indifference towards him. He could not resist seeking her out, secretly desiring to see her. Each of her expressions tugged at his heartstrings. Her joys and sorrows mirrored his own. "I have just rendered a significant service to your Nangong family. Should you not express your gratitude to me? In the previous life, it was Lord Shui who was dispatched for disaster relief, only to be executed for embezzling the relief funds. This time, he had cleverly maneuvered to spare the Shui family from this task, only to see the Nangong family eager to take it on. Thanks to his guidance, they narrowly avoided calamity, allowing Lord Su to assume the responsibility. Assist the Nangong family? Xia Xingmian crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him before suddenly proposing. "Xiao Nanqing, let us collaborate. Since we cannot return for the time being, I require a strong ally. Rather than trying to decipher Xiao Machuan, I would prefer to partner with you. Should trouble arise, I would have someone to shield me. Collaborate?" Xiao Nanqing, intrigued, found himself unable to discern her intentions. "How shall we collaborate? Pray enlighten me." With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she laughed coyly. "As my royal uncle, you shall ensure my safety, and in return, I shall serve you." "That sounds appealing. Alas, I have no task for you at present." He leaned slightly away, wary of her proximity. This was a clear refusal. Yet she leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, her breath fragrant as a blossoming orchid. What if a little prince were to be born? Xiao Nanqing felt warmth flood his ears as he swiftly grasped her slender waist. "Why not now? Does that mean you agree, dear uncle?" she teased, her delicate arms encircling his neck. "Let us speak of that once you have become my woman." He abruptly released her. Xia Xingyan had just intended to chase after someone when Zhu Yin approached her, whispering a few words in her ear. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Since Su Mu Rong had been cast out of the cold palace, her intellect had plummeted. Allowing the noble women to remove their jewelry was a surefire way to offend all the officials. Short-sightedness, indeed, although she had gathered a considerable sum of silver. It was a laborious endeavor with little reward. It became evident that wisdom must be cultivated from a young age. Chapter 47. A blessing and an assassination with the floodwaters still not receded. The Empress Dowager proposed that the imperial concubines visit Hulong Temple to pray for favorable weather and the prosperity of the state. Xiao Nanqing accompanied them casually for protection. A caravan of over 10 carriages set out. The Empress Dowager occupied one, followed by the Empress Su Yu and the 2 sisters of the Su family. Xia Xingmian's carriage was the third, equipped with a small, soft couch where she reclined. As the carriage jolted uncomfortably, Xia Xingmian lifted the curtain to see Xiao Nanqing, clad in a long black robe, astride his horse. "Your Highness," she called softly. He turned, gently tugging at the reins to approach her. His voice was cool as he asked, "What is it? How much longer?" She inquired, almost on the verge of being rattled apart. "Approximately another day's journey," he replied. "Must it take so long?" Xia Xingmian sighed in disappointment, letting the curtain fall. "There are countless temples. Why must we go so far? Sincerity is what truly matters." The carriage paused momentarily as Ji Jin lifted the curtain, seemingly in response to something the guards outside had said. She brought in a thick cushion, stating it was a gift from the prince. "The regent is genuinely kind to our mistress," Ji Jin remarked as she placed the cushion behind Xia Xingmian's back. "Is it?" Xia Xingmian mused, for she had often teased and provoked him, leaving him furious, only to act as if nothing had transpired afterward. However, recalling the last incident where he had her take the blame, her anger flared anew. It seemed that he only revealed his true feelings when his own interests were at stake. Surely, Xiao Nanqing was no exception. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, swaying precariously before coming to an abrupt halt. Xia Xingmian leaned forward instinctively, nearly losing her balance. What happened? She exclaimed in annoyance. Your Highness, the carriage has broken down. Please disembark while we assess the situation, a guard's voice called from outside. Resigned, Xia Xingmian stepped down. Several craftsmen knelt to inspect the carriage. Naturally, royal carriages travel with repairmen for unforeseen circumstances. The Empress Dowager and her retinue also dismounted, resting in a nearby open space. Furrowing her brow, Xia Xingmian wondered how several carriages could malfunction simultaneously. It seemed too coincidental. Xiao Nanqing shared her suspicions and instructed the guards to be vigilant, wary of hidden threats, as he preferred not to alert potential enemies. The craftsmen quickly repaired the carriage, but as they resumed their journey, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, grazing Xia Xingmian's ear before embedding itself in the horse. Startled and in pain, the horse reared, whinnying loudly, before bolting, causing the carriage to lurch violently, plunging the scene into chaos. Protect the Empress, came a startled cry, the voice of Xiao Nanqing, as numerous bandits emerged from the concealed thickets. The carriage was violently jolted, catching Xia Xingmian off guard as she was thrown from the vehicle, tumbling into the grass and struggling to rise. Outside, chaos reigned. The driver could not hold the reins, and the horses ran amok. Xiao Nanqing drew his sword, escorting the Empress Dowager to safety. Upon turning, he spotted Xia Xingmian sprawled on the ground and swiftly leapt over to pull her up, shielding her by his side as they fought their way to a secure location, where he admonished her to stay put. Your Highness, she clutched his sleeve, her concern evident as the sheer number of bandits loomed large. Do not worry. I shall be unharmed, he reassured, gently squeezing her soft hand. The bandits, clad in the garb of refugees, were well-trained and numerous. This expedition had only brought along 200 guards, yet the assailants seemed endless, pouring into the fray. In the safe zone, 50 or so guards remained to protect the concubines, but the bandits charged like relentless warriors, swiftly decimating the guards, leaving a scene of carnage in the wilderness, with corpses strewn across the battlefield and the air thick with the scent of blood. The concubines screamed, scattering in panic. Do not be afraid. Do not lose your composure, Xiao Nanqing commanded. Yet, the sheltered women were far from the trained soldiers' calmness in the face of danger. Among the guard were many of Xiao Nanqing's personal soldiers, brave and skilled in combat. Despite being outnumbered, they managed to eliminate most of the bandits, leaving only a few desperate remnants. As a sharp blade swung towards Su Murong, she instinctively shoved Xia Xingmian away. The lead bandit immediately pressed his knife against Xia Xingmian's slender, pale neck. Step back, or I shall kill her, he threatened, gaining confidence with a hostage in hand. Xiao Nanqing, upon witnessing Xia Xingmian's peril, commanded his remaining guards to halt, and the surviving bandits quickly retreated behind their leader. Release her, and I may spare your lives, he declared, his gaze fierce. The bandit leader sneered. Look at her attire. She must be a consort. Let us leave unscathed, or she shall accompany us to the grave. With a cold laugh, Xiao Nanqing leveled his sword at the bandit chief, taunting, should you kill her, do you think I would let you go? Xia Xingmian felt a chill. Indeed, in this moment of crisis, he seemed indifferent to his own fate. Brother, I am not his wife. What use is it to threaten him with my capture? She retorted, feeling the knife's sharpness against her skin, aware that a slight increase in pressure would break the surface. The bandit leader, taken aback by her words, hesitated before suddenly grinning maliciously, applying pressure to the blade. A small cut appeared on Xia Xingmian's snowy neck, and crimson blood oozed forth, resembling a brilliant plum blossom against the white snow. Stop! Xiao Nanqing shouted, a flicker of panic crossing his dark eyes. Ha! The bandit leader laughed heartily, leering at Xia Xingmian. He seems quite concerned for you. Perhaps there is an affair between you two, secretly deceiving the Dog Emperor? Kidnapping is one thing, but gossiping too? Xia Xingmian rolled her eyes in discontent. This bandit had no sense of professionalism. Release her, and I shall let you go. Xiao Nanqing insisted, his worry for her safety palpable. Prepare us swift horses, the bandit shouted. Xiao Nanqing raised her hand, signaling the guards to bring forth several horses. The bandit leader coerced Xia Xingmian to mount a horse, and he swiftly followed suit, along with the remaining bandits who also mounted their steeds. She is quite useful. I shall borrow her for a moment, the leader chuckled sinisterly, tightening his grip around the horse's belly as it galloped away. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Nanxing leaped onto a horse, hastily pursuing the direction of Xia Xingyan, commanding the guards, "Follow me to rescue the Empress." Qing'er, the Empress Dowager, concerned for Xiao Nanxing's safety, attempted to intervene. Yet, Xiao Nanxing sped away, with the guards following closely behind. "You are safe now. Let me go." Xia Xingyan never imagined she would find herself in such a position as a hostage. Ahead lay a precipice. The bandit leader tugged on the reins, dismounted, and pulled her down with him. "Who are you people?" Xia Xingyan inquired, feeling the blood seep from her neck wound. The bandit leader surveyed the surroundings, disregarding her question. They were at a dead end, with the abyss stretching infinitely below. Suddenly, Xia Xingyan realized how crucial Nangang Jiala was. Without her, she could not fathom the events of her past life that transpired at this very moment. The sound of galloping hooves grew louder behind her. Xiao Nanxing and the guard were approaching. "Stay back, or I will kill her," the bandit leader shouted, yanking Xia Xingyan closer. Xiao Nanxing, wielding his sword, advanced steadily, causing the bandit to retreat, his back nearly against the chasm. "Speak. Tell him to save you." The bandit and his men found themselves cornered with no escape. Xia Xingyan glanced at the abyss, her face pale, legs trembling, and then looked to Xiao Nanxing, uncertain if he would truly come to her aid. "Speak quickly," the bandit urged menacingly. "In Nanxing, save me," she stammered, feeling the sharp pain at her neck. Xiao Nanxing swallowed hard, his grip on the sword tightening, his gaze sharp and menacing. "Let her go. Drop your weapons and have your men step back," the bandit commanded. Xia Xingyan's heart sank. It seemed she was doomed. Xiao Nanxing had once stated that his sword was his life, and he would never relinquish it. His gaze fell upon her injured neck, his expression hardening as he clenched his jaw and cast his sword to the ground. The guards behind him followed suit, discarding their weapons. The bandit leader laughed triumphantly, shoving Xia Xingyan forward. Xiao Nanxing stepped forward, enveloping her protectively in his embrace. "Do not fear. I am here." "Xiao Nanxing," she whispered, clutching his shirt, her voice trembling with tears. Despite her mischief and cruelty towards him, he still came to her rescue. "Eliminate every last one of these thieves. Leave none alive." Xiao Nanxing commanded the guards. "Understood." The guards swiftly retrieved their weapons. The remaining bandits, weakened and without a hostage, quickly fell to their demise, leaving only the leader to be brought before Xiao Nanxing. Suddenly, the bandit leader broke free from the guards, launching a concealed weapon towards Xia Xingyan. "Watch out!" Xiao Nanxing shouted, instinctively shielding her as the projectile struck his back. Xiao Nanxing and Xia Xingyan widened their eyes, a scream escaping her lips. Chapter 48. Xiao Nanxing admires you. Their bodies lost balance, plummeting downwards. Xiao Nanxing held her tightly, shielding her from harm. "Nanxing!" Xia Xingyan cried out in alarm. Xiao Nanxing furrowed her brows, burying her head in her arms, enduring the pain and refraining from speaking. As they traversed the towering woods, the two plummeted downwards, fortuitously landing in a ravine below the cliff. Xiao Nanxing collided with the jagged stones, spitting out blood and losing consciousness, her hands gradually loosening their grip. Time passed, though its measure was unknown, when Xia Xingyan slowly regained her senses, forcefully patting her forehead to clear her mind. Suddenly reminded of Xiao Nanxing, who had fallen alongside her, she struggled to rise and search the surroundings. At last, she spotted the unconscious Xiao Nanxing on a nearby shallow bank. She attempted to rouse him, but her efforts bore no fruit. The concealed weapon remained embedded in his back. Trembling, Xia Xingyan reached out, steeling herself, and pulled it out with determination. To her astonishment, the weapon emerged devoid of blood. Quickly, she unfastened his clothing to inspect the wound and exhaled in relief upon discovering he wore a soft armor woven with golden threads beneath. Placing her fingers near his mouth and nose, she found his breath still lingering. It appeared he was not gravely harmed. Uncertain of their location, she observed the lush trees and scattered stones and thorns. Attempting to drag him away from the shallow bank proved futile, her strength yielding no movement. "What good is being this tall if you're not a model?" she gasped, kneeling on the gravel. His forehead was bruised, and she used a white handkerchief to clean the wound. Seeing he still lay unconscious, she leaned closer, pressing her cool lips against his to transfer her breath. Xiao Nanxing's eyes fluttered open slightly. Upon seeing her, He offered a faint smile and pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. Xia Xingyan found herself momentarily lost in the moment, unaware that artificial respiration had morphed into a kiss. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly pushed him away, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Xiao Nanqing, how shameless of you. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? You don't even know where you're hurt and still entertain such thoughts. He struggled to sit up, licking the metallic taste from the corner of his lips, leaning towards her as he touched her neck, where the wound had already healed. Does it still hurt? I'm sorry for not protecting you, he said, burdened with guilt. Xia Xingmian shook her head, but upon seeing his pallid complexion, she surmised his injuries were severe. Xiao Nanqing managed a faint smile, coughing a few times and covering his mouth, revealing crimson stains on his palm. The pain in his chest was excruciating, likely affecting his lungs. Suddenly, he collapsed against her neck, unconscious. Xiao Nanqing! Xiao Nanqing! Xia Xingmian exclaimed in panic. Upon awakening once more, Xiao Nanqing discovered himself in a modest dwelling, resting on an old wooden bed, with only a few pieces of antiquated furniture in the room. Jala, he murmured, struggling to rise. Xia Xingmian entered, carrying a bowl of dark, viscous medicinal soup, accompanied by a venerable old man with white hair. Nanqing, you're awake, she exclaimed joyfully, approaching the bedside. Where's this place? He asked, surveying his surroundings with furrowed brows. This is Uncle Zhang's home. Fortunately, he and his son passed by and rescued us, Xia Xingmian explained. Xiao Nanqing nodded slightly towards the old man in gratitude. She recounted to Uncle Zhang how they had encountered bandits while praying for blessings at the temple, losing their wealth and witnessing the murder of their servants. With only their escape secured, the old man, embodying simplicity, had called a physician to attend to Xiao Nanqing, urging him to rest and recuperate. Thank you, sir, Xiao Nanqing said softly. The elderly man merely uttered a word of indifference before retreating. Take your medicine. Xia Xingmian presented the bowl of medicine before him. Upon seeing the dark concoction, Xiao Nanqing furrowed his brows deeper, a look of disdain etched upon his face, and he refused to drink. Be good, and your injury will heal faster, Xia Xingmian coaxed him as one would a child. The doctor mentioned that his internal organs were injured and he required rest. It's bitter. I want tea, drink it. Xiao Nanqing reiterated his refusal. She retrieved a small pouch from her waist, producing a candied fruit, which she placed in his mouth. Is it sweet? She inquired with a playful smile. Xiao Nanqing responded with a charming grin, gently grasping the back of her head. And after a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted. Not as sweet as you, he quipped, a smirk gracing his lips. Xiao Nanqing, weren't you said to be indifferent to women? She pouted. Who said that? He denied, raising the medicine bowl and downing its contents in one go, placing the empty bowl in her hands. Xia Xingmian gazed at the now vacant bowl, a smile playing on her lips as she tucked him in before stepping out. Before long, the old man returned, carrying an extra blanket, expressing concern that one blanket might not suffice for the chilly mountain nights. The bedding and cotton were all new and unused, and he hoped they would not find it lacking. Xiao Nanqing expressed his gratitude to the elder. Your wife is truly virtuous, her cooking delightful. My son and I devoured 3 large bowls, Uncle Zhang chuckled, his goat-like beard twitching with mirth. This village, remote and secluded, rarely saw outsiders. Yet a young couple had arrived, and the lady's culinary skills were commendable. Virtuous? Wife. A smile crept onto Xiao Nanqing's lips at the thought. How could Nangong Jiala be associated with such a quality? Nevertheless, the term wife held a certain charm. As night deepened and the cool breeze filtered through the window, the flickering oil lamp cast a weak glow. Xia Xingmian entered with a wooden basin, closing the window, instantly brightening the room. Shall I help you clean up? She offered, placing the basin on the bedside table. It was her first time actively attending to someone, especially a man from ancient times, and she felt somewhat out of her depth. However, given Xiao Nanqing's injury and his reluctance to allow anyone else near him, she had no choice but to step in. Xiao Nanqing opened his arms, signaling her to assist him in removing his garments. Xia Xingmian cast him a glance filled with reluctance, but complied, unfastening his clothes and peeling away the soft armor beneath. This was her first close encounter with a man's body, and she felt a twinge of discomfort. Warm water trickled over his bronze skin, and she worried about causing him pain, thus her movements were gentle. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, revealing her astonishment. His back was marred with numerous scars. "What is this?" she whispered, delicately tracing the marks. Xiao Nanqing maintained a calm demeanor, dismissing them as mere battlefield injuries. The weight of his words belied the scar's significance. A man of such stature as the regent could bear such wounds, and these scars appeared to be from years past, suggesting he had endured considerable hardship. A pang of sympathy welled within her. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly. "It's all in the past," he replied nonchalantly. "Xiao Nanqing, I often tease you and lose my temper. Why do you still choose to save me?" She voiced her inner doubts. "Why?" He found himself at a loss for an answer. "Xiao Nanqing, do you realize? You are the first man who has devoted his life to protect me. Never has anyone treated me with such kindness. In my most perilous moments, you always appear by my side, shielding me, and I am truly touched." She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. In that moment, she resembled a kitten that had retracted its claws, unusually docile. Xiao Nanqing's throat moved slightly, his heart racing like a fawn in his chest. He remained icy towards everyone, yet for her, he could not let go, constantly concerned and often longing for her. "Xiao Nanqing, could you refrain from being so good to me in the future? I fear I might become dependent on you." In truth, it seemed she was already unable to part from him, as she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her waist, flipping her beneath him, as if starved, treating her as a delectable morsel. Xia Xingmian's mind went blank as she emitted a soft whimper. "Xiao Nanqing, let me go. I can't breathe." She gently struggled, attempting to push him away. He watched her intently, his slender fingers tracing the contours of her brow, as if wishing to etch her likeness into his heart. "I like you," he finally confessed, confronting his own emotions. "What?" She feigned ignorance, turning her face away. "Xiao Nanqing likes you." His dark eyes held an unusual gentleness, a man raised in the military, unskilled in matters of the heart. "You like me so much that you had me take the blame for you last time?" Her tone was tinged with sorrow as she lightly struck his chest. Xiao Nanqing frowned. When had he ever asked her to take the blame? As a grown man, how could he require a young woman to bear his burdens, especially one he cherished? "I have not, and I shall never harm you in this lifetime. I will only protect and cherish you," he promised softly. A subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, Xiao Nanqing harbored feelings for her. Yet, how to disentangle the relationship between Nangong Jiala and Xiao Machuan was a perplexing dilemma, especially since everyone believed she was Nangong Jiala. Chapter 49. A chicken coop made of gold. After resting for several days, Xiao Nanqing was able to move freely. In Zhang Leihan's household, there were only two inhabitants, the old man himself and his son, Xiao Bao, a tall young man of about 30, whose intellect resembled that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. The skies had cleared, the air in the mountains was fresh, shrouded in mist, with a vibrant expanse of green, tranquil and pleasant. Xia Xingmian assisted Xiao Nanqing outside, and upon seeing her, Xiao Bao joyfully rushed forward, presenting her with a bouquet of wildflowers. "Sister, for you." Xia Xingmian accepted the flowers, smiling warmly at him. "They're beautiful. Thank you, Xiao Bao. Did you pick them yourself?" "Mm." Xiao Bao scratched his head bashfully and nodded. "You are so sweet. Go and play." Xia Xingmian retrieved a small pouch of preserved fruit from her waist and handed it to him. "Thank you, sister," Xiao Bao exclaimed with excitement as he accepted it. Xiao Nanqing observed from the side, his expression darkening. That pouch of preserved fruit was meant to coax him into taking his medicine, yet she had given it all to a fool. Moreover, she was smiling so happily at an imbecile. Did she intend to flirt with him? Just days ago, she had professed her affection for him, and now she seemed to have forgotten entirely. The more he contemplated, the more suffocating his feelings became, a knot tightening in his heart. He could not express anger towards a simpleton, so he merely simmered in silence. Noticing his demeanor, Xia Xingmian gently pinched his ear. "Xiao Nanqing, have you turned jealous?" "No," he replied. He firmly denied it. The pride of a man is of utmost importance. She tiptoed and whispered in his ear later. "I will go to the river with Xiao Bao to catch fish. We shall prepare boiled fish for dinner. Would you care to join us?" The image of her slipping off her shoes, revealing her delicate toes, a small, soft, pure white foot, as if it could be cradled in a single hand, flooded his mind. Naturally, he would accompany her, there was no doubt about it. A woman's feet should only be seen by her husband. He could not allow her to be taken advantage of by a fool. After several days of continuous rain, the mountain stream had risen significantly, yet there were still plenty of fish and shrimp to be caught. With bamboo baskets in hand, Xia Xingmian placed a basket in a flowing section of water. Just as she was about to remove her shoes and socks, Xiao Nanxing stopped her, looking at him in confusion. "It's dangerous. You stay here while I go down." With that, he took off his own shoes and rolled his pants up to his knees. "Your body has not fully healed." Xia Xingmian expressed her concern for his health. "I am fine, dear. Just wait for me here." He descended into the water wielding a wooden spear. Xia Xingmian, feeling helpless, found a clean rock to sit on, watching as he and Xiao Bao busied themselves in the water. Beneath her feet lay several stones, covered in moss, all of similar size. She found it amusing and picked one up, throwing it at Xiao Nanxing, delighting in the splash it created. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, relishing the mischievous moment. Xiao Nanxing shook his head in resignation. A large fish had almost been caught, but was startled away by her antics. Seeing that he was not angry, Xia Xingmian lost interest and began scraping the moss off a stone with her small dagger. Suddenly, she noticed the peculiar shape and color of the stone. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a stone, but clearly a silver ingot. She scraped away a few more, each revealing the same metallic sheen. "Xiao Nanxing, Nanxing," she called urgently to him in the river. "What is it?" he asked, rushing over, mistaking her urgency for a snake bite. Xia Xingmian handed him the silver ingot, and he received it with astonishment. Where could this silver possibly come from in such a remote area? Could it be the lost treasure of a wealthy merchant? They searched around and, in a short while, discovered dozens of silver ingots. Xiao Bao, having caught a large fish, came running, excitedly shouting, "Brother, sister, a big fish." He bounced in joy. Upon reaching them and seeing the silver ingots in their hands, he exclaimed, "Stones, stones." "Xiao Bao, have you seen such stones before?" Xia Xingmian inquired tentatively. Xiao Bao tilted his head, pondering for a moment before mumbling, "Stones, stones for building chicken coops." Xia Xingmian and Xiao Nanxing exchanged glances and carefully placed the silver ingots in a safe spot, packing away their fishing gear to return home with Xiao Bao. Indeed, in the corner of their yard, they found the chicken coop that Xiao Bao had mentioned. Xiao Nanxing used his dagger to scrape away the dried moss on the surface, revealing that it was also filled with silver ingots. This reminded Xia Xingmian of what Xiao Mo Chuan had mentioned about a batch of 3 million taels of tax silver that had gone missing 50 years ago. She then asked the old man, "What is the name of this place?" To which he replied, "Dingyuan Village." Upon closer examination, the bottom of the silver ingots prominently bore the inscription Zhengnan tax silver. Could it truly be the very batch of tax silver that had been lost? The two of them collected the silver, treating the incident as though nothing had happened. In the heart of Xiao Nanxing, however, there lay a different plan. Little Bao had caught a large fish, and the basket was filled with a good number of shrimps. Xia Xingmian prepared fish head tofu soup, boiled fish, and shrimp pancakes. The three robust men relished their meal with gusto, finishing every last morsel in no time, while Little Bao even ladled fish soup over his rice. Old Zhang watched his foolish son with a cheerful smile, but suddenly sighed, pondering who would care for the child after his own 100 years had passed. After dinner, Xia Xingmian tidied up the dishes and heated water for Xiao Nanxing to cleanse himself. She made the bed, yet Xiao Nanxing showed no intention of resting. Instead, he paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind him. If those 300,000 taels could be used as military funds to expand the army, wouldn't that increase their chances of seizing the throne? Not resting, Xia Xingmian nestled into the warmth of her bedding. "Coming," Xiao Nanxing murmured, his thoughts still entangled with the matter of the 300,000 taels. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Xia Xingmian gently nudged him, inquiring what troubled him. Xiao Nanxing smiled faintly, pulling her into his embrace and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. "I am quite curious. What does the star in Nanxing Tower signify?" Nan could refer to Nangong or to you. Xiao Nanxing, but what of Xing? Xia Xingmian traced the characters in his palm, forming 3 words. Xia Xingmian? Xiao Nanxing furrowed his brow, perplexed by the meaning. When he pressed her for clarification, she merely smiled and remained silent. "You should sleep early," she suggested, turning on her side. Xiao Nanxing slipped under her covers, his lips brushing against her delicate cheek, his rough palm wandering restlessly to her waist. Xia Xingyan pushed him away, claiming to be tired and urging him to return to his own bedding. After being rebuffed repeatedly, Xiao Nanqing felt a surge of dissatisfaction. With such beauty beside him, he could only gaze without touching. Did he truly seem indifferent to women? If it were Xiao Mo Chuan, you would certainly be willing, he sulked, reflecting on their relationship. Although she had not shared a bed with Xiao Mo Chuan, the thought of their possible intimacy gnawed at him. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. She, not one to placate him, retorted in defiance. Indeed, he is my husband, so naturally, I would be willing. She merely wished to sever ties with Xiao Mo Chuan and be with him instead. This only fueled his anger further. The veins on his forehead throbbed. If you truly do not wish for it, why do you tease me time and again? Then I shall tease you, if you don't rise to the bait. What does it matter? Their banter escalated into a playful quarrel. All you men have multiple wives, embracing many. It's utterly filthy. With so many concubines, doesn't that make you a fitting emperor? The more he considered it, the angrier he became. If she wished to be empress, once he seized the throne, he could crown her as such. Men are like lions. They must be stroked against the grain. Jealousy simmered within him. How truly possessive he was. Calming himself, he coaxed, all right, do not be angry. I have no affection for Xiao Mo Chuan, and I have no desire to be his empress. Only then did a smile grace his features as he kissed her delicate face, gently caressing her. Then would you be my empress? To be your princess, she chuckled, wrapping her arms around his neck. My heart is small. I can only have one man, for a lifetime and eternity, just us two. How greedy you are. What man isn't entitled to multiple wives? He teased, playfully tapping her petite nose. If that is indeed the case, I would rather perish than remain with him. My man must be wholly mine, both in body and soul. Her expression was resolute, devoid of any jest. Observing her seriousness, Xiao Nanqing also suppressed his smile and earnestly declared, I, Xiao Nanqing, vow to love you alone in this lifetime, and there shall never be another woman. Should I betray this oath, I shall suffer the excruciating torment of a heart scorched to the bone. One such woman was already beyond his endurance. He dared not pursue others. If you violate this vow, I shall depart without mercy. She wagered everything on this bond, solely for him. From this moment forth, she would no longer seek death, nor would she deliberately seek the Wei family recipes. Never, he whispered as he embraced her, pressing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Having her was sufficient. After all, the heart is but the size of a palm, leaving no room for many. Chapter 50. The Village Massacre Awakening Early. She found her bed empty and the sheets cold, clearly indicating that Xiao Nanqing had risen long ago. To her surprise, he was practicing in the courtyard, though she did not find him there, nor was little Bao anywhere in sight. After inquiring with the old man Zhang, who wove bamboo baskets, she learned that the two had departed early in the morning. How did these two end up together? Xia Xingyan pondered, somewhat taken aback. She retrieved a gold hairpin and handed it to the old man Zhang, explaining that it had fallen from the cliff, leaving only this pin behind. I cannot accept this. My saving you is not for such trinkets, he declined. Xia Xingyan clarified that it was merely a keepsake, and should any difficulties arise in the future, he could take it to the Southern Star Tower in Yuzhou City, where help would surely be found. After hearing this, Zhang accepted the pin, wrapping it carefully in soft cloth for safekeeping. Xiao Nanqing returned with little Bao, wearing a smile, walking briskly while little Bao hurried to keep up. Having spent some time in Dingyuan village, they bid farewell to the old man Zhang and his son. Noticing the rugged mountain path, Zhang offered them a ride in his ox cart for a stretch, parting ways reluctantly once they reached the official road. This location was 200 or 300 miles from Yuzhou City. Upon entering the city, they noticed a notice from the government, subtly indicating a search for the two. Xiao Nanqing paid it no mind, leading her to an inn where he requested a room, arranged for a bath, and ordered a lavish feast, procuring new garments as well. After bathing and changing, he had the clothes given by the old man Zhang and his sunburned. Xia Xingmian, seeing this, was somewhat puzzled but chose not to comment, simply inviting him to join her for dinner. Are we not returning? She inquired curiously. Xiao Nanqing took a sip of wine and said, This local government is not composed of my people. Caution is prudent. I have already sent a carrier pigeon to Nieqing, and they will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Such arrangements made sense, and Xia Xingmian did not oppose them. Are you thinking of returning? Xiao Nanqing set down his chopsticks and spoke slowly, suddenly realizing the implications of their identities. If they were to return, even a brief meeting would not be simple. His expression dimmed considerably. Xia Xingyan, however, had her own thoughts. Returning would allow her to sever ties with Xiao Mo Chuan, for she was not Nangong Jiala. Why would he leave those concubines in the rear palace untouched? After dinner, Xia Xingyan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy until she eventually succumbed and fell asleep at the table. Xiao Nanqing gently caressed her cheek, lifting her into bed and tucking her in, his gaze softening as he watched her sleep peacefully. Little did he know when she had stealthily crept into his heart. A faint noise came from outside the door, and Xiao Nanqing resumed his cold, austere demeanor as he exited the chamber. The brothers Nie Qing and Nie Bai stood before the desk, and upon his arrival, they immediately bowed, addressing him as Your Highness. Has anything occurred in the palace today? Xiao Nanqing replied with a serene expression, suspecting that some might think him deceased and were preoccupied with celebrations. Nie Qing reported that there were no significant events in the palace, only that Lord Shui and the Empress Dowager, along with the Nangong family, were grieving. Lord Shui and the Nangong father and son had feigned illness for several days and had secretly dispatched numerous individuals to search far and wide. Xiao Nanqing understood and instructed them to leave 2 elite guards to stand watch at the door while the others accompanied him to a certain location. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie brightness that veiled everything in shadow, rendering the landscape obscured. The cawing of crows in the forest sent shivers down one's spine, evoking a chill that lingered in the air. An old boundary stone bore the inscription Dingyuan Village. As dozens of armored guards on horseback rode past it, led by a man draped in a black cloak, flanked closely by 2 young attendants in blue and white, they halted in the dilapidated village, lighting torches that illuminated the night sky. The guards awaited Xiao Nanqing's command. He raised his hand, signaling the guards to dismount and gather all the villagers in one place. The villagers, still lost in slumber, were bewildered as they were brought before Xiao Nanqing, their eyes bleary with sleep. Old Zhang, isn't that the person you sheltered a few days ago? One villager recognized. The old man rubbed his eyes and asked, Isn't that Lord Xiao leading these men? Uncertain of the purpose of his visit, he gathered his courage and stepped forward, performing a respectful bow. Xiao Nanqing regarded him with a piercing gaze, remaining silent. The old man was oblivious to the impending doom that loomed. The guards had already uncovered a significant amount of silver, revealing the villagers' ignorance, as they had unwittingly guarded a treasure trove, using the silver to construct chicken coops and patch walls. It was on that fateful day that Xiao Nanqing had coaxed the young Bao to find the hidden cache of silver, concealed in a secluded cave by the mountain stream, filled with bones and remnants of decaying chests. The silver, long exposed to the elements, was now covered in moss and unrecognizable unless closely examined. It appeared that the guards tasked with transporting the silver had betrayed their duty, slaughtering the villagers of Dingyuan and disguising themselves as officials. Following a violent dispute, they had perished, leaving the silver behind. After several water-fetching trips, some had washed away, only to be mistaken for stones by the unsuspecting villagers. As piles of silver were unearthed, the villagers of Dingyuan stood in stunned silence, realizing they had guarded a fortune all these years. The guards meticulously counted the silver, 293,570 taels, with several thousand having been lost to the water. Take the silver away, Xiao Nanqing finally commanded. Yes, the guards promptly replied, preparing to pack the silver into boxes. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of burning. The villagers turned to see their homes engulfed in flames, the blaze reaching skyward, thick smoke billowing forth. One by one, they rushed back to extinguish the fire, only to be blocked by guards wielding their blades. What is the meaning of this? Old Zhang glared at Xiao Nanqing, his eyes wide with fury. You have taken our silver, yet you still burn down our houses? A chill flickered in Xiao Nanqing's dark eyes as he ordered the execution of those who dared oppose him. With the 300,000 taels of taxed silver now lost, he could not afford to let any whispers of this incident escape. His actions were always decisive, leaving no room for future repercussions. In his previous life, betrayal had led him to a tragic end. Given a second chance by fate, he resolved to seize it with vigor. This calamity had, in fact, turned into a blessing, Nangong Jiala had truly become his fortunate star. Upon receiving his command, the guards wasted no time, mercilessly swinging their blades at the defenseless villagers. The scene was one of chaos and despair, blood flowing freely amidst the cries of anguish. Old Zhang, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Nanqing, cursing him vehemently. "Beast, you repay kindness with malice. May you meet a wretched end." With that, he charged at Xiao Nanqing, intent on a desperate confrontation. Xiao Nanqing's gaze hardened as he unsheathed the guard's blade from behind him, driving it straight into old Zhang's abdomen. Blood splattered across his face, and he did not flinch. "You..." Old Zhang's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at him, spewing forth blood before collapsing to the ground, his gaze drifting to a distant point, a solitary tear trickling from his murky eyes. This humble elder could not fathom that a single act of goodwill would lead to his own demise and that of the entire Dingyuan village. The inferno raged until dawn before finally subsiding. The guards proceeded with the aftermath, while Xiao Nanqing departed with his entourage. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Pulling on the reins, something was amiss. One individual was missing. The simpleton named Xiao Bao had yet to appear. Further searches yielded no results. Time was of the essence, as Nangong Jiala was on the verge of awakening, and he could not afford any delay. After all, a fool posed little threat. He might very well perish from hunger. Xia Xingmian enjoyed a deep, restful slumber, only awakening when the sun was high in the sky. She stretched languidly, and someone brought water for her to wash up. After freshening up and donning a pale lotus-pink dress, she noticed the dressing table was adorned with powders and rouge. Once she completed her grooming, she realized Xiao Nanqing was absent from the room. Where could he have gone so early in the morning? Just as she was about to step outside in search of him, Xiao Nanqing returned. "Where have you been?" she inquired as she approached him. He encircled her waist, his clear eyes tenderly fixated on her, his fingertip tracing her lips. His voice was soft and soothing, melodious yet enticing. "Nie Qing and the others have arrived. I went out to check. Did you miss me during my brief absence?" She pushed him away, retorting, "Who would miss you?" Suddenly, she leaned closer, inhaling his scent, her brows knitting together. "Why do you smell of blood?" A chef's keen sense of smell was not to be underestimated. Feeling slightly guilty, Xiao Nanqing replied, "I just checked the kitchen. They were slaughtering chickens, and I may have gotten a bit splattered." Xia Xingmian, finding no reason to doubt him, adjusted his collar for him. In the passageway between the palace walls, a disheveled woman stumbled, her clothing in disarray and her body glistening with sweat. Her hairpins were precariously close to falling, and with a delicate hand pressed against her chest, she gasped for breath, daring not to stop for even a moment, rushing straight towards the Empress Dowager's palace. I cried out, "Aunt, save me." Hot on my heels was Xia Xingmian, wielding a sharp sword in relentless pursuit, and the chase continued until we reached the Empress Dowager's quarters. Within, the Empress Dowager was engaged in conversation with Princess Changle and Su Luoqing, the latter of whom had a noticeable belly, indicating 6 months of pregnancy. In a state of panic, I entered and knelt at the Empress Dowager's feet, weeping, "Aunt, save me. The Empress wishes to kill me." No sooner had I spoken than Xia Xingmian arrived, sword in hand. My disdain for Su Morong was palpable. She had previously thrust me into the clutches of bandits, and now dared to spread slander about me within the palace. The Empress is utterly disrespectful, I thought. The Empress Dowager, Su Yu, glared at Xia Xingmian, her face a mask of fury, and scolded her harshly. "How dare the Empress enter the Dowager's chamber with a sword? Do you intend to commit an assassination?" Xia Xingmian shot a cold glance at Princess Changle, delivering a resounding slap that left the princess momentarily dazed. When she attempted to retaliate, she found herself confronted by the point of a sword pressed against her abdomen. "You insolent wretch," Xia Xingmian warned, "should you utter another word, I shall have no choice but to cut you open and reveal the sins of the child you carry, fated to be born of a wretched creature like yourself." Her patience had worn thin. Such courtesy had emboldened them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the princess fell silent, her eyes downcast, too intimidated to speak. Xia Xingmian's sword hovered perilously close to Su Murong's elegant neck. A mere inch's movement would spell disaster, a fountain of blood in the chamber. "Have you gone mad, Empress?" Su Yu erupted in rage, hurling a teacup to the ground, splattering tea everywhere. "It is my prerogative to discipline the consorts, The dowager should refrain from intervening. Xia Xingyan responded coldly, accustomed to reprimanding without crossing boundaries. She had shown respect for the elder, but if truly provoked, she would not hesitate to disregard even the highest authority. Su Yu, feeling her authority undermined, rose indignantly and commanded the palace maids and eunuchs, rebellion. Seize the Empress. The attendants rushed forward but were halted by Zhu Yin and her companions. With a swift strike, Xia Xingyan knocked down 4 maids, and, as the eunuchs surged forward, she wounded several more, leaving them hesitant to approach. Is the Nangong family plotting rebellion? I am your matriarch, the Empress Dowager, Su Yu exclaimed, taken aback by Xia Xingyan's audacity, who seemed a far cry from the previously docile Nangong Jiala. My matriarch is the Emperor's mother. What do you amount to? Xia Xingyan declared, fully embracing her defiance as she placed a foot upon Su Yu's throne. You, Su Yu stammered, so enraged that words failed her, eventually managing to seethe. I am a legitimate daughter of the Su family. How dare that laundry maid presume to compare? Clutching her chest, she cried out in pain, demanding the imperial physician. Xia Xingyan retorted that it was unnecessary, suggesting that Luo Qingyi examine the Empress Dowager instead, suspecting it was mere pretense. Naturally, Su Yu refused, insisting that 2 eunuchs from Zicheng Hall forcibly take her pulse. Su Morong could hardly believe the scene. Xia Xingyan displayed none of the decorum expected of a noble lady, instead resembling a brazen ruffian. In contrast, Su Luo was remarkably composed, sitting quietly to one side, sipping tea as if all of this were none of her concern. Xia Xingyan grasped Su Morong's chin, compelling her to meet her gaze. Were it not for you, I would not have been taken hostage by bandits that day. I suffered outside, teetering on the brink of death, while you luxuriated within the palace. That day, it was merely desperation, Su Morong replied, never anticipating she would return alive, believing she had perished beneath the bandits' chaotic blades. On the day of the attack, the guards had witnessed her plummet off the cliff alongside Xiao Nanqing. Yet, 2 days prior, Xiao Nanqing unexpectedly returned with Nangong Jiala, igniting rampant speculation within the palace. The whispers suggested that the queen was with child, claiming the father was the regent. Xiao Machuan remained unperturbed, merely stating that the queen had been frightened and advising her to rest well, reflecting on her near demise at the hands of the bandits. Xia Xingyan had inquired about the source of these rumors, discovering they had originated from Su Morong's quarters, known for her intolerance of insults and her propensity for vengeance. Xia Xingyan approached her with sword in hand. So you deserve to die, she declared, poised to strike. Su Morong shielded her head with trembling hands, her face ashen. However, Xia Xingyan halted, pulling her to her feet and gesturing towards Su Luo and Su Yu. Choose one of these 2 to kill, and I shall spare your life. Su Morong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Xia Xingyan's intentions. Nangong Jiala's behavior was erratic and defied all norms. Nangong Jiala, you are outrageous, Su Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xia Xingyan scoffed, if my own father wrongs me, I could make him wish he were dead. What are you in comparison? She continued. Was it you, the old harlot, who set fire to the imperial kitchen on New Year's Eve? Or was it Su Luo? With that, she approached Su Luo, placing a hand on her shoulder and giving it a gentle pat. Su Luo paused, setting her teacup down, staring at her in bewilderment, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Do you have any evidence? The servant who set the fire has already been killed, leaving no witnesses. Suddenly, Xia Xingyan burst into laughter, covering her mouth. I possess no evidence. Your expression has already revealed the truth to me. Often, evidence is not of utmost importance. I'm not a detective, so why would I need it? A tremor ran through Su Luo as she regarded her meaningfully. I will require your assistance shortly. Xia Xingyan whispered in her ear, inscribing the character for city in her palm. Su Luo's expression faltered, a hint of unease crossing her features. Your Majesty, you are mad. To kill me is tantamount to regicide. Su Yu cried out. Merely jesting, Xia Xingyan replied, sheathing her sword and adopting a benign smile as she tossed the weapon to the ground. By imperial decree, Su, the consort, has conspired to harm the queen and shall be demoted, with her salary penalized for 3 years, beginning immediately, and she will be transferred to the Cold Palace. By what right do you strip me of my rank? Su Morong protested, her voice filled with indignation. After enduring countless hardships to enter the palace, Her demotion felt like a complete waste of effort. She still needed to secure her mother a title of nobility. Xia Xingyan took the phoenix seal offered by a maid and toyed with it idly, responding nonchalantly, "By virtue of my position as queen, I possess the authority to demote consorts, penalize salaries, and impose house arrest. Remove her at once." Xia Xingyan waved her hand impatiently. "I refuse to go, I refuse." Su Moron wailed, her lamentations falling on deaf ears. Xiao Machuan received the summons and deliberately arrived half an hour late. The Empress Dowager, Su Yu, was weeping profusely, recounting the numerous transgressions of Nangong Jiala. The intensity of her grievances suggested that without punishing the entire clan, her rage would remain insatiable. Was there any truth to this? Xiao Machuan furrowed his brows, his expression stern as he turned to Xia Xingyan. Xia Xingyan vehemently denied the allegations, her face a portrait of innocence as she gazed imploringly at Xiao Machuan, asserting, "Your Majesty, as your humble wife, I would never dare deceive you." The fire in the imperial kitchen on New Year's Eve was orchestrated by the dowager herself. In my indignation, I confronted her, exchanging heated words. "The dowager?" Xiao Machuan's gaze shifted towards Su Yu. "You speak falsely. I have done no such thing," Su Yu declared, perceiving the Empress as a rabid dog, incapable of fabricating lies without justification. Indeed, she has Xia Xingyan tug at the sleeve of Xiao Machuan's dragon robe, feigning a pout. Su Jiyu can attest, just days ago, the dowager herself, after indulging in a few drinks, confessed as much. Xiao Machuan turned to Su Luoqing, who promptly knelt and affirmed the truth of Xia Xingyan's claim. With the testimony of her own niece, Su Yu found herself at a loss for words, banking on Xiao Changle for salvation. Yet, Xiao Changle evaded her gaze, cradling her abdomen, clearly intimidated by the Empress, and dared not speak. A confession had already been prepared, and Su Luoqing had signed it, while Xiao Changle, in a daze, followed suit, thus becoming a witness against the dowager. With evidence in hand, Xiao Machuan resolved to disregard familial ties and deliver justice upon the dowager. Xia Xingyan then interjected, "Your Majesty, the dowager recognizes her faults. She just expressed her awareness of her moral shortcomings and wishes to petition for your birth mother, Lady Zhao, to be posthumously honored." This matter weighed heavily on Xiao Machuan's heart. Though he had ascended to the throne, his birth mother remained merely a concubine. He had long intended to elevate her status. Yet the dowager Su Yu and the Su family consistently obstructed his efforts. Xia Xingyan had previously negotiated a deal. Should she induce the dowager to confess, her own wish would be granted. At that moment, Su Yu comprehended the true purpose of the Empress's outburst. The baseless accusations had been established, with her own niece as the witness. The existence of evidence was of little consequence. What mattered was whether Xiao Machuan believed it to be true. Defeated, she slumped onto the phoenix chair, her eyes vacant, as if her very essence had been drained. This battle was lost, utterly and completely. Chapter 52. The Lotus Appreciation Gathering. Each with their own motives in the second year of Emperor Chu Jinchuan's reign, during summer, Xiao Machuan's birth mother was posthumously honored as the Empress Dowager and interred alongside the late emperor. In the court, the Zhao family also received accolades. Xia Xingyan understood that Xiao Machuan aimed to bolster his mother's family, while simultaneously cultivating his own power. The lotus blossoms flourished vibrantly in the outskirts, prompting Xiao Machuan to propose a lotus appreciation gathering, inviting the noble ladies of the city to attend. The lush greenery was adorned with expansive lotus leaves overlapping one another, devoid of any visible gaps. Amidst the dense foliage, pink lotus flowers bloomed splendidly, with numerous buds poised to unfurl. A multitude of noble ladies, dressed in various delicate gauzy skirts, held round fans as they sat at low tables. Each was a vision of meticulous elegance, a riot of colors. Besides the noble ladies, several young gentlemen from prominent families also graced the occasion. The charming maidens and dashing young lords appeared even more delightful than the lake full of lotuses. Out of the corner of her eye, Xia Xingyan caught sight of Xiao Nanqing, who sat upright, and to her surprise, he had also arrived. The songstress gracefully danced among the lotus leaves, her sheer veil fluttering as the lotus petals swayed with the azure waves, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Once the songstress concluded her performance and retreated, a lady-in-waiting approached with a food box, revealing a white plate adorned with a crystal-clear delicacy. Within it one could discern strawberries, oranges, peaches, and watermelons, their vibrant colors a feast for the eyes. What is this? Xiao Mo Chuan gently inquired, feeling its cool, smooth texture. Xia Xing Mian replied with a charming smile, "This is jelly, crafted from fruits, white gelatin, and honey, made by my own hands. Everyone is welcome to taste it." As the guests took a bite, they were met with a sweet, refreshing flavor and a delightful, smooth texture, leaving them yearning for more. "If you enjoy it, I shall share the recipe so that you may have your chefs create it at home," Xia Xing Mian graciously offered. The guests rose to express their gratitude, and one maid brought forth a delicate lotus silk gown. Xiao Mo Chuan, smiling at Xia Xing Mian, remarked, "The pink-hued lotus silk gown, a fine creation from the exquisite craftsmanship of Qingzhou. I had this gown specially woven for the Empress. The lotus silk was rare, refined, and ethereal, surpassing even the finest silk from silkworms." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xia Xing Mian replied, her gaze lowering, a flicker of unease evident in her clear eyes as she cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Nanqing. Noticing his apparent indifference, she felt a slight sense of relief. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mo Chuan began to pull her hand, inviting her to take a boat ride to admire the lotus. Naturally, she could not refuse. It would be impolite to deny the emperor in front of everyone. Thus, she allowed herself to be led onto a wooden boat. While he spoke, her attention wavered. Responding with perfunctory smiles, her gaze instead following Xiao Nanqing, who had taken a position at a nearby pavilion. It was not far, and she noticed a woman clad in purple attire, appearing to be in her early 20s, with her hair styled like an unmarried maiden. Though not strikingly beautiful, she possessed a dignified and gentle demeanor. Lu Manyun, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family from Fanyang. This general, in his 40s, had only recently been blessed with a daughter, whom he cherished dearly, raising her until the age of 23 without a thought of marrying her off. In Chu and Jean, this age was considered quite advanced for a woman, nearing the time when she would become a grandmother. "Your Highness," Lu Manyun curtsied to Xiao Nanqing. Turning to her, he casually asked, "How is the health of General Lu these days?" In his youth, General Lu had taught him martial arts and military strategy, making him a figure of respect. "He is well, though he often worries about you, Your Highness," Lu Manyun replied with a soft smile. "I shall pay a visit to the old general soon," he said, though his gaze frequently drifted back to the boat on the lake. Lu Manyun, perceptive as she was, sensed his distraction and turned her eyes towards the lake, gaining an understanding of the situation. Gathering her courage, she ventured, "If Your Highness wishes to enjoy the lake, I would be honored to accompany you." The sheltered young lady, feeling bashful, took the initiative to invite the man to the lake. "It is unnecessary," Xiao Nanqing swiftly declined, unaware of the emotions of a young lady. Her bold offer met with a cold refusal made Lu Manyun blush with embarrassment, and upon seeing Xiao Nanqing leave without even a farewell, her humiliation turned to anger, her eyes misting with unshed tears. On the other side, Xia Xingmian accompanied Xiao Mo Chuan on a leisurely boat ride to admire the lotus blossoms. One was filled with enthusiasm, while the other was rather disinterested, eventually leading to their boat docking. Xiao Mo Chuan then joined several young aristocrats, including Cui Jinsheng, for drinks, allowing her a moment to rest in a secluded spot. The area by the lotus pond was surrounded by dense foliage, vibrant with summer life, where the reeds flourished and the trees stood tall and lush. Retreating into the woods, she felt nearly invisible. In an effort to escape the sycophantic noblewomen, Xia Xingmian chose to hide alone, idly toying with a reed. Suddenly, she gasped as she fell into a warm embrace. "Xiao Nanqing, have you lost your mind?" His chest was as solid as ever, revealing that he had been stealthily following her. "Did you miss me?" he asked, holding her tightly. She should never have listened to him about returning to the palace. Now, even a fleeting meeting was a challenge. He had thought it wise to announce that the Empress had fallen to her death off a cliff, leaving no trace, thus securing her as his own. However, with so many people around today, even this secluded spot was not guaranteed privacy. "I do," she softly replied, her voice a tantalizing whisper. Having secured a reputation for Xiao Mo Chuan's birth mother, it was now time to confront her and fulfill her promise. She was willing to relinquish everything, even her status as a noble. He buried his head in the crook of her fragrant shoulder, greedily inhaling the scent of her neck. "You need to leave quickly. There are too many people here," she urged, glancing anxiously around as she attempted to push him away. He lifted his head, a nonchalant expression on his face. What is there to fear? Of course, there is reason to be afraid. If someone sees us, it will confirm all the rumors, and then we would be in serious trouble. After all, everyone believes I am Nanganjala. All right, be obedient and leave quickly, she insisted, her gaze wandering as she pressed him to depart. Then you must give me a kiss, he replied, resembling a child seeking a treat. Nervously, Xia Xingyan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then rose on her toes to plant a light kiss on his cheek. Xiao Nanqing, clearly unsatisfied, cupped her face and captured her soft lips, greedily savoring the sweetness, unwilling to let go. Not far behind a large tree, a pair of astonished eyes watched the scene unfold in disbelief. He never imagined the rumors to be true, that his cousin was indeed involved with the Empress. Observing their intimate exchange, it was evident they had long been entangled. Flustered, Cui Jinqing gasped for breath, struggling to calm his racing heart. When he dared to peek out again, Xiao Nanqing and the Empress had already departed. Relieved, he thanked his fortune for not being discovered and for their secret remaining unseen by others. Otherwise, it could have led to dire consequences. He pondered when their affair had begun. If his cousin had been enamored with the Empress from the start, he could have sought her hand before her marriage. A match deemed fitting. Now, however, what did this signify? Sighing heavily, Cui Jinqing turned to leave, only to be startled into a panic upon encountering Xiao Immo Chuan's dark gaze, which radiated an air of coldness. Your Majesty, Cui Jinqing stammered, trembling in fear, silently praying that the earlier scene had escaped the monarch's notice. Why are you shivering on such a hot day, Jinqing? Xiao Muntak Xuan remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Cui Jinqing wiped the thin sweat from his forehead, his throat bobbing as he struggled against the oppressive heat. Perhaps succumbing to mild heat stroke. You must take good care of yourself, Jinqing. You are a cherished confidant of mine, said Xiao Machuan, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze. Cui Jinqing felt as if his shoulder blade might shatter under the pressure. Enduring the pain as he forced a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Xiao Machuan released him, lightly patting his back before departing with an air of significance. What exactly did he see? Cui Jinqing was left in a fog, unable to decipher the situation. Upon returning to the banquet, Xiao Nanqing and Xia Xingyan occupied their respective seats, appearing quite familiar with one another. Xiao Machuan's expression remained cool and uneventful. Cui Jinqing discreetly observed the group, feeling vexed for having ventured into that conversation. Some knowledge was better left undiscovered. Lu Manyun clutched an embroidered mosquito-repellent sachet, lamenting her earlier decision not to present it to Xiao Nanqing. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, yet none dared to reveal them. A small theatrical preview. Tomorrow evening, Xia Xingyan will face off against Xiao Machuan in a battle of prowess. The narrative has taken a darker turn. Alas, there shall be sweetness as well, with a hint of bittersweet moments to come. Chapter 53. The Golden Terrace's decree and attendant had already come to report that the emperor would be staying overnight at the Ziqing Hall. The crescent moon hung high, casting gentle silver light through the intricately carved windows, illuminating the windowsill as if it were plated in silver. The flickering candlelight within the hall was dim, and the palace maids had been sent to rest early, leaving the space feeling desolate and eerie. The emperor and empress sat opposite each other in the main hall, a Zetan-wood dining table laden with exquisite dishes and several flasks of wine. Xiao Machuan surveyed the two dishes before him and inquired about their names. One was titled The Golden Terrace's Decree, and the other to support the dragon's death for the emperor. Xia Xingyan smiled faintly. Having specially prepared these two dishes for the evening, he would not be unaware of their implications, yet maintain an air of calm. Xia Xingyan produced a row of wine cups and filled them, gazing intently at him. Your Majesty, would you dare to play a game of truth or dare? Xiao Machuan shook his head, stating that only he and the Empress need not complicate matters. 1 cup of wine, 1 sincere truth. How about that? As you wish, Your Majesty. Xia Xingyan acquiesced to the rules of the game. Xiao Machuan lifted a cup and drank deeply before placing it heavily upon the table. He then spoke slowly. Who exactly are you? She bore an uncanny resemblance to Nanganjala, yet her mannerisms were entirely different. It became clear he had long suspected she was not Nangong Jala. Xia Xingmian smiled faintly and raised her cup. If I were to say I'm a chef from several hundred or even 1,000 years hence, having accidentally entered this body in search of recipes, would you believe me? This answer caught Xiao Machuan off guard, yet given her peculiar behaviors, it held a certain logic. He nodded in acknowledgement. When did you realize I was not genuine? She inquired. The first time I drank with you, he replied, remaining composed, betraying no emotion. The first time they shared a drink, she spoke of oddities, too many women, little milk dogs, and mobile phones. He pondered her words for a long while, eventually uncovering many of her peculiarities, which only solidified his suspicions. He had known Nangong Jala since childhood, a youthful couple, and he was keenly aware of her character. Xia Xingmian was somewhat astonished to realize that she had been discerned so early on. Yet, he feigned nonchalance. Were emperors truly so adept at concealing their emotions? Xiao Machuan took another sip of wine. Where had Nangong Jala gone? Dead. Initially, their souls resided within this body, but alas, they eventually vanished. Her complexion was pale, and sorrow clouded her expression. Is that so? Xiao Machuan replied indifferently, sipping his wine, devoid of any visible grief. Xia Xingmian furrowed her brow. You are not saddened by her death? You were bound in marriage. Had it not been for your favoritism towards Su Luoqing, she would not have been punished to kneel in the snow for 3 days and nights. Nor would I have come here. Every person must face death. I too shall one day depart, he said with a hint of pessimism. After the previous emperor's demise, he had ascended the throne, but was constantly constrained by the Su family. Even the modest wish to posthumously honor his biological mother remained unfulfilled. With the regent Xiao Nanqing from the previous dynasty and both the Empress Dowager and the Empress in the harem, he felt like a mere puppet. From a young age, he had sworn that if he could not elevate his mother-esque status, he would refrain from consorting with the imperial concubines. Nangong Jala was feeble and gradually abandoned by her family, having lost her value. What did it matter that they were childhood sweethearts? He had approached the Nangong family solely for their support. Even if Nangong Jala was lackluster and unremarkable, he had still taken her as his wife. However, he had promised to protect her throughout her life, ensuring her safety and peace. Then she appeared, someone who would patiently listen to his troubles, offering comfort, and regardless of the hour, would prepare food for him. She seemed free of worries, exuding joy each day and surprising him with her actions. Gazing at her brought him solace, as if he were witnessing a vast expanse of possibilities. Xia Xingyan began to comprehend why Nangong Jala had met such a tragic fate in her previous life. She had simply loved a man who did not love her in return, a man who had never cherished any woman. The same was true for Su Luoqing. It was said that after being relegated to the cold palace, he had not visited her even once, although a mysterious figure had come to see Su Luoqing, only to be chased away. What is your name? He inquired. Xia Xingyan, with Xiao for summer, Xing for starry eyes, Amian for dreams, she replied candidly. He suddenly smiled, finding her name delightful. Then he added, with the heavens as our witness, I hereby declare this marriage certificate, a union of two families, a solemn vow of eternal affection, destined to flourish. May this day blossom with peach blossoms, suitable for a harmonious home, foretelling a future filled with prosperity, and may we cherish this promise of everlasting love. This was the marriage contract from the time he wed Nangong Jala, yet as he recited it in his heart, myriad emotions stirred within him. Nangong Jala had once deeply loved him, but sadly, he had betrayed her trust. You have forsaken Nangong Jala, she stated bluntly, but your betrayals extend beyond her. What about the concubines in the harem? For the sake of this realm, to secure his throne, he had no choice but to act thus. Are you departing from me? A bittersweet note tinged his smile. Xia Xingyan cast her gaze downward and murmured, I do not belong here. Her heart and her spirit were not anchored in this place. But you are my empress. Even you intend to leave? His voice was heavy and hoarse. I am not your majesty's queen. The queen has passed away. Your majesty, please fulfill your promise and allow me to leave the palace. It was agreed that she would assist in posthumously honoring his birth mother as Empress Dowager, thus fulfilling a cherished wish of hers. For this reason, she had rallied the Nangong family and Xiao Nanqing to strongly support this matter in the court, which is why Empress Dowager Zhao was able to smoothly enter the imperial tomb. He suddenly burst into manic laughter, rising to grasp her arm tightly. I merely promised to fulfill one of your wishes, yet you wish to leave me. Do you truly desire for me to become a lonely figure? With her heart set on departure, she replied, If my heart is not here, what significance does your majesty's insistence hold? Do you know his treacherous ambitions? One day, he will undoubtedly confront me in battle, Xiao Mo Chuan exclaimed in desperation. They both understood who he referred to, and Xiaxing Mian suddenly realized that Xiao Mo Chuan was indeed a person of profound depths, fully aware of everything, merely biding his time and avoiding the spotlight. I will earnestly persuade him, she declared, with Xiao Nanqing already wielding immense power in the court, enjoying a lifestyle commensurate with an emperor. It should not be difficult to dissuade him from his fixation. Xiao Mo Chuan, however, clearly did not believe her, laughing at her naivety. He inquired, If I honor my promise and let you leave the palace, what will you do when I eventually face him in battle? Xiaxing Mian bit her lip, contemplating for a moment, then suddenly knelt and performed a deep bow, stating, In response to your imperial will on the Golden Terrace, I shall wield my life for you. If that day were to come, I would surely stand as a shield against arrows for your majesty, willingly facing death alongside you. Very well. I shall trust you this once, Xiao Mo Chuan unexpectedly conceded with a pained yet swift agreement. He then drafted an edict. The queen of the Nangong family has fallen from grace, harboring resentment and frequently contravening commands. She possesses neither the virtues of Guanju nor the demeanor of El and Hua, and is unworthy of receiving the mandate of heaven. Henceforth, she shall be stripped of her title and reside in a separate abode. Watching him seal the edict, Xiaxing Mian eagerly took it into her hands. She was free, finally free. Wait, Xiao Mo Chuan suddenly called out to her. To hastily depose the queen will undoubtedly incite turmoil in the court. I shall announce it at a more opportune time. You may keep the edict for now, but let no one else know except for us. As you wish, your majesty. She was elated, finally able to leave this place. Having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, she could now abandon the constraints of courtly decorum and live as she desired, alongside the one she loved. Observing her exuberant joy, Xiao Mo Chuan sighed inwardly. If she remained in the palace, she would be his vulnerability, while granting her freedom would render Xiao Nanqing his. A person with a weakness becomes an easy target. Should you face any grievances in the future, you may come to me anytime, he said, a smile gleaming in his eyes. Thank you, your majesty, she replied with a radiant smile. Chapter 54. Moving to the separate abode, Xiao Mo Chuan indeed did not publicly announce the contents of the edict. He merely proclaimed that the queen's health was poor and that she had moved to a separate abode for recuperation. Xiaxing Mian did not mind. The edict was in her possession, and she was now a free woman. From the Ziqing Palace, she took only Zhu Yin, Ji Jin, and Luo Qing Yi, traveling lightly with merely 2 carts. She glanced back at Ziqing Palace. Having resided there for so long, perhaps she would not return again. After the court session, Xiao Nanqing learned of the queen's ailing health and her relocation to the separate abode, and he hurried directly there. The distant garden lies merely 30 to 50 li from the imperial city, a secluded retreat seldom inhabited, frequented only by a few caretakers and inner servants. During this summer, the garden flourishes with lush greenery and vibrant blossoms, while a gentle stream trickles through the crevices of the stones. A few steps to the south reveals an elegant dwelling nestled within the hills and trees. Arriving even before Xiao Nanqing were Nangong Hanyuan and Nangong Yi, who hastened to the location upon receiving the news. The sudden relocation to the garden bodes ill, heralding the Empress's impending downfall. Observing that Xia Xingmian remained silent, Nangong Yi summoned Luo Qingyi to a separate area to inquire about any recent irregularities regarding the Empress. While Luo Qingyi might deceive others, she felt compelled to disclose the truth to Nangong Yi. After spending a night in the Ziqin Hall, the emperor decreed the Empress's move to the garden the following day. What transpired within those walls remains shrouded in mystery, heightening the unease of the Nangong father and son as they deliberated strategies in the garden, only to be interrupted by a servant announcing the arrival of the regent. The regent? Xiao Nanqing? The two exchanged glances, recalling how the last disaster relief had been salvaged by his intervention, leading the Su family to take on the task. Indeed, they had discreetly uncovered that Lord Su had embezzled nearly 300,000 taels of silver, merely awaiting the compilation of evidence to present to the court, which would spell the end for the Su family. Xiao Nanqing, evidently taken aback by the presence of the Nangong duo, paused momentarily. "Greetings, Your Highness," Nangong Yi bowed respectfully. "Lord, please rise," Xiao Nanqing replied, sensing his timing was less than ideal, his hands clasped behind his back. "I have heard of the Empress's ill health and have come to offer my concern." "Thank you, Your Highness," Nangong Yi humbly acknowledged, adding, "I have long wished to invite you to my residence. I wonder if you might have time in the near future? I shall respond to Lord Su later." Xiao Nanqing noted, recognizing the cunning nature of Nangong Yi's sudden overture, suspecting hidden motives, yet being mindful of the fact that he was the father of Nangong Jiala. Nangong Yi bowed again. "I eagerly await your favorable reply." Xiao Nanqing chose not to engage further, allowing the servant to guide him to visit Xia Xingyan. Meanwhile, Nangong Yi narrowed his eyes, observing Xiao Nanqing's retreating figure, instructing his son to immediately select a young woman from the Nangong clan who bore the closest resemblance to Nangong Jiala. He intended to prepare for any eventuality. In order to contend with the Nangong father and son, Xia Xingyan feigned illness on her couch, only sitting up after their departure, requesting Ji Jin to bring her the mango pancake she had prepared. The pancake was delightfully chewy, with a refreshing cream filling and layers of mango, offering a sweet yet light indulgence. Just as she savored a bite, she heard commotion outside, mistakenly believing the Nangong duo had returned. She quickly concealed the pastry, resting her forehead on her hand, pretending to be unwell. Xiao Nanqing raised his hand to signal Ji Jin and the others to leave, seating himself directly in front of her couch. Noticing her hand on her forehead, he mistakenly assumed she was genuinely ill. "You seemed well just a few days ago. What has caused this sudden ailment?" His gaze softened as his rough hand brushed her forehead, finding it cool, devoid of fever. Xia Xingyan, recognizing him, felt a playful urge to tease. "I feel unwell everywhere. My entire body aches." Xiao Nanqing, alarmed, furrowed his brow and insisted on summoning the imperial physician. "I do not wish for a physician." She sat up, tugging at his loose garment to draw him closer. "What do I want?" Xiao Nanqing asked, puzzled. She leaned in and whispered sweetly in his ear, "I want kisses and hugs." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanqing felt his ears flush crimson as he stared at her in shock, suddenly realizing she was merely feigning illness. "Ah, you have deceived me again," he said, flipping her beneath him. However, Xia Xingyan let out a sudden gasp, pushing him away and retrieving the plate of crushed mango pancakes from beneath. The white cream had burst forth, a messy sight that was almost unbearable. "Oh no, my dessert is ruined," she pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Xiao Nanqing wrapped his arm around her shoulder in consolation. "It's just a plate of dessert. We can make another." Xia Xingyan shot him a glare, reproaching him for his nonchalance, explaining that without a mixer, it took her ages to whip the cream by hand. "What do you think this is? If you want to eat, I shall help you make it." He mused that cooking together could indeed bring joy. With someone to assist her, Xia Xingyan eagerly accepted his offer. True to his reputation as the valiant warrior of Chu Jin, Xiao Nanqing swiftly whipped the cream to perfection. "What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you," he inquired, his mood buoyant. He drew closer, placing a soft kiss on her cherry lips. His voice laced with temptation. "I want to eat you." "How rude," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she pushed him away, glancing at the ingredients. "How about I make yam cake for you?" "I enjoy whatever you make," he replied, affectionately taking her delicate hand. However, Xia Xingyan's gaze dimmed. Xiao Mochuan knew she was not Nangong Jiala, yet he had mistaken her identity. Did he perhaps harbor feelings for Nangong Jiala instead? "What troubles you?" He seemed to sense her discontent. "It's nothing," she replied, unsure how to articulate her feelings, her head bowed as she peeled the yam. The yam is known for its benefits in strengthening the spleen and kidneys, and it is easily digestible, making it an excellent choice for health and summer refreshment. To add vibrancy, Xia Xingyan layered the yam with purple sweet potato and red dates, enhancing both the appearance and texture, creating a smooth, glutinous, and subtly sweet delicacy. "Try this," she said, placing the yam cake on the table. Xiao Nanqing picked up a piece. It was delicate as jade, sweet and soft with a hint of creamy aroma, and he praised, "Whatever you make is delicious." Xia Xingyan turned his body towards her, seriousness etched on her face. "Could you refrain from calling me Jiala?" "Why not?" Xiao Nanqing asked, confused, believing that calling her by her given name felt endearing. Xing'er or Mianer will suffice, she replied, biting her lip. Xing'e? Mianer? Xiaxingmian? He suddenly recalled the name she had inscribed in his palm when they were in Dingyuan village. She was clearly Nangong Jiala. Then who was Xiaxingmian? All right, from now on I shall call you Xing'er, he conceded. But you still haven't told me why you moved out of the palace so suddenly, he pondered, intrigued. Xiao Mo Chuan dismissed me, she nearly blurted out. But remembering her promise to him, she opted for a softer excuse, saying she wished to clear her mind. He pulled her into his embrace, sighing, just wait a little longer, Xing'er. Once I seize the throne, you shall be my empress. Xia Xingmian's heart tightened. Xiao Nanqing indeed harbored ambitions of rebellion. But I do not wish to be an empress. I only want to be with you. She felt the need to dissuade him from such thoughts. Yet the throne is rightfully mine. Had it not been for her youth and the previous emperor's usurpation of the throne, she would have long since ascended to the esteemed position of the sovereign. However, should she become empress, it was inevitable that he would have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. And she resolutely declared that she would not share her husband with any other woman. Understanding her concerns, Xiao Nanqing gently cradled her face and assured her, rest assured, Xing'er, when I ascend the throne, you shall be the sole occupant of my harem. Xing'er appeared troubled, prompting Xiao Nanqing to recall the invitation from the Nangong father and son to visit their residence. He broached the subject with her, asking if she wished to attend. If you wish to go, then we shall, she replied, uncertain of Nangong Yi's intentions, suspecting it to be merely a social engagement. Do you desire for me to attend? He inquired, pulling her onto his lap. Then let us go. Once a date is set, I can also visit my grandmother. Nangong Jiala had often spoken fondly of their grandmother, and considering her advanced age, frequent visits might bring her some joy. Xiao Nanqing smiled. Then it shall be as you wish, Xing'er. I shall find time to attend a banquet. After all, he is to be my future father-in-law, and a modicum of respect is warranted. In this chapter, the culinary delight featured is mango pancakes and yam cakes. Chapter 55, My Lord, do you wish to be my brother-in-law? Coinciding with the Qiqiao festival, the city of Chujin was adorned with lanterns and vibrant floral displays, celebrated as the Daughters' Festival. On this day, regardless of their social standing, whether noble ladies or humble maidens, women would venture out in groups to admire the blossoms and lanterns. Xiao Nanqing chose this day to attend a banquet at the Nangong Marquis's residence, where the Nangong father and son extended their warm hospitality. As they exchanged toasts, the atmosphere was amiably cordial. Amidst their merriment, a youthful and charming girl entered, clad in a crimson skirt, her complexion fair as snow, embodying the essence of youthful beauty. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, her features strikingly reminiscent of Nangong Jiala, albeit with a more innocent demeanor. Yuer, come and greet the prince, Nangong Yi beckoned the young lady. Reluctantly, she curtsied. Nangong Yuer pays her respects to the prince. It was the Qiqiao festival, and she longed to frolic in the streets. Her uncle and father insisted she meet the prince instead. Being young, it was only natural for her to yearn for play. Xiao Nanqing inclined his head slightly, signaling her to forego formalities. This is my second brother's daughter. She is 16 years of age, Nangong introduced. After searching the entire clan, only Nangong Yuer bears a resemblance to Jiala. The regent, nearing 30, had yet to take a concubine, yet he shared a close bond with Jiala. A union with him would undoubtedly fortify the Nangong family's standing, especially as the emperor's reign appeared precarious. Should the regent ascend to power, the Nangong clan would surely prosper, solidifying their place among the elite. Xiao Nanqing cast a casual glance at the girl, understanding her resemblance to Jiala. With a gentle smile, he remarked, Miss Nangong bears a striking resemblance to the Empress. Indeed, Yuer and the Empress are cousins, Nangong Yi replied. Observing Xiao Nanqing's calm demeanor, Nangong Hanyuan found himself uncertain, merely gesturing for his niece to withdraw. Upon hearing she could leave, Nangong Yuer's spirits lifted as she curtsied and joyfully departed. This Miss Nangong shares a temperament reminiscent of the Empress, Xiao Nanqing remarked with a light smile. Nangong Yu waved his hand, chuckling, the prince is jesting. While Yuer possesses a lively spirit, the Empress is indeed of a gentle disposition. Is that so? Xiao Nanqing took a sip of his wine, recalling Nangong Jiala, whose temperament was eccentric and capricious, often surprising others with her unpredictable nature. There was hardly a trace of gentleness about her. Was Nangong truly unaware of his sister's character? Nangong Han Yuan, having served through 3 reigns, was adept at reading the room. He discreetly nudged his son beneath the table, cautioning him to choose his words wisely. Your Highness, the performance in the courtyard is about to commence. It would be prudent to join Nangong Han Yuan, he suggested, rising to pay his respects. Xiao Nanqing gestured for them to proceed, assuring them he would follow shortly. The Nangong family was a prestigious lineage, enduring for centuries without decline. The marquisate was expansive, boasting numerous residences, and they even maintained a troupe of performers. After a brief respite, Xiao Nanqing was guided through the long corridor by a young servant when he caught sight of a familiar silhouette in a small garden. Clad in a pale lotus-pink dress, her figure was graceful, her eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance, and in her delicate white hand, she held a pomegranate branch adorned with a blossoming flower. Your Highness, she said, slightly bowing her head, having returned today to visit the matriarch of the Nangong family, only to overhear a secret. The Nangong family intended for her cousin, Nangong Yu, to marry Xiao Nanqing, and having just seen you emerge from that room, it was likely they had already met. Xiao Nanqing raised his hand, signaling for the servant and maid to withdraw, leaving only the 2 of them in the garden. Is it not customary to address me as Nanqing or Xiaolang? Why the formality in calling me your Highness today? With a smile gracing his lips, he approached her side and whispered in her ear. Xia Xingyan playfully tapped his chest with her delicate fingertips, raising an eyebrow. Your Highness, your words are mistaken. Today is not like any other. It is possible that you may become my brother-in-law tomorrow, and thus be compelled to call me Auntie. At nearly 30, he, a man, would marry a girl of 15 or 16, devoid of any sense of shame. Even before the matter was settled, Xia Xingyan found herself consumed by jealousy. Are you feeling jealous, Xingya? He asked, encircling her slender waist from behind, his voice sultry and enticing. Who is jealous? She turned to face him, her fair hands pinching his earlobe, demanding, are you imagining a scenario of sisterly companionship, where 2 women share one husband and bask in the joys of a united life? I warn you, do not even think about it. Xiao Nanqing chuckled, amused by her palpable jealousy, which even extended to her own sister. Why do you laugh? What delightful thoughts occupy your mind? I find it charming that my Xing feels jealous on my behalf, he replied, smiling. Before encountering her, Xiao Nanqing had never realized he could utter such sweet nothings. How detestable! Who belongs to you? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Sweet words from a man often ensnare a woman's heart, and even a rational woman like Xia Xingyan was no exception. Do you wish to be my brother-in-law? She asked, her confidence wavering. Xiao Nanqing gently pinched her fair cheek, her skin smooth and delicate, akin to silk, far surpassing the roughness of the men in the military. Gazing into her clear eyes, he earnestly declared, all I desire is to be Xing's husband. Who wishes to marry you? She withdrew, smiling lightly. Hurry along. For my father and brothers await you at the stage. As she caught a glimpse of the figure darting through the backyard, Xiao Nanqing could only shake her head in resignation. It seemed that the invitation from the Nangong father and son was indeed driven by ulterior motives. Naturally, Nangong Yu was reluctant to marry someone like Xiao Nanqing. The young girl, though still in her youth, possessed her own convictions and had taken advantage of her attendance and attention to sneak out with her personal maid to admire the lanterns. Xia Xingyan, having received the elder lady's instructions, visited Nangong Yu's chamber to check on her and to gently persuade the girl to pay some heed to the prince. To her surprise, she found that Nangong Yu was absent, leaving behind an untouched bowl of a modern equivalent of sour plum soup. Given the sweltering summer heat, she took it upon herself to drink it all. The concoction bore a faint medicinal aroma, distinctly different from the sour plum soup she's familiar with. It contained dried plums, hawthorn slices, licorice, and aged tangerine peel, with rose petals added just minutes before serving, imparting a delicate fragrance of roses. The refreshing scent was invigorating, perfect for dispelling the summer heat and humidity. After finishing the bowl, Xia Xingyan felt unsatisfied and waited a while longer, but with no sign of the girl's return. She sent her maid Zhu Yin to search for her. Moments later, she realized that 2 cups of tea had proven futile. Considering it was the young lady's chamber and no male guest would enter, she removed her outer garment. Yet, Her condition did not improve. Her head felt heavy, and she stumbled towards the bed, collapsing onto the soft embroidered quilt. As it was the Qiqiao festival, the mansion was adorned with festive decorations, and the opera stage was alive with vibrant performances. Below, the Nangong father and son were persistently urging drinks, their hospitality hard to refuse, leading to a few more cups consumed than intended. Xiao Nanqing gradually began to feel the effects of the alcohol, gesturing to decline further drinks. Shouldn't you quickly assist the prince to his chamber to rest? Nangong Honyuan instructed the servants on either side. Seeing the prince intoxicated, Nie Qing and Nie Bai intended to escort him back to the regent's residence, but were halted by Nangong Yi, who insisted on keeping Xiao Nanqing for the night. The household servants guided Nangong Yi to the backyard, where several maids stepped forward to support him, but Xiao Nanqing waved her hand, indicating she could manage on her own. Unsteadily, she entered the chamber, followed closely by Nangong Honyuan, who hurriedly ordered the door to be secured. Observing the extinguished candlelight within, he presumed that Yuer had already retired, and the medicated sour plum soup had likely taken effect. Reluctant to resort to such a ploy, he felt compelled, knowing Yuer lacked interest in the prince. After tonight, with the matter set in stone, they could enter the palace to seek the Empress Dowager's decree, solidifying the arrangement. Nangong Honyuan reveled in his scheming, confident that everything was under his control. As Xiao Nanqing entered the room, she unsteadily approached the embroidered bed, removed her shoes and socks, and was about to summon someone to assist her when she unexpectedly encountered something soft. It felt like a woman, and her senses sharpened as the alcohol's effects began to wane. The woman, however, was audacious, pressing her entire body against him and calling out sweetly. The voice was familiar, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Nangong Jiala. The audacity of the Nangong father and son was astounding. Having delivered the Empress to his bed, Xia Xingyan, seeing him motionless and disoriented, stirred a frown upon Xiao Nanqing's brow, realizing she had been drugged, leading to such unexpected fervor. Behave, Xing'er. Such matters should be initiated by the man. The proud Xiao Nanqing would never allow a woman to take the lead in such affairs, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. The candlelight flickered in the room, casting a romantic glow over the space, enveloped in an atmosphere of enchantment. Chapter on Culinary Delights. Traditional Sour Plum Soup. Chapter 56. Affections of lovers. The sun shone brilliantly outside, illuminating the entire room with a warm glow. The light cascaded through the window onto Xia Xingyan's face, her fair complexion appearing almost translucent, flawless in its beauty, with a lingering blush on her cheeks that added a touch of charm and vivacity. Xiao Nanqing gazed at her silently, his mind involuntarily piecing together the fragments of last night's memories, her flushed face and breathy demeanor evoking satisfaction as he held her snugly in his embrace. Last night had indeed exhausted her, but from this day forth, she was his woman, and she could never escape him. His spirits soared as he playfully toyed with the ends of her hair. In the courtyard, Nangong Honyuan and his son Nangong, he had spent nearly the entire night tossing and turning in restless sleep, rising early to keep watch. They listened intently as the matron guarding the courtyard animatedly recounted the sounds that had emanated from the room until dawn, unable to suppress their applause. Convinced that their strategy had indeed borne fruit, just as they were reveling in their triumph, Nangong Yu bounded into the courtyard, accompanied by her handmaiden. Upon seeing her uncle and cousin, she inwardly cursed her luck. Having indulged in a night of revelry, she had failed to return home. Clearly, her uncle and cousin were waiting for her, and it was too late to escape now. Where have you been frolicking? Nangong Honyuan, in a good mood, had no intention of reprimanding her. Nangong Yu swallowed hard, reluctantly approaching her uncle, attempting to curry favor. Good morning, uncle and cousin, she greeted, her tone sweet. You, my child, as a young lady, ought to devote yourself to the art of knitting rather than gallivanting about like a wild child every day. Nangong Honyuan could not resist chiding her. Nangong Yi's expression shifted as he suddenly grasped something. Nangong Honyuan, too, realized the implication, and the two exchanged bewildered glances. With Yuder present, who could the woman in the room be? In an instant, they were thrown into disarray, fearing that some brazen maidservant might be attempting to ascend the ranks by seducing the prince. The elaborate plans they had concocted could not be allowed to benefit another. Without a thought for propriety, They ordered the door to be flung open and dashed inside. Xia Xingmian, half asleep, was jolted awake by the commotion. She hurled her pillow at the door, irritable. It's so noisy. Can't anyone let me sleep? Exhausted from a night's escapades. She felt as though her body were falling apart, and just as she had managed to doze off, she was roused once more. Jiala? The father and son were utterly taken aback to discover that the person in the room last night was indeed Jiala, their hearts racing in terror. For this was a grievous sin that could obliterate entire families. Xiao Nanqing, equally displeased, glared at the Nangong duo, his brow furrowed, commanding out. The mention of Jiala and the command to leave snapped Xia Xingmian to full awareness, the vivid images of the previous night flooding back to her. She had indeed slept with Xiao Nanqing. And what on earth were Nangong Hanyuan and Nangong Yi doing here? With a startled cry, she instinctively sought refuge in Xiao Nanqing's embrace. The Nangong father and son stumbled backward, hurriedly pushing their way out and shutting the door tightly behind them. Xia Xingmian's head throbbed. The early morning felt akin to being caught in a scandal. What to do? Quick, get dressed. She urged him, her head spinning, momentarily forgetting her own state of undress as she scrambled to gather his clothes, pressing him to put them on swiftly. Xiao Nanqing was taken aback by her reaction. Was she not supposed to exhibit a bashful demeanor? The true nature of Xia Xingmian, the unscrupulous woman, was laid bare as she hastily sought to disentangle herself from the situation. She climbed into bed and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Xiao Nanqing, saying, "We are both adults. This is a mutual agreement. As long as we both find pleasure in it, let's pretend nothing has transpired." She had just resolved matters with Xiao Machuan, regaining her freedom, and was not yet ready to define her relationship with Xiao Nanqing, as there were still many thoughts she had yet to clarify. Xiao Nanqing furrowed his brow, contemplating her words. It was evident that she did not wish to acknowledge their connection, despite having surrendered herself to him. Last night, it was his first experience, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face flushed, even the contours of his ears turning crimson. Xia Xingmian rubbed her temples and shrugged, saying, "Who isn't? It was my first time too. What of it? Are you suggesting that as a man I should bear the burden of responsibility? Regardless, I will marry you," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "We shall discuss this later," she replied, her mind elsewhere, preoccupied with the fear that their relationship might be exposed by the Nangong father and son. Previously, she had maintained a superficial connection with Xiao Nanqing, allowing her to face gossip with ease. Now, however, having lost her virginity, she felt an undeniable sense of guilt, akin to that of a thief. Mistakenly believing that she still harbored feelings for Xiao Machuan, Xiao Nanqing's jealousy flared up. "If you do not harbor affection for me, why do you persist in provoking me? Must I lay bare my heart for you to trust in my sincerity? Xiao Machuan does not cherish you. He would bring you harm." This was not the first time he had warned her about the dangers posed by Xiao Machuan. In their previous life, Xiao Nanqing and Nangong Jiala had succumbed to poison in the cold palace. If Nangong Jiala had been reborn, then could it not be that Xiao Nanqing had also experienced a rebirth? Furthermore, he seemed to possess foreknowledge of many impending events. Why must the prince kill them? Their souls would linger restlessly on the path to the underworld, which is indeed bothersome, she ventured cautiously, echoing a sentiment Nangong Jiala had expressed at the moment of her demise in their past life. Xiao Nanqing paused, then replied, "What is there to fear? Your uncle will accompany you on the road to the underworld." Indeed, Xiao Nanqing had also been reborn, and Xia Xingmian was engulfed in an indescribable emotion. "You too have been reborn?" Xiao Nanqing asked, incredulous. Xia Xingmian shook her head, stating, "I have not been reborn. Rather, I have traversed from the future. To be precise, I have crossed over from a time that may be several hundred or even 1,000 years ahead. I'm a master chef, and in my quest to uncover the Lost Way family recipes, my soul inadvertently entered the body of Nangong Jiala." With this explanation, she hoped he would grasp her situation. Xiao Nanqing understood all too well. Her extraordinary culinary skills and her peculiar speech suggested her intentions in the palace and her ambitions outside it, where she sought chefs to assist in her quest for the recipes. "So, once you find the recipes, you will leave?" The mere thought of her departure pierced his heart like a knife. She was at a loss for words, turning slightly as she spoke of her parents' divorce, revealing how she had grown up feeling like an orphan, relying solely on herself. Whenever she was bullied, she stood up for herself, and when she eventually became prosperous, those who once disregarded her now clung to her like leeches. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she smiled at him. Did such a woman still hold the prince's affection? Xia Xingyan believed that Xiao Nanqing would disdain her. After all, he was a man of high status. Surely he would not be interested in a mere cook. Before her success, she had encountered a string of unsavory suitors, men with dubious morals. After she achieved financial independence, those men flocked to her, all motivated by her wealth, none with genuine intentions, and the last even pursued her best friend. Xiao Nanqing felt a pang of sympathy as he cupped her face with tenderness in his eyes. I am fond of you, regardless of who you are. From this moment on, I shall cherish, love, and protect you. I vow that you shall be the only woman in my life. Nanqing, she was moved, for no one had ever uttered such words to her, not even her parents. She trusted him, having rescued her from peril on multiple occasions. Tell me, do you like me? He pulled her into his embrace. I like you, she whispered, her voice scarcely audible. Xiao Nanqing raised an eyebrow, claiming he could not hear her. Xia Xingyan raised her voice, declaring her feelings. Xiao Nanqing's face lit up with satisfaction as a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. From that day forth, he would carry the burden of caring for another. Perhaps he had long been tethered to her heart. Suddenly, Xia Xingyan pushed him away. Realizing that the Nangong father and son were still outside, likely in a state of anxiety, Xiao Nanqing urged her to remain calm, assuring her that he would handle everything. Chapter 57. Xiao Nanqing, my water of sunflower has arrived. Eugene and Zhu Yin stood with their heads bowed outside the door, and Xiao Nanqing cast a fleeting glance at them. Take good care of your mistress. Yes, they responded promptly and entered the room. Nangong Honyuan and Nangong Yi approached anxiously, and Nangong Honyuan stated, Your Highness, may we speak and study? Seeing that Xiao Nanqing made no objection, they quickly dismissed the attendants and led him to the study. Once the maidservant served tea, she was waved away impatiently. The three men sat in silence for a while, until Nangong Honyuan could no longer contain himself. He set down his teacup, stood, and bowed. I hope your highness rested well last night at my residence. He was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how such a significant error could have occurred. Very well, Xiao Nanqing replied, taking a sip of tea, seemingly alluding to something deeper. Your efforts are appreciated. Nangong Honyuan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, smiling nervously. As long as your highness is pleased. But scarcely had he finished speaking when Xiao Nanqing's official porcelain teacup was smashed to the floor, tea spilling everywhere. As he looked up, Xiao Nanqing's expression had turned fierce, the smile gone from his face. The father and son knelt in terror, their faces pale and trembling like leaves in the wind. In Chujin, it was better to offend the emperor than to cross the regent. It was widely known that the regent, Xiao Nanqing, was mercurial and formidable. Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Nanqing's voice boomed. Your Highness, please calm your anger. What happened last night was indeed a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Nangong Honyuan struggled to find the right words, swallowing his grievances. Where lies this misunderstanding? Xiao Nanqing glared at him, seemingly awaiting an explanation. The father and son of the Nangong family stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts clearly. They merely bowed their heads in apology, attempting to offer excuses. They expressed gratitude for the prince's previous assistance, claiming that a beautiful maiden had been arranged to serve them, but unexpectedly, the princess had inadvertently entered. Xiao Nanqing quietly observed as they tried to justify themselves, remaining unaffected by their excuses. Nangong Honyuan felt like a mute eating bitter gall. He was tormented by the fact that his daughter had been violated, yet he still bowed in contrition. Very well, invite the Marquis in. This matter is also partly my fault for indulging in too much drink yesterday, Xiao Nanqing suddenly conceded. Nangong Honyuan, perplexed by his words, stared at him in confusion and unease as he rose. Your Highness speaks thus. I am truly remorseful, he declared hastily. He expressed that if there ever came a time when the prince needed his services, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly, even unto death. Xiao Nanqing smiled and gestured dismissively, saying it was entirely unnecessary. Only one thing was required. What is that? Nangong Honyuan inquired, bewildered. Without any hesitance, Xiao Nanqing stated plainly, the white jade tiger talisman. The Nangong father and son exchanged glances, feeling the weight of the request. The white jade tiger talisman was the cornerstone of the Nangong family's power, capable of commanding 200,000 troops. With the golden tiger talisman in Xiao Nanqing's possession and the emerald tiger talisman of the Cui family, coupled with the white jade talisman from the Nangong family, the regent would wield half the military strength of Chu and Jin, thereby standing equal to imperial authority. If it poses a difficulty for the Marquis, I shall not insist. I will take my leave, Xiao Nanqing declared, rising as if to depart. Your Highness, please wait, Nangong Honyuan uttered, clenching his teeth. He instructed his son to retrieve the talisman and present it to Xiao Nanqing. As he beheld the lustrous and delicate white jade talisman, a faint smile emerged on Xiao Nanqing's otherwise stern visage. His demeanor toward the Nangong father and son softened considerably, while they could only force smiles in response. Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Xiao Nanqing accepted the white jade talisman and solemnly assured them, "Rest assured, my lord, I guarantee that regardless of future circumstances, the crown prince shall emerge from the Empress's womb." Hearing this, the Nangong father and son were overjoyed. Should the heir be of the Nangong lineage, their family would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of noble houses, thriving for generations. "We shall rely on the prince henceforth," they said, the meaning of which remained ambiguous. Yet the three shared a tacit understanding. After bidding farewell to Xiao Nanqing, the Nangong father and son sank into their chairs, realizing their shirts were drenched with sweat. Has my father truly allied with the regent? Nangong pondered, perplexed. Alliance matters not. What is essential now is that Jiala becomes pregnant and bears a son to be named heir. Ensure that more nourishing supplements are sent to the other courtyard to bolster Jiala's health, Nangong Honyuan strategized. He then ordered his son to dismiss all the maids who had overheard the commotion from the previous night. Xia Xingyan returned to the other courtyard, utterly bewildered by her own actions. How could she have behaved so recklessly, forcibly seeking intimacy with Xiao Nanqing? Reflecting on the sour plum soup she had consumed, she began to grasp something. However, realizing it too late was of no consequence. The die was cast. And had she and Xiao Nanqing merely shared a fleeting night of passion? Or had their relationship been solidified? As noon approached, Xiao Nanqing departed from the Nangong Marquis's residence, and several hours had passed without a visit. Surely he hasn't fallen asleep and chosen to shirk his responsibilities? She mused. If he does not take responsibility, then so be it. I shall consider it as if bitten by a dog. She bit her lip, feeling distressed, her lower abdomen aching uncomfortably. Calculating the time, she realized her relatives would soon arrive. Increasingly irritable, her temper flared. Since arriving here, the days she dreaded most each month were these few, where sanitary belt proved most inconvenient. At dinner, the kitchen sent in stir-fried bitter melon with beef, shrimp and egg stir-fried with eggplant, braised mushrooms with pork, Westlake vinegar fish, pocketed tenderloin, and bird's nest with white fungus soup. Summer Xingyan sampled a few bites before signaling for it to be taken away, lacking appetite. Awakening in the dead of night, hunger gnawed at her, yet she hesitated to rouse the chef and decided to take matters into her own hands. Fresh lotus root in this season inspired her to prepare a dish of lotus root and water chestnut with spare ribs, honey-glazed sticky rice lotus root, fluffy chicken, and braised fish, along with a pot of rice. After toiling for over an hour, just as she was about to indulge, an interruption occurred. "What are you doing here?" Summer Xingyan said, her tone irritable. Xiao Nanqing smiled, uninvited, and seated himself, taking a piece of honey-glazed sticky rice lotus root for himself. "I arrived just in time." Summer Xingyan glanced outside. It was pitch dark, even the lamp-holding maid had dozed off. In the dead of night, rather than resting in his regent's palace, he had come to her courtyard to scavenge her food. "This is mine. You have no share." She snatched the chopsticks from his hand. "Very well, you eat first, and I shall eat later." He remained unperturbed, sitting quietly beside her, watching her eat. After savoring a piece of fluffy chicken, Summer Xingyan triumphantly declared, "I've eaten it all, not leaving a single morsel for you." Xiao Nanqing was unfazed. He leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "I only need you to eat." His voice was intoxicating. Recalling the events of the previous night, Summer Xingyan felt her cheeks flush. What was it with this man's mind, consumed by such lewd thoughts? Wasn't he last night enough? She was utterly exhausted. Her waist still ached. She could not endure a repeat. Xiao Nanqing, you're not thinking of spending the night with me, are you? She said bluntly, a hint of disdain in her voice. Indeed, men were creatures governed by their baser instincts. Xiao Nanqing straightened, adamantly denying, I came because I was thinking of you. Not merely thoughts. He had rushed over after finishing official documents. Did you miss me? His long fingers entwined in her hair, a gesture filled with affection. Caught in the depths of his dark eyes, Summer Xingyan found herself swallowing hard. My heavens, this Xiao Nanqing certainly knows how to charm. It's hard to resist. His sweet nothings flow effortlessly. Perhaps a little, she feigned composure. Really? His face lit up with joy as he leaned closer. In a swift motion, Summer Xingyan stuffed a piece of rib into his mouth, preventing him from advancing further. Xiao Nanqing frowned slightly, appearing unsatisfied. Naturally, he preferred the company of a beautiful woman over mere food. Hurry and eat, then we can sleep. Her delicate fingers lightly traced his firm chest. Her voice soft and laced with temptation. Sleep? That sounds rather appealing. Xiao Nanqing obediently accompanied her in dining, concerned she might choke, even thoughtfully pouring her a cup of tea. Perhaps it was only before her that he exhibited such obedience, such tenderness. Accustomed to solitude, Summer Xingyan did not allow maids to guard her room at night, which added to the tranquil atmosphere. Xiao Nanqing followed her like a well-behaved child. Summer Xingyan climbed onto the embroidered bed, casting him a flirtatious glance, lightly biting her lip and beckoning him with a finger. What? Xiao Nanqing's throat bobbed as he slowly approached the bed, ultimately pinning her beneath him. Suddenly, Xia Xingmian's expression changed dramatically as she forcefully pushed him away. Xiao Nanqing's countenance stiffened, bewildered by the situation, only to notice the faint traces of blood on her undergarment. Are you hurt? He exclaimed in alarm, hastily intending to summon the imperial physician. Xia Xingmian grasped his arm, explaining that a relative had arrived. A relative? Xiao Nanqing scanned their surroundings, seeing no one else but the two of them. Kuei-sui, my Kuei-sui has come, she managed to utter with difficulty. Xiao Nanqing appeared somewhat embarrassed as he fetched her a clean garment to change into. Observing her pallid complexion and the way she clutched her abdomen, he felt a twinge of compassion and gently enveloped her in his embrace, caressing her softly. Does it still hurt? He inquired tenderly. Xia Xingyan nodded, her usual spirited demeanor replaced by serene stillness as she lay quietly in his arms, experiencing for the first time the comfort of a man caring for her during her menstrual cycle. Is the prince assisting Xinger with a gentle massage? He mused, bestowing upon her a lifetime of tenderness while reserving indifference and brutality for others. Chapter 58. Moving in together in the courtyard, guards were bustling in and out, carrying numerous items as if they were moving houses. A young man clad in a white, long-sleeved robe was directing them, instructing them to handle the objects with care. Xiao Wenyebai. Xia Xingyan darted out from behind him, recalling that Xiao Nanqing had a pair of twins. The one in blue was Nieqing, and the one in white was Niebai. Upon seeing Xia Xingyan, Niebai immediately cupped his hands in greeting, acknowledging her presence. What are you all doing? Xia Xingyan asked, pointing at the guards. Niebai explained that they were moving the prince's daily necessities to the other courtyard. Observing the plethora of items filling the room, books, tea sets, clothing, and shoes, she realized he intended to cohabit with her. How outrageous! He hadn't even consulted her, demonstrating a rather patriarchal attitude. As she simmered in frustration, Xiao Nanqing returned from court and, noticing her glum demeanor, quickly approached her with a smile. What is the matter? Who has upset my Xinger? Xia Xingyan pointed at the mountain of belongings that had overtaken even the study, though, thankfully, she only occupied the kitchen. You're moving in without discussing it with me? She puffed her cheeks in reproach. No need for discussion, he replied, guiding her to sit at the low table. I knew you would feel the same way. Not at all, she stubbornly denied. If you were going to bring all this stuff, why not bring the treasures and deeds to the estate too? If you desire them, I can have someone fetch them immediately. Xiao Nanqing was secretly pleased, thinking it would be wise to let her learn the ways of a housekeeper. Xia Xingyan didn't genuinely wish for such things. She was merely indulging in a moment of irritation. However, she acknowledged that his daily visits after court and then returning to the regent's residence must be exhausting. Yet, this blatant display seemed somewhat inappropriate. If seen, it would undoubtedly invite gossip. Xiao Nanqing, sensing her concerns, assured her that he had already stationed his men nearby to ensure absolute discretion. With that, Xiao Xingyan felt reassured. As lunchtime approached, an attendant entered, carrying a box of memorials. These memorials had already passed through Xiao Nanqing's hands. He selected the urgent ones to present to the emperor and discuss with the ministers in court. "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare a meal for you?" She noticed that he was preoccupied, not even touching the teacup, and felt a pang of sympathy. "The dishes prepared by Xinger are all to my liking," he said, gently squeezing her hand with a warm smile. "What about the snake soup? Today, we caught a few pattern snakes in the back mountain." She stifled a giggle behind her hand. Xiao Nanqing's expression turned pensive. She was aware that he did not consume snake meat. "All right, I was merely teasing you. I shall head to the kitchen and join you for a meal shortly." With that, she withdrew her hand, leaving with a sweet smile. In the kitchen, she had prepared a sumptuous feast, including golden leg wontons with chicken, ginkgo stewed with lilies, 3 delicacies boiled with fish belly, steamed abalone with sauce, lotus seed red bean paste, and a dish of money shrimp boxes she had discreetly learned to make at Nanqing Tower the previous day. This dish, created by Master Wei, was not found in the first half of her cookbook, leaving her uncertain if it appeared in the latter half. It was crafted from frozen meat shaped into boxes, filled with shrimp bits, lean meat, flour mushrooms, salted egg yolk, fresh bamboo shoots, and olives, then deep-fried until golden, transforming into delightful money shrimp boxes. The taste was exquisite, the presentation stunning, and upon biting, it melted in the mouth, rich and fragrant. However, the preparation was intricate and demanded precise timing. Ji Jin and the others were drooling at the sight, and Xia Xingyan made an extra portion for them to share. Once the dishes were ready and served in the study, Xiao Nanqing was still engrossed in reviewing memorials, his expression grave. "Nanqing, it's time to eat," Xia Xingyan announced as she arranged the bowls and plates with the maids. Xiao Nanqing set aside the memorials, placing his hands behind his back as he approached the table. Upon seeing her and the lavish spread, his demeanor lightened considerably, revealing a smile. "What is troubling you so?" Xia Xingyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Nanqing waved his hand dismissively, mentioning it only stirs my ire. "Most of these memorials are accusations against the Su family, corruption, embezzlement of disaster relief funds causing civil unrest, selling positions of power, and seizing estates amounting to millions. Additionally, they conspired for personal gain, colluded with enemies, and attempted to subvert the Chu Jin dynasty. Each of these offenses warrants the annihilation of the 9 clans. In my previous life, such charges were pinned on the Nangong family. Now, fate has turned its gaze upon the Su family. What does the prince intend to do?" Xia Xingyan felt a surge of righteous indignation at the mention of corrupt officials. "Tomorrow, we will return to the court to deliberate, but I worry that the Su family's faction will not easily confess. After all, the Su family is a prominent clan, deeply rooted and centuries old." Xiao Nanqing had his reasons for concern. Xia Xingyan, however, had a different perspective. Su Morong previously coerced ladies to donate their jewelry for disaster relief, thus making many enemies among officials. There will certainly be those who take this opportunity to strike. She lamented, "If only we had brought out the silver from Dingyuan village last time, it could have saved many lives. Thinking of those displaced people weighs heavily on my heart." Xiao Nanqing's countenance shifted slightly, becoming somewhat uneasy as he urged her not to speak of this matter to anyone, to avoid bringing calamity to the villagers. "I understand. No one will hear of it. Old Zhang has aided them, and I would never repay kindness with malice." Satisfied with her assurance, Xiao Nanqing's expression relaxed, finding solace in her promise. Xia Xingyan then instructed the servants to move Xiao Nanqing's belongings to the freshly tidied guest room. "Why does the prince not reside with me?" He frowned, perplexed by the effort he had made to relocate only to sleep in a guest chamber. "Of course," she replied. She certainly did not wish to be left with an unacknowledged pregnancy, only for Xiao Nanqing to deny responsibility, leaving her at a significant loss. Xiao Nanqing would categorically refuse to share a bed, instead commanding that his belongings be moved to her quarters. "Xiao and Nanqing." She rose in indignation, feeling somewhat wronged. "I have followed you with utmost fidelity, yet all the advantages are claimed by you. When you tire of me and cast me aside, to whom shall I turn for solace?" "I shall not permit you to weep," he assured her, rising to console her. He understood well the source of her worries and retrieved an object from his bosom, presenting it to her. "What is this?" she inquired, receiving it and examining it closely. It was indeed a complete golden tiger talisman, Xiao Nanqing's very lifeblood. Was he truly giving it to her? She found it hard to believe. Xiao Nanqing's broad palm rested upon her shoulder as he smiled. "With this talisman, one can command 1,000,000 troops. I entrust it to you. Are you satisfied now?" She smiled faintly, nodding slightly and whispering a few words into his ear. Xiao Nanqing's expression brightened. Has Kuei Shui departed? These days have been trying for him. As a regent, he had to endure her inexplicable anger daily, and during the nights, when his stomach ached, he had to soothe her. Other wives served their husbands. Yet here, it seemed the roles were reversed. Nevertheless, he appeared to relish it, allowing her to take the lead. "Oh dear, hurry and eat, don't speak out," she said somewhat bashfully. Xiao Nanqing, however, had no appetite left. He swept her up in his arms and carried her to the soft couch within. Instantly, the room was suffused with a springtime allure, and the attending maidservants discreetly withdrew. They did not cease until dusk began to fall. Xia Xingyan nestled against his chest, idly toying with the dark strands of his hair. He was sticky from his sweat of their earlier activities and had not called anyone to fetch water for a wash. "May I discuss something with you?" she began. "What is it?" he asked, encompassing her delicate hand within his large palm. "The child, Xiao Zhua, appears quite pitiable. Perhaps you could look after him more often, teach him martial arts or swordplay." She had a weakness for children and was fond of him. Xiao Nanqing frowned slightly and shook his head. "He is not my son. Why would I teach him?" Xia Xingyan gently punched his chest playfully. "But you are his uncle, are you not? And what of it? He has more than just this king as an uncle." Xiao Nanqing was typically cold and unyielding. "Oh, I beg you. Just teach him a little. That child is quite unfortunate. I implore you, Xiao Lang," she cooed, employing her feminine charm. A woman's ability to charm is an innate advantage, and when wielded skillfully, it often yields remarkable results. Men, aware of the snare, willingly leap into the trap. Xiao Nanqing soon found himself unable to resist her pleas and relented. All right, I shall comply with your wishes. What a torment you are." "Thank you, Nanqing. You are truly wonderful." Her words dripped with sweetness, akin to honey, as her soft lips brushed gently against his cheek. Xiao Nanqing tightened his embrace, smiling helplessly, realizing he was utterly at her mercy. Chapter 59. She wishes to depart. The days at the secluded garden were not particularly enjoyable before visitors arrived. Consort Yang and the two noble consorts, Lu and Wan. Perhaps there were few with whom to converse within the palace. When she had been present, they could at least share late-night meals, engaging in light-hearted banter over food and wine. At present, she has emerged, and these individuals, left with nowhere to go, have chased her out of the palace, presumably enticed by her culinary skills. As anticipated, after the three entered and exchanged pleasantries, they began to look around in search of delicacies. This person has become rather discerning, finding no pleasure in consuming anything else. Xia Xingyan led them to the kitchen, and the three casually followed. In the kitchen, there were prepared dried tofu sticks. Once the oil in the pot was heated, ginger, scallions, bay leaves, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, and cinnamon were added and fried until fragrant, then removed. The aromatic oil was then mixed thoroughly with the prepared seasonings. The dried tofu sticks were pan-fried until both sides turned golden, then combined with the seasonings. The resulting spicy strips were vibrant in color and delightfully chewy, their enticing aroma making one's mouth water. What was this? When she presented the spicy strips, the three stared in astonishment. Sweet and spicy. She thought the name spicy strips was too mundane and decided to rename them. Sweet and spicy bites? The three exchanged glances, hesitant to indulge, as they noticed the generous coating of chili, fearing it might scorch their mouths. Moreover, they appeared quite oily, raising concerns about being overly rich. Xia Xingyan then served them some fruit jelly, suggesting they could enjoy it if the spiciness became overwhelming. With her delicate fingers resembling tender scallions, she picked up a spicy strip and savored it with evident satisfaction, affirming that these strips possessed true soul. The three, still skeptical, mimicked her, cautiously taking a bite. Suddenly, their brows relaxed. It was not overly spicy, and a hint of sweetness emerged. Delicious, isn't it? Xia Xingyan raised an eyebrow. The flavor is peculiar yet delightful. The three chimed in unison. Indeed, Xia Xingmian beamed with pride, mentioning she had made extra, and if they liked it, they could take some home later. Naturally, they accepted graciously, feeling slightly embarrassed about taking food, yet they had brought gifts as well. Furthermore, with the Empress currently absent from the palace, it was quite rare to indulge in her culinary creations. I have heard that many have recently begun to impeach the Su family, Wang Guipin remarked. Yang Fei has always harbored a dislike for the Su family, primarily due to Su Luoqing and the enmity between Lord Su and her father. This time, it was the censor Yang Qi who took the brunt of the impeachment. I also heard that the birth mother of Su Fei has passed away, and the Empress Dowager recently summoned her and the confined Su Kaijin to mourn. The Emperor, recalling past affections, has elevated Su Luoqing to the rank of concubine, placing her on equal footing with Yang Fei. Xia Xingmian understood that while it appeared to be an act of loyalty and righteousness, it was merely a strategy to prevent any single faction from gaining too much power, maintaining a balance of influence. Although the inner palace is said to refrain from political interference, the affairs of the former dynasty often intertwine with those of the current one. With Su Luoqing's mother deceased and the Su family facing impeachment, it seems they are on the brink of a storm, with peril looming. The fate of the Nangong family in a past life may now be mirrored in the Su family's current predicament. How unpredictable the world is. I have also heard. Lu Guipin hesitated, glancing at the palace attendants nearby, instructing them to withdraw and lowering her voice. I have heard that the Su family intends to conspire with Prince Gong to stage a rebellion, seeking to have the Empress Dowager govern from behind a curtain. Is this true? Xia Xingmian and the others naturally did not believe it. Usurping the throne is a heinous crime punishable by annihilation of one's entire lineage, not to be taken lightly. It is indeed true. His Majesty has secretly tasked the regent to investigate this matter. Lu Guipin, being young and somewhat naive, dared to speak freely. The regent? It is none other than Xiao Nanqing. Xia Xingmian felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing for his safety. The Duke of Gong was the third son of the late emperor, holding a status and rank superior to Xiao Machuan. Had it not been for the support of the Nangong and Su families, Xiao Machuan would not have ascended the throne so smoothly. His uncle, brother, and even his nominal mother all harbored intentions to usurp his imperial position. How pitiable. Xia Xingmian felt a surge of sympathy for Xiao Machuan. Her own parents and relatives had shown her indifference, having tormented her throughout her childhood, though she doubted they ever contemplated her death. Upon returning to the villa after court, Xiao Nanqing was eager to meet Xia Xingmian at once, but the maid informed him that the mistress was receiving guests. When Xiao Nanqing inquired who it was, the maid answered honestly. He refrained from asking further questions and proceeded directly to the study. Staying idle in the villa was rather dull. Having someone to keep her company would alleviate her incessant worries, lest she be consumed by despair. After midday, the concubines departed, and Xia Xingmian arranged for some of her homemade pastries and spicy strips to be packed for them. The three women left contentedly, promising to return in a few days. Just as she bid farewell to her guests, Jijin hurried to inform her that the prince had returned and was in the study. He could return whenever he wished. The announcement seemed unnecessary, yet Xia Xingmian found herself instinctively heading toward the study. Xiao Nanqing was seated at the desk, engrossed in his reading, his focused demeanor captivating and alluring. The taut line of his jaw and his exquisite features rendered him undeniably handsome. If ever given the chance to return and publish a book, it would surely be a sensation. She envisioned distributing a copy to every diner in the restaurant, her thoughts drifting into a reverie. What has you smiling so foolishly, Xing? Xiao Nanqing's gaze lifted to find her grinning absent-mindedly. I was pondering the era in which I once lived. Although there were no cherished individuals there, I had work and a career. It has been so long. I wonder how my job is faring. Has my body been discovered? Xiao Nanqing's eyes darkened as he drew her into his embrace, seating her upon his lap. Do you wish to return? If I could find the Wei family recipes, perhaps I could go back, she whispered softly, her heart conflicted. If she truly left, it could mean never seeing him again. He was the only man in this world who accepted her without disdain and treated her with kindness, repeatedly risking his life to save her from perilous situations. To provide her with a sense of security, he had entrusted her with the golden tiger talisman. a symbol of his own life. A man like him would be impossible to encounter again in her lifetime. Xiao Nanqing felt a profound sorrow. No matter how he treated her, she ultimately yearned to depart. He could hardly fathom the fear and unease he would feel without her by his side. The mere thought of her leaving pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. Even breathing became a torment. "Promise me, do not leave me," he implored, holding her tightly, his voice trembling with desperation. He was genuinely terrified of her departure. Without her, he felt he would lose all hope of survival. Seeing the redness at the corners of his eyes, his dark, lustrous gaze veiled in mist, Xia Xingyan's heart ached for him. "Do not be sorrowful. I merely spoke in jest. As long as you do not seek other women behind my back, I will not leave you." Her voice was gentle, soothing his tumultuous heart. "Never shall there be another woman for me, apart from you," he declared, grasping her delicate hand, his long fingers entwining with hers. "You shall not betray me, and I shall remain steadfast in my devotion." She made her promise, her heart yearning for a life together, sharing meals and seasons. After a tender moment, he suddenly recalled an upcoming gathering at Nanqing Tower. "Shall I don the apron and cook myself?" she teased with a playful smile. "No need for that," Xiao Nanqing replied. "The cooks in the tower are sufficient. I do not wish for you to tire yourself. Ideally, you should only prepare meals for me." Such a delightful thought. She playfully tapped his prominent nose. "As my royal spouse, can you not ponder such things?" He raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure. "Or do you harbor doubts? Perhaps contemplating other men? Could it be Xiao Mo Chuan, considering you once mentioned that she had no desire to be empress?" The thought of her still being Xiao Mo Chuan's empress ignited a fire within him. Outside, a servant from the duke and his son arrived with an array of nourishing supplements. Summer Xingyan sighed, realizing how tirelessly Nangong and his son endeavored for her to conceive, sending various tonic ingredients and herbs every other day. The kitchen was nearly overflowing with bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, and deer antler. Xiao Nanqing chuckled, placing his broad palm on her flat abdomen, teasing, "It seems the duke and his son are reproaching me for not trying hard enough." She blushed, half-heartedly resisting his jest. Chapter 60. The recipe of the Wei family. The evenings in Yuzhou City were particularly vibrant, adorned with lanterns, and the shops lining the bluestone streets glimmered with lights. Street vendors set up stalls selling wontons, steamed buns, and various delicacies, while flower lanterns and face masks attracted many patrons. Following a previous flood that had driven many refugees into Yuzhou, the waters had receded, allowing numerous individuals to settle in the city, engaging in small trades, further enlivening the atmosphere. At Nanqing Tower, the ambience was equally radiant. The main hall was filled with diners, while exotic dancers from distant lands performed on stage. Summer Xingyan perused the accounts, pleased with the flourishing business. On the third floor, in the most opulent private room, the intricately carved windows were shut tight. Today, Xiao Nanqing hosted a gathering, shrouded in mystery. Outside, patrons at the tea stall pretended to sip tea while secretly observing the activities within Nanqing Tower. It remained uncertain whether these individuals were associated with Xiao Nanqing or her guests. Several waitstaff brought dishes to the private room, but were halted by Nie Qing, who instructed the guards to take them inside. The staff, scratching their heads, complied with the order, but soon encountered Summer Xingyan, who informed them they could not enter. Not allowed inside? How enigmatic. Could it be a few young ladies? This notion was quickly dismissed by Summer Xingyan. Xiao Nanqing was not bold enough for such a risk, especially not under her watchful eyes. Never mind, I shall check the kitchen instead. As autumn set in and the weather cooled, the kitchen staff donned short jackets, working diligently and sweating profusely, the flames illuminating their faces. Master Chef Wei was surrounded by several assistants and those urging for timely dishes, as Xiao Nanqing had specifically requested him to prepare the meals for the private room today. One of the apprentices stood apart from the others, holding a pen and paper, occasionally jotting down notes. Master Wei showed him considerable care, his gaze imbued with a rare gentleness, as he frequently explained the methods and techniques of cooking the dishes in the pot. "Who is that apprentice?" Xia Xingyan inquired curiously of Lei Yu behind her. Lei Yu chuckled. "Sister, have you forgotten? He is the one you sent for last time." "Oh, is it him?" Xia Xingyan realized, recognizing him as the little assistant from the imperial kitchen. Now that his injury had healed, He had grown taller and sturdier, making it difficult for her to recognize him. "Bring him over," Xia Xingyan commanded. Lei Yu swiftly sent someone to fetch the young man, who immediately bowed upon seeing Xia Xingyan. "Give it to me," Xia Xingyan said, pointing at the paper in his hand. The young man promptly presented it, anxiously explaining, "I intended to record Master Wei's dishes and compile a recipe book. Not to be lazy." "Master Wei? A recipe book?" Xia Xingyan glanced down at the few sheets of paper, which included dishes like fried chicken and phoenix garb, spring buds with eggs, and grapefruit braised shrimp. 2 of these dishes came from the upper section of the Wei family recipe. The others must belong to the lower section. "How many dishes have you recorded so far?" Xia Xingyan asked again. The young man scratched his head. 18 dishes. "Bring them all to me," Xia Xingyan said, a surge of excitement coursing through her. She wished to confirm her suspicions. The young man promptly rushed to his room to retrieve the recorded recipes, respectfully handing them to Xia Xingyan. She meticulously reviewed each page, astonished to find that half of them originated from the upper section of the Wei family recipe. Could it be that this young man was the author of the recipe book? The recipes were divided into 2 sections. The upper section held 180 dishes, while the lower contained 181. Half of the 18 dishes were from the upper section, and the remaining half should be from the lower section. However, certain dishes like clear soup with tiger gallbladder, flying dragon soup, and frog belly on a plate were deemed too cruel and prohibited by the state, so she had never prepared them. Nevertheless, she had mastered the remaining 177 dishes. It was precisely because she had fortuitously discovered the recipe book at an old bookstall that her culinary skills had soared, amassing a fortune within a few short years. "What is your name?" Xia Xingyan asked eagerly. The young man replied that he was originally named Xiao Shunzi, but after coming to Nanqing Tower, Master Wei had taken him under his wing and adopted him as his son, renaming him Wei Shun. Wei Shun, the Wei family recipe? And with those dishes? Ah, this Wei Shun must indeed be the author of the recipe book. Xia Xingyan felt a thrill of joy. It seemed that her quest for the recipe book had yielded unexpected results. "Xiao Shunzi, beginning tomorrow, I shall teach you how to cook alongside Master Wei. You must diligently compile the recipe book." Unable to contain her delight, she thought her idol was now within reach. If she could hasten the compilation of the recipe book, she would acquire the complete Wei family recipe. She had not seen the lower section and could teach him the upper section. Xiao Shunzi appeared bewildered, not comprehending his master's intentions, standing there in a daze. "What are you standing there for?" Zhu Yin urged. "Your ancestors have bestowed great merit upon you. Your master has taken you as a disciple. You should bow and express your gratitude." Xiao Shunzi suddenly came to his senses, promptly kneeling on the ground and bowing his head several times in gratitude for his master's favor. Xia Xingyan quickly rose to assist him, gazing at his rosy lips and white teeth with great satisfaction. In the elegant chamber, the dishes on the table had only been slightly disturbed, while a considerable amount of wine had been consumed. Surprisingly, the guests invited by Xiao Nanqing today were the Duke of Gong and Lord Su. The men of the Xiao family were generally handsome, but the Duke of Gong was an exception. He had a round face, short stature, and small squinting eyes that glimmered with cunning. Perhaps this was the only feature reminiscent of the Xiao lineage. The Duke's confidence in rebellion stemmed from the fact that his territory contained a gold mine, providing him with substantial financial resources. Over the years, he had secretly recruited soldiers and stockpiled provisions. In a past life, the Nangong family, in desperation, colluded with the Duke of Gong to instigate a coup, resulting in the annihilation of 300,000 troops. The Duke's entire family, numbering over 700, was executed, and the Nangong clan was entirely eradicated. The Empress, Nangong Jiala, took her own life in the Cold Palace. History was poised to repeat itself, but this time, the Duke of Nangong had been replaced by Lord Su. Both men were acutely aware that their current strength was insufficient, and the regent Xiao Nanqing had been restless, making it clear that if they aligned with him, seizing the throne would be as effortless as plucking a flower. They both vowed to honor Xiao Nanqing as their superior once their ambitions came to fruition. Yet he merely smiled in silence. Naturally, he had no intention of collaborating with them. However, the Duke's gold mine intrigued him greatly. "Your Highness need not rush to respond," said Lord Su, noticing Xiao Nanqing's indecision and not wanting to press too hard. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Duke, who immediately understood and clapped his hands. Two young women, with delicate features and rosy lips, entered the elegant chamber. His nephew had intentionally chosen these two beauties as gifts for the Duke. The Duke wore a sycophantic smile, eager to please. Xiao Nanqing's expression turned stern. He feared that bringing these two women back would provoke someone's jealousy. The Duke's taste seemed quite different from his own. These two women, were they truly beautiful? In his heart, he cherished the idea of refined, graceful women, and thus found no allure in others. The implication was clear. These two women did not meet his standards. The Duke's face fell, and he waved dismissively for them to leave. He then mentioned that 10 chests of gold had already been dispatched to the regent's residence. Xiao Nanqing raised his wine cup, and the Duke and Lord Su followed suit, sharing an unspoken understanding. Xia Xingyan intended to wait for Xiao Nanqing to return to the other courtyard, but as the last of the guests departed, he still had not concluded his affairs. She overheard Niebai mention that the prince had indulged a bit too much in wine that day, prompting her to ask Lei Yu to prepare a room for him to stay overnight and to brew a hangover remedy. Xiao Nanqing, feeling slightly inebriated, walked unsteadily, immediately embracing Xia Xingyan and refusing to let go. Nie Qing and the others, witnessing this, promptly withdrew, leaving only Nie Bai, who stood foolishly until he was tugged away by Nie Qing. "Star, my lady, my wife," he slurred, intoxicated. "Who is your wife?" Xia Xingyan replied, detecting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. She gently patted the back of his hand and offered him the hangover remedy. Xiao Nanqing, displaying childlike stubbornness, pushed it away and shook his head. "I won't drink. Be obedient, drink up," she coaxed softly. "You feed me," he insisted, acting like a rogue. "Very well. I shall feed you," Xia Xingyan replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. She brought the remedy to his lips, but he still refused, shaking his head. Xia Xingyan was aware of his subtle intentions. She took a gentle sip of the hangover soup, savoring it in her mouth before feeding it to him. Xiao Nanqing smacked his lips, still wanting more, and playfully pulled her towards the bed. "Stop fooling around. You're tugging at my hair." She pushed him away, only to be drawn back into his embrace. The room was filled with the fragrance of spring. Even the moon seemed shy, hiding behind the clouds. Chapter 61. The fool who was beaten outside. Nie Qing and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, watching as the time for court approached with no sign of the prince rising to dress. Such a color, akin to a bone-slicing steel blade. Why has the prince ever risen late? They could only fret, too timid to enter and urge him, signaling Ji Jin and Zhu Yin to check on their master. The two merely smiled gently at him, quickly concealing their expressions. "Your prince is going to court, not my master," with no reliance on the women. Nie Qing turned his attention to the dim-witted Nie Bai beside him, giving him a gentle nudge. "It's getting late. Could you see if the prince is awake?" "Why should I go? Why don't you go?" Nie Bai replied suspiciously, suddenly appearing rather clever. Nie Qing was momentarily taken aback, but promptly urged, "Isn't the prince particularly fond of you? You are his most trusted guard." "That does make sense. I'll go take a look," Nie Bai conceded, finding the logic reasonable. Inside the room, Xiao Nanqing was already awake, yet his arm was cradled by Xia Xingyan. If he were to move it, she would undoubtedly wake. Thus, he allowed her to rest upon him. She looked sweet as she slumbered, her eyes tightly closed, and her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows like a small fan. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, as if she were smiling. Alas, this was the visage of Nangong Jiala. One could only wonder what her true appearance was like. Perhaps it mirrored her flamboyant and captivating personality. "My lord, it's south time for court," came Nie Bai's voice from beyond the door. Xiao Nanqing frowned slightly. Xia Xingyan stirred, opening her eyes just enough to peck at his cheek. "Why haven't you gone to court yet?" she murmured, snuggling closer, believing he had already departed. "I'm not going today." With the soft fragrance of her presence surrounding him, thoughts of court were far from his mind. The warm curtains of the lotus chamber make for a brief spring night. Henceforth, the king shall not rise early for court. He had once thought this a mere jest, but now he felt its truth deeply. Outside, Nie Bai, oblivious to the situation, continued to urge him. "Withdraw," Xiao Nanqing snapped, exasperated. After all this time, Niebai still lacked the discernment to understand. Xia Xingyan also encouraged him to rise. Having always perceived Xiao Nanqing as a stoic, austere man, she was surprised to discover his somewhat childish side after being together. "All right, get up. I'll help you dress," she coaxed him gently. At last, Xiao Nanqing ceased his reluctance and rose, albeit with some unwillingness. Ji Jin and the others brought warm water for his morning rituals, while Lei Yu delivered breakfast. "Something significant may occur in the city soon, and I will be rather busy. Try to stay in the other courtyard, and let Niebai remain by your side to protect you," Xiao Nanqing advised. In the past, he had lived a solitary existence, unencumbered and free. Now, with her presence, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Significant matters? What would they possibly be? Xia Xingyan was unconcerned, stating that there were guards in the other courtyard and that Zhu Yin was providing personal protection, while Lei He was present in Nanqing Tower. However, Xiao Nanqing remained resolute. Although Niebai might be somewhat naive, his skills were commendable. He had followed her since childhood and had been trained under her guidance. With the Duke of Gong and the Su family stirring with ambition, she felt uneasy without a few capable individuals by her side for protection. All right, Xia Xingyan conceded. Despite Niebai's simplicity, he possessed a certain charm. Upon hearing that he was to stay, Niebai nearly erupted with joy. Casting a proud glance at Nie Qing before positioning himself alongside Ji Jin and the others. Following the Empress would certainly lead to a more fortunate life with the prince. Not only would he escape reprimands, but he would also have an endless supply of delectable food and be surrounded by beautiful maidens. Just the thought of it was delightful. After seeing Xiao Nanqing off, Xia Xingyan tidied up briefly and set off to the market with Ji Jin and the others. The morning market was bustling, as local farmers brought their homegrown fruits and vegetables to sell. Coinciding with the market day, it was particularly lively, featuring preserved fruits, dried goods, furs, utensils, livestock, and even slaves. After serving for a while, Niebai felt a sense of ease he had never experienced before. There was food, there was fun, and after only a short stroll, his stomach was already round with oil cakes, twisted dough, persimmon cakes, roasted pork, turtle jelly, black sesame paste, and glutinous rice. Xia Xingyan also ordered a significant amount of ingredients needed for Nanqing Tower, instructing someone to have them delivered to the establishment shortly. Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered, tightly packed in layers, and both Niebai and Ji Jin, being fond of excitement, cast their gazes several times in that direction. "Go on if you wish," Xia Xingyan saw through their intentions. The two, granted permission, dashed forward with childlike exuberance, with Niebai still clutching a sugar-coated hawthorn stick. The onlookers pointed and whispered, as if discussing a fool who had stolen a gold hairpin and was caught in the act, refusing to let go. After much effort, they squeezed into the throng and indeed witnessed two burly men surrounding a disheveled fool, mercilessly battering him. The fool curled up, clutching a gold hairpin tightly in his hand, crying out for his sister. Niebai remarked, "You fool, if you've stolen something, just return it to avoid a beating." Ji Jin, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized that the gold hairpin belonged to their master, having been lost for quite some time. "This hairpin is clearly my master's. How could it possibly belong to you?" Ji Jin asserted, hands on her hips, stepping forward to confront the assailants. The two thugs, dismissing her as just a little girl, ordered her to leave quickly or else they would beat her as well. Before they could finish, Niebai delivered a swift kick, sending one of them sprawling. "What are you doing? Get lost, or my sword 1T be merciful." Seeing the determination in Niebai, the thugs, sensing they were outmatched, scrambled away. Ji Jin approached the fool, demanding the hairpin, but he would not relinquish it, continuing to call for his sister. Ji Jin and Niebai offered him the sugar-coated hawthorn, but he merely swallowed hard, still guarding the hairpin and watching them warily. "Why waste words on a fool? Just take it," Niebai said bluntly, stepping forward to snatch the hairpin. As he reached for it, the fool suddenly bit him. Niebai felt a sharp pain and released his grip, allowing the fool to cling tightly to the golden hairpin. The onlookers had mostly dispersed, and Xia Xingyan approached with her companions. "Sister," the fool exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he stumbled forward, presenting the hairpin to her as if it were a treasure. The sight before her, a ragged, filthy beggar wearing only one tattered shoe, was none other than Xiao Bao. Xia Xingmian gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Xiao Bao, is that really you? Zan Dezuye Song. How did you find your way to Yuzhou City all alone? Did you walk all this way? She lamented Zhang Daju's carelessness in allowing him to venture out alone. Had he run away secretly? It had been some time since they last met, and he had lost considerable weight. Xia Xingyan took Xiao Bao back to Nanqing Tower, where she had him change into clean clothes and personally prepared a meal for him. Knowing his fondness for candied fruits and nuts, she instructed someone to procure the finest delicacies. Watching him devour the food ravenously, she felt a surge of compassion, realizing the hardships he must have endured on a journey. She resolved to send word to Zhang Dezhu in Dingyuan village upon Xiao Nanqing's return, to spare the old man from unnecessary worry. Xiao and Nanqing emerged from the barracks, and by then the hour was late. Upon reaching the villa, the maid informed him that his mistress had not yet returned. Suspecting she might still be at Nanqing Tower, he decided to bring Nie Qing along to fetch her. Xiao Bao was joyfully playing with Shi Jin and the others, refusing to take a nap, while Xia Xingyan laughed heartily at their antics. The sound of a carriage echoed outside Nanqing Tower, heralding the arrival of Xiao Nanqing and Nie Qing. Xinger, Xiao Nanqing exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he entered the room. A day apart felt like an eternity, and he had missed her dearly. Upon seeing him, Xia Xingyan quickly stood up, her face radiant with a smile as she playfully pulled him closer. Guess who has come to visit? Ji Jin and the others pushed Xiao Bao forward, and Xiao Nanqing's smile gradually faded. The realization that this fool had managed to reach Nanqing Tower struck him. He had indeed been remiss in not conducting a thorough search at the time. Xiao Bao's expression shifted to one of terror upon seeing Xiao Nanqing, shouting, "Bad man! Bad man!" He hid behind Xia Xingyan, too frightened to emerge. Xia Xingyan assumed he had been frightened earlier that day and quickly reassured him, "Xiao Bao, don't be afraid. This is Brother Xiao. You both used to catch fish together." However, the terrified Xiao Bao refused to listen, clutching his head as memories of that fateful night flooded back. The entire village had been engulfed in flames, and he had witnessed Brother Xiao kill his father. While playing by the river, he had stumbled upon the horrific scene, only to be tripped by a stone and lose consciousness. When he awoke the next day, the village was in ruins and everyone was gone. With nowhere else to turn, he had brought the hairpin to seek out his sister, recalling his father's words that, in times of trouble, he could take the hairpin to find his sister at Nanqing Tower. He had asked many people for directions before finally arriving here. Chapter 62. The visit of Xiao Mo Chuan. With Xia Xingyan's comforting words, Xiao Bao gradually calmed down, though he still dared not approach Xiao Nanqing, keeping his head bowed to avoid his gaze. After instructing the lay siblings to look after Xiao Bao, Xia Xingyan jestingly inquired on their way back what exactly Xiao Nanqing had done to frighten him so. Xiao Nanqing, with a fleeting look of panic in his dark eyes, quickly composed himself and replied nonchalantly, "What could I possibly do to a fool? He likely encountered some fright along the way." Xia Xingyan found his words quite reasonable. When she saw Xiao Bao today, he was indeed being bullied. Observing his disheveled appearance, unkempt hair, tattered clothes, and missing shoes, his hardships were self-evident. She intended to let him stay here for a while and planned to send someone with supplies to Uncle Zhang tomorrow, while also informing him that Xiao Bao had arrived in the capital. The elderly man, who relied on his son for companionship at such an advanced age, would undoubtedly be frantic upon learning of his son's disappearance. The entire village of Dingyuan had perished at the hands of the man before her. There was no one left. When Xiao Nanqing heard that she intended to send someone over, she advised her to take care of herself, assuring her that she would arrange for someone to go. Xia Xingyan took this to heart, believing in a natural inclination to repay kindness, completely unaware that the elder who had saved them, along with the entire village, had been mercilessly slaughtered. She could not fathom that someone could be so utterly depraved. For Xiao Nanqing, Xiao Bao's arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. What could a fool possibly do? Nothing of consequence, yet he could inadvertently expose secrets. He no longer cared if others discovered the truth. But if Xia Xingyan were to learn of it, complications would surely arise. He regretted not having eradicated the threat at its roots, which now posed a danger. Observing the fool's demeanor, it was evident that he had witnessed the events of that fateful night. He could not be allowed to remain. Xiao Nanqing clenched her fists. She flitted between the Biyuan and Nanqing building, tending to Xiao Bao while also instructing Wei Shan in the culinary arts. Recently, Xiao Xingyan had grown increasingly fatigued, to the point where she did not even notice when Xiao Nanqing had left. By the time the sun was high in the sky, she was still blissfully asleep on the embroidery bed. A luxurious carriage came to a halt in front of Biyuan, and a man clad in an ice-blue satin robe, with a jade belt cinched at his waist, descended with an air of elegance, as if he had stepped out of a painting. The guards at Biyuan intercepted him, but upon the inner servant revealing his insignia, they immediately bowed and knelt. Xiao Mo Chuan gestured for the guards to remain silent. Since Xia Xingyan had moved out of the palace, he had not seen her. After a considerable time apart, he had taken the opportunity to come and check on her today. The attendants informed him that their mistress had yet to rise. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo Chuan decided to see for himself. The maids guarding the quarters were suddenly flustered upon seeing Xiao Mo Chuan. Could it be that the emperor had received some intelligence and was here to catch someone in the act? Just a thought sent chills down their spines. As they prepared to enter and report, Xiao Mo Chuan had already approached. "I have come to see the Empress." "You may leave," he commanded, waving his hand dismissively. "Yes, Your Highness," they replied, bowing their heads and retreating with trepidation, all the while sweating for both themselves and their mistress. Outside the quarters lay a dense bamboo grove, where even in daylight, the lighting was dim, with dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. The woman on the embroidery bed remained in a deep slumber, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her smooth back, covered only by a thin blanket around her waist. Her radiant, fair skin and gracefully elongated figure were partially exposed. Spring's tender light revealed all, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Xiao Mo Chuan swallowed hard, staring at the expanse of spring beauty before him. He averted his gaze and stepped back outside, instructing the maids to assist Xia Xingyan in changing her attire while he waited for her in the front hall. Unbeknownst to Xia Xingyan, Xiao Mo Chuan had come to visit her. She hurriedly groomed herself and changed before making her way to the front hall. After a prolonged absence, the queen appeared to have gained a bit of roundness, remarked Xiao Mo Chuan in jest. "Is this not akin to saying one has become plump?" Xia Xingyan lowered her gaze and noticed she had indeed put on some weight. It seemed midnight snacks were no longer an option. "On the other hand, Your Majesty appears somewhat leaner." Without any reservations, Xia Xingyan took a seat directly in front of him. "But what weighs on your mind?" "With a regent in the previous dynasty and 2 Empress dowagers in the imperial harem, I find myself quite at ease," he self-deprecatingly replied, though a hint of unwillingness lingered in his words. Xia Xingyan, discerning the underlying tone, teased, "So Your Majesty has been reminded of your humble chef?" Xiao Mo Chuan laughed. "I miss the queen dearly every single day." This was not an exaggeration. Ever since her departure, he frequently visited the Zicheng Hall, but alas, it was a place transformed, now only inhabited by a few remaining eunuchs and palace maids. He had come this time to present Xia Xingyan with a piece of jade raw material, exquisite in quality. Its translucent green reminiscent of clear waters, said to be this year's tribute from the southern region. Xia Xingyan expressed her gratitude to Xiao Mo Chuan. She later fashioned the jade into 5 identical bracelets, inscribing names on the inner sides. She kept one for herself and gifted the other 4 to Lei Yu, Ji Jin, Zhu Yin, and Luo Qingyi. She was a modern individual. In her heart, there were no distinctions between master and servant. All were equals. Those who treated her kindly were regarded as sisters. As noon approached, Xia Xingyan remembered to inquire if Xiao Mo Chuan had dined. "Having not savored the queen's culinary skills for quite some time, I naturally arrived with an empty stomach," Xiao Mo Chuan jested. Though he had issued an edict stripping her of her title, he still found himself accustomed to addressing her as the queen, perhaps in his heart. That decree had never truly been enacted. After all, only the 2 of them were privy to this matter, and he vaguely sensed that the edict would eventually become a mere scrap of paper. A butcher delivering meat to the other courtyard had brought along some offal, which the kitchen staff deemed beneath them and refused to accept. Xia Xingyan intervened, feeling ashamed to waste such good ingredients. Coincidentally, with Xiao Mo Chuan visiting today, She decided to prepare a feast centered around pig intestines. However, coming from the royal lineage, he likely had never encountered such humble fare. Xia Xingmian was a professional chef in the modern world, or rather, a culinary instructor, with deft movements. She soon had the dishes prepared for the table: stir-fried pickled cabbage with pig intestines, boiled pig intestines, braised pig intestines, stir-fried pig intestine soup with duck blood, garlic-stuffed pig intestines, fragrant sausage, dry pot pig intestines, and spicy pig intestine noodles. These dishes did not originate from the Wei family cookbook, but were learned from her father, Xia Bin, a third-rate chef whose specialty was pig intestines. Xia Xingmian had absorbed much from him since childhood. She was correct in her assumption. A noble like Xiao Machuan, even if not favored, had never tasted such humble food. Unaware of what he was consuming, he assumed it was merely ordinary fare, finding it tender, fragrant, and utterly delicious. What is this made of? Xiao Machuan only thought to inquire after finishing his meal. Xia Xingmian chuckled lightly. I think you might not want to know. If you find out, you might be inclined to regurgitate it. No, I wish to know, Xiao Machuan insisted. Very well, since he was so adamant. Xia Xingmian rose and whispered in his ear. Xiao Imo Chuan's complexion turned pale, his stomach churning violently. He had just consumed that part of the pig, and in such abundance. Xia Xingmian chuckled, her laughter causing her to sway back and forth, observing him on the verge of vomiting yet unable to do so. She promptly rose to pat his back and offered him a cup of tea, repeatedly assuring him that she had washed it thoroughly, leaving no trace of odor. However, Xiao Imo Chuan remained impervious to her reassurances, continuing to retch uncontrollably. Outside the hall, a sharp gaze fell upon the two, although their words were inaudible. Their mirth was evident. Xiao Nanqing seethed with rage upon seeing the guard stationed there, realizing that Xiao Imo Chuan had arrived, only to stumble upon this scene. She had prepared meals for him, engaged in lively banter, and displayed an intimacy that seemed to disregard his existence. Luo Qing, standing behind the prince, sensed the discontent radiating from Xiao Nanqing and wished to alert the master within the hall, yet found herself at a loss. Xiao Nanqing contemplated storming in and confronting Xiao Imo Chuan, who dared to snatch away her woman. But suddenly, she felt a lack of standing. For Xia Xingmian's identity as Nangong Jialu, the queen consort of Xiao Imo Chuan, loomed large. Realizing this, her spirits sank, her clenched fists gradually relaxed, and she suppressed the urge to barge in, leaving in despondence. Unbeknownst to Xia Xingmian, Xiao Nanqing had returned. Once Xiao Imo Chuan's agitation subsided, she inquired what matter warranted a red cloth imperial edict. Yet, Xiao Imo Chuan's response veered off topic, mentioning a royal hunt in a few days and inviting her to join. Xia Xingmian wished to press further, but he evaded her inquiry, claiming fatigue and excusing himself back to the palace. Sighing deeply, Xia Xingmian watched his retreating figure with a heavy heart. Chapter 63. Assassination. Just as she bid farewell to Xiao Imo Chuan, Ji Jin hurriedly approached, expressing urgency that the prince intended to move out. Xiao Nanqing was leaving? Xia Xingmian furrowed her brow, perplexed by the unfolding drama. Following Ji Jin to the study, she found Xiao Nanqing standing there, his demeanor icy, while Nie Qing and Nie Bai directed the guards in packing up. Upon noticing Xia Xingmian's entrance, Xiao Nanqing turned his face away, refusing to acknowledge her. What is the matter? She inquired, approaching him with curiosity. Why the sudden departure? Feeling inexplicably wronged, Xiao Nanqing coldly replied, This prince may be an inconvenience to the queen here. It is best I take my leave. His tone was distant, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Luo Qing exchanged glances with Xia Xingmian, understanding the underlying tension. Xiao Nanqing was evidently irked by Xiao Imo Chuan's presence. It was as if he had consumed a barrel of vinegar. The dignified regent of Chu Jin was reduced to a jealous figure. Yet, she had merely shared a few casual words and prepared a meal for Xiao Imo Chuan. How could he doubt her faithfulness? Feeling unjustly aggrieved, she refrained from explaining herself and instead instructed Ji Jin and the others to continue packing, declaring her intent to return to the palace. Upon hearing her mention of returning to the palace, Xiao Nanqing's anger flared, his expression darkening further. Though Ji Jin and the others acquiesced, their actions were sluggish. Sensing the tension between his master and the queen, Nianqing commanded the guards to cease their packing and step outside. The study was left with only the two of them. Xiao Nanqing, still seething, questioned, "Why do you wish to return to the palace?" He merely sought an explanation. Yet she insisted on leaving. To return to the palace? You spend your days in close proximity to Xiao Mo Chuan. He was engulfed by a profound sense of insecurity, plagued by the fear that she might leave him, that she might no longer want him. Xia Xingyan intentionally provoked him, naturally returning to seek the emperor. "For he is my husband. Did my father and brothers not always wish for me to bear child? I cannot remain here indefinitely." The thought of her returning to be with Xiao Mochuan and bearing children ignited a furious blaze within him, causing his heart to ache as if it were being cut by a knife. "You shall not return," he declared, blocking her path and holding her tightly in his embrace. "Do not go back. I wish to see you every day. It was you who wished to depart. He came to see me today, and I prepared a meal for him. We chatted for a while, and nothing more. Do you not trust me at all?" she replied, feeling a sense of injustice. "No, I trust you," he murmured. "I am merely envious." He had intended to be furious, but her outburst quelled his anger, and his concern that she might truly return to the palace diminished his ire. Xia Xingmian pressed on, "Your Highness, it is not jealousy. It is clearly a lack of trust. Do not call me Your Highness," he insisted, preferring that she address him as Nanqing or husband. Those words, uttered from her lips, were particularly melodious. "Just last night, did you not express your delight at being called Your Highness?" Xia Xingmian teased, growing increasingly bold in his presence, even bringing up their playful moments beneath the bed. Xiao Nanqing's face flushed. This woman was bolder than he, openly discussing matters of intimacy. "Aren't you ashamed to speak of such things, being a lady?" he gently reproached. Xia Xingmian shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "You are allowed to do so, yet I am not permitted to speak of it." Xiao Nanqing found himself at a loss for words. He was always self-disciplined and never indulged in romantic affairs. Yet encountering her had led him to nightly revelry. Was he perhaps indulging too much? He began to reflect. No wonder the rough soldiers in the barracks yearned for the warmth of home with their wives and children. Despite his attempts at restraint, seeing her delicate form and catching a whiff of her faint fragrance stirred desires within him. Fearing her ridicule, he suppressed his urges. To his surprise, Xia Xingmian perceptively discerned his thoughts and suggested, "If your Highness desires, choose a princess, take a concubine, or perhaps even several maids." "Very well, I shall immediately command arrangements. I estimate there are no fewer than 8,000 maidens in Chujin eager to marry me," Xiao Nanqing countered, turning the tables on her. "You, an older man, seeking so many maidens? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself?" Xia Xingmian retorted, her fair face flushed with indignation. Xiao Nanqing smiled, turning her body to face him and gently grasping her chin. "Are you truly angry?" "No," she vehemently denied. "Good, do not be upset. Having you is sufficient for me. You must keep your distance from Xiao Mochuan in the future." He spoke softly, attempting to soothe her. Xia Xingmian pouted, slightly mollified, and looked up at him, playfully warning, "From now on, you must not gaze at other women." "Very well. Shall I replace all the horses in the manor with stallions?" He teased indulgently. "At least you understand." Xia Xingyan finally felt her mood lighten a bit. Outside the hall, the onlookers stood in silence, none daring to speak, only hearing the sounds of laughter between the couple within, which relieved the crowd. "Shall we assist the prince in relocating his belongings?" Nieba inquired innocently. A faint chuckle escaped from Ji Jin and the others, who merely exchanged awkward smiles. Nieba shook his head, pondering how to remedy his foolish brother's enthusiasm. The prince had no intention of departing, yet this simpleton was so eager to help with the moving. After being in the prince's company for so long, he still could not fathom his master's thoughts. The night was deepening, with the pale moonlight casting a melancholic aura. Dark clouds drifted by, obscuring even the scant light. The South Star Tower had lost its daytime bustle. All had succumbed to slumber, enveloped in tranquility. A masked shadow leaped down from the rooftop, stealthily pushing open the door to a room. Within, a man lay in deep sleep, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Upon catching sight of the bed's occupant, the shadow's gaze hardened, and without a moment's hesitation, it raised a knife. "Who goes there?" Leahy's voice boomed as he entered from outside. Startled by the commotion, the shadow, upon seeing Leahy, swung the knife towards the bed. Quick as lightning, Leahy lunged forward, intercepting the descending blade. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, the shadow surprisingly failing to gain any advantage. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm Xiao Bao?" In the face of imminent danger, Leahy momentarily forgot his stutter. The shadow remained silent, both adversaries locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, another shadow entered, clearly an accomplice, with a singular intent to eliminate Xiao Bao. The ensuing brawl roused Xiao Bao from his slumber. Groggy and frightened, he screamed at the sight of the flashing blades, calling out, "Bad people! Bad people!" The horrific memory of witnessing his village's massacre surged back, igniting a panicked frenzy within him. The clamor of the struggle, coupled with Xiao Bao's terrified cries, disrupted the rest of the occupants in the tower. Many guests, hastily donning their garments, emerged, while the workers of South Star Tower rushed forth. Sensing the tide turning against them, the two cloaked figures exchanged glances and swiftly ascended to the rooftop, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Leahy attempted to pursue them, but was restrained by Lei Yu's warning, "Do not chase a cornered foe." The bamboo swayed gracefully, the wind rustling through the grove with a soft whisper. Xiao Nanqing, draped in a black night robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back, his countenance grave and brow furrowed, casting a cold glance at the two subordinates who bowed their heads in shame. The masks had been removed, revealing Nie Qing and Nie Bai, both engulfed in embarrassment for their failed mission. "Incompetence, you could not even eliminate a fool," Xiao Nanqing reprimanded sternly. Having trained them since childhood, he expected far greater prowess from these once promising talents. Nie Qing hung his head, too ashamed to retort, while Nie Bai muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for that Leahy intervening, I would have succeeded." "Leahy? The guard from South Star Tower possesses such skill?" Xiao Nanqing scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he glared at them. "What purpose do I have in raising you if you cannot even best a mere errand boy? Forgive us." "Your Highness," both brothers knelt in unison, with Nie Bai unusually silent. Their humiliation was palpable. Not only had they failed their mission, but together they could not overpower that rascal Leahy. "This must have been a mere oversight. We shall surely rectify it tonight," they declared resolutely. "Fear not. We shall eliminate that fool," Nie Qing hastily assured, sensing the prince's growing displeasure. "No need," Xiao Nanqing interjected firmly. "Now that the grass has been stirred and the snake has been startled, it is believed that tomorrow Xia Xingyan will discover that someone intends to harm Xiao Bao, and this will inevitably lead to exposure. Fortunately, he is a fool, and what he says will not be believed by others. The opinions of others matter little, as long as that little woman does not believe him. Otherwise, there will certainly be a commotion." Chapter 64. This prince wishes to be a father. At the back mountain of the Bai Garden lies a martial arts training ground, not particularly vast, yet capable of accommodating over 1,000 soldiers simultaneously. Surrounding it are dense woods, the leaves now turning yellow with the arrival of autumn, and many trees are adorned with delightful red and yellow fruits. Various weapons, swords, bows, spears, and clubs, are laid out in the training area, where Nie Qing and Nie Bai are instructing the soldiers. Standing there is the tall figure of Xiao Nanqing, his hands clasped behind him, his expression calm, yet exuding an air of authority. Xia Xingyan approaches with Ji Jin and the others, carrying several food boxes. "Your Highness," she gently calls out. Upon seeing her, Xiao Nanqing's lips curve into a smile as he steps forward to grasp her soft fingers. "It's quite windy here. What brings you?" Xia Xingyan glances at the food boxes in the hands of Ji Jin and the others. "It's already noon, and since you Haven Tea returned, I brought you something to eat." Autumn fish are particularly plump, as they feed voraciously in preparation for winter, resulting in tender and flavorful flesh. Xiao Nanqing, who has a fondness for fish, finds this the perfect season for such delicacies. One by one, the dishes are revealed from the food boxes: steamed mandarin fish, loach with tofu, pan-fried yellow flower fish, and various other delights. A smile graces Xiao Nanqing's lips, for these are all his favorites, indicating her thoughtful consideration for him. Ji Jin and Zhu Yin set the table for them, while Xia Xingyan served Xiao Nanqing a piece of tofu. A few nights prior, someone had intruded upon Nanqing Tower with the intent to kill Xiao Bao, but fortunately, Lei He discovered the plot in time. Reflecting on this, Xia Xingyan feels a chill of fear. Xiao Nanqing feigns ignorance, asking, "Is that so? How bold of a thief? Were they apprehended?" Xia Xingyan shakes her head, explaining that the two culprits escaped. Thus, she wishes for Xiao Nanqing to assign more guards to protect Xiao Bao. "That is no trouble at all. My guards, aside from Ye Qing and Ye Bai, can be selected at your discretion," he responds, his demeanor unyielding, revealing no hint of concern. Grateful, Xia Xingyan reflects on a perplexing matter. Xiao Bao is merely an ordinary villager from Dingyuan village and a simpleton at that. Who could possibly wish to harm him? By the way, did you notice anything unusual when you sent someone to Dingyuan village last time? She inquires, this question having troubled her for several days. Unusual? It seems not. The returning guard reported everything to be normal. Xiao Nanqing replies, his expression unchanged. With a sigh, Xia Xingyan presses further. But who could it be that wants to harm Xiao Bao? Xiao Nanqing, intent on misleading her, suggests perhaps the intended target was someone else in the darkness of night. It's possible the intruder entered the wrong room. Xia Xingyan nods, finding some merit in his reasoning. With so many guests in Nanqing Tower, it is indeed plausible that the assailant mistook their target. Enough of this. Let us eat before the food grows cold, he insists, wishing to divert the conversation, as he places a piece of fish in her bowl. However, upon seeing the glistening fish, Xia Xingyan suddenly feels a wave of nausea, as if acid were rising in her stomach, and she cannot help but turn away and gag. What is the matter? Xiao Nanqing discerned her unusual demeanor and set down his chopsticks, gently patting her back. Xia Xingyan's complexion was pale, and she spoke weakly. I don't know. I just suddenly feel nauseous and want to vomit. Have a look at your master. Xiao Nanqing instructed Luo Qingyi, who stood nearby. Luo Qingyi opened her medical kit, retrieved a pulse pillow, and placed it beneath Xia Xingyan's wrist, her expression suddenly turning grave. The pulse was smooth and flowing, akin to pearls rolling on a jade platter. How is it? Xiao Nanqing inquired eagerly. Luo Qingyi surveyed the surroundings and bowed slightly, saying, Congratulations, Your Highness, your master is with child. With child? Xiao Nanqing was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy as he placed his large palm on her flat abdomen, exuberantly exclaiming, This prince is to become a father. In contrast to his exuberance, Xia Xingyan appeared much more composed, though an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her. Not wishing to dampen his spirits, she merely forced a smile, her lips barely curving. As it was Xiao Nanqing's first experience of fatherhood, he was naturally overjoyed, and even his servants received generous rewards. Each was bestowed with 100 taels of silver, a pair of gold bracelets, and 200 yards of silk. His kindness towards Xia Xingyan intensified, with rare treasures, pearls from Putian, and southern agate flowing into the courtyard daily. The Nangong family had also learned of her pregnancy and sent numerous nourishing supplements, with the matriarch personally visiting. Luo Qingyi was affiliated with Nangong, and Xia Xingyan was well aware of who had divulged this news to the Nangong family. Despite holding Xiao Mo Chuan's imperial decree, the stipulation remained that it could not be publicly declared for the time being. The timing of this child was truly inconvenient. Should she visibly show and Xiao Mo Chuan still refused to announce the decree, it would spell significant trouble. She regretted not having set a definitive timeline with him from the outset. With a melancholic expression, Xia Xingyan observed how Xiao Nanqing, upon learning of her pregnancy, treated his subordinates with newfound kindness, shedding his previous icy demeanor. She had Ji Jin fetch a quantity of soft fabric, intending to make some garments for the child. As ancient clothing was handmade, unlike the modern convenience of purchasing ready-made attire, her sewing skills were rather poor, to say the least. Having only mended a few torn socks and garments in the past, she had pricked her fingers multiple times within a short span. Ji Jin, watching with growing concern, remarked, Master, you used to be quite proficient with needlework. How have you regressed to this extent? Master, let me handle it. Ji Jin could no longer bear to watch and took the task from her hands. Xia Xingmian, realizing her limitations and recognizing Ji Jin's evident skill, requested her assistance in altering a belt. In the early stages of her pregnancy, the morning sickness was severe. One day, she craved peaches, the next watermelons, constantly yearning for fruits not in season. Now, she longed for the fruits hanging from the trees at the martial arts practice ground behind the mountain. Xiao Nanqing had someone gather several baskets filled with bright oranges, vibrant red jujubes, and fuzzy kiwis. Upon hearing of her desire for watermelon, he even sent someone to fetch autumn watermelons. Yet, though the items were procured, her appetite had dwindled. She prided herself on not being delicate, having endured hardships since childhood. Why was she now so temperamental simply because she was with child? Why are you so picky? What is there to be so fussy about? She gently chided her small abdomen. Xiao Nanqing entered from outside, holding a pitch-black bow, an arrow, its body forged from dark iron resembling a soaring dragon. This bow was remarkably resilient, impervious to ice and fire, unyielding to blades and spears. How did you manage to retrieve the bow? Xia Xingyan approached him. Tomorrow is the autumn hunting festival. Xiao Nanqing set down the bow and took a seat, pulling her into his embrace. It was then that Xia Xingyan remembered her promise to Xiao Mo Chuan to participate in the autumn hunt. With Xiao Nanqing also attending, they were bound to cross paths. She recalled the last time Xiao Mo Chuan had dined with them. He had become quite jealous. If he were to see her alongside Xiao Mo Chuan at the hunting grounds tomorrow, it would surely provoke his ire. After much contemplation, Xia Xingyan resolved to withhold this information from him, hoping that perhaps Xiao Mo Chuan had forgotten. Xiao Nanqing placed his hand gently on her abdomen, speaking softly, "Son, be good and obedient within your mother's womb." Xia Xingyan chuckled lightly, her delicate fingertip playfully tapping his forehead. "How do you know it's a son? It could very well be a daughter." "Naturally, my offspring will be a son," Xiao Nanqing replied confidently, for he truly desired a son. Xia Xingyan shot him a disapproving glance, her tone laden with dissatisfaction. "You speak of sons incessantly, as if your family has a throne to inherit." The moment the words left her lips, she realized that indeed, Xiao Nanqing had a throne to claim. Xiao Nanqing did not disguise his ambitions. His original plan had been to dethrone Xiao Mo Chuan and take his place. Yet perhaps it need not be so complicated now. He could forego the title of emperor, allowing his son to ascend instead. As long as the child was male, the moment of his birth would coincide with Xiao Mo Chuan's demise. "My son will undoubtedly inherit the throne," Xiao Nanqing mused, gently caressing her abdomen. "How large is he now?" "About the size of soybean, I suppose," Xia Xingyan replied casually, estimating based on her calculations. "So small?" Xiao Nanqing felt slightly disheartened, impatiently urging the child to arrive sooner. Xia Xingyan recalled her earlier promise to Xiao Mo Chuan and cautiously advised, "To be honest, I only wish for the child to be safe and healthy, and for the three of us to live happily together. Let us not contend for the throne, all right?" "Very well," he acquiesced, knowing that the throne was a matter of contention. The situation had already reached a critical point. It was either his death or Xiao Mo Chuan's. Even if he were to relent, the other party would undoubtedly seek his life. After dealing with the Duke of Gong and the Su family, he would be next. Xia Xingyan assumed he had absorbed her words and silently sighed with relief. Chapter 65. The Autumn Hunting Festival. Not far from the outskirts of Yuzhou City lies a hunting ground, where successive monarchs of the Chu and Jin dynasties would bring nobles and officials for autumn hunts. The animals captured and slain during the hunt would be displayed publicly. Based on the quantity of their game, the emperor would bestow rewards upon them as a token of appreciation. Accompanying officials would indulge in fine wines and feasts of the hunt, enjoying songs and dances to alleviate the fatigue and tension of the encampment. Should the emperor be in good spirits, he might even take to the kitchen himself, roasting venison and distributing it among the officials as a gesture of gratitude and kindness. Xiao Nanqing arrived at the hunting ground early in the morning with Nie Qing and Nie Bai. As noon approached, and Xiao Mo Chuan had yet to seek him out, Xia Xingyan felt a wave of relief wash over her, certain that he had indeed forgotten. As she found herself fortunate, A servant approached to announce that His Majesty's carriage awaited outside the villa, urging the Empress to board. A chill gripped Xia Xingmian's heart. Her apprehensions had manifested. With no option to decline, she reluctantly prepared, allowing the attendants to make a hasty arrangement. Several carriages were stationed outside the villa, with the foremost one draped in blue fabric, presumably belonging to Xiao Mo Chuan. Sensing the situation, Xia Xingmian approached the second carriage. But a eunuch from the first carriage beckoned her, stating that His Majesty requested her company. With no alternative, she steeled herself and ascended the first carriage. The eunuch lifted the curtain, and Xia Xingmian pressed her lips together before bending to enter. The interior was suffused with a delicate incense, spacious and adorned with a writing desk and shelves filled with ancient tomes. Xiao Mo Chuan sat gracefully upon a soft cushion, clad in a deep blue dragon robe. His profound gaze and handsome features exuding an effortless imperial aura. Your Majesty, Xia Xingmian greeted softly, acutely aware that this setting was ill-suited for formalities. Have you arrived? Xiao Mo Chuan gestured for her to sit beside him. Xia Xingmian walked cautiously, the carriage swaying slightly, almost causing her to stumble. But Xiao Mo Chuan rose to steady her. Thank you, she whispered, too close to him, catching the scent of his dragon's saliva fragrance. She deliberately shifted to the opposite side, maintaining distance, and smiled. I shall sit here. Are you avoiding me? Xiao Mo Chuan inquired, a hint of concern creasing his brow. Not all, how could I? Xia Xingmian laughed nervously, inching closer to him to appear less conspicuous. To ease the tension, she produced a small cloth pouch, revealing the pork jerky she had prepared the previous day, a delicious snack for hunger. Its rich, reddish-brown hue exuded an enticing aroma, sweet and savory. Would you like to try? She offered eagerly. Xiao Mo Chuan glanced at the jerky, took a piece, and savored it, clearly appreciating its exquisite flavor. He smiled faintly. It is quite delightful. Of course, I spent all day preparing it, she replied with a grin. How about if I hunt a deer today? We could present it to the Empress to be made into jerky? Xiao Mo Chuan suggested. That sounds wonderful. Xia Xingmian responded enthusiastically. Her spirits lifted at the mention of cooking. With a shared topic, the atmosphere within the carriage lightened, laughter occasionally escaping their lips. For a moment, Xia Xingmian seemed to forget that Xiao Nanqing was also at the hunting grounds. Would she not be furious to see her alongside Xiao Mo Chuan? The royal hunt of the Chu Jin was grand in scale, mobilizing thousands, a spectacle that darkened the skies. As Xiao Mo Chuan's procession arrived, an elderly eunuch called out, Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Nobles and ministers knelt, paying their respects to the Emperor and Empress. Xiao Nanqing stood there, merely bowing slightly, her gaze icy and her expression forbidding. Internally fuming, she questioned why Xia Xingmian had come, especially alongside Xiao Mo Chuan. Did she not realize the dangers of the bloody hunting grounds while being with child? As she simmered in resentment, Xiao Mo Chuan descended the carriage, leading Xia Xingmian, causing her expression to darken, her eyes flashing with uncontainable fury that even her efforts to mask it could not conceal. As Xia Xingmian alighted from the carriage, her gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Nanqing amidst the throng of people, almost effortlessly. While all others knelt, he stood alone. The authority of the regent was nearly equivalent to that of the emperor, and as the emperor's uncle, his status was exceptionally exalted. A mere glance was enough to make Xia Xingmian inwardly lament. Xiao Nanqing's complexion was far from favorable, a portent of an impending storm. This was indeed troubling. Surrounded by so many, he would not likely restrain himself, and upon their return, he might very well vent his displeasure upon her. Xiao Mo Chuan took his seat on the dragon throne, bidding everyone to rise, and uttered some words of encouragement before commanding the presentation of a bow and arrows crafted from gold. In this autumn's imperial examination, the one who hunted the most would be awarded this magnificent bow. The guards led forth steeds, and the nobles and ministers eagerly rubbed their hands together, ready to mount their horses. Your Majesty, will you not give it a try? Xiao Nanqing inquired. Xia Xingmian's gaze flitted between Xiao Nanqing and his uncle, unable to discern Xiao Nanqing's intentions. With the Emperor's uncle present, I shall conceal my talents, Xiao Mochuan replied with a faint smile. Xiao Nanqing then turned his attention to Xia Xingmian, asking, "What of the Empress? Would you care to partake in a hunt?" No, no. Xia Xingmian hastily waved her hands, humbly responding, "I shall await your triumphant return and prepare roasted meat for you in the evening." What was he thinking? With her pregnant condition, how could she ride a horse? This child was his own flesh and blood. He should be more considerate. Luo Qingyi had repeatedly cautioned her to exercise utmost care during the first 3 months. For the sake of their child, Xiao Nanqing now slept in the study, and they had ceased their intimate relations. Xiao Nanqing did not genuinely wish for her to join the hunt. He cared for her well-being, especially given that she carried his child. It was merely vexing that she was with Xiao Mochuan, yet did not inform him. "Uncle, do hurry along and secure plenty of game. Best of luck." She encouraged him with a gesture of support. Xiao Nanqing ceased his words, mounted his horse, and ventured into the forest with bow and arrow in hand. The terrain was rugged and dense with trees, lush with vegetation and teeming with wildlife. Herds of deer roamed freely, alongside countless tigers, elk, and other beasts, truly an ideal hunting ground. "Does the Empress wish to hunt?" Xiao Mochuan inquired with a gentle smile. Xia Xingmian shook her head vigorously, for she was not adept at riding or archery, and the chaotic atmosphere of the hunting grounds, filled with flying arrows, was not something she wished to experience. Seeing her response, Xiao Mochuan's lips curved into a smile. Her demeanor was undeniably endearing. Spicy roasted rabbit, cumin roasted whole lamb, roasted venison, chicken wings. "When you return with your game, what would you like me to prepare?" Xia Xingmian asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Anything, so long as it is not boiled," Xiao Mochuan replied, still haunted by the memory of her previous culinary attempt with pig intestines. Though the taste was commendable, the thought of its contents was enough to induce nausea. Xia Xingmian covered her lips with a smile, mentioning her fatigue and expressing her intention to rest. Xiao Mochuan offered no further comment, merely wishing her a good rest. This hunting ground was unfamiliar to Xia Xingmian. She instructed her attendants to descend first while she wandered alone. The scenery was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, and although autumn had arrived, the mountains adorned with yellow leaves presented a unique charm. A camp had already been set up for the emperor, the princes, and the empresses to rest. With no one trailing behind her, Xia Xingmian felt an unexpected sense of freedom as she playfully twirled a blade of grass in her hand, pondering what prey she might encounter today and what culinary delights she could prepare. A hushed conversation drifted from the vicinity of a tent, where 2 men spoke in low, fragmented tones. Xia Xingmian, inadvertently eavesdropping, caught wind of a plot to assassinate the dog emperor during the hunt. She cautiously crept closer for a better listen, but the men seemed to sense her presence and abruptly ceased their discussion. Fearing discovery, Xia Xingmian swiftly lifted her skirt and retreated. Who were they? The 2 men, alerted by the noise, pursued her. Xia Xingmian, covering her mouth, concealed herself in a corner, holding her breath in dread of being found. The sound of light footsteps approached, and, thinking she had been discovered, her heart raced. A gentle hand patted her shoulder, nearly causing her to scream, but a firm hand swiftly covered her mouth. Whimpering in fear, she thought, "Oh no, I'm going to be killed by them." She did not wish to die, especially with a child in her womb. Regret flooded her for leaving earlier. Chapter 66. The conspiracy at the hunting grounds. Do not speak. It is I, a voice whispered, low and controlled. Upon recognizing the voice, Xia Xingmian ceased her struggles. It was Xiao Mochuan, who had been following her all along. The 2 pressed closely together until the speakers moved away. And only then did Xia Xingmian push him away and whisper, "Did you hear that? Someone intends to assassinate you." Xiao Mochuan furrowed his brow and responded in a hushed tone, "I am aware." Not only was he aware, but he also knew who the speakers were affiliated with. "If you know, why not seize him?" Xia Xingmian exclaimed in astonishment, then paused, regaining her composure, and cautiously asked him, Is it his people?" A sudden realization struck her. These 2 might be subordinates of Xiao Nanqing. Xiao Mochuan smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable, and countered, "Do you wish it to be him?" "Yes," she replied, cleverly turning the tables on him. Truly, Xiao Machuan was deserving of his imperial status, adept in the art of strategy at such a young age. Xia Xingyan found herself troubled by uncertainty. Were these two indeed affiliated with Xiao Nanqing? He had not divulged this information to her. Surely, they would not dare to send assassins into the hunting grounds, would they? I suspect you must be hungry, Xiao Machuan said, deftly shifting the topic. I had someone prepare chestnut cakes and macarons, reportedly purchased from a renowned establishment in the city, Nanjing Tower. I have tasted them. Their flavor is delightful. Xia Xingyan, eager to move on from the previous subject, smiled brightly. How wonderful. I did not realize Nanjing Tower had garnered such fame, even attracting the emperor as patronage. Her heart swelled with pride. The chestnut cake, adorned with vibrant colors and a soft, delicate texture, was exquisitely sweet. The macarons, a kaleidoscope of hues, were dainty and rich in flavor, with a delightful contrast between crispness and softness. Try this, Xiao Machuan offered a pink macaron to her lips. Xia Xingyan opened her mouth to receive it, savoring the taste, and soon after, Ji Jin presented her with a cup of tea. Noticing Xiao Machuan's calm demeanor, she could not help but inquire, "Elder brother, someone wishes to kill you, yet you remain so composed?" "Elder brother?" Xiao Machuan raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Does the Empress mistake me for the young master of the Nangong family?" Xia Xingyan found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain that the term brother was merely a casual address in contemporary society. Despite being considerably older than him, it would be inappropriate to refer to him as little brother, especially since he was an emperor, albeit one whose uncle and elder brother aspired to his throne. Was this truly the moment for jest? She shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "You should be contemplating your own escape. Who knows when a cold arrow might come flying your way?" No sooner had she spoken than a sharp arrow whizzed into the tent, narrowly missing her cheek. A harrowing close call. Be careful. Xiao Machuan had not anticipated such a swift attack from their adversaries. With the enemy visible and himself concealed, he swiftly pulled Xia Xingyan under his cloak for protection. "Protect His Highness," the accompanying guards shouted, drawing their swords to shield both Xiao Machuan and Xia Xingyan. Xia Xingyan felt an acute sense of frustration. She had unwittingly discovered her own knack for uttering ominous predictions. This era of cold weapons was indeed terrifying, far exceeding her previous underestimation. Do not be afraid.